execution legal? Of course not. On the basis of existing law, the Parliament progressively and rudely appropriated royal rights sanctioned by the precedents of 100 years. By definition, a revolution is illegal. It can advance to the new only by violating the old. Charles was sincere in defending the powers he had inherited from Elizabeth and James. He was sinned against as well as sinning. His fatal error lay in not recognizing that the new distribution of wealth required, for social stability, a new distribution of political power. Was the execution just? Yes, so far as war is just. Once law is set aside by trial at arms, the defeated may ask for mercy, but the victor may exact the ultimate penalty if he judges it necessary as a preventive of renewed resistance, or as a deterrent to others, or as protection of the lives of himself and his followers. Presumably a triumphant king would have hanged Cromwell, Ireton, Fairfax, and many more, perhaps with the tortures regularly allotted to persons convicted of treason. Was the execution wise? Probably not. Cromwell apparently believed that a live king, no matter how securely imprisoned, would be a stimulus to repeated royalist revolts. But so would the king's son, unreachable in France or Holland, as yet unblemished with his father's faults, and soon to be glorified with romance. The execution of Charles I led to a foreseeable revulsion of national feeling, which in 11 years restored his line. Subsequent history suggests that mercy would have been wisdom. When Charles's son James II gave equally great offense, the glorious revolution of 1688, managed with aristocratic finesse, deliberately allowed him to escape to France, and the results of that deposition were permanent. However, it was the earlier rebellion that made the later revolution possible in all its swift effectiveness. The Great Rebellion corresponded both to the Huguenot uprisings in 16th century France and, despite many differences, to the French Revolution of 1789. In the first case, the insurrection of a stern and simple Calvinism, sinewed by mercantile wealth against a ritualistic church and an absolutist government. In the second case, the revolt of a national assembly, expressing the power of the purse and the middle class against a landed aristocracy led by a well-meaning but blundering ruler. By 1789, the English had digested their two rebellions and could look with horror and eloquence upon a revolution that, like its own, incarnadined a country and killed a king because the past had tried to stand still. Book 2. The Faith's Fight for Power, 1556 to 1648. Chapter 9. Alma Mater Italia, 1564 to 1648. 1. The Magic Boot. After the double fury of Renaissance and Reformation, Italy was subsiding into a Spanish subjection, harassed with poverty, solaced with religion, and gilded with peace. The Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis of 1559 had awarded the Duchy of Savoy to Emmanuel Philibert. Genoa, Lucca, Venice, and San Marino survived as independent republics. Mantua remained obedient to the Gonzaga dukes, Ferrara to the Estensi, Parma to the Farnese. The Medici ruled Tuscany, Florence, Pisa, Arezzo, Siena, but their ports were under Spanish control. Through her viceroys, Spain governed the Duchy of Milan and the Kingdom of Naples, which included Sicily and all Italy south of the Papal States. These, running across the center of the peninsula from the Mediterranean to the Adriatic, were ruled by popes, hemmed in by Spanish power. That power was not militarily aggressive. It did not interfere in the internal affairs of the states, except Milan and Naples. But its distaste for commerce and its fear of the free intellect cast a pall over Italian life. The capture of Oriental and American trade by the Atlantic nations transferred to them the wealth that had once financed the Renaissance and now nourished the cultural blooming of Spain, England, and the Netherlands. Italy suffered further from the decline of papal revenues consequent upon the Reformation. The patient peasantry toiled and prayed, the innumerable monks prayed, the merchants lost caste and fortune, the aristocracy spent itself in the pursuit of titles and in extravagant display. And yet amid this political debacle, Italy produced the greatest scientist of the age, Galileo, the adventurous and prophetic philosophy of Bruno, the greatest sculptor, Bernini, the most influential composer, Monteverdi, the bravest missionaries, one of her greatest poets, Tasso, and in Bologna, Naples, and Rome, schools of painting rivaled only in the opulent Netherlands. Culturally, Italy was still supreme. 1. In the foothills of the Alps. It is pleasant to traverse again, if only with mind and pen and haste, the garden and gallery called Italy. Turin became a major capital under the able rule of Emmanuel Philibert, and the encouragement given to literature and art by his consort, Margaret of France and Savoy. Milan, though subject, was still magnificent. Evelyn described it in 1643 as one of the most princely cities in Europe, with 100 churches, 71 monasteries, 40,000 inhabitants, sumptuous palaces, and rare artists. After a fire gutted the Basilica of San Lorenzo Maggiore in 1573, Carlo Borromeo, the saintly Archbishop of Milan, commissioned Martino Bassi to rebuild the interior in the stately Byzantine style of San Vitale's at Ravenna. Carlo's nephew, Cardinal Federigo Borromeo, raised the Palazzo Ambrosiano in 1609 and established in it the famous Biblioteca Ambrosiana. The Palazzo di Brera, begun for a Jesuit college in 1615, has been since 1776 the home of the Accademia di Belle Arti, and since 1809 that of the renowned Brera Gallery, seriously injured in the Second World War but now handsomely restored. There one may find much of the work of the Procaccini and the Crespi, the two families that dominated Milanese painting in this age. Genoa, the Serenissima, still proudly surveyed from her palace-decorated hills a Mediterranean dotted with Genoese ships. The merchant republic had lost its eastern possessions to the Turks, and some of her trade with the Orient had passed to the Atlantic states. But her great mole gave her so fine a harbor that she remained, and is, the chief Italian port. Here the princes of commerce or finance built some of the richest homes in Italy. Evelyn thought that the Strada Nova, or New Street, planned by Rubens and faced by palaces of polished marble, was far superior to any in Europe. Galeazzo Alessi and his pupils designed many of these lordly mansions, which were famous for their art galleries, their stately stairways, their paneled or frescoed walls, and their luxurious furniture, whole tables and bedsteads of massive silver. The Genoese magnates were adepts at turning sweat into gold. In 1587, Giacomo della Porta raised the Basilica of the Santissima Annunziata, whose fluted columns, perfect pulpit, and ornate vault were the pride of Genoese piety. This and many another of Genoa's churches and palaces were largely ruined in the Second World War. As late as Vasari, Florence was still termed the Athens of Italy, for she was fertile in literature, scholarship, and science, as well as art. Everything prospered there except chastity. Under Grand Duke Francesco I, 1574 to 1587, the great Medici family deteriorated into a mess of intemperance and adultery. Cardinal Ferdinando de' Medici resigned his ecclesiastical orders to become Grand Duke Ferdinand I. For 22 years, from 1587 to 1609, he gave Tuscany a just and enlightened rule. He expanded Tuscan commerce by making Livorno, or Leghorn, a free port open to all traders and faiths, and he restored the morals of his people by the morality of his life. His successors, Cosimo II and Ferdinand II, distinguished themselves by financing Galileo. Bartolomeo Ammanati carved the great fountain of Neptune for the Piazza della Signoria in Florence, and designed the Palazzo Ducale in Lucca. Giovanni da Bologna finished in 1583 the Rape of the Sabines that stands in the Loggia dei Lanzi, and cast the statue of Henry IV, which Cosimo II presented to Marie de Médicis to adorn the Pont Neuf in Paris. Alessandro Allori and his son Cristofano continued, diminuendo, the chromatic fantasy of Florentine painting, and Pietro da Cortona skirted mastery in frescoes picturing, on the ceilings of the Pitti Palace, the virtues of Duke Cosimo I. Parma in this period had a renowned duke, Alessandro Farnese, who was kept so busy leading Spanish armies in the Netherlands that he never occupied his throne. Under his son Ranuccio, the University of Parma attained European fame, and Aleotti built in 1618 the Teatro Farnese, accommodating 7,000 spectators in a semicircular amphitheater rivaled only, in modern Italy, by the Teatro Olimpico of his teacher, Palladio. Mantua now entered upon a period of prosperity, recalling the great days of Isabella d'Este. A flourishing textile industry made Mantuan cloth popular even in rival England and France. The House of Gonzaga, which had ruled the duchy since 1328, was still producing able men. Duke Vincenzo I again incarnated the qualities of a Renaissance prince. Handsome and gracious, patron of happy Rubens and miserable Tasso, collector of ancient and Chinese art, of musical instruments, Flemish tapestries, Dutch tulips, and beautiful women, lover of poetry and gambling, brave in battle and bold in statesmanship, but wearing himself out in adultery and war and dying at 50 in 1612. 3 sons ruled in turn. The last, Vincenzo II, left no children, and the competition of France, Austria, and Spain to determine and control his successor made the duchy the helpless theater of a devastating War of the Mantuan Succession from 1628 to 1631, which almost blotted Mantua from history. Verona idled culturally through this epoch, resting on the Renaissance. In Vicenza, the classic facades of Palladio were setting a style for Christopher Wren. Vincenzo Scamozzi completed Palladio's Teatro Olimpico and designed the Palazzo Trissino Bartone. A flair for ornament, hardly suppressed in Palladio, made Scamozzi a living bridge from classicism to Baroque. 2. Venice. The Queen of the Adriatic, like ancient Rome, had a long and stately decline. She was losing to Portugal her sea trade with India and would soon feel the competition of the Dutch. She bore the brunt of Turkish maritime expansion. Her navy and her commanders were major factors in the victory over the Turks at Lepanto in 1571, but she yielded Cyprus a few months later, and thereafter her commerce with the eastern Mediterranean was subject to Turkish permission and terms. She struggled valiantly to meet the challenge of change. By connecting at Aleppo with caravans from Central Asia, she made up in some measure for the lessening of her seaborne trade with the East. Her vessels still controlled the Adriatic. She shared in the profits of the slave trade that was now disgracing Portugal, Spain, and England. Her mainland dependencies, Vicenza, Verona, Trieste, Trent, Aquileia, Padua, prospered in economy and increased in population. Her industries continued to excel in glass, silk, lace, and artistic luxuries. Her Banco di Rialto, established in 1587 after the failure of many private banks, put the strength of the state behind Venetian finance and served as a model for similar institutions in Nuremberg, Hamburg, and Amsterdam. Travelers marveled at the beauty of her architecture and her women, the cleanliness of her streets, and the tenacious stability of her government. Her foreign policy aimed to keep a balance of power between France and Spain, lest one or the other absorb the weakened republic. Hence her early recognition of Henry IV to strengthen war-torn France. In 1616, the Spanish viceroy at Naples, the Duke of Osuna, entered into a conspiracy with the Spanish ambassador at Venice to overthrow the Senate and make the Republic a dependency of Spain. Philip III, after the delicate fashion of governments, gave the enterprise his blessing, but bade Osuna proceed without letting anyone know that you are doing it with my knowledge, and make believe that you are acting without orders. The Venetian signory had the best spies in Europe. The plot was detected, the local conspirators were seized, and one morning the people were edified to see them hanging in St. Mark's Square, gazing with dead eyes upon happy doves. This quiet and austere oligarchy, holding commerce with and giving religious freedom to men of any creed, took a remarkably independent attitude toward the papacy. It taxed the clergy, subjected them to the civil law, and forbade, without its consent, the erection of new shrines or monasteries and the deeding of land to the church. A party of Venetian statesmen, led by Leonardo Donato and Niccolo Contarini, especially resisted the claims of the papacy to power in temporal affairs. In 1605, Camillo Borghese became Pope Paul V. A year later, Donato was chosen Doge. These two men, who had been friends when Donato was Venetian envoy at Rome, now confronted each other in a struggle between church and state, echoing across 5 centuries the contest between Gregory VII and the Emperor Henry IV. And Pope Paul was shocked to find that the intellectual leader of the anti-clerical party in Venice was another Paul, Fra Paolo Sarpi, a Servite monk. Sarpi, said Momenti, was the loftiest intellect that Venice ever produced. Son of a merchant, he entered the Servite order at 13, absorbed knowledge passionately, and at 18 defended 318 theses in a public disputation at Mantua, so successfully that its duke made him court theologian. At 22 he was ordained priest and became a professor of philosophy. At 27 he was elected provincial of his order for the Venetian Republic. He continued his studies in mathematics, astronomy, physics, everything. He discovered the contractility of the iris. He wrote scientific treatises that are now lost, and took part in the investigations and experiments of Fabrizio d'Acquapendente and Giambattista della Porta, who said that he never met a more learned man or one more subtle in the whole circle of knowledge. Perhaps these profane studies injured Paolo's faith. He welcomed some Protestants to friendship, and charges were lodged against him before the Venetian Inquisition, the same body that was soon to capture Giordano Bruno. Thrice he was nominated to bishoprics by the Senate. Thrice the Vatican rejected him, and the memory of these rebuffs accentuated his hostility to Rome. In 1605, the Senate arrested 2 priests and convicted them of serious crimes. Pope Paul V demanded that the men be turned over to ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and also ordered the repeal of the laws against new churches, monasteries, and religious orders. The Venetian signory courteously refused. The Pope gave the Doge, the signory, and the Senate 27 days within which to comply. They called in Fra Paolo as counselor in canon law. Sarpi advised resistance on the ground that papal power extended only to spiritual concerns. The Senate adopted his view. In May 1606, the Pope excommunicated Donato and the signory and laid an interdict upon all religious services in Venetian territory. The Doge instructed the Venetian clergy to ignore the interdict and continue their functions. They did, except the Jesuits, the Theatines, and the Capuchins. The Jesuits, pledged by their constitutions to obey the popes, left Venice in a body, despite the signory's warning that if they left they would never be allowed to return. Meanwhile, Sarpi, answering Cardinal Bellarmine, published tracts limiting the papal power and proclaiming the superior authority of general councils over the popes. Paul V appealed to Spain and France. But Spain had often rejected papal edicts, and Henry IV of France was grateful to Venice. However, Henry sent to Venice the judicious Cardinal de Joyeuse, who devised the necessary face-saving formulas. The priests were released to the French ambassador, who soon released them to Rome. The Senate refused to repeal the protested laws, but, hoping for papal aid against the Turks, it promised that the Republic would conduct itself with its accustomed piety. The Pope suspended his censures, and Joyeuse absolved the excommunicats. The claims of Paul V, says a Catholic historian, were too medieval in character to be made good. This was the last time that an entire state was placed under interdict. On October 5, 1607, Sarpi was attacked by assassins who left him for dead. He recovered, and is said to have remarked, in an epigram almost too good to be true, "Agnosco stilum curiae Romanae." I recognize the pointed style of the Roman court. The assassins found protection and acclaim in the papal states. Henceforth, Sarpi lived quietly in his cloister, saying Mass every day. But his own stilus was not idle. In 1619 he published, under a pseudonym and through a London firm, his Historia del Concilio Tridentino, a voluminous indictment of the Council of Trent. He gave a quite Protestant account of the Reformation, and condemned the council for making the schism irreconcilable by yielding completely to the popes. The Protestant world hailed the book with enthusiasm, and Milton called its author the Great Unmasker. The Jesuits commissioned a learned scholar of their order, Sforza Pallavicino, to write a counter-history, 1656 to 1664, which exposed and rivaled Sarpi's bias and inaccuracy. Despite their party priest, these 2 books marked an advance in the collection and use of original documents, and Sarpi's vast brief has the added and dangerous attraction of fiery eloquence. He was far ahead of his time in advocating a complete separation of church and state. Under that proud government, on and between those placid and odorous canals, Venice continued to pursue money and beauty, appeasing Christ with architecture and the Virgin with litanies. Every week had some festival for which any saint provided excuse. We see such collective raptures in the paintings of Guardi. And in the portraits we note the sensuous oriental prodigality of costumes and jewelry. Almost any evening one could hear music coming from the gondolas. If you stepped into such a magic bark and gave no directions, the gondolier would, with no word spent, take you to the house of some associated courtesan. Montaigne, who had as few prejudices as any man, was surprised at the abundance and freedom of the Venetian filles de joie. They paid a tax to the state, which in return allowed them to live where they liked and dress as they pleased, and it defended them against defaulting customers. The Grand Canal and its tributaries grew fairer year by year with lordly churches, gay new palaces, or a graceful bridge. In 1631, the Senate commissioned Baldassare Longhena to build the noble church of Santa Maria della Salute as a votive offering to the Virgin for restoring the health of the city after a great plague. In 1588 to 1592, Antonio da Ponte replaced an old wooden bridge with a new Ponte di Rialto, spanning the Grand Canal with a single marble arch 90 feet in length, flanked by shops on either side. About 1600, the Bridge of Sighs, the Ponte dei Sospiri, was built high over a canal between the Palazzo dei Dogi and the Prigioni di San Marco, a palace and a prison on each hand. Scamozzi completed Palladio's Church of San Giorgio and Sansovino's Libreria Vecchia. Scamozzi and Longhena raised the Procuratie Nuove from 1582 to 1640, adjoining St. Mark's Square, as new offices for the Venetian administration. Some famous palaces now rose along the Grand Canal: the Balbi, the Contarini degli Scrigni, and the Mocenigo, where Byron lived in 1818. Those who have seen only the exterior of the Venetian palaces can never visualize the luxury, redeemed with taste, of their interiors: the frescoed or coffered ceilings, the painted or tapestried walls, the satin-covered chairs, the carved seats, tables, and chests, the cabinets inlaid with marquetry, the stairs, majestically broad and built for centuries. Here a jealous oligarchy of a few hundred families enjoyed all the wealth of merchant princes and all the discriminating standards of old aristocracies. Only one Venetian sculptor, Alessandro Vittoria, stands out in this period, but Venetian painting produced two men of the second rank. Across the generations, Palma Vecchio, who died in 1528, handed the colors to his grandnephew Palma Giovane, that is, Jacopo Palma the Younger, who died just 100 years later. Giovanni is put down as a decadent because he painted with careless haste, but some of his pictures, like the Pope Anacletus in the Church of the Crociferi, come close to greatness. And in some lines of Molmenti's, this careless Younger leaps to life. Palma il Giovanni had no other object than his work, from which the profoundest grief was powerless to distract him. In his art he sought consolation for the death of his two sons, one of whom died in Naples, the other ended in a life of debauchery. As his wife was being borne to the tomb, he set himself to paint to escape from his pain. Bernardo Strozzi straddled the top of the magic boot, getting born in Genoa, dying in Venice in 1644, and leaving pictures for almost every gallery between. For a time he was a Capuchin monk. He unfrocked himself, but could never shed the nickname Il Cappuccino. After many trials he found tolerance and prosperity in Venice, and there he produced his best work. One example must suffice: his portrait of a Dominican friar, the high beret sitting off the spacious forehead, the eyes frowning and intent, the nose and mouth breathing character, the fine hand proclaiming pedigree. Titian himself could hardly have done better. These heirs of the giants would have been giants in any other land. 3. From Padua to Bologna. Padua's glory was now all in her university. There, in this period, Harvey studied and Galileo taught. At Ferrara, Alfonso II, who reigned from 1559 to 1597, showed no slackening of vigor in that Este family that had ruled the principality since 1208. An anonymous print in the British Museum gives him a powerful head, authoritative beard, eyes expressing a resolute and somber intelligence. He could be merciless to those who crossed him, kind to others, patient with Tasso's tantrums, fearless in battle, limitless in taxation. He continued the Estensi tradition of favoring literature, science, and art, and gathering their products into the culture, splendor, and gaiety of his court. The people had to be content with subsistence and to enjoy vicariously the fruits of their toil. With all his power and 3 successive wives, Alfonso failed to beget a son, and by an agreement made in 1539, Ferrara, long a papal fief, became in 1598 a papal state. Her cultural history came to an end. Bologna, under papal rule since 1506, had in this age a second flowering, in a school of painting that dominated Italy for 2 centuries and spread its influences into Spain, France, Flanders, and England. Lodovico Carracci, son of a prosperous butcher, returned to Bologna after studying art in Venice, Florence, Parma, and Mantua. Tintoretto had warned him that he had no genius for painting, but Lodovico felt that industry could substitute for genius, and that he had genius too. He stirred with his enthusiasm his cousins Agostino and Annibale Carracci, one a goldsmith, the other a tailor. The two went off to Venice and Parma to study Titian and Correggio. When they came back, they joined with Lodovico in opening in 1589 the Accademia degli Incamminati, of those setting out on the road. They provided instruction in the elements, the history, and the technique of art, and a careful study of the masters. They rejected the manneristic stress on the mannerisms or peculiarities of any individual master. They proposed rather to unite the feminine tenderness of Raphael, the delicate eloquence of Correggio, the masculine vigor of Michelangelo, the chiaroscuro of Leonardo, and the warm coloring of Titian, all in one comprehensive style. This eclectic school made Bologna rival Rome as the art capital of Italy. The pictures bequeathed by the Carracci are countless. Many of them are in the Bolognese Accademia di Belle Arti. Some are in the Louvre, but one finds them anywhere. Lodovico's own product is the least attractive, but appears at its best in a luminous Annunciation and an excellent Martyrdom of St. Ursula, both in the Pinacoteca of the Academy. Agostino is represented by a powerful Communion of St. Jerome, which did not prevent him from meeting a wide demand for obscene prints. Annibale was technically the most gifted of the clan, having derived from Correggio a refinement of line and color rarely achieved by his cousins. See the voluptuous elegance of his Bacchante in the Uffizi Gallery, the perfect female form in the Nymph and the Satyr in the Pitti Palace, and the perfect male form in the Genius of Fame in Dresden. And in The Christ and the Samaritan Woman in Vienna, he produced one of the masterpieces of this period, figures worthy of Raphael, a landscape anticipating Poussin. In 1600, Annibale and Agostino accepted the invitation of Cardinal Farnese to come and paint the gallery of his palace in Rome. They chose an appropriate subject and painted the Triumph of Bacchus, a Rubensian riot of feminine charms. Thence Agostino went to Parma, where he painted a great fresco for the Casino, and Annibale proceeded to Naples, whose Museo Nazionale still shows his characteristic counterpoint of the Holy Family with Venus and Mars. The three cousins, so long united in art, were far apart in death. Agostino in Parma in 1602, Annibale in Rome in 1609, Lodovico still faithful to Bologna, the first to come and the last to go, in 1619. The new school trained several of the most famous painters of the period. One of them, Guido Reni, had the largest following of any painter in Europe. After his early budding under the care of the Carracci, he yielded to the lure of Rome in 1602, worked there for 20 years, then returned to Bologna to produce pictures whose pious sensuality and sentimental grace made them a welcome bridge between the orthodoxy of the faith and the heresies of the flesh. Guido himself seems to have been sincerely religious and is reputed to have kept himself virginally intact to the end. The self-portrait in the Capitoline Museum shows him in youth, pretty as a girl, with blonde hair, fair complexion, and blue eyes. His masterpiece is the Aurora, frescoed on the ceiling of the Rospigliosi Palace in Rome. The goddess of the dawn flying through the air, followed by gallant horses drawing a disheveled Phoebus in his chariot, and accompanied by dancing females of lovely face and form, representing the hours, with a winged cherub giving a Christian imprimatur to a pagan ecstasy. Guido painted other mythologies, the Rape of Helen in the Louvre, the Apples of the Hesperides in Naples, the voluptuous Venus and Cupid in Dresden. From the Old Testament he took his famous Susanna and the Elders in the Uffizi. But for the most part he was content to picture again the old themes dear to the people in the church, the story of Christ and his mother, all suffused with what merciless critics denounce as a maudlin exaggeration of sentiment. He did well, however, with the apostles, as in the St. Matthew of the Vatican. He painted a magnificent head of St. Joseph, and in the Vatican's Martyrdom of St. Peter he tried the harsh realism of Caravaggio. Returning to sentiment, he painted for the galleries his famous St. Sebastian, showing the saint calmly receiving arrows into his perfect frame. In all this oeuvre we perceive the skill of well-trained technique. But when we compare these saccharine sanctities with Raphael's stanze or Michelangelo's Sistine ceiling, we are moved not by the fullness of color and the smoothness of line, but by the loss of nerve in Reni's art. He dreamed forgivably when he wrote, "I should like to give to the figure I am about to paint such beauty as that which dwells in paradise." But he gave himself away when he boasted that he had 200 ways of making the eyes look up to heaven. Domenichino, or Domenico Zampieri, followed Guido's policy of pleasing at once the pagans and the devotees, and as these two were often one, it proved a profitable plan. He was more complex than Guido, modest and shy, in love with music and his wife. He, too, learned his art in Bologna, and then sought the fauna and florins of Rome. His success there aroused the envy of his local competitors. They accused him of plagiarism. He retired to Bologna, but was recalled by Gregory XV to be chief architect as well as chief painter to the Vatican. With some of the old Renaissance versatility, he designed the now-vanished Villa Ludovisi at Rome and part of the Villa Aldobrandini at Frascati. Moving on to Naples, he began a series of frescoes in the cathedral. Despite difficulties multiplied by the Neapolitan painters, he had almost completed his assignment when he died in 1641, aged 60, still in the vigor of his art. His greatest picture is The Last Communion of St. Jerome in the Vatican. On the basis of this chef-d'oeuvre, Poussin ranked Domenichino second only to Raphael among painters. We respect the enthusiasm more than the judgment. Ruskin thought Domenichino palpably incapable of doing anything good, great, or right in any field, way, or kind whatsoever. We admire neither the judgment nor the rhetoric. The last of the three famed pupils of the Carracci was lamentably called Guercino, squint-eyed, from an accident that distorted his eye in infancy. But his mother called him Giovanni Francesco Barbieri. He was already a painter, influenced by the masculine style of Caravaggio before he came to study with the Carracci, so he mediated an art between Bologna and Rome. Like Guido, he remained unmarried, lived semi-monastically, and displayed the best qualities of the Catholic Reformation in his quiet and decent life. He has left us many pleasing pictures, scattered from Rome to Chicago. He was the weakest and most lovable of the Bolognese school. The basic theory of the eclectic school, that a great artist can be formed by trying to unite the diverse excellences of his predecessors, was surely a mistake, for it is often the character of genius to express a personality and strike out new paths. But the Accademia degli Incaminati served well to transmit a tradition and a discipline without which genius may run to excesses and bizarreries. The prosperity of the school was due in part to its ready cooperation with the needs of the Church. The Reformed papacy and the expanding Jesuits required fresh representations of the Christian story and vivid incitations to piety and faith. The Bolognese painters touched every chord of feeling in the worshipper. Their Madonnas and Magdalens spread throughout Catholic Christendom. Who shall deny that the people were grateful for these inspirations, or that in providing them the Church proved herself the most understanding psychologist in history? 4. Naples. The Papal States had long since absorbed Forlì, Ravenna, Rimini, and Ancona. Urbino was added in 1626, Pesaro in 1631. Thence southward through Foggia, Bari, and Brindisi to the heel, and through Taranto, Crotone, and Reggio Calabria to the toe of the magic boot, and across from Scylla to Charybdis through Sicily, and northward along the west coast to Capua, was the kingdom of Naples, since 1504 a viceroyalty of Spain. A population of 3 million passionate souls labored in burning poverty throughout that sprawling realm to finance the splendor of its brilliant capital. Evelyn saw and described Naples in 1645. The chief magistrates, being prodigiously avaricious, do wonderfully enrich themselves out of the miserable people's labor. The structure of the city is, for its size, the most magnificent of any in Europe. The streets exceeding large, well paved, having many subterranean passages for the sewerage, which renders them very sweet and clean. To it belongeth more than 3,000 churches and monasteries, and these the best built and adorned in Italy. The people greatly affect the Spanish gravity in their habit, delight in good horses. The streets are full of gallants on horseback, in coaches and sedans. The women are generally well-featured, but excessively libidinous. Everybody seemed jovial, full of music, romance, and piety, but under that singing surface, and under the eyes of the Inquisition, heresy and revolution brewed. In this Regno the philosopher Telesio lived and died in 1588. In Nola, near Naples, Bruno was born in 1548. In 1598, Campanella took part in a rebellion that aimed to make Calabria an independent republic. The plot failed, and the poet-philosopher spent the next 27 years in jail. In 1647, Naples went hysterical with one of those operatic uprisings that periodically disturbed agrarian exploitation in Italy. Tommaso Agnello, popularly known as Masaniello, was a fish hawker whose wife had been heavily fined for smuggling corn. When the Spanish governor laid a tax on fruit to finance a navy, and the growers and the vendors of fruit refused to pay the imposition, Tommaso called for an armed revolt. 100,000 Italians followed him as he marched to the viceregal palace to demand withdrawal of the tax. The frightened viceroy yielded. Tommaso, aged 24, became master of Naples, and he ruled it for 10 days. 1,500 opponents were executed in a delirium of dictatorship. A lower price was decreed for bread, and a baker who failed to comply was roasted alive in his own oven. But Tommaso's enemies wrote the history. We are told that Masaniello, dressed in cloth of gold, transformed his humble home into a palace seething with authority, and cruised about the bay in a sumptuous gondola. On July 17th, he was assassinated by desperadoes in the pay of Spain. His dismembered body was recovered and reunited by his followers, who gave him a lordly funeral. The leaderless revolt died away. A somber religious art maintained itself under the archbishops and the viceroys. In 1608, the church spent 1,000,000 florins to build, in the Cathedral of San Gennaro, the Cappella del Tesoro as a shrine for the 2 phials containing the coagulated blood of St. Januarius, patron of Naples. Twice a year the people were told the blood must liquefy and flow in order that Naples should prosper and be safe from Vesuvius. Painting in Naples was for a time controlled by a triumvirate of jealous artists. Corenzio, Caracciolo, and Ribera determined that all Neapolitan painting should be done by themselves or their friends. They sent such threats to Annibale Carracci that he fled to Rome, where he died soon afterward from the effects of a hectic journey under a hot sun. When Guido Reni came to decorate the Chapel of the Treasure, he received a warning to leave Naples or die. He left almost at once, his work hardly begun. 2 of his assistants, who stayed behind, were put on a galley and never heard of again. Domenichino came, completed 4 frescoes in the chapel despite repeated erasures of his work, and then fled before Ribera's threats. He returned under the viceroy's pledge of protection, but died shortly afterward, possibly by poison. With all his crimes, José or Giuseppe Ribera must be commemorated as the greatest painter of this period in Italy. Spain claims him through his birth at Játiva, near Valencia, in 1588. He studied for a time under Francisco de Ribalta, but in early youth he made his way to Rome. There he lived in ragged poverty, copying frescoes and gathering crusts, until one of those art-loving cardinals who still felt the afflatus of the Renaissance took him into his palace and gave him bed and board, colors and clothes. Sedulously, Giuseppe copied the works of Raphael in the Vatican and of the Carracci in the Farnese Palace. Then, finding his passion dulled by comfort, La Spagnoletto, the little Spaniard, ran away to Parma and Modena to study Correggio. He returned to Rome, quarreled with Domenichino, and moved to Naples. There, or at Rome, he fell under the influence of Caravaggio, whose brutal style confirmed him in the dark naturalism that he may already have learned from Ribalta. A rich picture dealer took a fancy to him and offered him a pretty daughter in marriage. The penniless Giuseppe thought the proposal a joke, but when it was repeated, he leaped into marriage and prosperity. Now he painted the flaying of St. Bartholomew with such bloody verisimilitude that when it was exposed to public view it drew a crowd of gazers more interested in blood than in art. The viceroy, that same Osuna, who conspired against Venice, asked for the picture and its author, was fascinated, and gave Ribera charge of all decorations in the palace. The insatiable Spaniard frightened off all competitors until the commission to fresco the Chapel of the Treasure was given to Giovanni Lanfranco, his friend. He himself executed the altarpiece, representing the incombustible St. Januarius issuing unsinged from a fiery furnace. Thereafter Ribera was the unchallenged master of his art in Naples. He seemed able at will to rival the tenderness of Raphael and Correggio without falling into the sentimentality of Guido Reni or Murillo, and to raise the realism of Caravaggio to a higher power by the intensity of his conception and the depth of his coloring. Let us instance only the Pietà and the Lamentation in the church and monastery of San Martino, a work before which, as an embodiment of the solemn majesty of grief, all similar representations of that century sink to mere theatrical spectacles. Or, from the mythologies, take the Archimedes in the Prado, precisely such a wrinkled old Sicilian as one might find in Syracuse today. Stepping out from the Bible and history into the streets, Ribera found variety for his art in realistic snatches from common life, and in The Barefoot Boy of the Louvre he gave a lead to Velázquez and Murillo. Ribera's defects leap to the eye: an exaggerated violence, a fondness for wrinkles and ribs, and a thirst for blood. Byron noted that Spagnoletto tainted his brush with all the blood of all the sainted. His dark colors and somber emphasis frighten and depress us, but in a Naples inured to Spanish rule and moods, this tenebroso style found a ready acceptance. Every new church or monastery competed for him. Philip IV and the Neapolitan viceroys were avid customers. Ribera's paintings and etchings were more widely diffused in Spain than those of Velázquez, who visited him twice in Italy. His home was one of the finest in Naples, and his two daughters were paragons of brown loveliness. One of them had the distinction of being seduced by another Don Juan, Philip IV's natural son, who carried her off to Sicily and, soon tiring of her, abandoned her to a Palermo nunnery. Ribera almost succumbed to grief and shame. He sought consolation by giving to pictures of the Virgin the remembered features of his lost Maria Rosa. But within 4 years of her tragedy, he died in 1652. 2. Rome and the Popes. The capital of the Papal States and of the Roman Catholic world was now a city of the second rank, with some 45,000 souls in 1558, rising to 100,000 under Sixtus V in 1590. Montaigne, coming to it in 1580, thought it more extensive than Paris, but having only 1/3 as many houses. Criminals and prostitutes, before Sixtus V, constituted a sizable part of the population. Many a noble had a standing staff of ruffians. Poverty was general but genial, alleviated by papal charity, ecclesiastical ceremonies, religious hopes. The old aristocratic clans, Orsini, Colonna, Savelli, Gaetani, Chigi, had declined in income and power, though not in claims and pride. Younger families, Aldobrandini, Barberini, Borghese, Farnese, Rospigliosi, were taking the lead in fortune and influence, usually through connections with the popes. Papal nepotism had another heyday. The Aldobrandini reaped a harvest from the election of Clement VIII, the Ludovisi from Gregory XV, the Barberini from Urban VIII, the Borghese from Paul V. Paul's nephew, Cardinal Scipione Borghese, enjoyed plural benefices and 150,000 scudi per year, laid out the villa and built the Casino Borghese in 1615, founded its rich art collections, and earned a moderate immortality in marble from his protégé Bernini. Many of the cardinals used their wealth to support literature and art. A succession of strong popes now helped the Roman Church to survive despite the loss of Germany, the Netherlands, Scandinavia, and Britain to the Reformation. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. A succession of strong popes now helped the Roman Church to survive despite the loss of Germany, the Netherlands, Scandinavia, and Britain to the Reformation. The Council of Trent had confirmed and enhanced the supremacy of the popes over the councils, and the young and vigorous Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, was pledged and devoted to the papacy. Antonio Ghislieri, Dominican friar and Grand Inquisitor, became Pope Pius V in 1566 at the age of 62. The saintliness of his personal life seemed to him fully consistent with his severity in pursuing heresy. He withdrew from the Bohemian Catholics the right previously granted them to receive communion in wine as well as bread. He excommunicated Elizabeth of England and released the English Catholics from her allegiance. He urged Charles IX of France and Catherine de Médicis to prosecute war against the Huguenots till these should be utterly and mercilessly destroyed. He recommended the harsh measures of Alba in the Netherlands. He labored with his dying strength to prepare the armada that defeated the Turks at Lepanto. He never mitigated a penal sentence. He encouraged the Inquisition to enforce its rules and penalties. He was equally strict in compelling ecclesiastical reform. Bishops who neglected to reside in their dioceses were deposed. Monks and nuns were to remain completely secluded from the public. All malfeasance in ecclesiastical office was to be ferreted out and punished. When some discharged supernumeraries of the court complained that they would die of hunger, Pius replied that it would be better to die of hunger than to lose one's soul. His appointments and nominations were determined by fitness, not favoritism or nepotism. He himself worked assiduously, sitting through long hours as judge, seldom sleeping more than 5 hours in a day, and giving an example to the clergy by the ascetic simplicity of his private life. He fasted frequently, and kept the coarse woolen shirt of a friar under his papal robes. He wore himself out with his severities. At 68 he looked 10 years older, lean and haggard, with sunken eyes and snow-white hair. Though hardly able to walk, he insisted upon making, mostly on foot, a pilgrimage to the 7 basilicas of Rome. 9 days later, after a month of suffering, he died, clothed in the habit of St. Dominic. To few popes, wrote a great Protestant historian, does Catholicism owe more than to Pius V, for while pitiless in his persecution of heresy, his recognition of the need of reform, and his unbending resolution to effect it, regained for the Church much of the respect which it had forfeited. Pius was canonized in 1712. Gregory XIII continued from 1572 to 1585, in a milder spirit, the reform of the Church. We think of him as the man who gave us our calendar and who celebrated the massacre of St. Bartholomew with a mass of thanksgiving to a merciful God. Nevertheless, he was a man of good morals, temperate habits, and kindly character. He had had a natural son before entering the priesthood, but that peccadillo was forgiven by the lusty Romans. He was generous in charity, tireless in administration. His appointments have won Protestant praise. Montaigne saw him in 1580 as a handsome old man, a face full of majesty, a long white beard. Over 78 years old, yet healthy and vigorous, of a gentle nature, exciting himself little over the affairs of the world. However, his enterprises, financing Jesuit schools, suppressing Huguenots, deposing Elizabeth, required ducats. To raise them, Gregory ordered the letter of the law to be applied to the owners and the title deeds of estates in papal territory. Many properties that should have lapsed to the papacy through failure in the direct line of succession, or in the payment of dues required from papal fiefs, were now confiscated by the Pope. Actual or prospective victims armed their retainers, resisted expropriation, and retaliated with brigandage. Men of aristocratic lineage, like Alfonso Piccolomini and Roberto Malatesta, led bands of outlaws who captured towns and controlled roads. Taxes could no longer be collected. The flow of gold to Rome was dammed. Soon the papal administration was in chaos. Gregory suspended his confiscations, made peace with Piccolomini, and died in humiliating defeat. Emergencies make men, and this one made Felice Peretti as Sixtus V, from 1585 to 1590, one of the greatest popes. He first saw the light at Grotomare, near Ancona, in a cottage so ill-thatched that the sun shone through the roof. Later he jested that he was nato di casa illustre, born of an illustrious, or well-lighted, house. Schooled at a Franciscan monastery in Montalto, earning a doctorate in theology by his studies in Bologna and Ferrara, he rose rapidly by his pulpit eloquence and administrative capacity. And when at 64 he was chosen pope, it was because the conclave recognized in him the resolute character needed to restore safety and solvency to the papal states. His relatives crowded around him with outstretched palms, and he could not resist them. Nepotism was renewed. But where his family was not concerned, he was inflexible. His appearance itself gave pause. Short, broad, strongly built, with a great forehead, a thick white beard, big nose and ears, vast eyebrows, and piercing eyes that could silence opposition without a word. His florid complexion went with a violent temper. His large head suggested unbending will. With all his severity, he had a well of good humor, and often a penetrating wit. He predicted that Henry IV would defeat Mayenne because Henry spent less time in bed than Mayenne did at meals. He himself slept little and worked hard. He resolved, first of all, to suppress the victorious brigands. He began by enforcing the existing prohibition, heretofore largely ignored, against carrying murderous weapons. On the day before his coronation, 4 youths were arrested for violating this ordinance. Sixtus ordered them hanged forthwith. Their relatives pleaded for pardon or delay. He replied, "While I live, every criminal must die." Soon, amid the coronation festivities, their bodies hung on one gallows near the Sant'Angelo Bridge. It was Sixtus's inaugural address, a statement of policy on crime. The Pope commanded the nobles to dismiss their bravi. He promised pardon and reward to any bandit who would deliver to him another bandit, alive or dead, and the reward was to be paid by the captured bandit's family or commune. When one bandit issued a defiance, Sixtus ordered the outlaw's family to find him and bring him in or suffer death themselves. The Duke of Urbino pleased the Pope by loading mules with poisoned food and directing the drivers to pass by a bandit's lair. The bandits robbed the pack, ate, and died. No consideration was given to holy orders or social rank. Offenders belonging to first families were executed without mercy or delay. A priest outlaw dangled with the rest. Soon the countryside was dotted with corpses swaying in the wind, and the wits of Rome calculated that more severed heads were nailed to the Sant'Angelo bridge than there were melons in the market stalls. The people murmured that the Pope was barbarously cruel, but ambassadors told him that in every part of his states through which their road had led, they had traveled through a land blessed with peace and security. The proud pontiff had coins struck with the inscription Noli me tangere. In a fury of virtue, he ordered a priest and a boy burned for homosexual acts, and compelled a young woman to witness the hanging of the mother who had sold her into prostitution. All detected adulteries were to be punished with death. Men were arrested for crimes dating so far back that a placard quoted St. Peter as trembling with fear, lest Sixtus should indict him for cutting off Malchus's ear on the occasion of Christ's arrest. Amid this mad pursuit, he found time for government and reform. He ended the war of confiscations that Gregory XIII had waged against the nobles. He reconciled those ancient foes, the Orsini and the Colonna, by uniting them in marriage. He distributed the cardinals among 11 new and 4 old congregations, and divided among these the administration of the Curia. He commanded the clergy to observe all the reform decrees of the Council of Trent, and required periodical visitation and correction of monasteries by the bishops. Fornication with a nun was to be punished by the death of both parties. He revived to full activity the University of Rome. To accommodate the great increase of books, he commissioned Domenico Fontana to design a sumptuous new home for the Vatican Library. He personally supervised an improved edition of Jerome's Vulgate, which is as splendid a translation of the Bible into Latin as the King James Version is into English. He did not share the respect that his Renaissance predecessors had felt for the remains of pagan art. He completed the ruin of the Septizonium of Severus to provide columns for St. Peter's. He proposed to raise the tomb of Cecilia Metella. He threatened to demolish the Capitol itself if the statues of Jupiter Tonans, Apollo, and Minerva were not removed. He allowed Minerva to remain, but rechristened her Roma, and replaced her spear with a cross. He exorcised the columns of Trajan and Marcus Aurelius by topping them with statues of St. Peter or St. Paul, and renaming the columns accordingly. To further symbolize the subjection of paganism to Christianity, he engaged Domenico Fontana to transfer to St. Peter's Square the obelisk that Caligula had brought from Heliopolis, and that Nero had set up in the Circus Maximus. The monolith of red granite was 83 feet high and weighed over 1,000,000 Roman pounds. Masterful architects like Antonio da Sangallo and Michelangelo had pronounced its removal to be beyond the capacity of Renaissance engineers. Domenico and his brother Giovanni took a year to accomplish the task, between 1585 and 1586. Immense machines lowered and transported the monument. 800 men, fortified by the sacrament, and 140 horses pulled 44 ropes, each as thick as a man's arm, to raise it aloft on its new site. Domenico, succeeding, became the hero of Rome. Sixtus struck commemorative medals and sent official announcements to foreign governments. The ball at the top was replaced with a cross containing a piece of the true cross on which Christ had died. Sixtus felt that Christianity had resumed its way after its interruption by the Renaissance. The indefatigable Pope, in his brief quinquennium, renovated secular Rome. He brought in a fresh supply of good water, feeding 27 new fountains, by rebuilding the ruined Aqua Alessandria, which he renamed after himself Aqua Felice. He cleared the air by financing the drainage of the marshes. Good progress was made, and 9,600 acres were reclaimed, but the enterprise was abandoned at his death. At his bidding, Domenico Fontana opened up new avenues on the classic plan of straight lines. The Via Sistina was prolonged as the Via Felice. The noble church of Santa Maria Maggiore became the center of several radial thoroughfares. Rome began to assume its modern form. To finance his undertakings, Sixtus, starting with an empty treasury, taxed even the necessaries of life, debased the coinage, sold appointments, and issued annuity insurance, or monti, for life in return for gifts to the papal exchequer. He administered his funds with competence and care, and left 5 million crowns in his coffers at his death. His greatest concern was foreign policy. He never abandoned hope of regaining England and Germany and uniting all Christendom against Islam. He admired Elizabeth's statesmanship, but lent his aid to plots to depose her. He promised to contribute to the expense of the Spanish Armada, but he distrusted Philip's dallying and shrewdly made his aid conditional on the actual landing of Spanish troops in England. France was his greatest problem. The Huguenots, supposedly exterminated in 1572, were advancing upon Paris under the undiscourageable Henry of Navarre. Philip II was financing the League to save France for Catholicism and for Spain. Sixtus faced the choice of letting France go Protestant or helping Philip to turn France into a Spanish dependency. But a balance of power between France and Spain seemed indispensable to papal freedom from secular domination. In 1589, Sixtus offered to join in war against Henry, but when Henry promised to become a Catholic, Sixtus withdrew from the plan. Philip threatened to detach Spain from the papal obedience, and a Spanish Jesuit denounced the Pope as abetting heresy, but Sixtus held his ground and welcomed Henry's ambassador. In the end, his faith in Henry was justified. France was saved to the Church and continued as a balance against Spain. This was his last triumph, and perhaps the strain of it exhausted him. Neither the cardinals nor the nobles nor the people regretted his death in 1590. The cardinals had winced under his severity. The nobles had been forced, against the most time-honored customs, to obey the laws. The people, taxed to the limit and disciplined to unwonted peace, tried to demolish the statue that had been raised to Sixtus on the Capitol. But after the blows he dealt had lost their sting, posterity could balance his achievements against his cruelty, his pride, and his love of power. A rationalist historian, Lecky, judged him, though not the greatest man, by far the greatest statesman who has ever sat on the papal throne. Among his successors in this period, two are especially memorable. Clement VIII, from 1592 to 1605, was almost a Christian. "Of all the popes that have for a long time past sat in the See of Rome," said the Huguenot Sully, "he was most free from party prejudices, and had more of that gentleness and compassion which the gospel prescribed. However, he refused mercy to Beatrice Cenci in 1599, and allowed the Inquisition to burn Giordano Bruno at the stake in 1600. Urban VIII, from 1623 to 1644, at first aided Spain and Austria in the 30 Years' War. But when they tried to absorb Mantua, he feared encirclement, and turned his diplomatic maneuvers to cooperation with Richelieu in using the Protestant armies of Gustavus Adolphus to weaken the Habsburg power. Infected with the military spirit of the age, he subordinated spiritual concerns to the extension of his rule as a secular prince. He acquired Urbino and heavily taxed it, and his other states, to finance a papal army for war against the Duke of Parma. The army proved worthless, and his death left the papal realm in such a condition of decay and exhaustion, reported a Venetian ambassador, that it is impossible for it ever to rise or recover. The ambassador was mistaken. Elements of recovery appeared everywhere in the Church and mounted to the papacy. The plain people of Italy, solacing immemorial hardship with intense and imaginative piety, still crowded their hallowed shrines, marched solemnly in religious processions, told one another of new miracles, and with painful ecstasy climbed the Scala Santa on their knees. Saints like Philip Neri, Francis of Sales, and Vincent de Paul revealed the capacity of the old Church to inspire an absorbing devotion. So the Jesuit Aloysius Gonzaga died at the age of 23 while ministering to the victims of pestilence in Rome, this in 1591. Worldliness and corruption in the Curia gave way before the assaults of Protestant reformers, the exhortations of saints, the inspiring example of prelates like St. Charles Borromeo of Milan. From pope to pope, the movement of self-reform, however halting, grew. Old religious orders were reinvigorated, new ones multiplied. The Oratorians in 1564, the Oblates of St. Ambrose in 1578, the Regular Clerks Minor in 1588, the Lazarists in 1624, the Sisters of Charity in 1633, and many more. Seminaries were established throughout Catholic Christendom to train an educated secular clergy. Catholic missionaries went to every non-Christian land, facing hardships and perils, tending the sick, educating the young, and preaching the faith. And everywhere, battling Protestants in Germany, plotting politics in France, dying for their cause in England, carrying the creed to heathens in 5 continents, moved the incredible, indomitable Jesuits. 3. The Jesuits. 1. In Europe. After the death of Diego Lainez in 1565, the Society of Jesus chose as its general Francisco Borgia, whose character and career were an earnest of the time. Born rich, grandson of Pope Alexander VI, rising to be Duke of Gandia, Viceroy of Catalonia, and friend of kings, he joined the new order in 1546, gave it all his personal wealth, and earned canonization by the austere sanctity of his life. Everard Mercurian, who followed him as general, left no mark on history, but Claudio Acquaviva guided the society with such wisdom and tact through 34 troubled years, from 1581 to 1615, that many Jesuits now rank him highest of all their generals since Loyola. When he took command, there were some 5,000 Jesuits. When he died, there were 13,000. Under his direction, a committee of Jesuit scholars drew up, between 1584 and 1599, the Ratio Studiorum, which continued till 1836 to determine the order and method of studies in Jesuit colleges. Taking boys of 11 to 14 years of age, the 6-year course gave them 3 years of the Greek and Latin languages and literatures. The remaining years were devoted to philosophy in its broadest sense, as including natural science, logic, metaphysics, and ethics. The consensus of evidence is that all these subjects were admirably taught. The philosophy was scholastic, but as yet there was no acceptable substitute. Biology and modern secular history, as in nearly all schools of that time, were largely ignored, perhaps because the awful sight of the struggle for existence among animals and the almost uninterrupted pageant of war among men offended the trustful simplicity of faith. All in all, the Ratio was a skillful compromise between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. With remarkable adaptability, the Jesuits welcomed the rebirth of the drama. They translated, wrote, and staged plays, and discovered in student dramatics a lively means of teaching speech and eloquence. In stage management and scenery, they were ahead of their times. They used debates to sharpen wits and reason, but they discouraged originality of ideas in teacher and pupil alike. Their aim was apparently to produce an educated but conservative elite, capable of intelligent and practical leadership, yet untroubled by doctrinal doubts and immovably rooted in the Catholic creed. In almost all cases, the Jesuit schools were founded and endowed by secular authorities, ecclesiastical leaders, or moneyed individuals, but the Jesuits kept full control. Though a few of their colleges were specifically established for the sons of the nobility, nearly all were open, without tuition fees, to any qualified student, rich or poor. The teachers, usually members of the order, were better trained than their Protestant analogues. They were devoted and unpaid, and their priestly garb and bearing gave them a revered authority that enabled them to keep discipline without resorting to fear or corporal punishment. Many Protestants sent their sons to Jesuit colleges, hoping to get for them not only a sound education in the classics, but also a superior discipline of morals, manners, and character. As for the pedagogical part, wrote Francis Bacon, the shortest rule would be consult the schools of the Jesuits, for nothing better has been put in practice. In 1615, the Jesuits had 372 colleges. In 1700, they had 769, and 24 universities, scattered throughout the world. In Catholic countries, secondary education fell almost entirely into their hands, giving them an immense influence in shaping the national mind. At the other end of the scale, they sought the ear of kings. Acquaviva forbade them to become royal confessors and discouraged their participation in politics. Nevertheless, even in Acquaviva's lifetime, Father Coton accepted Henry IV's invitation to be his spiritual director, and thereafter the Jesuits agreed with their most brilliant pupil, Voltaire, that the best way to mold a nation is to mold its king. By 1700, they were confessors to hundreds of prominent personalities. Women were especially sensitive to their good manners and their tolerant acceptance of the world, and as confessors to important women, the subtle fathers reached important men. Frankly declaring their intent to mingle with mankind instead of isolating themselves in monasteries, they adapted their moral precepts to the incorrigible ways of mankind. In their judgment, the strict Christian ethic was possible only for hermits and saints. The realities of human nature required some mitigation of the perfect rule. Such adjustments of the ethical code had been made by Aristotle in reaction against the perfectionism of Plato, and by the rabbis in fitting the old Hebraic laws to the novel conditions of urban life. Though in their doctrine, and usually in their own practice, the Jesuits despised the flesh, they understood the flesh, and they gave it some moral leeway, lest sinners be driven into rebellion and be lost to the Church. To reduce the strain between the code of Christ and the nature of man, Jesuit and other theologians developed casuistry, the application of moral doctrines to particular cases. But let us leave this subtle science till we come to its greatest enemy, Blaise Pascal. Generally, in their theology, the Jesuits leaned to liberal views. Some, like Fathers Les and Hamel et Louvain, in 1585, thought it unnecessary to believe that every word or every doctrine in the Bible was inspired by God. Nearly all Jesuits emphasized the scholastic tenet that secular governments derive their power from the people, and not a few, like Mariana and Busenbaum, preached the right of the people through their lawful representatives to depose, even to kill, a bad king. But bad in this connection meant heretical, and the democratic emphasis may have come from the desire of the Jesuits, in their ultramontanist loyalty to Rome, to exalt the uniquely divine and supreme authority of the Pope. The Jesuits upheld against Luther the efficacy of good works in earning salvation. They deprecated the emphasis on original sin, and they offset the dark predestinarianism of Paul, Augustine, Luther, Calvin, and Janssen with a reaffirmation of free will. Luis Molina, a Portuguese Jesuit, roused a theological furor by arguing that man, through his own will and works, can determine his eternal fate, and that man's free choice can cooperate with or overcome divine grace. Dominican theologians demanded that Molina be condemned as a heretic. Jesuits came to his defense, and the controversy rose to such a temperature that Clement VIII ordered both sides to hold their peace, this in 1596. The comparatively humane ethics of the Jesuits combined with their radical ideas, conservative associations, and spreading power to make them unpopular with the secular Catholic clergy and hated with special warmth by the Protestants. St. Charles Borromeo charged them with being scandalously lenient with influential sinners. If, said Sarpi, St. Peter had been directed by a Jesuit confessor, he might have arrived at denying Christ without sin. Mutio Vitelleschi, who succeeded Acquaviva as general of the Jesuits, warned his order that its anxiety to accumulate wealth was arousing wide reproach. Protestant divines in England, committed to the doctrine that their kings ruled by divine right, were shocked by Jesuit ideas of popular sovereignty and occasional regicide. Robert Filmer denounced Cardinal Bellarmine's opinion that secular or civil power is in the people unless they bestow it on a prince. German Protestants fought the Jesuits as creatures of the devil whom hell has vomited forth, and some demanded that they be burned at the stake as witches. In 1612 there appeared in Poland Moneta Secreta, purporting to be confidential instructions to Jesuits in the art of winning legacies and political power. The book went through 22 editions before 1700. It was believed until almost our time, but it is now generally classed as a clever satire or an impudent forgery. 2. In Partibus Infidelium. In the eyes of Catholic populations, the faults of the Jesuits were far outweighed by their merits as educators and their courage as missionaries. Other religious orders shared in the devout adventure of spreading the faith, but what could compare with the audacity, enterprise, and martyrdoms of the Jesuits in India, China, Japan, and the Americas? In India, the enlightened Mughal emperor, Akbar, invited some Jesuits to his court at Fatehpur Sikri in 1579. He listened to them with curiosity and sympathy, but refused to dismiss his harem. An Italian aristocrat, Roberto de Nobili, entered the Society of Jesus, went to India as a missionary in 1605, studied the Hindu creeds and rituals, adopted the dress and rules of the Brahmin caste, composed works in Sanskrit, and made some converts to Christianity. Other Jesuits became yogis and worked among the lower classes. Jesuit missionaries crossed the Himalayas into Tibet about 1624 and gave Europe its first, and for a long time its last, reliable information concerning that hidden world. As early as 1549, the Jesuits entered Japan. By 1580, they claimed 100,000 converts. In 1587, they were ordered to leave the islands. In 1597, they and the Franciscan friars suffered a furious persecution, in which priests, monks, and thousands of Japanese Christians were crucified, a new technique which the killers claimed to have learned from the Gospels. About 1616, a fresh number of Jesuits entered Japan and garnered new converts in considerable number. But Dutch and English merchants, believing that the Jesuits were paving the way for Portuguese or Spanish trade, prodded the government into renewed persecution. 31 Jesuits were put to death, and by 1645, Christianity had disappeared from Japan. China was a challenging peril, for the emperors had promised death to any Christian daring to enter the Middle Kingdom. We have seen elsewhere how the Jesuit Francis Xavier died in 1552, almost in sight of the China that he had resolved to convert. In 1557, Portuguese merchants established a settlement at Macau, on the southeast coast of China. There, some Jesuits devoted themselves to learning Chinese dialects and ways. Finally, two of them, Matteo Ricci and Michele Ruggeri, entered the province of Kwantung, armed with languages, astronomy, mathematics, clocks, watches, books, maps, and instruments. The provincial viceroy was charmed with these novelties, and as Ricci and Ruggeri assumed Chinese names and dress, lived simply, worked hard, and conducted themselves with the modesty that the Chinese expected from the children of so young and immature a civilization as Europe's, they were allowed to remain. Ricci made his way to Canton, where he impressed the mandarins with his scientific and geographical knowledge. He constructed sundials, drew convenient and trustworthy maps, and made difficult astronomical calculations. He initiated his new friends into Christianity by writing a catechism in which the basic Christian beliefs were explained and supported by quotations from classical Oriental texts. Emboldened by the toleration he received, he moved to a suburb of Peking in 1601 and sent a clock to the Emperor Kangxi. When the clock stopped and no Chinese scholar could start it again, the Son of Heaven sent for the donor. Ricci came, fixed the clock, and introduced other scientific instruments to the curious ruler. Soon Ricci and other Jesuits were established at the Ming court. The genial emperor raised no obstacle to the conversion of many upper-class Chinese. After Ricci's death in 1610, another Jesuit, Johann Adam Schall von Bell, carried on the scientific and proselytizing work of the mission. He reformed the Chinese calendar, made superior cannon for the Chinese armies, became an intimate and honored friend of the emperor, dressed in Mandarin silks, lived in a palace, played politics, was demoted to a jail, and died within a year after his release. The sequel of the story, reaching into the 18th century, might amuse a philosophical historian. The Jesuits in China, so versed in science, had shed the dogmatism of theology. When they studied the Chinese classics, they were moved by the high wisdom they discovered there. The Chinese worship of ancestors appeared as an admirable inducement to moral and social stability, and there was plenty in Confucius to warrant his veneration. But other missionaries complained to the Roman Inquisition in 1645 that Jesuits were minimizing the crucifix and the doctrine of divine redemption, as likely to shock Chinese unaccustomed to the idea of men killing a god. That the Jesuits read the Mass not in Latin but in Chinese, that they allowed their converts to retain many rites of the native religion, and that Jesuit missionaries were acquiring wealth as physicians, surgeons, merchants, moneylenders, and advisors to generals and emperors. The Jesuits, in their turn, were appalled by Dominican and Franciscan insistence on telling the Chinese that Christianity was the sole escape from eternal damnation, and that the ancestors whom they worshipped were burning in hell. Innocent X ordered the Jesuits to forbid the sacrifices of meat and drink offered to the shades of ancestors. Meanwhile, the Jesuit fathers were sending to Europe those descriptions of Chinese life, religion, and thought which were to share in disturbing Christian orthodoxy in the 18th century. In South America, the Jesuit missionaries won the respect and trust of the natives by opening schools and medical centers and laboring to mitigate the brutality of the Spanish masters. They compiled dictionaries and grammars, explored the dangerous interiors, and immensely advanced geography. They sent to Europe the Peruvian bark, which, as quinine, became the standard drug for treating malaria. And in Paraguay they set up a communistic utopia. There, in the pampas and woods bordering the Uruguay River, and above dangerous waterfalls that discouraged colonists, they organized their own Indian settlements. With the permission of Philip III of Spain, they excluded all white men except Jesuits and the colonial governor. They claimed to have found the inhabitants to be of a childlike and friendly disposition, 200,000 Indians in every way fitted for the kingdom of God. They learned the language of the natives, but taught them no Spanish or Portuguese. They discouraged all intercourse with colonists. They coaxed the people into Christianity by charity, humanity, and music. They established schools for musical training. They formed orchestras that played all the major European instruments and nearly every variety of composition, even to selections from Italian operas. Soon the natives were singing massive chorales, and we are assured that in a chorus of 1,000 voices not one false note was heard. A band of musicians led the natives to and from work and accompanied their labor in shops and fields. Christian festivals were celebrated with singing, dancing, and athletic games. The Jesuit fathers composed comedies which their flocks were taught to perform. The economy, as well as the government, was entirely under Jesuit control. The natives showed remarkable aptitude in duplicating European products, even complex watches, delicate lace, and musical instruments. Work was compulsory, but youths were allowed to choose their trades, and leisure was provided for recreation and cultural development. The average workday was 8 hours. The Jesuits fixed the hours of work, sleep, prayer, and play. Part of the soil was individually owned, most of it was communal property. The product of communal labor was turned over to the government. Part of it was set aside for sowing or for bad years. Part went to pay a head tax to the Spanish king. Most of it was distributed to the 20,000 families according to their need. Presumably some part went to support, on a modest level, the 150 Jesuits who served as directors, overseers, physicians, teachers, and priests. A royal decree established by the Jesuits forbade them to share in the profits of the economy and required them to render a periodic accounting to their provincial head. Law was administered by native judges and police. Penalties included flogging, imprisonment, and banishment, but there was no capital punishment. Each settlement had its own hospital, college, church, and facilities for the old or infirm. It was a theocratic communism. The natives received sustenance, security, peace, and a limited cultural life in return for accepting Christianity and discipline. Whence had the Jesuits derived the idea for this remarkable regime? Perhaps in part from More's Utopia, from 1516, in part from the Gospels, in part from the constitution of their own society, which was itself a communistic isle in an individualistic sea. In any case, the system proved popular with the natives. It was established by persuasion without force. It maintained itself for 130 years, from about 1620 to 1750. And when it was attacked from without, it defended itself with an ardor that astonished its assailants. Even the skeptics of the French Enlightenment were impressed. By means of religion, wrote d'Alembert, the Jesuits established a monarchical authority in Paraguay, founded solely on their powers of persuasion and on their lenient methods of government. Masters of the country, they rendered happy the people under their sway. Voltaire described the experiment as a triumph of humanity. It ended in disaster because it could not isolate itself from outside humanity. Spanish traders reproached the Jesuits with engaging in commerce. Spanish colonists resented their exclusion from an area inviting exploitation of resources and men. Slave-hunting bands repeatedly attacked the Jesuit settlements. The fathers and their subjects evacuated the regions that were most exposed to these raids. When the raids penetrated farther, the Jesuits secured permission from the King of Spain to arm their natives with European weapons. Thereafter, the raids were successfully resisted. More dangerous to the colony was the course of European politics and thought. Persistent political intrigues of Jesuits in France, Spain, and Portugal combined with the rise of free thought and anti-clericalism to lead the expulsion of the order from nearly all countries in the second half of the 18th century. The Marquis of Pombal, as ruling minister in Portugal, was especially active in the movement against the Jesuits. In 1750 he arranged a treaty by which Portugal ceded to Spain the colony of San Sacramento at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata in exchange for Spanish lands farther north, which included 7 Jesuit settlements containing 30,000 Indians. Meanwhile, a false rumor was circulated that the lands in question contained gold, which the Jesuits were hoarding. The Portuguese authorities ordered the fathers and the natives to leave the 7 settlements within 30 days. The Jesuits, one accepted, counseled submission. The Indians preferred to resist, and they held off Portuguese attacks through 5 years. In 1755, the Portuguese army brought up artillery. Hundreds of the Indians were massacred. The remainder fled to the forests or surrendered. The Jesuits were ordered by their European superiors to return to Spain. The experiment in what Muratori called Cristianesimo Felice came to an end. The story of the Jesuit missionaries in North America is better known to us and need only be noted to round out the perspective of Jesuit activity in this age. They entered Mexico in 1572 and shared in the rapid conversion of the natives to Christianity, but the main burden of that enterprise was borne by the Dominicans and the Franciscans. These last left a trail of lovely missions and mendicant beneficence all the way from Mexico to the fascinating city that bears their founder's name. Many Jesuits suffered torture and violent death in the attempt to win the Indians to Catholicism. Isaac Jogues was mutilated, enslaved, and slain. Jean de Brébeuf, Gabriel Lallemant, Anthony Daniel, and other Jesuits were burned at the stake or were boiled to death in the 2 years, 1648 to 1649. We may not agree with the theology that these men sought to inculcate, but we must honor their humanity and devotion, if only as a pitiful offset to the cruelty and greed of the slave-hunting, slave-driving Christian settlers who complained that the humanitarian activities of the missionaries were unfitting the Indians for civilization. 4. Italian Days and Nights. The people of Rome, said Montaigne, seeing them in 1581, seem less religious than in the good towns of France, but much more given to ceremony. The ceremonies of Holy Week included processions of bleeding self-flagellants, the public pronouncement of papal excommunications, and an exhibition of the veil with which Veronica had wiped the sweat from the brow of Christ. On Easter Eve I saw in the Church of St. John Lateran the heads of St. Paul and St. Peter, which are on show there, and which still have their flesh, complexion, and beard, as if they were alive. Exorcisms were performed with impressive ritual, perhaps as mass psychotherapy. Catholicism in Italy deliberately ignored the minds of the elite and offered to the masses of the people a beneficent but unwelcome moral code, wrapped up in poetry, drama, symbolism, catharsis, and hope. Montaigne bore witness to a general improvement of morals, but much of the old laxity remained in the relations of the sexes. The Italian theatre was so loose in action and dialogue that the Venetian Senate, which winked at prostitution, expelled all actors from its territory in 1577. Obscene literature could be bought in any large town, as now almost anywhere in Christendom. Pius V made homosexual actions a capital crime, to the dismay of noble Roman youths. 8 Portuguese inverts entered into a formal marriage. They were arrested and burned at the stake. Pius also decreed the expulsion of prostitutes from the Papal States in 1566. Businessmen complained that the edict would depopulate the city. The Pope allowed a few courtesans to remain in a segregated quarter and gave substantial help to women who tried to transfer to a younger profession. Sixtus V, who conquered the bandits, won only Pyrrhic victories against the courtesans, as evidenced by his repeated edicts of 1586, 1588, and 1589. Since romantic love was still an extramarital vagary, and marriage was a mating of dividends, and divorce was forbidden by the Church, imaginative spouses indulged in adultery. Pius V thought of making it a capital crime. A report of August 25, 1568 said, "The threat of the death penalty for adultery is expected, so that everyone will have to become moral or leave the city." Pius, relenting, contented himself with milder penalties. A noble Roman lady was sentenced to life imprisonment. A prominent banker was publicly whipped. Many other offenders were banished. Toward the end of the 16th century, the Cicisbeatura came in from Spain through Naples and Milan. A husband in the upper classes might allow a friend to be the Cicisbeo, or Cavaliere Servente, gentleman attendant, of his wife. Apparently the custom had arisen in Spain in times of frequent wars and long absences of the husband from home. The nightly servitor waited on a lady from her rising to her bedding, but convention did not yet condone the adultery that often attended the custom in the Italy of the 18th century. Despite theological deterrents, crime flourished. Bravi in noble homes, brigands on the highway, pirates in the Mediterranean, political and amorous assassinations abounded. Paolo Giordano Orsini, like another Othello, strangled Isabella de' Medici in her bed. Piero de' Medici murdered his wife on suspicion of adultery. We have seen how John Webster turned the bloody story of Vittoria Accoramboni into the White Devil, and Shelley was to do likewise with Beatrice Cenci. Her father, Francesco Cenci, was a paragon of vice and brutality. In 1594 he was tried on a charge of sodomy, but escaped with a fine of 100,000 scudi. His first wife died after giving him 12 children. Having quarreled with his sons, he left Rome with Beatrice and his second wife, Lucrezia Petroni, and removed to a lonely castle on the road to Naples. There he imprisoned them in the upper rooms and treated them with great cruelty, though there is no evidence of incestuous relations with his daughter. Beatrice found means of having a liaison with Olimpio Calvetti, keeper of the castle. At the instigation, or in the pay, of Beatrice, of her stepmother and of her brothers Giacomo and Bernardo, the keeper, with the aid of a professional assassin, killed the father in his bed in 1598. The conspirators were arrested and tried. They pleaded unbearable provocation, and many citizens begged Clement VIII for clemency. He refused. Beatrice and Lucrezia were beheaded, and Giacomo was tortured to death. Nevertheless, morals were improving, manners were softening, and Italian society had charms and graces that only the French could rival. Dress in the upper ranks was a colorful fancy of velvets, satins, and silks. About this time, aristocratic women began to frame their faces, crown their heads, and drape their shoulders with the black silk mantilla, already popular in Spain. Men of social pretension still walked in high hose, but commoners and merchants, familiar with Turkish garb, were slipping into trousers. Italian comedy satirized the custom in the stock comic character Pantaleone, who became pantaloons and pants. As in most Latin countries, amusements were plentiful. Rome had its annual carnival before Lent. The streets, as Evelyn saw them in 1645, swarm with prostitutes, buffoons, and all manner of rabble. There were races in the Corso, with fleet steeds from Barbary, riderless but prodded by spurs hanging against their sides, and races of asses, buffaloes, old men, naked men, and boys. And plays were performed on movable stages in the open air. The arts of the dance, conversation, and flirtation graced homes, gardens, and streets. And was there an Italian who could not sing? 5. The birth of the opera. Religion, love, the dance, the court, even work shared in generating music. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. Religion, love, the dance, the court, even work shared in generating music. Evelyn found the rural Italians so jovial and addicted to music that the very husbandmen almost universally play on the guitar and will commonly go to the field with their fiddle. Every ducal court had its choir and maestro di capella. At Ferrara, a female quartet famous as the Concert of Ladies moved Tasso to tears and rhymes. Madrigals of love wove their polyphonic plaints, making the adoration of woman, till married, almost as reverent as the litanies to the Mother of God. Masses, vespers, motets, and hymns rolled from 1,000 organs. Choirs of emasculated boys, evirati, castrati, began about 1600 to thrill the naves. A Protestant visitor described Catholic church music sung by eunuchs and other rare voices, accompanied by theorbos, harpsichords, and viols, so that we were even ravished. Monks and nuns were trained into choruses that could stir even the savage breast to orthodoxy. Andriella Gabrielli, Claudio Merullo, and Andrea's nephew Giovanni Gabrielli in succession drew thousands to St. Mark's in Venice to hear their organ playing, their orchestras, and their choirs. When Girolamo Frescobaldi played the great organ at St. Peter's, as many as 30,000 crowded in or around the church to hear. His varied compositions, complex with their difficult experiments, influenced Domenico Scarlatti and prepared for the harmonic evolutions of Johann Sebastian Bach. Musical instruments were almost as diverse as today. Toward the middle of the 16th century, the violin, evolving out of the lyre, began to replace the viol. The first great violin makers, Gasparo da Salo and his pupil Giovanni Maggini, worked at Brescia. From them, it seems, Andrea Amati learned the art and took it to Cremona, where his sons handed it down to the Guarneri and the Stradivari. The innovation encountered opposition from those who preferred the softer and gentler tones of the viols. For a century, the viols, the lutes, and the violins competed. But when the Amati found ways of tempering the shrillness of the violin, the new instrument, helped by the growing predominance of soprano voices in vocal music, rose to unchallenged leadership. Compositions were still for the voice rather than for instruments. To this period belongs the romantic figure of Carlo Gesualdo, Prince of Venosa, who graced pedigree with music and murder with madrigals. Born in Naples, about 1560, he became a virtuoso of the lute, married a high-born lady, had her and her lover killed on suspicion of adultery, fled to Ferrara, married Donna Eleonora d'Este, and published 5 books of madrigals whose adventurous harmonies and sharp modulations moved from Renaissance to modern polyphonic forms. In February 1600, Emilio de Cavalieri, in the oratory or prayer chapel of St. Philip Neri in Rome, produced a semi-dramatic allegory with only symbolic action, but with orchestra, dancing, chorus, and soloists. This first oratorio, preceded by only 8 months, and in many ways resembled Peri's opera Euridice. A generation later, Giacomo Carissimi composed oratorios and cantatas whose monodic chants influenced the development of operatic recitatives. Many other lines of musical growth converged to produce the opera. Some medieval sacre representazioni had added music and song to the action. In these, as in her passion music, The church was mother or nurse of opera, as of so many other arts. Recitatives accompanied by music had been heard in late medieval courts. Renaissance scholars had pointed out that parts of Greek tragedies had been sung or recited to instrumental accompaniments. At the court of Mantua, in 1472, Angelo Poliziano united music and drama in his brief Favolo de Orfeo. Now that sad fable began its long odyssey through opera. The masque, so popular in 16th-century courts, provided another road to opera. Probably the ballet, the lavish scenery, and the sumptuous costumes of modern opera descended from the dancing, the pageantry, and the gorgeous dress that predominated over the action in Renaissance masques. Toward the close of the 16th century, a group of musical and literary enthusiasts, meeting in the home of Giovanni Bardi in Florence, proposed to revive the music drama of the Greeks by freeing song from the heavy polyphony and drowned-out language of the madrigals and restoring it to what was believed to be the monodic style of ancient tragedy. One member, Vincenzo Galilei, father of the astronomer, set to monodic music parts of Dante's Inferno. Two other members, the poet Ottavio Rinuccini and the singer Jacopo Peri, composed the libretto and the score for what may be reckoned the first opera, Daphne, which was produced in the home of Jacopo Corsi in 1597. The performance was so applauded that Rinuccini was invited to write the words, and Peri and Giulio Caccini the music of a more substantial composition to celebrate the marriage of Henry IV and Maria de' Medici at Florence, this on October 6, 1600. The Euridice there performed is the oldest opera still extant. Peri apologized for the imperfections of his hurried work and hoped to have opened the path for the talent of others, for them to walk in my footsteps to that glory to which it has not been given me to attain. It was attained by one of the major figures in the history of music. Claudio Monteverdi became an expert violinist in his native Cremona. At 22, in 1589, he was made violinist to the Duke of Mantua. At 35, he was maestro di capella. Critics hotly denounced his 5 books of madrigals, published between 1587 and 1605, for double discords, licentious modulations, illegal harmonic progressions, and broken rules of counterpoint. These new composers, wrote Giovanni Artusi in Delle imperfezioni della musica moderna, published between 1600 and 1603, seem to be satisfied if they can produce the greatest possible tonal disturbance by bringing together completely unrelated elements and mountainous collections of cacophonies. Turning his reckless hand to the new form that he had heard in Florence, Monteverdi produced at Mantua his first opera, another Orfeo, this in 1607, with an enlarged orchestra of 36 pieces. The music and action marked a great advance over Peri's Euridice. In Monteverdi's second opera, Arianna, from 1608, the action was still more dramatic, the music more appealing. All Italy began to intone the deserted Ariadne's lament, Lasciate mi morire, let me die. In his expansion and reorganization of the orchestra, in his leitmotiv signalization of each character with a specific musical theme, in the overtures or sinfoniae with which he prefaced his operas, in the improvement of recitatives and arias, in the complex and intimate union of music and drama, Monteverdi marked as decisive an advance in opera as his contemporary Shakespeare was making in the theater. In 1612, Monteverdi moved to Venice as maestro di capella at St. Mark's. He composed more madrigals, but altered that declining form into such declamation that critics accused him of subordinating music, as Bernini would be accused of subordinating sculpture, to drama. And unquestionably, Monteverdi, like nearly all opera, is musical Baroque. In 1637, Venice opened the first public opera house, the Teatro di San Cassiano. There, Monteverdi's Adone ran from 1639 till Carnival of 1640, while at times his Arianna was filling another theater. When he produced his last opera, L'Incoronazione di Poppea, in 1642, Italy was happy to see that at the age of 75, Monteverdi, like Verdi with Otello at 74, was still in the fullness of his powers. A year later he died, leaving the world of music inspired and rejuvenated by a creative revolution. 6. Letters. It is astonishing to see the genius of Italy bubbling over in every field, even in this period of supposed decline. In abundance and fervor, this was a fruitful age in the literature of Italy. Only a lack of time, space, and knowledge keeps us from doing it justice here. Italian scholarship naturally declined after the exhaustion of the Renaissance of Flatus. One could not go on rediscovering Greece and Rome forever. The care of letters was now left to literary academies, whose very organization made them conservative. Almost every city in Italy had such a society dedicated to the cultivation of literature and the mutual toleration of poetry. The Accademia della Crusca, that is, of chaff, founded in Florence in 1572, anticipated the French Academy by compiling a dictionary of the language from 1612 on, and attempting to regulate literary style and taste. Italian historians were the best of the age. We have noted Sarpi's passionate History of the Council of Trent. Cardinal Guido Bentivoglio produced a remarkably sympathetic account of the revolt in the Netherlands. He might have done more, but he died in conclave just as he seemed about to be chosen pope. Done to death, said Nicias Erythraeus, by the snoring of a cardinal in the next cell, which deprived him of sleep for 11 successive nights. Cardinal Caesar Baronius compiled a massive history of the Church, Annales Ecclesiastici, 1588 to 1607, in 12-folio volumes, which later scholars extended to 38. Ranke pronounced them quite free of charm, but Gibbon found them helpful, and the cardinal made a laudable effort to be fair. "I shall love with a special love," he wrote, "the man who most rigidly and severely corrects my errors." Isaac Casaubon undertook to do this, but desisted after writing an introductory fragment of 800 folio pages. The theater prospered while drama declined. Few memorable plays were composed, but many were produced, and with a scenic lavishness and histrionic skill that made Inigo Jones marvel and learn. Italian actors were in demand throughout the continent. While in England female parts were taken by boys, in Italy they were played by women. Actresses were already deified. Tasso indited a sonnet to Isabella Andreini, who was not only a beautiful performer, but a passable poetess and a good wife. Two plays stand out in this period, partly because they established a new genre on the stage, the pastoral drama. Tasso gave it impetus with his Aminta, from 1573. Giovanni Battista Guarini produced the classic example in Il Pastor Fido, from 1585. If he had not read Aminta, said Tasso, he had not excelled it. Cardinal Bellarmine rebuked Guarini for the licentiousness of the play, saying that it had done more harm to Christendom than all the heresies of Luther and Calvin. However, a sedulous search has found no saucier scene than the pretty Corisca offering the 2 apples of her breast to the unappreciative Silvio, a hunter who takes more joy in one beast caught than in the love of all the nymphs that are. Barring Silvio, the play, like nearly all the Italian poetry of the time, has a sensual temperature, fusing all life into love. The action transpires in a pastoral Arcadia, in that fair golden age when milk was the only food, no vice or grief stained humanity, and love was free from all censures and chains. What with Aminta and this faithful shepherd, and Montemayor's Diana Enamorada, and Sidney's Arcadia, and Fletcher's Faithful Shepherdess, half the reading population of Europe was sent out to pasture. Crescimbeni listed 661 sonneteers who, in the Italy of the 16th century, had no trouble finding resonant rhymes for their variations of Petrarch. Some of the finest sonnets of the time were thrown off by Campanella and Bruno as sparks from their philosophic fire. Alessandro Tassoni satirized the sonneteers and the idolaters of Petrarch, Marini, and Tasso in one of the most famous of Italian poems, La Secchia Rapita, the Stolen Bucket. As its victim was a powerful noble, no one would publish it, but the demand was so great that scribes prospered by copying it and selling it at 8 crowns per manuscript. Finally, it was printed in France and smuggled into Italy. What charmed Italian readers was not only the aptness and sharpness of the barbs, but the episodes of pure poetry that interrupted the hilarity. The love story of Endymion delicately told, almost side by side with the picture of a senator traveling to heaven on a toilet stool. Only 2 Italian poets surpassed Tassoni's acclaim in this epoch, Tasso and Giovanni Battista Marini. Born at Naples and bred for the law, Giovanni abandoned pleading for rhymes and for a time enjoyed a vagabond life. The Marquis Manso, forgiving the licentiousness of Marini's lyrics, gave him a room in his palace where, at a respectful distance, the youth could look upon the somber, decaying Tasso. For helping a friend to abduct a girl, he was thrown into prison. Released, he went to Rome, where the genial Cardinal Pietro Aldobrandino made him his private secretary. The cardinal took him to Turin, and there lost him to Charles Emmanuel, Duke of Savoy. For a while, Marini sipped the wine and vinegar of court life. He made fun of a rival poet, Gasparo Murtola, who waylaid him, shot at him, missed him, but wounded a servant of the Duke. Murtola was sentenced to death. Marini had him pardoned and won his rival's warmest ingratitude. Imprisoned for satires too personally pointed, Marini accepted an invitation from Marie de Médicis to adorn her court at Paris, this in 1615. The Italians in her retinue welcomed him as their voice in France. He was idolized, and he received fat sinecures. Lords and ladies paid him well for pre-publication copies of his epic Adone. One such copy reached Cardinal Bentivoglio, who appealed to Marini to purge the poem of its lascivious passages. We do not know how far the author tried. Adone was published in Paris in 1623, was put on the Index, and became the rage and the theme of Italy. When Marini returned to Naples in 1624, highwaymen pelted his coach with roses, noblemen came out to escort him, and beauties melted toward him from their balconies. A year later he died, aged 52, at the apex of his wealth and fame. The Adone is an outstanding poem, even in a country where poetry is almost as congenital as song. Its size deters us: 1,000 pages, 45,000 lines. Its style indulges in all those tricks of speech that delighted Lilly in England, Guevara and Góngora in Spain, and some précieux ridicules of the Hôtel de Rambouillet in France. Marinismo was part of a European plague. The clever Italian had an almost sensual passion for words. He tossed them about in crackling antitheses, fanciful conceits, artful circumlocutions, even facile puns. But the Italian public of the 16th century, itself bubbling with hot speech, took no offense from this love of the wiles and jugglery of words. And what did such verbal conjuring matter in an epic that was a paean to sex in all its forms? Normal, bestial, homosexual, incestuous. Here were the love myths of Hellas elegantly told. Mars and Vulcan sport with Aphrodite, and Zeus seduces Ganymede. The charms of the male body are the running theme, and the sense of touch is praised as the astonishing source of man's keenest delights. The hero, Adonis, dowered with all the beauty of a girl, is courted by women, men, and beasts. Venus woos him with her smoothest arts. A bandit chief seeks to make him his mistress. At last, the helplessly lovable lad is mortally wounded in the groin by a boar with the most amorous intentions. Was this effeminate concentration on sex a relief and escape from too much religion and too much Spain? 7. Tasso. Torquato Tasso had many inducements to poetry. He was born at Sorrento in 1544, where the sea is an epic, the sky a lyric, and every hill an ode. His father Bernardo was a poet, a courtier, a man of sensitivity and passion, who plotted against the viceroy, was banished from the kingdom of Naples in 1551, and wandered from court to court, leaving wife and child impoverished behind him. Torquato's mother, Portia de Rossi, came of an old Tuscan family with culture in its blood. For 3 years the boy studied in a Jesuit school at Naples. He imbibed Latin and Greek in nerve-wracking doses, and was trained to a profound piety that gave him in alternation theological tremors and an indescribable peace. At 10 he joined his father in Rome. His mother's death 2 years later left him deeply moved and long disconsolate. He accompanied his father to Urbino and Venice. There Bernardo published his own Amadigi in 1560, which set medieval romance into verse. Torquato himself was now agitated with poetry. He was dispatched to Padua to study law, but the father's example was more powerful than his precepts. The youth neglected statutes and concatenated rhymes. He had long since fallen under Virgil's spell. Now he resolved to apply the Mantuan's noble and serious style to those chivalric legends that Ariosto had treated with a twinkle in his eye. So he surprised his father by sending him Rinaldo, a romance in 12 cantos. Bernardo was saddened and pleased. He foresaw the vicissitudes of a poet with nothing but genius, yet he beamed to see his son, aged 18, rivaling in delicacy and imaginative verse the best poets of the time. He had the little epic published in 1562, warmed his soul in the acclaim it received, and allowed Torquato to abandon law at Padua for philosophy and literature at Bologna. There the youth's talent proved troublesome. He wrote prickly epigrams upon his teachers, was threatened with a libel suit, and returned precipitately to Padua. Bernardo persuaded Cardinal Luigi d'Este, brother to Duke Alfonso II of Ferrara, to engage Torquato as secretary, this in 1565. The poet gladly joined a court then regarded as the finest flower of Italian culture. There he found an environment alive with music, dancing, literature, art, intrigue, and love. Two sisters of the cardinal caught Tasso's fancy, Lucrezia, lofty, beautiful, and 31, and Leonora, 29, a pious invalid whose quarrels with Alfonso made her the idol of the court. Legend, as in Goethe's drama and Byron's Lament of Tasso, describes the poet as falling in love with Leonora. Certainly he addressed impassioned poems to her, as custom demanded, and both ladies admitted him to a friendship haloed with the aura of pedigree. But one sister was his senior by 11 years, the other by 9, and neither seems ever to have given him anything cozier than an ear. Tasso never married. He could love only princesses, and they could marry only property. Perhaps, as diffident of his powers as he was proud of his poetry, he feared the obligations and restraints of marriage. In 1569 his father died penniless. Tasso had to borrow to bury him. A year later, Cardinal d'Este took the youth to Paris. Torquato was shocked to find Charles IX associating amiably with Huguenot leaders. He openly criticized the government for consorting with heretics. The cardinal, anxious to keep the favor of the king, sent his troublesome secretary back to Italy. Tasso never forgave him. Alfonso consoled the poet by attaching him to his own household with an annual stipend and no responsibilities except to dedicate to the Duke the epic that he was known to be writing about the First Crusade. These years were relatively happy. In the summer of 1573, Tasso produced at the court his pastoral drama Aminta, and was heartened by its success. The lords and ladies of Ferrara, who lived by exploiting the peasantry, were thrilled to see the bliss of rustics on the stage. And all the gallants of the court rejoiced in the picture of a golden age when everything pleasant was lawful and good. O lovely age of gold, not that the rivers rolled with milk, or that the woods wept honeydew, but solely that that vain and breath-invented pain, that idol of mistake, that worshipped cheat, that honor, since so called by vulgar minds appalled, played not the tyrant with our nature yet. It had not come to fret the sweet and happy fold of gentle humankind, nor did its hard law bind souls nursed in freedom, but that law of gold, that glad and golden law, all free, all fitted, which nature's own hand wrote, what pleases is permitted. That unwonted boldness of spirit left him when, in 1574, he found himself finishing his epic, Gerusalemme Liberata. This was the culminating effort of his life. If it failed, or if the Church condemned it as licentious or heretical, he would never be happy again. Fearfully, he sent the manuscript to 7 critics, and asked their judgment on the poem's plot, characters, diction, and morality. They passed so many censures upon it that, not knowing how to please them all, he put the poem aside. For 5 years it lay unpublished. The poet, conscious that he had written a masterpiece, demanded too much of his critics and of life. He confessed that he could not bear to live in a city where the nobles did not yield him the first place, or at least admit him to absolute equality. This last he surely merited, but he added that he expected to be adored by friends, served by servingmen, caressed by domestics, honored by masters, celebrated by poets, and pointed out by all. A party grew up at Ferrara that criticized his poetry, his character, and his claims. He began to dream of softer births in kinder courts. Physical and mental disturbances had shaken his nerves. Malarial fever, repeated headaches, the cumulative shocks of his father's exile, his mother's death, his father's dying destitution. Moreover, theological doubts, of hell, of immortality, of Christ's divinity, darkened his mind with a sense of sin and drove him to frequent confession and communion. He was convinced that he had experienced the power of black or satanic magic. He had horrible visions of the Last Judgment, and saw God driving the condemned into everlasting fire. He had delusions of persecution, suspected his servants of betraying his secrets, believed that he had been denounced by the Inquisition, and daily expected to be poisoned. He was a difficult guest. Alfonso dealt with him sympathetically, for, after all, the greatest poem of the age was dedicated to him and gave half a canto to celebrating his lineage. He excused the poet from attendance at court and sent him to the pleasant villa of Bel Riguardo for change and quiet. But his patience was strained when he found that Tasso was secretly negotiating with Francesco de' Medici, Alfonso's keenest rival and enemy, with a view to acceptance as a pensioner at the Florentine court. In November 1575, the poet left Ferrara, saying that he was going to Rome to get the indulgence of the Jubilee. He went, but visited Florence twice en route. The Grand Duke did not take to him. Francesco wrote to a friend, on February 4th, 1576, "I hardly know whether to call him a mad or an amusing and astute spirit." And a year later he decided that he did not want to have a madman at his court. Tasso returned sadly to Ferrara. He asked Alfonso for the post of historiographer. He received it. In January 1577, he appeared before the Inquisition at Bologna and confessed that he had sinfully entertained doubts of the Catholic faith. The Inquisition sent him back with words of comfort and good cheer. In June of that year, while in the apartments of Lucrezia d'Este, he drew his knife upon a servant who had aroused his suspicion. Alfonso ordered the poet to be confined in a room of the castle, but soon released him and took him to Bel Riguardo. The Duke behaved, wrote Tasso, almost as if he had been a brother and not as a sovereign. The poet asked to be sent to the monastery of San Francesco. Alfonso so ordered, and he recommended a purge. Tasso submitted, but at the monastery he broke out into a frenzy, charging that his wine had been doctored. The monks asked that he be taken off their hands. He was returned to the ducal castle and put under guard. He escaped, disguised himself as a peasant, and wandered on foot and alone across the Apennines to the home of his sister, Cornelia, in Sorrento. She received him with loving tenderness. He might have won some clarity and happiness there had he not worried about the great poem, still unpublished, that he had left behind him in Ferrara. And perhaps, long accustomed to court life, he missed the comforts that had accompanied his tribulations. He went to Rome and begged the Ferrarese ambassador to intercede for him with Alfonso. The Duke sent money to take care of him and consented to his return, on condition that he promised to be quiet and submit to medical treatment. Arrived at Ferrara in 1578, he was given a private apartment outside the palace. A servant was provided, and meals were sent from the ducal table. Tasso accepted sedatives and purges obediently, and continued to write fine poetry. But he had hoped to be again a favorite at the court. Instead, nearly everyone treated him as a madman. Neither the Duke nor the princesses any longer admitted him to their presence. The worst insult of all was that Alfonso ordered the poet's manuscripts, including the Gerusalemme, to be taken from him, lest he destroy them. In June 1578, Tasso again fled from Ferrara. He went to Mantua, Padua, Venice, Urbino, Turin. There Duke Charles Emmanuel received him with honors and gave him all the comforts he had known at Ferrara. But after 3 months, the restless poet, perhaps anxious to recover his manuscripts, petitioned Alfonso to take him back. Alfonso agreed, and in February 1579 Tasso was again lodged in the palace of Cardinal Luigi d'Este. But Alfonso, longing for heirs, was being married for the 3rd time and had no ear for poets. Tasso was not invited to the festivities. For 2 weeks he bore neglect fretfully. Then, on March 12, 1579, he left the cardinal's quarters and broke into the palace of the Bentivogli, crying out against the Duke, the new Duchess, and the whole court. He ran to the Castello, insisting on seeing the Duchess and recovering his manuscripts. The Duke ordered him removed to the nearby Sant'Anna Mental Hospital. There he was confined for over 7 years. He was not entirely mad. He had lucid intervals in which he wrote poetry and received friends. Montaigne claimed to have visited him. Several ladies of the court came to comfort him, and once Lucrezia took him to her villa at Belvedere, but his violence frightened her, and she had him sent back to the hospital. The broken mind was cast into intermittent terror by hallucinations of spectral voices heard, of supernal spirits invading his room and stealing his poems. Now at last his epic was published. Those who had possession of the manuscript, learning that book pirates had copied it, sent it to the printers in 1580. The critics still found fault with it, but Italy accepted it enthusiastically. The church authorities praised its theme and piety. Edition followed upon edition. 2,000 copies were sold in a day. Homes and courts echoed its melody. Men debated whether Tasso should be ranked with Ariosto or Petrarch. Voltaire, with no Christian prejudice, preferred the poem to the Iliad. Elizabeth of England, hearing parts of it translated into Latin, envied the Duke of Ferrara for having found a Homer to immortalize him. If we prod our historic sense, we can begin to understand why Europe responded so warmly to this stirring narrative of the First Crusade. It was hailed as the long-awaited, sorely needed epic of Christendom. For when Tasso commenced his poem, Europe was amassing the fleet that met the Turks at Lepanto. The great battle was fought while the poet wrote. It was won, but the rapid recovery of the Turks was threatening Europe, especially Italy. Rome, the citadel of Christianity, was in danger as the poem reached completion. The fear of Islam was then as pervasive in Christendom as Europe's dread today of a revitalized Orient. In that atmosphere, men and women read in seductive verse the heartening story of how Godfrey of Bouillon, in 1099, had led a battered but triumphant Christian host to the capture of Jerusalem. So Tasso, remembering and challenging Virgil's Arma virumque cano, proudly begins, Canto l'armi pietose, il capitano che il gran sepolcro liberò di Cristo. I sing the pious arms and the captain who freed the great sepulchre of Christ. He calls upon the muse to inspire celestial ardors in his breast and dedicates his poem to Magnanimo Alfonso for rescuing him from the squalls of fortune and giving him a pleasant port. God sends the archangel Gabriel to bid Godfrey cease dallying and press on to Jerusalem. As the Christians near the city, its Turkish governor, Aladdin, orders his men to transfer a statue of the Virgin from a Christian church to a Moslem mosque, believing that the image will bring victory to its possessor. The statue is recaptured and concealed by Christians. Aladdin decrees the massacre of all the remaining Christians in Jerusalem. The lovely maiden Sophronia offers herself as a sacrifice for her people. She falsely tells Aladdin that she has stolen and burned the image. He condemns her to die at the stake. Her unrequited lover, Olindo, seeks to die in her place and assumes the guilt. They are both condemned to death, but they are rescued by the Moslem heroine Clorinda. Pluto, god of the netherworld, calls a council of his followers to consider means of defeating the Christian besiegers. As their instrument they choose the fair Armida, a Damascene damsel with bewitching powers. Rinaldo and other knights are ensnared into her enchanted garden, and Rinaldo relaxes in her arms. Tancred, the perfect Christian knight, chivalrous and brave, admires Clorinda's courage and falls in love with her across the barriers of creed. In one of the liveliest cantos, number 12, Clorinda disguises herself and fights Tancred to her death. Dying, she begs him to christen her into his own faith. Godfrey sends soldiers to find Rinaldo and the lost knights. They discover Armida's castle, turn away from the naked beauties swimming in her pool, and free the captives. Angry at Rinaldo's desertion of her, Armida offers herself as prize to anyone who will kill him. Tisiphornes takes the task, but Rinaldo pierces him through from fore to aft. Armida proposes suicide, but Rinaldo dissuades her with revived love. She consents to conversion and surrenders to him with the Virgin's phrase, Ecco l'ancilla tua. The Christians scale the walls, slaughter the Moslem hosts, and give thanks to God. The story does not go on to the incineration of the Jews. Ariosto had smiled at the chivalric romance. Tasso revived it in fullest gravity, adding medieval magic and marvels to the classical machinery of intervening divinities. The Counter-Reformation had for a time repressed the lusty Italian sense of humor. A lack of humor prepared Tasso for insanity. The cosmos must not be taken too seriously. Tasso, in his epic, is faith unquestioned and sentiment unrelieved. He adorns the poem with such conceits that Galileo compared it to a museum of curiosities and wrote angry criticisms in the margin of his copy. The imitations are obvious, of Homer in the battle scenes, of Virgil in the visit to hell, of Ariosto in the amours, of Virgil, Dante, and Petrarch in ideas and whole lines. The magic is childish, the Amazons are absurd. The Gerusalemme may not be as majestic as the Iliad, nor as captivating as the Odyssey, nor as noble as the Aeneid. Yet it sustains interest as well as any epic. Its style is studded with happy turns and flows of melody. Its characters are alive, its episodes are skillfully fused with the central theme. Many of its scenes and incidents inspired famous paintings. Its verse and mood helped to form Spenser's Fairy Queen. Its stanzas, put to music, have solaced the weary rhythm of Venetian gondoliers. Tasso, in his lucid intervals, took little pleasure and less profit from the success of his poem. Not a penny came to him from the publishers. As with most authors, an ounce of censure outweighed a pound of praise. He winced to read the strictures of some critics, that his rhymes were too often jingles, his love scenes too sensuous, his Moslems too admirable, his heroines too often like men. But the remainder of Italy hailed him as Virgil reborn, and voices were raised demanding some better treatment for the stricken poet. Those who visited him, however, saw that he needed careful supervision, and that Alfonso was handling the matter as considerately as could be expected of a man often offended and busy with government. The condition of the poet improved. In July 1586, Vincenzo Gonzaga, heir apparent to the Duchy of Mantua, secured his release on a promise to take care of him. For a month, Tasso lived at Mantua, then he left it for Bergamo, Modena, Bologna, Loreto, Rome, selling his poems and praises to anyone who would pay. He was well received in Rome, but soon he wandered away again to Siena, to Florence, again to Mantua, again to Naples, where Marquis Manso befriended him, and once more to Rome, where Cardinals Cinzio and Aldobrandino housed him in their rooms in the Vatican, this in 1594. He wished to return to Ferrara to die there. Alfonso refused to let him come. Pope Clement VIII assigned him a pension and made plans to crown him poet laureate. But in April 1595, the worn-out poet, old and infirm at 51, had to be taken to the monastery of San Onofrio in Rome for better supervision. There, after one more outburst of passion, he died on April 25th, murmuring, "In manos tuas, Domine." The laurel wreath that he had never lived to wear was placed upon his bier. The body was borne in procession to St. Peter's and back again, followed by the papal court and the nobles and scholars of Rome. It was buried in the monastery church and was marked with a simple epitaph, Hic Iacet Torquatus Tassus. The cell he had occupied became a goal of pilgrimage, as it is today. 8. The Coming of Baroque, 1550 to 1648. Classical art, the Parthenon and its frieze, the sculptures of Myron and Polyclitus, the Roman Forum, the Aeneid, the Vatican stanze of Raphael, the Medici chapel figures of Michelangelo, had been the reduction of chaos to order, of the manifold to unity, of movement to stability, of feeling to thought, of the indiscriminate to the significant, of the complex and obscure to the simple and clear. It was matter forged into form. But even perfection palls when it is long continued. Change is necessary to life, sensation, and thought. An exciting novelty may seem by its very novelty to be beautiful, until the forgotten old returns on the wheel of time and is embraced as young and new. So the Renaissance drove Gothic out of Italy as barbarous, until artists and patrons, irked by pretty proportions and cramping symmetry, and laughing like cathedral gargoyles at classic columns, architraves, and pediments, brought the Gothic spirit back in the exuberant irregularities and elaborations of Baroque. Classical art had sought to reveal the objective, the impersonal, the perfect. Baroque allowed the individual artist, even his passing humor, to find embodiment in work that represented not so much an object realistically portrayed, as in Dutch painting, but an impression or feeling objectified through partly imaginary forms. So El Greco's elongations were not Spain's men, but his own memories or moods. The tender Madonnas of Murillo and Guido Reni were not the harassed mothers whom they knew, but the exemplary piety they had been asked to represent. Moreover, an Italy that had felt the seismic shock of the Reformation, and that had been stirred to fresh intensities of religious emotion by Loyola, Teresa, Xavier, and Charles Borromeo, this post-Luther Italy could no longer rest in the calm, proud peace of the classic ideal. It reaffirmed its faith, displayed its symbols defiantly, adorned its shrines, and poured into art a new warmth of color and sensibility, a fresh diversity and incalculable freedom of structure and movement, released from classic rule, restraint, and line. Art became the expression of feeling through ornament, not the compression of thought into form. Architecture was no longer Greek mathematics or Roman engineering. It was music, sometimes opera, like the Opéra in Paris. Designers and builders turned from stability to fluidity and rhythm. They rejected a static symmetry for deliberate disbalance and disunity. They willfully carved or twisted columns and architraves. They were weary of plain surfaces and heavy masses. They interrupted cornices, broke pediments in two, and scattered sculpture at every turn. The sculptors themselves were tired of perfect limbs, immobile features, the stiff frontal pose. They placed their figures in unexpected attitudes, inviting the eye to take diverse views. They introduced the effects of painting into statuary, carving light and shade into the stone, movement into the body, thought and feeling into the face. Painters left pure line, clear light, and an innocuous serenity to Perugino, Correggio, and Raphael. They bathed the world in color like Rubens, shaded it with mysticism like Rembrandt, roused it into sensuality like Reni, or troubled it with suffering and ecstasy like El Greco. The woodworkers littered furniture with decoration. The metal workers turned their material into bizarre or humorous forms. When in 1568 the Jesuits engaged Vignola to design their church, Il Gesù, in Rome, they saw to it that it should gather all the arts into a profusion of columns, statues, pictures, and precious metal, designed not to illustrate geometry, but to inspire and irradiate faith. Because in art Italy still led Europe, the new style of ornament, sentiment, and expression passed not only into Catholic Spain, Flanders, and France, but even into Protestant Germany, where it achieved some of its gayest forms. Literature felt the Baroque influence in the extravagant wordplay of Marini, Gongora, and Lilly, in the high-flown language of Shakespeare, in Marlowe's Dr. Faustus and Goethe's Faust. Opera is music Baroqueified. The new style won no general victory. The Dutch preferred a quiet realism to the excitements of Baroque. Velázquez at his best was classical or realist, and Cervantes, after a romantic life, wrote Don Quixote with classic poise and calm. Corneille, Racine, and Poussin were devotedly classical. But were the classics always classical? Could anything be more Baroque than the ugly, struggling Laocoon? History smiles at all attempts to force its flow into theoretical patterns or logical grooves. It plays havoc with our generalizations, breaks all our rules. History is Baroque. One powerful factor remained constant in Italian art. The Church was still the most active and formative patron. There were, of course, other patrons and influences. Princely houses and cultured cardinals built private palaces, and in ornament carried on some pagan themes. So Odoardo Farnese had the Carracci paint for him the triumph of Bacchus and the rule of love. But the Council of Trent and the Catholic Reformation that followed it had set a sterner tone. Nudes retired from Italian art, and pious subjects no longer served as sensual vehicles. Only the supplications of Roman artists dissuaded Pope Clement VIII from completely covering Michelangelo's Last Judgment, Daniele da Volterra's breeches and all. The Council had defended religious images against the attacks of Huguenots and Puritans, but it had insisted that such symbols should inspire worship rather than stir the blood. Whereas the Reformers had discountenanced the adoration of Mary and the invocation of saints, the painters and sculptors of Counter-Reformation Italy told again, sometimes with crude realism, the sufferings of the martyrs, and with conscious sentiment the story of the Virgin Mother of God. The anxiety of the Church to depaganize art and to inculcate doctrine and piety cooperated with the political and economic reverses of Italy to make this age the last echo of the Renaissance. 9. The Arts in Rome. Rome was still the art capital of the world. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 9, Side 2. Rome was still the art capital of the world. The great age of Roman painting was over, and no Italian painter could now rival Rubens or Rembrandt. But Roman architecture prospered, and Bernini was for a generation the most famous artist in Europe. Though Bologna had stolen the lead in painting, the stars of that school came to Rome for their final flourishing, and Vasari arrived in 1572 to fresco the Sala Regia of the Vatican. Painters whom fond minorities still reverence peopled the botteghe of Rome: Taddeo and Federico Zuccaro, Girolamo Muziano, Francesco de Salviati, Giovanni Lanfranco, Bartolomeo Manfredi, Domenico Fetti, Andrea Zacchi. Most of these are usually classed as mannerists, artists who imitated the manner of one or another of the masters of the High Renaissance. We may include Mannerism, 1550 to 1600, as the first stage of Baroque. Federigo Zuccaro unfurled his colors in 4 nations. In Florence he completed the frescoes that Vasari had begun in the cathedral dome. In Rome he painted the Capella Paolina of the Vatican. In Flanders he designed a series of cartoons. In England he made famous portraits of Queen Elizabeth and Mary Stuart. In Spain he shared in decorating the Escorial. And back in Rome he founded the Academy of St. Luke, whose organization suggested to Reynolds the English Royal Academy of Arts. Of all Italian painters in that generation, Zuccaro was in greatest demand, but posterity has preferred Pietro Berrettini da Cortona. With Renaissance versatility, Pietro designed the Barberini and Pamphili palaces in Rome, and painted in the Pitti Palace at Florence frescoes crowded with fantastic figures in the full profusion of Baroque. The real master of Roman painting in this age was Michelangelo Merisi da Caravaggio. He was a man of Cellinian spirit. Son of a Lombard stonemason, he studied in Milan, moved to Rome, enjoyed a dozen quarrels, killed a friend in a duel, escaped from prison, fled to Malta, Catania, and Syracuse, and died of sunstroke on a Sicilian shore at the age of 44 in 1609. In the intervals, he effected a near revolution in the mood and the technique of Italian painting. He liked violent contrasts of light and shade, played such tricks as illuminating a scene from a hidden hearth, modeled his figures with light, brought them out from a dark background, and began the reign of the Tenebrosi, Guercino, Ribera, and Salvator Rosa, in Italy. Scorning the idealistic sentimentality of the Bolognese painters, he startled the age with his almost brutal realism. When he took religious subjects, he made the apostles and the saints look like burly workers borrowed from the docks. His card players won him international fame. His musicians, 3 singers and a lovely lutenist, gathered dirt for 3 centuries before it was found in a north of England antique shop about 1935. It was sold to a surgeon for £100 and was bought for $50,000 by the Metropolitan Museum of New York in 1952. The Church usually rejected Caravaggio's religious pictures as too plebeian and lacking in sublimity. Today they are the prizes of connoisseurs. Rubens so admired the Italian's Madonna del Rosario that he collected 1,800 gulden among the artists of Antwerp to buy it and present it to the Church of St. Paul. The Supper at Emmaus is not as profound as Rembrandt's, but it is a powerful rendering of peasant figures. The Death of the Virgin, again a peasant scene, was one of the pictures that established the school of Naturalisti in Italy and Realists in Spain and the Netherlands. Too often Caravaggio stressed the melodrama of violence and crudity, but history, like oratory, seldom makes a point without exaggeration. An age that had exhausted the themes of sentiment shuddered at these brawny longshoremen, and then accepted them as an invigorating entry of forgotten men into art. Ribera took up Caravaggio's darkened brush and equaled him. Rembrandt captured the chiaroscuro of the Italian and bettered it, and even the painters of the 19th century felt that stormy influence. Architecture now saw both the advent and the zenith of Baroque. Pope after pope transmuted the sweat and pennies of the willing faithful into the glory of Rome. Pius IV completed the Belvedere and other rooms in the Vatican. Gregory XIII built the Collegio Romano and began the Quirinal Palace, which in 1870 became the residence of the king. Domenico Fontana, favorite architect of Sixtus V, designed the new Lateran Palace, the Sistine Chapel in the Church of Santa Maria Maggiore, and in that chapel the very Baroque tomb of Pius V. Meanwhile, cardinals and nobles added new palaces to Rome, Giustiniani, Lancelotti, Borghese, Barberini, Respighi, and new villas, Pamphili, Borghese, Medici. Destruction went on, too. In this period, Paul V demolished the baths of Constantine, which had survived almost intact since the first Christian emperor. Good architects were plentiful. There was Giacomo della Porta, who ably completed several buildings left unfinished by his master, Vignola, like the façade of Il Gesù and the cupola of St. Peter's. In that same immensity he designed the majestic Cappella Gregoriana. He gave the final touches to the Palazzo Farnese, which Michelangelo had begun, and to him are due 2 of the magnificent fountains that give Rome the freshness of eternal youth. The loveliest of the fountains is the Fontana delle Tartarughe, or tortoises. which Taddeo Lundini set up before the Palazzo Mattei. Martino Lunghi, the elder, shared with Della Porta in raising from Michelangelo's sketches the Palazzo dei Conservatori, and himself began the Borghese Palace, which Flaminio Ponzio completed for Paul V. Domenico Fontana contributed the Fontanone dell'Acqua Felice and the Fontana dell'Acqua Paolina, and erected the beautiful Loggia of the Benediction in the north portico of St. John Lateran. His nephew, Carlo Maderna, succeeded him as architect of St. Peter's, changed its basic plan from the Greek cross of Michelangelo to the Latin cross, designed the facade of the great shrine, and found in the baths of Caracalla and Diocletian the inspiration for its immense nave. Maderna's disciple, Francesco Borromini, rebuilt magnificently the interior of St. John Lateran, and began, as his masterpiece, the sumptuous church of Sant'Agnese, which rivals Il Gesù as illustrating Roman Baroque. The Church of Jesus, Il Gesù, was planned in 1568 by Giacomo da Vignola to meet the desire of the Jesuits for an architecture whose magnificence would awe, inspire, and uplift the worshipper. The architect and his successors designed a spacious nave without aisles, with ornate pillars, spandrels, capitals, and cornices, an imposing altar, a luminous cupola, and brilliant decoration with pictures, statuary, marble, silver, and gold. And in 1700, Andrea del Pozzo, himself a Jesuit, added the noble tomb and altar of St. Ignatius. The Jesuit attitude to life differed from that of some other Catholic churchmen and was at opposite pole to the Puritan view. Art was to be chastened of secular sensuality, but it was to be welcomed in the adornment of life and faith. However, there was no specific Jesuit style. Il Gesù was Baroque petrified, and many Jesuit churches, especially in Germany, were Baroque, but each church followed local and current forms and moods. The final achievement of Roman art was the completion of St. Peter's. Michelangelo had left a model of the dome, but the drum alone had been laid when Sixtus V came to the papacy. The drum was 138 feet in diameter. Only Brunelleschi at Florence had dared to cover so great an area without intervening supports. Architects and engineers quailed before the task proposed by Buonarroti. Financiers moaned that it would take 1,000,000 ducats in 10 years' time. Sixtus ordered the work to proceed, hoping to celebrate Mass under the new dome before he died. Giacomo della Porta took charge, with Domenico Fontana as his aide. 800 men labored night or day, Sundays excepted, from March 1589 till, on May 21st, 1590, 3 months before the doughty pontiff's death, Rome was informed that, to his everlasting glory and the shame of his predecessors, our holy Pope Sixtus V has completed the vaulting of the dome of St. Peter's. The effect of the dome, except from a distance, was diminished by the Baroque facade that Maderna set up in 1607 to 1614. The church itself was finally consecrated in 1626, 174 years after its first planning. In 1633, Bernini cast in bronze the gaudy baldacchino, or canopy, over the tomb of St. Peter and the high altar. The great sculptor redeemed himself by enclosing the approach to the shrine in a massive elliptical colonnade, built from 1655 to 1667, that helps to make St. Peter's the most sublime building on earth, as its dome is the crowning achievement of modern art. 10. Bernini. Giovanni Lorenzo Bernini summed up in one dominating life, from 1598 to 1680, the art of 17th century Rome. From his Florentine father, a sculptor, he learned his art. From his Neapolitan mother he may have derived his emotional intensity and ardent faith. In 1605, the father was summoned to Rome to work on the church of Santa Maria Maggiore. There, John grew up in an atmosphere of classic statuary and Jesuit piety. He was thrilled by the Vatican Antinous and the Apollo Belvedere, but he was more deeply moved by the spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius, which he practiced till he felt the terror and devotion of one who had experienced the pains of hell and the love of Christ. Every day he heard Mass. Twice a week he took the sacrament. He tried his hand at painting, even to producing 100 pictures. Of these, the Saints Andrew and Thomas in the Barberini collection at Rome has won most praise, though we might prefer the self-portrait in the Uffizi Gallery, a dark, handsome youth tending to melancholy meditation. He did better in architecture. For Maffeo Barberini he completed the Barberini Palace, and when this patron became Pope Urban VIII, Bernini, aged 31, was appointed chief architect of St. Peter's. There, besides the colonnade and the baldacchino, he built in the apse the ornate Cathedra Patri, enshrining the wooden chair which the faithful believed to have been used by the apostle. Around it he grouped 4 powerful figures of church fathers, and over the whole bizarre structure he scattered angelic statuary with the abandon of a man who had a mint of masterpieces in his brain. Near it he placed a massive tomb for his beloved Urban VIII. He designed the balconies and many of the statues adorning the piers that support the dome. Under the dome he placed a monumental figure of St. Longinus, and in the right aisle he raised a lavish memorial to Countess Matilda of Tuscany. Outside the church, in a chaster style, he remodeled the Scala Regia, which leads up past stately columns to the Vatican Palace, and in an alcove of this royal stairway he set up an equestrian statue of Constantine, seeing in the sky his summons to Christianity. The emotionalism of this figure set a pattern for the Baroque age. Toward the end of his life he built in the Chapel of the Sacrament in St. Peter's an altar whose brilliant marbles and crowning ciborium, temple, cupola, and angels wrapped in adoration seemed to him not too gorgeous an embodiment for the Eucharistic mystery of the Mass. All this work in and around St. Peter's impresses a modern artist as theatrical excess and a specious appeal to the senses. To Bernini it seemed the exuberant vehicle of an ecstatic and communicable faith. Everywhere he mingled architecture and statuary. He dreamed of an art that would unite architecture, sculpture, and painting into one soul-stirring ensemble. In the church of Santa Maria della Vittoria he brought together precious marbles, green, blue, and red, and loosed his decorative fancy to build the Cornaro Chapel, with fluted pillars and graceful Corinthian columns. There he placed one of his most arresting and emotional sculptures, St. Teresa, limp and unconscious in an ecstatic trance, with the delectable seraph preparing to pierce her heart with a flaming arrow, a symbol of the saint's union with Christ. The seemingly lifeless figure of Teresa is one of the triumphs of Italian Baroque, and the darting angel is a song in stone. Bernini had some rivals. Montaigne was strongly impressed by Giacomo della Porta's statue of Justice on the tomb of Paul III in St. Peter's. Torrigiano cast a powerful and realistic bust of Sixtus V, now in the Victoria and Albert Museum. Borromini, like Bernini, mingled sculpture with architecture, as in the tomb of Cardinal Villamarino in the church of Santi Apostoli in Naples. Alessandro Algardi equaled Bernini in carving 3 figures for the tomb of Leo XI in St. Peter's, and surpassed him in sculptural relief with the alto relievo of the meeting of Pope Leo I and Attila, also in St. Peter's. And Algardi's bust of Innocent X in the Palazzo Doria Pamphili is more satisfying than Bernini's, and almost as powerful as Velázquez's portrait. But no one in this age matched Bernini in artistic fertility, imagination, and total achievement. He delighted Rome with bizarre fountains. The Fontana del Tritone, the Fontana dei Fiumi, where minor sculptors carved 4 figures representing the Danube, the Nile, the Ganges, and the Plata. From competitive plans submitted for this fountain, Innocent X chose Bernini's, saying one must not look at his designs unless one is prepared to adopt them. Bernini's flair for sumptuous sepulchral monuments must have given his patrons some pleasant anticipations of death. Urban VIII lived long enough to see the tomb in St. Peter's that was prepared for his remains. Cardinal Scipione Borghese rivaled Urban in giving Bernini scudi and tasks. For him the sculptor made the vivid Rape of Proserpine, a dream of masculine muscles and feminine contours. David slinging his shot at Goliath, and Apollo and Daphne, too ideal a representation of male and female youth. These figures, now all in the Borghese Gallery, brought upon Bernini the charge of mannerism and theatrical exaggeration. The Cardinal himself was transmitted to us in 2 busts, the personification of good nature and good appetite. Naturally, more attractive is the bust of the lovely Costanza Buonarroti in the Museo Nazionale at Florence. She was the wife of Bernini's aide, but Bernini said his son made her into stone while hotly enamored of her flesh, fieramente innamorato. More than any other artist, Bernini illustrates the faults of Baroque. He made too obvious an appeal to emotion. He mistook the theatrical for the dramatic, prettiness for beauty, sentiment for sympathy, size for grandeur. He appropriated to sculpture the intense facial expression usually a privilege of painting. By too meticulous a realism of detail, he sometimes dulled the psychological impact of his work. He rarely achieved in his figures the repose that gives a timeless quality to the sculptures of Periclean Athens. But why must a statue always express repose? Why should not the movement, feeling, and zest of life invade and animate marble and bronze? It is a virtue, not a fault, in Baroque sculpture that it made stone feel and speak. Bernini observed the Horatian precept and felt what he expressed: the smooth texture of a girl's skin, the agile vitality of youth, the cares and labors of leaders, the piety and ecstasy of saints. For almost 50 years he was accepted as the greatest architect of his age. In 1665, when Colbert and Louis XIV proposed to remodel and extend the Louvre, they invited Bernini to come to Paris and undertake the task. He came and designed not wisely, but too well, too grandly for French taste and funds. Perrault's severer facade was preferred, and Bernini returned to Rome a disappointed man. Now, in 1667, he made his remarkable chalk drawing of himself, at present in Windsor Castle. White locks receding over a powerful head, a face lined and gnarled with work, the once gentle eyes become hard and fearful, as if seeing whither the paths of glory lead. But he was not yet defeated. For 13 more years he built and carved Confuria, sharp in spirit, resolute in his work, ardent in his wrath. When his fire flickered out on November 28, 1680, he had outlived the Italian Renaissance. Milton, visiting Italy in 1638, reported that Italian scholars themselves felt that the glory of their country had departed with the coming of Spanish dominance and the Counter-Reformation. Probably subjection and censorship had injured the mind and art of Italy, though Cervantes, Calderón, and Velázquez were flourishing under a severer inquisition in Spain. But it was a Portuguese mariner, not a Spanish general or an index expurgatorius, that ended the Italian Renaissance. Vasco da Gama had found an all-water route to India, a long route but cheaper than the Venetian and Genoese trade avenues that had made Italy rich. Portuguese and Dutch commerce was supplanting Italian. Flemish and English textiles were taking markets from the Florentines, and the Reformation had cut in half the flow of German and English gold to Rome. Italy shone in her decline. Art had fallen from the heights of Raphael and Michelangelo. Political thought had lost the depth and courage of Machiavelli. But there was no decline. There was a rise in statesmanship from Leo X to Sixtus V. There was a rise in science from Leonardo to Galileo, in philosophy from Pomponazzi to Bruno, in the music drama from Politian to Monteverdi. Only a debatable decline in poetry from Ariosto to Tasso. Meanwhile, like a nourishing mother, Italy was pouring her art and music, her science and philosophy, her poetry and prose over the Alps to France and Flanders, over the Channel to England, and over the sea to Spain. Chapter 10. Grandeur and Decadence of Spain, 1556 to 1665. 1. Spanish life. Those of us who have been brought up on the English historians easily forget that after, as well as before the defeat of the Armada, Spain was the greatest, richest, farthest-flung empire on earth, and that she considered herself, not without reason, superior to Elizabethan England in literature and to contemporary Italy in art. When Philip II came to the throne in 1556, the Spanish monarchy ruled Spain, Roussillon, Franche-Comté, Ceuta, Oran, the Netherlands, the Duchy of Milan, the Kingdom of Naples, Sicily, Sardinia, the Philippines, the West Indies, most of South America, part of North America, all of Central America. Add from 1580 to 1640 Portugal and the Portuguese possessions in Asia, Africa, and Brazil. Add also a protectorate over Savoy, Parma, and Tuscany, and an alliance with the Holy Roman Empire ruled by Philip's uncle, Ferdinand I. Spain had an army of 50,000 men noted for their bravery and discipline, and led by the best generals of the age. A navy of 140 vessels, an annual revenue 10 times that of England. The gold and silver of America flowed into Spanish ports. The Spanish court in this age was the most splendid, and the Spanish aristocracy the proudest in all the world. The Spanish language was spoken by millions of people outside Spain, and in many countries the educated classes learned Spanish as in the 18th century they would learn French. Spanish architecture adorned cities in 5 continents. Spain had now some 8 million population. Agriculture languished as more and more land was turned to pasture sheep for the production of wool. About 1560 there were 50,000 textile workers in Toledo alone. The demands of her colonies stimulated Spain's industries. Seville became one of the busiest ports in Europe, and the colonies in return sent cargoes of silver and gold. The influx of precious metals raised prices hectically, in Andalusia 500% in the 16th century. Wages clambered in feverish and finally futile pursuit of living costs. Much of the industry was manned by Moriscos, Moors superficially converted to Christianity. Domestic service was largely left to slaves, captured in African raids or in wars against infidels. The Spanish commoners scorned labor and were philosophically content with little, to sleep in a hut, bask in the sun, strum a guitar, and mourn the stinginess of beauty seemed better than to sweat like a slave or a Moor. The expulsion of the Moriscos in 1609 shared with the high prices of Spanish products in the decline of Spanish industry. The expulsion of the Jews in 1492 had left a vacuum in the commercial and financial structure of Spain. The Genoese and Dutch became the chief carriers of Spain's foreign trade. Spain, governed by grandees more adept in diplomacy and war than in economic affairs, allowed her wealth to depend upon the import of gold. For a time, the government grew richer while the people remained poor, but much of the gold was poured out for war, much of it was taken by foreign merchants carrying Spain's trade, until the government was almost as poor as the people. Spain repeatedly repudiated its debts in 1557, 1575, 1596, 1607, 1627, and 1647, or compelled their conversion into new loans. It was these financial crises that forced her to end her war with Henry II in 1559, with Henry IV in 1598, and with the United Provinces in 1609. In history we must chercher not la femme, but le banquier. In Spain we must also look for the priest. Nowhere else on the globe had religion such power over the people, and therefore over the government. Spain rejected not only the Reformation, but, except for an Erasmian moment, the Renaissance as well. It remained medieval amid modernity, and contentedly so. The poverty of the people gloried in the wealth of the Church. Everybody was pious, from the kings who were more Catholic than the Pope, to the bandits who were never found without religious medallions or scapulars. In 1615, some 40,000 Spaniards marched in a demonstration demanding that the Pope make the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin, that is, her freedom from the stain of original sin, a de fide dogma, a belief obligatory on all Catholics. Priests, monks, and friars were everywhere, not smiling on the joys of life and love as in Italy or France, but casting an aura of El Greco somberness over all affairs except bullfights. Spain had now 9,088 monasteries, 32,000 Dominican and Franciscan friars, and a rising number of Jesuits. Churches were dark, rich in awesome relics, and adorned with realistic terrors in their art. Stories of the saints and their miracles were the cherished poetry of the people. The lyrics of St. John of the Cross and the writings of St. Teresa made mysticism popular. The Church herself had to protest against the claims of quietists to divine communion and beatific visions. In 1640, the Inquisition laid its claws upon a sect of Alumbrados, or enlightened ones, who claimed that their mystical union with God cleansed them of sin even in their erotic ecstasies. We must bear in mind this pervasive and perfervid piety if we are to understand why the Spanish people could look with passionate approval upon the burning of heretics and bleed itself to bankruptcy and exhaustion in fighting for the faith in Germany and the Netherlands. There was something noble in this insanity. It was as if the nation felt that unless its faith were true, life would be a meaningless absurdity. So the Inquisition continued its conscientious ferocity. It checked with moderate punishments, such as 100 lashes, such heresies as that fornication is no sin, or that marriage is as holy as monastic celibacy. But for relapsed Marranos, converted Jews who secretly returned to Judaism, death or life imprisonment was the standard expiation. When Philip II arrived in Spain in 1559, he was welcomed at Valladolid with an auto de fe in which 200,000 persons, presided over by the king, saw 10 heretics strangled and 2 burned alive. One of the condemned appealed to Philip for mercy. He refused it and won the admiration of the people by saying, "If my own son were such a wretch as you are, I myself would carry the faggots to burn him." Philip occasionally checked the tendency of the Inquisition to extend its authority at the expense of the civil power, but by and large he encouraged the institution as an instrument of national fervor and unity. It was of some convenience to him that the condemned could be used as galley slaves, and that in 1 year 1566, he received 200,000 gold ducats as the government's 2/3 of Inquisition fines and confiscations. The Inquisition prided itself on preserving the medieval faith undiluted and on saving Spain from the religious disunity that was convulsing France. Its emphasis on belief rather than conduct left the protection of morals to the clergy, who were themselves notoriously lax in their behavior, and to civil officials whose authority with the public was impaired by their subjection to Inquisition imprisonment and fines. Female purity was guarded not only by religion and law, but by the punto, or point of honor, which required every male to defend or avenge by the sword the threatened or violated chastity of any woman in his family. Dueling was illegal but popular. Decent women were usually kept at home in a semi-Arabic seclusion. They dined apart from the men, seldom accompanied them in public, and used closed coaches when they stirred outside their homes. Suitors made their plea with music from the streets to maidens behind grated windows. They were rarely admitted into the house until the parents on both sides had come to an agreement. Nevertheless, there were many love marriages. Under Philip II, the level of morality was kept as high as the beauty of the women or the imagination of the men allowed. The natural venality of officials was moderated by the watchfulness of the king. And until the defeat of the Armada, the morale of the nation was sustained by the belief that Spain was leading a holy war against Islam, the Netherlands, and England. When that dream broke, Spain collapsed in body and soul. Meanwhile, Spanish life had its characteristic splendor and charm. Charity was widely spread, and good manners ran through every class. Half the nation claimed noble blood, tried to live up to the pretense of chivalric courtesy, and insisted on dressing like the uppermost tenth. Under Philip II, dress was fairly simple. The men wore ruffs, doublets, tight dark hose, and buckled boots. The ladies, all were ladies, covered their curves with stiff, flat corsages, veiled from the other sex all of their faces except their eyes, which are especially inflammatory in Spanish women, and so coyly hid their feet that a glimpse of these was among the most exciting rewards of a lover's prayers. In the relaxing of morals that followed Philip's death, female dress became fancier, fans were flaunted in wordless badinage, rouge glowed on faces, shoulders, bosoms, and hands, and mysterious legs were concealed in hoop skirts so ample that theater owners charged each such inflated woman for 2 seats. The bullfight continued to be the favorite spectacle. Pope Pius V issued a bull against it in 1567, but Philip II protested that such a prohibition would loose a revolution in Spain, and the edict was ignored. Religious processions added a solemn poetry to prosaic days, and carnival masks covered a multitude of sins. Music was a passion only secondary and closely allied to religion and love. The guitar-shaped vihuela strummed hypnotic obligatos to amours, and madrigals enjoyed a passing popularity. In church music, Spain rivaled Italy. Tomás Luis de Victoria, the Velázquez of Spanish music, grew up in St. Teresa's Avila and may have felt her influence. He had a voice and a vocation. Probably he was ordained to the priesthood in 1564. Certainly a year later, Philip gave him an allowance to study music in Italy. By 1571, he was choirmaster in the Collegium Germanicum in Rome. In 1572, aged 32, he issued a book of motets containing the inspired Ovos Omnes setting to Jeremiah's lamentation over Jerusalem. Returning to Spain in 1583, he presented to Philip II a book of masses, including one of his noblest compositions, the Mass O Quam Gloriosum. For the obsequies of Philip's sister Maria, widow of Emperor Maximilian II, he wrote a deeply moving requiem mass, which a distinguished historian of music has ranked as one of the most magnificent compositions of the entire literature. He called it his swan song. After its publication in 1603, he gave himself wholly to his duties as a priest. He was among the outstanding ornaments of Spain's most famous reign. 2. Philip II, 1555 to 1598. Here is one of the strangest, strongest figures in history, fanatical and conscientious, hotly hated outside Spain, passionately loved within it, a challenge to any student struggling for objectivity. His ancestry was his fate. His father was Charles V, who left him a kingdom and an obligation to bigotry. His paternal grandmother was Juana la Loca, the insane daughter of Ferdinand the Catholic. Mysticism and madness were in his blood. Dogma and absolutism were his heritage. His mother, Isabella of Portugal, had 2 other sons, both of whom died of apoplexy in their childhood. She herself died at 36, when Philip was 12. He was born at Valladolid in 1527, at the very time when his father's troops were sacking Rome and imprisoning the Pope. He was brought up by priests and women who immersed him in piety and convinced him that the Catholic Church was the indispensable support of morality and monarchy. Whereas his father, reared in Flanders, had become a man of the world, Philip, living mostly in Spain, became, despite his fair skin and silken yellow hair, a Spaniard in face and creed, body and mind. He had almost no youth, for at 13 he was made governor of Milan and at 16 regent of Spain, and this last in no merely nominal sense. Charles appointed advisers for him, explained their characters penetratingly, bade him play one counselor against another, and urged him to keep all real power and all final decisions for himself, which Philip did to the end of his days. In that year 1543, Philip married his cousin, Princess Maria of Portugal. She died in 1545, shortly after presenting him with a star-crossed son, Don Carlos. Philip now contracted a morganatic marriage with Isabel de Osorio, by whom he had several children. His father urged him to have this union annulled. It was the obligation of every Habsburg prince to help establish, by marriage or war, a ring of allies around the ancient enemy France. To safeguard Spanish power in the Netherlands from English meddling, Philip should swallow his aesthetic sense, marry England's Catholic Queen Mary Tudor, and give her sons who would keep England Catholic. So in 1554 he crossed the Channel, married plain, ailing, hopeful Mary, 11 years older than himself, did his best to make her pregnant, failed, and departed in 1555 to become governor of the Netherlands. Year by year his responsibilities grew. In 1554 he had been made governor of the double kingdom of Naples and Sicily. In 1556 Charles resigned to him the crown of Spain. For 4 years Philip ruled his scattered realms from Brussels. He struggled to adjust his Spanish solemnity to Flemish jollity and Dutch finance. He had no taste for war, but his generals won for him at Saint-Quentin in 1557, a battle that induced the French to sign the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis. To establish some friendship with France, Philip married Elizabeth of Valois, daughter of Henry II and Catherine de Médicis. Then, thinking matters stabilized, he bade farewell to the Netherlands and sailed from Ghent in August 1559 to immure himself for the rest of his life in Spain. He transferred the capital from Toledo to Madrid in 1560, and soon afterward, loving solitude and ill at ease in crowds, he commissioned Juan Bautista and Juan de Herrera to build for him, 27 miles northwest of Madrid, an architectural ensemble including a royal palace, an administrative center, a college, a seminary, a monastery, a church, and a mausoleum, for Philip was now as religious as politics would permit. In the Battle of Saint-Quentin, his cannon had demolished a church dedicated to St. Lawrence. In repentance for this sacrilege and in gratitude for his victory, he had vowed to raise a shrine to the saint in Spain, so he named the vast assemblage of structures El Sitio Real de San Lorenzo, the royal seat of St. Lawrence. Time, however, has christened it Escorial, from a town nearby, which itself took its name from the scoriae, or slag, of the local iron mines. As St. Lawrence was believed to have been burned to death on an iron grill, Juan Bautista designed the ground plan as a gridiron crisscrossed by halls from side to side, dividing the inner space into 16 courts. Driving out to it from Madrid, one wonders how, in an age with no faster communication than horses' feet, Philip could have governed his global realm from such a sanctuary, lost in gloomy hills. But Madrid was still farther remote from the world. The great pile is left desolate today except for the monks and their services, but in its prime, with its Renaissance facade 744 feet long, its towers and spires, and the massive dome of the church, it served as an awesome symbol of Spanish power, garnished with piety and art. Here half of Christendom was ruled. Religion and government were united in one labyrinth of policy and stone. Here the king could live, as he longed to do, not among courtiers, but among priests and monks and saintly relics, and hearing many times a day the bells of the Mass. Here the Pantheon was to receive the remains of Spain's kings and queens. The library was to become one of the richest in Europe. The picture gallery would soon harbor masterpieces by Raphael, Titian, Tintoretto, Veronese, El Greco, and Velázquez. Here Pellegrino Tibaldi, Bartolomeo Carducci, and Federico Zuccaro came from Italy to join Juan Fernández Navarrete, Luis de Morales, Luis de Cabajal, and other Spanish artists in frescoing the endless walls and vaults. The royal palace was left entirely simple, but the church, though of sternly Doric order, had an altar gleaming with porphyry, agate, and gold, and backed with a retablo elaborate in its ornament. The hall for the reception of dignitaries was vast and ornate, but Philip's own room was the poorest chamber in the building, as modest as a hermit's cell. The building symbolized Philip's power, the room expressed his character. He tried hard to be a saint, but could not forget that he was a king. He knew that he was the mightiest ruler on earth, and felt a politic obligation to hauteur. But he dressed so simply that some strangers, coming upon him in the Escorial, mistook him for an attendant, and allowed him to be their cicerone. His protrusive Habsburg chin should have betrayed him, for it was an outstanding challenge to the world. In 1559, before time and trials had hardened him, he was described by a Venetian ambassador as always showing such gentleness and humanity as no prince could surpass, and an English ambassador reported him in 1563 as of good disposition, soft nature, and given to tranquility. No one found any public humor in him. Heartless enemies said that all his life he had smiled only once, on hearing of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Privately, however, he relished pranks and jests, and laughed heartily enough. He collected books with taste and zeal, but preferred art to literature. He was a discriminating patron of Titian and critic of El Greco. He loved music and played the guitar when the world was not looking. He had all the Spanish courtesy of manners, but was awkward with shyness and stiffened with ceremony. He made a handsome figure till his penchant for pastry and sweets crippled him with gout. From his youth he was subject to ill health, and if he rounded out his 80 years and 10, it was only by an obstinate resolve to complete his tasks. He took government as a sacred duty and labored at it day after day for 50 years. He seems really to have believed that God had chosen him to stem the Protestant tide, hence his grim tenacity and his reluctant cruelty. He had no natural preference for violent courses. He never forgot a favor, Egmont's case excepted, or an injury. He was sometimes vengeful, often magnanimous. He distributed alms with conscientious generosity. In a corrupt age he was incorruptible. No bribe or gift could bend him from his pious persecutions. In political morality he compared well enough with his contemporaries. He hated war, never began one, and bore almost a full generation of injuries from England before commissioning the Armada. He was capable, even beyond most rulers, of sanctimonious dissimulation. Apparently he joined in a conspiracy to kill Elizabeth as a last resort to save Mary Stuart. His government of Spain was autocratic but just. He had an immense solicitude for his subjects, and remedied whatever social injustices he could find time to discover. His private morals were above those of most 16th-century kings. In his youth at Brussels, if we may believe his enemies, he was grossly licentious, and it was his chief amusement to issue forth at night disguised, that he might indulge in vulgar and miscellaneous incontinence in the common haunts of vice. Years later, William of Orange, leading the Netherlands revolt, accused the hermit of the Escorial of having murdered his own son and poisoned his third wife. But an indignant man makes a poor historian. However, an unquestionably great and brave historian, the Spanish Jesuit Mariana, renders a like hostile verdict. While crediting Philip with liberality, resolution, vigilancy, and abstemiousness in eating and drinking, he charged him with lust, cruelty, pride, perfidy, and several other vices. A recent Dutch historian concludes, Philip II could not be reproached with wantonness, dissipation, and immorality. After his return to Spain he led, so far as we know, an austerely moral life, as a faithful husband and a solicitous father. When his third wife, Elizabeth of Valois, fell ill of smallpox, then often fatal, Philip seldom left her side, though his ministers pleaded with him not to run such risk of infection. After Elizabeth's death, Philip undertook another diplomatic marriage in 1570, with one of many Annes of Austria. Anne died in 1580, and thereafter Philip spent his warm domestic affections upon his daughters. His letters to them are human with humor and love. Isabel Clara became his closest companion and his chief solace amid the cares and defeats of old age. In his will he called her the light of his eyes. He had no comfort in his sons. Legend and literature and human pity have made Philip's first son better known than his father. Carlos was constitutionally weak, subject to intermittent fever, melancholy, and outbursts of temper and pride. He was prodigally generous and fiercely brave. He amused his grandfather, the once great Charles V, by reproaching him for having fled from Maurice of Saxony at Innsbruck in 1552. I never would have fled. In the preliminaries to the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, Carlos, then 14, had been promised in marriage to Elizabeth of Valois. But in the treaty itself, Philip, widowed by the death of Mary Tudor, took the princess as his own wife to divert French friendship from England to Spain. A year later, in 1560, the bride came to Madrid. Carlos, seeing her demure beauty, may have resented his father's variation of the droit du seigneur, but there's no evidence of any romance between him and the 14-year-old queen. Despite Carlos's illness, he was formally recognized as heir to the crown. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 10, Side 1. Despite Carlos's illness, he was formally recognized as heir to the crown. In 1561, he was sent to the University of Alcalá. There he fell down a flight of stairs while in amorous pursuit of a girl, fractured his skull, and fell into delirium. The great Vesalius trepanned the cranium and so saved the boy's life. But the improvement was ascribed by the people to the bones of a holy Franciscan friar, dead a century before, which had been taken from their coffin and laid in bed beside the prince. During the youth's long convalescence, Philip remained in Alcalá and spent much time at the bedside. Carlos was taken back to Madrid, where he regained sufficient strength to join young nobles in street violence against men and women. His tempestuous cruelties encouraged suspicion that his fall had irrevocably injured his brain. It did not help him with Philip that he expressed sympathy with the Netherland rebels. When Alva was appointed to command in the Low Countries, Carlos protested that the mission should have been assigned to him. He forbade Alva to go and attacked him with drawn dagger when the Duke insisted. Apparently the prince thought for a time of fleeing to the Netherlands and putting himself at the head of the revolt. Philip commissioned unwilling ministers to watch him. Carlos made plans to escape, sent out agents to collect funds, amassed 150,000 ducats, and ordered 8 horses for his flight. This in January 1568. He confided his plan to Don Juan of Austria, who revealed it to the king. Fearing that his son, if allowed to leave Spain, would be used by Elizabeth of England or William of Orange as a contender to depose him, Philip ordered a stricter watch over the prince. Carlos threatened suicide. Philip deprived him of all weapons and confined him in the royal palace at Madrid. Thus far, Philip's conduct admitted of defense, but now bigotry intensified the tragedy. Suspecting his son of heresy, the king ordered that no books should be allowed him but a breviary and some manuals of devotion. Carlos spurned the books and neglected all religious observances. A priest warned him that the Inquisition might be led to inquire whether he was a Christian. Carlos tried to kill himself, but was prevented. However, he accomplished his purpose by rejecting all food for 3 days, then gorging himself with meat and ice water. A severe dysentery set in. The prince welcomed death, accepted the last sacrament, forgave his father, and died, aged 23, on July 24, 1568. Antonio Perez, Philip's exiled enemy, accused him of having poisoned Carlos. Most of Europe believed it. Research has disproved it. But the severity of the youth's imprisonment stands as one of many dark spots on the record of the king. His conduct toward his half-brother, Don Juan of Austria, casts another shadow over the picture. The natural son of Charles V and Barbara Blomberg seems to have excited in Philip an admiration troubled with jealousy. Nevertheless, he raised Juan to the rank of prince and commissioned him to organize an expedition against the pirates of Algeria. Juan acquitted himself brilliantly. Philip gave him command of the land forces against the rebel Moriscos of Granada. Juan accomplished this mission with no time or mercy wasted. Philip appointed him, aged 24, Admiral-in-Chief of the combined navies in the last crusade. Juan defeated the Turks at Lepanto and became the hero of Christendom. He felt that he deserved a kingdom, and he fretted when Philip made him merely Governor-General of the Netherlands. The silent king, always too proud to explain or defend himself in the forum of public opinion, received the full blame for another tragedy. He had raised to his council a clever and elegant commoner, Antonio Perez, who was believed to be the natural son of Philip's most trusted friend, Ruy Gomez, Prince of Eboli. When Gomez died in 1573, Perez became the confidant, probably the lover, of the doubly intriguing widow, Ana de Mendoza, Princess of Eboli. Philip himself was said to have had a liaison with this one-eyed beauty 11 years before, but here history is probably romancing. Perez conspired with her to profit from their knowledge of state secrets. When Juan de Escobedo threatened to reveal their dubious trafficking, Pérez persuaded Philip that Escobedo had plotted treason, and the king gave Pérez an order for Juan's assassination. Pérez kept the order to himself for 6 months. Then, to Philip's surprise and embarrassment, he had it carried out in 1578. A year later, the secret papers of Don Juan of Austria convinced Philip of Escobedo's innocence. He arrested Pérez and confined the princess to her palace. Pérez confessed under torture and agreed to restore 12 million maravedis to the treasury. With the help of his wife, he escaped to Aragon, where the Inquisition, at Philip's urging, pursued him as a heretic. He fled to France, ascribed his persecution to the king's lingering passion for La Éboli, betrayed Spain's military and financial weaknesses to the French and English governments, and spurred Essex to raid Spanish ships and coasts. He died in Paris in 1611 after vain attempts to win pardon and asylum from Philip III. Philip found good reason for following the advice that his father had given him not to trust his aides. The grandees, like the French nobles, were jealous of the royal power and were not above conspiring against the king. He kept them at odds among themselves, played them against one another, received summaries of their rival views, and made his own decisions. Losing faith in his subordinates, he labored personally on details of administration in every field: papal policy, public works, local abuses, roads and bridges, dredging rivers for navigation, establishing libraries, reforming and codifying Spanish law, and directing an extensive geographical, historical, and statistical survey of Spain, whose 15-folio volumes are still unpublished. Undertaking more than even his industry could manage, he fell into a philosophy of procrastination. Many problems, he noted, lost urgency or meaning if resolutely deferred. In several cases, however, as in the Netherlands, the course of events decided against him while he weighed or pigeonholed pros and cons. In his royal cubicle, he dictated or wrote with his own hand instructions for his appointees in 5 continents. He assumed that kingly power should be absolute. He ignored or overrode the Cortes or provincial assemblies, except in Aragon. He issued decrees, even of death, without public trial. And he comforted his autocracy with the conviction that only so could he protect the poor against the rich. Within his despotism he built up, in a Europe almost universally corrupt, a bureaucracy and a judiciary comparatively competent and just. He respected the Church as the traditional molder of morals and guardian of kings, but he kept religion as subject to the state in Spain as Henry VIII or Elizabeth I in England. He placed so high a value on religious unity as an organ of government that he counted it better not to reign at all than to reign over heretics. Convinced that the Moriscos, while pretending Catholicism, were still practicing the Islamic ritual, he issued in 1567 a pragmatica forbidding all Moorish customs, the use of the Arabic language, and the possession of Arabic books. The Moriscos rose in revolt in 1568, captured a large region south of Granada, massacred Christians, tortured priests, and sold women and children into Berber slavery in exchange for powder and guns. The rebellion was suppressed after 2 years of competitive atrocities. All Moriscos were expelled from the province of Granada and were scattered among Christian communities in Castile. Their children were placed in Christian homes, and school attendance was made compulsory for all children, the first such requirement in Europe. Philip, at war with the Turks, suspected the Moriscos remaining in Valencia and Catalonia of plotting with the enemy, but his hands were so full that he left the final stage of the problem to his successor. His father had bequeathed to him the defense of Christendom against Islam as a major part of Habsburg policy. In 1570 he joined with Venice and the papacy in a crusade to end the Turkish mastery of the Mediterranean. Cyprus fell to the Turks while Philip formulated plans, and the 3 allies assembled a fleet. By the summer of 1571 they had collected at Messina 208 galleys, 50,000 seamen, and 29,000 soldiers. A crucifix was at every prow, banners were blessed, prayers rose en masse to the sky, and the inspiring young admiral issued the crusading call, "Christ is your general, you fight the battle of the cross." On September 16, 1571, the fleet sailed off to a victory that ended Turkish predominance in the Mediterranean. As Spain had furnished more than her share of ships and men, the glamour of Lepanto fell upon Don Juan and the king, and Philip neared the crest of his curve. The zenith came when he fell heir to the throne of Portugal in 1580 and added that strategic land to his swelling realm. His abiding grief was the revolt in the Netherlands. he learned with wrath that Coligny, the Protestant leader, had almost convinced Charles IX that France should ally itself with the rebels. When news came that Charles had let loose the massacre of St. Bartholomew upon the Huguenots, Philip rejoiced, and he hardened his heart against the Netherlands. He urged and paid for the assassination of William of Orange. He tried to buy the friendship of Henry of Navarre, but Henry proved unpurchasable. So Philip bought the Guises and the Catholic League and dreamed of making his daughter the Queen of France. Then Spain and France, joining forces, would subdue the Netherlands, make Mary Stuart Queen of England, and end Protestantism everywhere. When Elizabeth sent aid to Holland in 1585 and Mary to her death in 1587, Philip, after years of bearing with politic patience the harrying of Spanish vessels, coasts, and treasure by Elizabeth's privateers, turned to war and bankrupted his government to finance the Armada. All Spain supported the effort and prayed for victory, feeling that the fate of that fleet would determine the history of Europe. Philip took the ignominious catastrophe with outward stoicism, saying that he had sent the ships to fight men, not winds. But it broke his spirit and almost broke Spain, though he survived and fought through 10 years more, and Spain took a century to admit her ruin. He could hardly believe that God had abandoned him after 30 years of fighting for the faith. Yet the dark truth must have come to him at last that after taxing his people into poverty, he had failed in everything except the accidental acquisition of Portugal and the temporary repulse of the Turks, who had recaptured Tunis and were recovering power. Henry IV was moving to victory in France. The Netherlands were in irreconcilable revolt. The Pope refused to bear a penny of the Armada's cost. Protestantism held the prosperous north. England was taking control of the seas, therefore soon of America and the East. And that incredible virago Elizabeth was sitting triumphant on her moated throne, having outwitted all the kings of her time. Bereavements, isolation, and disease joined to humble the once proud and confident king. His fourth wife had died in 1580. Of the 3 children that she had borne him, only one survived, a mediocre lad to whom must be transmitted the first empire upon which the sun never set. The people still reverenced Philip, despite his errors and defeats. They were convinced that he had labored in a sacred cause and had played the game of power no more unscrupulously than his enemies, and they bore without reproach the misery into which his economic policies, his taxation, and his failures had depressed them. In his old age, his father's last bequest, gout, racked his limbs with pain and crippled him with paralysis. One eye had gone bad with the cataract. Repulsive sores mangled his skin. In June 1598 he was borne in a litter to the Escorial, into that favorite room through whose window he could see the high altar of the church. For 53 days he lay rotting, bearing all in the trust that these were God's tests of his faith, keeping that faith to the awful end, clutching and kissing a crucifix and repeating prayers. He ordered the release of some prisoners as a final act of mercy. He sent for his son, counseled him always to be merciful and just, and bade him see the humbling finale of earthly power. His sufferings ended on September 13, 1598. He had done the best he could with an intelligence too cramped by education, too narrow for his empire, too inflexible for his diverse responsibilities. We cannot know that his faith was false. We only feel that it was bigoted and cruel, like almost all the faiths of the age, and that it darkened his mind and his people while it consoled their poverty and supported his pride. But he was not the ogre that the fervent pens of his foes have pictured. He was as just and generous within his lights as any ruler of his century, except Henry IV. He was decent in his married life, loving and loved in his family, patient under provocation, brave in adversity, conscientious in toil. He paid to the full for his rich and damning heritage. 3. Philip III, 1598 to 1621. His heir was quite another Philip. The father, seeing the youth's improvident lassitude, had mourned, "God, who has given me so many kingdoms, has not granted me a son fit to govern them." Philip III, now 20, was even more pious than his sire, so that gossip doubted that he had ever committed even a venial sin. Timid and meek and quite unable to command, he handed over all the powers and perquisites of government to Francisco Gomez de Sandoval y Rojas, Duke of Lerma. The Duke was a man of some benevolence, for he promoted nearly all his relatives to lucrative offices. He did not neglect himself. In his 20 years as chief minister, he grossed so fat a fortune that popular resentment estimated it at the impossible sum of 44 million ducats. He spared to the treasury enough to equip 2 armadas against England in 1599 and 1601. Both were shattered by unsympathetic winds. Lerma had the good sense to welcome the pacific overtures of James I, and after 19 years of war, Spain and England signed the Peace of London in 1604. The war in the Netherlands continued, draining gold from Spain faster than it could come from America. Lerma found it beyond his ingenuity to satisfy, out of the revenues of an exhausted country, the needs of his hampered generals and his private purse. Realizing the futility of further efforts to deny independence to the United Provinces, he signed with them a 12-year truce in 1609. But his next enterprise was as costly as war. He was a native of Valencia, where there were 30,000 Morisco families. He had enough piety to hate these farmers and craftsmen, whose industry and thrift kept them prosperous amid the proud and shiftless penury of the Christians. He knew that these Christianized Moors, resenting their persecution by Philip II, maintained treasonous contacts with the Moslems of Africa and Turkey and with Henry IV of France, who hoped to raise timely revolts in Spain. It was unpatriotic of the Moriscos to avoid wine and eat so little meat. In this way, the burden of the taxes on these commodities fell almost wholly upon the Spanish Christians. Cervantes expressed the fear that the Moriscos, who, rarely celibate, had a higher birth rate than the old Christians, would soon dominate Spain. Juan de Ribera, Archbishop of Valencia, presented memorials to Philip III in 1602, urging the expulsion of all Moriscos above 7 years of age. The disasters that had befallen Spain, including the destruction of the Armada, were, he explained, God's punishments for harboring infidels. These pretended Christians should be deported or sent to the galleys or shipped to America to work as slaves in the mines. Over the warnings of the Pope, and despite the protests of landlords who profited from their Morisco tenants, Lerma issued, in 1609, an edict that, with some exceptions, all Moors of Valencia province were to embark within 3 days on ships provided for them and be transported to Africa, taking with them only such goods as they could carry on their backs. The scenes that had marked the expulsion of the Jews 117 years before were now repeated. Desperate families found themselves forced to sell their property at great losses. They marched in misery to the ports. Many were robbed, some were murdered on the way or on board ship. Reaching Africa, they rejoiced to touch Moslem soil, but 2/3 of them died of starvation there or were killed as Christians. During the winter of 1609 to 1610, similar expulsions cleared the other provinces of Moriscos. Altogether, 400,000 of Spain's most productive inhabitants were expropriated and banished. In the eyes of the people, this was the most glorious accomplishment of the reign, and simple Spaniards looked forward to a more prosperous era now that God had been appeased by ridding Spain of infidels. The proceeds from the confiscation of Morisco property rejoiced the court. Lerma pocketed 250,000 ducats, his son 100,000, his daughter and son-in-law 150,000. By 1618, the greed and carelessness of Lerma, the extravagance of the king and the court, the venality of officials, and the disruption of the economy by the Morisco exodus had reduced Spain to a condition where even the fainéant king saw the need of a change. In a flurry of resolution, he dismissed Lerma in 1618, only to accept Lerma's son, the Duke of Uceda, as chief minister. Lerma retired gracefully, received a cardinal's hat, and lived 7 years more in piety and wealth. In 1621, the Council of Castile warned the king that his realm was being totally ruined and destroyed owing to the excessive burdens, taxes, and imposts, and it besought him to moderate his expenditures. He agreed, and then marched off on a royal progress lavishly equipped and maintained. In that same year he died, leaving to his son a realm enormous and impotent, a government corrupt and incompetent, a populace reduced to destitution, beggary, and theft, a nobility too proud to pay taxes, and a church that had stifled the thought and broken the will of the people, and had transmuted their superstitions into hoards of gold. 4. Philip IV, 1621 to 1665. The son differed from his father in everything but extravagance. We know him externally from the many portraits of him by Velázquez. In the Metropolitan Museum of Art at New York, he is 19, in 1624, handsome, blond, already expanding. In the National Gallery at London, he is blithe and confident at age 27, stout and somber at 50. In the Prado, we can see him in 5 stages of glory and decay. He is also in Florence, Turin, Vienna, Cincinnati. He must have spent half his life in Velázquez's studio. But those portraits show only his official features. He was not really so solemn and proud. We imagine him more justly by studying his children in Velázquez's portraits. Presumably he loved them beyond reason, as we do ours. In reality, he was a kindly man, generous to artists, authors, and women. No semi-saint like his father, but enjoying food and sex, plays and pictures, the court and the hunt, and resolved to get the most out of life even in a dying Spain. Perhaps because he savored life so fully, poetry and drama, painting and sculpture flourished under him as never in Spain before or again. When his pleasures seemed too promiscuous, he multiplied his prayers, and he relied on his good intentions to pave the road to heaven. He had 32 natural children, of whom he acknowledged 8. Having little time left for government, he delegated his powers and tasks to one of the predominant personalities in the diplomacy of the 17th century. The career of Don Gaspar de Guzman, Count of Olivares, ran remarkably parallel and counter to Richelieu's. For 21 years, from 1621 to 1642, the great Count played against the wily Cardinal a bloody game of wits and war for the hegemony of Europe. Velázquez has revealed Olivares to us without fear and without reproach, in all the pugnacity of power, his prim mustachios curling like some ferocious scimitar, his robes and bands and chains and keys of state proclaiming authority. His faults of imperial pride, quick irritability, and stern implacability alienated all but those who knew, too, his dedicated zeal and industry in serving Spain, his forthright honesty in a venal milieu, his contempt of worldly pleasures, except as devices to bemuse the king, his frugal board and simple private life, his warm support of literature and art. He strove sincerely to abate abuses, to stop corruption, to recapture past peculations for the treasury, to moderate the cost of the royal establishment, to enjoin economy and modesty in dress and equipage, even to check the cruelty of the Inquisition. He took upon himself all the burdens of administration, policy, diplomacy, and war. He began his day's labors before dawn and continued them when prostrate with fatigue. It was his curse that Richelieu, with equal devotion, was slowly, subtly, inexorably sapping the Habsburg power in Austria and Spain. To meet that deadly challenge, armies were needed in Catalonia, Portugal, France, Naples, Mantua, the Valteline passes, and the Netherlands, and in the vast and bloody trough of the 30 Years' War. But armies needed money, and money required taxes. The alcabala, or sales tax, was raised to 14%, choking trade. And the collectors embezzled 2/3 of the taxes before the remnant reached the treasury. So, with patriotic resolution, Olivares bled Spain of her economic life to save her political power. We must not follow all the moves of that sanguinary chess. They add nothing to our knowledge or estimation of mankind. It was a contest of strength, not of principles, each side shelving religion for military victory. Richelieu financing Protestant armies in Germany against Catholic Austria, Olivares sending 300,000 ducats yearly to the Duke of Rohan to prolong the Huguenot revolt in France. In the end, Spain was crushed. Her power on the seas was ended by the Dutch in the Battle of the Downs in 1639, and her power on land was ended by the French at Roussillon in 1642 and Rocroi in 1643. In Spain's debility, Portugal and Catalonia wrenched themselves free in 1640, and for 19 years the Catalan Republic, aided by France, waged war against Castile. At last the amiable king, who had trusted his minister through 100 calamities, reluctantly dismissed him in 1643. Olivares fled from hostile Madrid to voluntary exile in distant Toro, and there, 2 years later, he died insane. Philip now, for a time, took personal charge. He reduced his own expenditures and devoted himself conscientiously to government. But the causes of Spain's decline were beyond his understanding or control. War continued, taxes were not lowered, production and population fell. At the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, Spain was helpless and had to concede independence to the United Provinces after nearly a century of wasted war. The Peace of the Pyrenees in 1659 gave official sanction to French ascendancy in Europe. Amid these disasters, Philip's loyal and patient wife, Isabel of Bourbon, died in 1644, and 2 years later she was followed by her sole surviving son, Don Baltasar Carlos, whom Velázquez had pictured so alluringly. The king was left with only one legitimate child, Maria Theresa, whom he gave in marriage to Louis XIV. Longing for an heir, Philip, aged 44, married in 1649 his 14-year-old niece, Mariana of Austria, who had been betrothed to Balthasar. She rewarded him with 2 sons, Philip Prosper, who died at the age of 4, and the future Carlos II, Charles II. The tired king, racked with gallstones, weakened with hemorrhages, and harassed by magic-mongering monks, resigned himself to death in 1665, comforted with the thought of an heir, and spared the knowledge that his half-idiot son would bequeath all Spain to France. 5. Portugal, 1557 to 1668. 3 events marked these years in Portugal. She lost and re-won her independence, and Camões wrote the Lusiads. She shared with Spain the ecstasy of expansion and the ferocity of dogma, and preceded her in decline. The rapidity of her colonial reigned overseas her most enterprising sons. Agriculture was neglected or left to spiritless slaves. Lisbon reeked with corrupt officials, covetous merchants, and penniless proletaires, all living ultimately on imperial exploitation or foreign trade. Young King Sebastian, inspired by the Jesuits with religious zeal, proposed to his uncle, Philip II, a joint conquest and Christianization of Morocco. Philip demurred, having his hands full. Sebastian proposed to undertake the enterprise unaided. Philip warned him that the resources of Portugal were too small for such a campaign. When Sebastian insisted, Philip said to his council, "If he wins, we shall have a good son-in-law. If he loses, we shall have a good kingdom." Sebastian invaded Morocco and was overwhelmed and killed in 1578 at the Battle of Alcázar el-Kabir. A dedicated celibate, Sebastian left no heir. The throne was taken by his great-uncle, Cardinal Henry, but Henry himself died without issue in 1580, ending the royal Avis dynasty that had ruled Portugal since 1385. This was the opportunity that Philip had waited for. As grandsons of King Manuel of Portugal, he and Philibert Emmanuel of Savoy were the most direct heirs to the vacant throne. The Cortes of Lisbon recognized Philip. Some rival claimants resisted his entry. The redoubtable Alva overcame them, and in 1581 Philip II entered Lisbon as Philip I of Portugal. By courtesy and bribery he strove to win the friendship of the nation. He forbade his armies to pillage the countryside, and Alva hanged so many of his troops for such offenses that he feared a shortage of rope. Philip promised to keep Portuguese territory under Portuguese administrators, to appoint no Spaniards to office in Portugal, and to maintain the privileges and liberties of the people. These promises were kept as long as he lived. So, with astonishing ease, Philip inherited the Portuguese navy and the Portuguese colonies in Africa, Asia, and South America. The old papal line of demarcation between Spanish and Portuguese possessions disappeared, and the most powerful of European kings, now made more powerful still, was ready to destroy himself by invading England. While Portugal's empire was passing to Spain and the Dutch, her greatest poet was singing the glory of her conquests. Again, the barriers of nationality and language defeat our desire to understand. How can those who are not bred on Portuguese history, and who do not feel the sense and music of Portuguese speech, do justice to Luís Vaz de Camões? He lived his song before writing it. One of his ancestors was a soldier poet like himself. His grandmother was a relative of Vasco da Gama, who was the hero of the Lusiads. His father, a poor captain, was shipwrecked near Goa and died there shortly after Luís was born in Lisbon or Coimbra. The youth probably studied at the university, for his poem rings with echoes of Catullus, Virgil, Horace, and Ovid. His personal romance began in a church, in a moment of adoration. He saw a beautiful woman with snow-white face and hair of gold, and was stirred to poetry. Some of his lines must have offended the court. He was banished to a village on the upper Tagus, and there dreamed of an epic that should increase the glory of Portugal and make Smyrna envious despite her being the birthplace of Homer. The unappreciative government sent him into exile or military service in Ceuta, where in battle or quarrel he lost an eye. Back in Lisbon, he defended some friends in a brawl, stabbed a courtier, was jailed for 8 months, and was released probably on his promise to enlist for foreign service. On March 26, 1553, aged 29, he sailed for India as a common soldier on the flagship of Fernão Álvares Cabral. He bore the tedium of humid nights on the half-year voyage by composing the first of 2 cantos of the Lusiads. In September his ship reached Goa, the Portuguese Sodom in India. He took part in many campaigns, on the Malabar coast, off the shores of Arabia, at Mombasa in the East Indias, and at Macau, the Portuguese Sodom in China. He describes himself as brandishing a sword in one hand and a pen in the other. His comrades called him Trincafortes, the swashbuckler, and probably respected his sword more than his pen. A grotto at Macau is still shown as the place where Camões wrote part of his poem. An uncertain story pictures him as brought back from Macau in chains, having been arrested for causes now unknown. Another story, shedding his chains, tells how his ship was wrecked off the Cambodian coast and Luis swam ashore with his epic between his teeth. In that wreck, however, he lost his beloved Chinese concubine. After months of misery, he found his way to Goa, only to be cast into prison. Released, he was jailed again, this time for debt. A friendly viceroy freed him, and for a brief interlude the poet could enjoy life and a kaleidoscope of diversely colored mistresses. In 1567 he borrowed money and took passage for Portugal. His funds ran out in Mozambique, where he dallied in destitution for 2 years. Some transient friends paid his debts and his fare and brought him at last in 1570 to Lisbon. His only possession was his poem. King Sebastian gave him a modest pension. The poem finally reached print in 1572, and Camões was allowed to live in penurious peace for 8 years. He died in Lisbon in 1580 and was buried with other plague victims in a common grave. Portugal celebrates his anniversary, June 10th, as a memorial holiday, and cherishes as its national epic Os Lusíadas, whose title means the Portuguese. Camões took the term Lucia from the old Roman name for the western part of Spain, Lusitania. The meandering narrative winds itself about the historic voyage from 1497 to 1499 of Vasco da Gama from Portugal around the Cape of Good Hope to India. After an invocation to King Sebastian and the nymphs of Tagus, the story proceeds with da Gama's fleet up the east coast of Africa. Feeling an obligation to imitate Homer and Virgil, the poet pictures a conclave of the gods debating whether they should allow the expedition to reach India. Bacchus votes no and rouses the Moors of Mozambique to attack the Portuguese who are landing for water. Venus intercedes with Jupiter on the sailors' behalf. The Moors are repulsed, and Mercury bids da Gama to get along. The fleet stops on the Kenya coast and is hospitably received. The native king falls into Camões' plan by asking Vasco to tell him the history of Portugal. The admiral responds at length, recounts the tragedy of Inés de Castro, describes the fateful battle of Aljubarrota in 1385, where the Portuguese first won their freedom from Spain, and ends with the sailing of his own expedition from Lisbon. As the new Argonauts cross the Indian Ocean, Bacchus and Neptune stir up a typhoon against them, and Camões, having lived through such a storm, rises to an exciting description. Venus stills the waves, and the fleet triumphantly reaches Calicut. On the return voyage, Venus and her son Cupid arrange a feast for the weary crew. At her bidding, lovely Nereids rise out of the sea, load palace tables with delicacies and flowers, and comfort the sailors with food and drink and love. What famished kisses were there in the wood! What gentle sound of pretty lamentation! What sweet caress! What angry, modest mood that into bright mirth knew sweet transformation! From dawn till noon such pleasures they pursued as Venus kindled to a conflagration, which men would rather taste of than condemn, rather condemn who cannot taste of them. Lest some Portuguese should complain that these lines insulted monogamy, Camões assures us that the affair was quite allegorical, and that the nymphs were nothing more than honors whereby life is exalted and refined. In any case, the sailors allegorically stumble back to their ships, and the fleet finds its way back to Lisbon. The poem concludes with a plea to the king to reward merit everywhere, and not least this patriotic song. Even through the mist of translation, an alien can feel the rippling music and lyrical ecstasies of this remarkable poem, the warm blood of a soldier poet who conveys to us the lusty metal and adventurous history of the Portuguese in those expansive days. Tasso is reported to have named Camões as the only contemporary poet against whom he would not confidently measure himself, and Lope de Vega, when Spanish and Portuguese were not so far apart as now, ranked the Lusiads above both the Iliad and the Aeneid. Today the poem is a bond of unity, a flag of pride and hope, wherever Camões' language is spoken, in lovely Lisbon, in decadent Goa and Macau, in thriving, burgeoning, spirited Brazil. Camões, hearing that Philip was taking Portugal, is reported to have said, almost as his last words, "I loved my country so much that I shall die with her." So long as Philip lived, the captive country fared reasonably well, but his successors violated his vows. Olivares proposed to merge the two nations and languages into one. Spain took most of the gains from Portugal's colonies and trade, and the English and the Dutch at war with Spain captured or pillaged Portuguese as well as Spanish possessions, markets, and fleets. Spaniards crowded into Portuguese offices, Spanish ecclesiastics into Portuguese sees. The Inquisition laid a pall upon Portuguese literature and thought. Popular discontent rose as national income declined, until at last the nobility and the clergy led the infuriated nation in revolt. Encouraged by England and Richelieu, the patriots declared John, Duke of Braganza, to be the King of Portugal in 1640. France and the Dutch sent protective fleets into the Tagus, and France pledged itself never to make peace with Spain until the independence of Portugal was recognized. Spain was so harassed with foreign war that she had hardly any men or money to put down the resurgence of her neighbor. But when other pressures eased, she sent 2 armies totaling 35,000 troops against the new government in 1661. Portugal could raise only 13,000, but Charles II of England, in return for Catherine of Braganza, a more beautiful dowry, and a lucrative treaty of free trade with Portuguese ports in all continents, dispatched to Portugal a force under the brilliant General Friedrich Schomberg. The Spanish invaders were defeated at Évora in 1663 and Montes Claros in 1665, and in 1668 exhausted Spain acknowledged that Portugal was free. Chapter 11. The Golden Age of Spanish Literature, 1556 to 1665. 1. El Siglo de Oro. Great is the number of divine geniuses who live in our Spain today, wrote Cervantes in 1584. Probably he alone then knew that he was the greatest of them. He had not yet written Don Quixote, which came in 1604. By that later time, the century of gold, 1560 to 1660, was in full course and splendor. What caused this cultural explosion, this brilliant concourse of luminaries in literature and art? Probably the political, economic, and religious victories of Spain, the conquest and exploitation of the Americas, the power and profits of Spain in Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal, and India, and the triumph over the Moors in Spain and the Turks at Lepanto. We today, far from the crises of the Spanish soul, can hardly understand how both the dangers and the successes of these exciting years warmed the ardor of the Catholic faith and made most Spaniards as proud of their religion as of their blood. Censorship and the Inquisition, which we should have thought stifling, were accepted by the nation as war measures necessary for national unity in the crusade against Islam. And the Spanish mind, forbidden to stray from the hallowed creed, soared within its narrowed bounds into an exalted world of fiction, poetry, drama, architecture, sculpture, and painting. But it was also an age of conscientious scholars and bold historians, of notable works in theology, government, law, economics, geography, and classical and oriental studies. The learned Hallam judged that learning was farther advanced under Philip II than under Elizabeth. Certainly education was more abundant. Poor as well as rich found their way into the many universities. 20 new universities were in this period added to those already renowned, and Salamanca alone had 5,856 students in 1551. No one could call himself a caballero, or gentleman, who was not a man of letters as well. Kings, ministers, nobles, and prelates opened their purses to scholars, poets, artists, and musicians. There were, however, some discords in the crescendo. The Church held a whip over all teachers, and Philip II, to keep Spanish universities full and Spanish minds theologically pure, forbade Spanish youth to study in any foreign universities except Coimbra, Bologna, and Rome. After the century of gold, this intellectual endogamy may have played a part in the cultural sterility of Spain. 2 remarkable Jesuits enter the picture at this point. Baltasar Gracian, director of a Jesuit college at Tarragona, found time to write, between 1650 and 1653, a 3-volume novel, El Criticón, describing the shipwreck of a Spanish gentleman on the island of St. Helena, his education of the solitary savage whom he found there, a source for Robinson Crusoe, their travels together in the world, and their penetrating criticism of European civilization. Their pessimism and misogyny delighted Schopenhauer, who called this one of the best books in the world. A friend gave Gracian international currency by selecting from his works 300 paragraphs and publishing these as Oraculo Manual y Arte de Prudencia in 1653, a handy oracle and art of worldly wisdom. Schopenhauer made one of the many translations, some sample oracles. Avoid outshining the master. Superiority has always been detested, and most thoroughly when greatest. A little care will serve to cloak your ordinary virtues, as you would hide your beauty in careless dress. Mediocrity gets further with industry than superiority without it. There are rules to luck, for to the wise not all is accident. The perfect does not lie in quantity but in quality. Some judge books by their knees, as though they had been written to exercise the arms. Think as the few, speak as the many. The truth is for the few. Let the wise man take refuge in silence, and when at times he permits himself to speak, let it be in the shelter of the few and the understanding. Know how to say no. Refusal should never be flat, the truth appearing by degrees. Employ courtliness to fill the void of the denial. Maturity may be recognized in the slowness with which a man believes. There is always time to add a word, but none in which to take one back. The Spanish historians were at this time the best in Europe. Philip II gathered into archives at Simancas an extensive collection of official papers and other documents because, he said, chroniclers and historians were ill-informed in matters of state, and it was desirable, in order to obviate that defect, to assemble all such materials as might prove serviceable. These archives have been a treasure for historians ever since. Hieronymo de Zurita consulted thousands of original documents in preparing his Anales de la Corona de Aragon, 1562 to 1580, and earned a European reputation as exactissimus scriptor. The greatest of the Spanish historians, Juan de Mariana, began as the natural son of a canon at Talavera. Left in youth to shift for himself, he sharpened his wits on hard necessity and grinding poverty. The Jesuits, always quick to recognize talent, gave him a rigorous education. When he was 24, they sent him to teach in their college at Rome, later to Sicily, then to Paris, where his lectures on Aquinas drew enthusiastic audiences. His health broke down, and at the age of 37 in 1574 he was allowed to retire to the house of his order in Toledo, which he seldom left in his remaining 49 years. There he wrote some important treatises, one of which, as we shall see later, caused an international furor. Another, on the coinage of the realm, was a brave attack upon Lerma's debasement of the currency. Still another, which he left unprinted, expounded the errors in the government of the Society of Jesus. The main industry of his final 40 years was the composition of Historiae de Rebus Hispaniae, published in 1592, which he wrote in Latin so that all educated Europe might learn how Spain had risen to leadership and power. At the urging of Cardinal Bembo, he translated most of it into purest Castilian as Historia de España in 1601, which is the proudest achievement of Spanish historiography. Vivid in narrative, beautiful in style, masterly in characterizations, fearless in honesty, the most remarkable union of picturesque chronicling with sober history that the world has ever seen. As in such works the old chronicles graduated into history as a form of literature and philosophy, so Spanish fiction in this age passed from the chivalric and pastoral romance to reach at one bound the highest point in the history of the novel. Romances of chivalry still abounded. Everyone in Spain from St. Teresa to Cervantes read them hungrily. Perhaps for some readers they were a relief from the exalted intensity of Spanish religion, for the creed of the romance was love, and the devotion of the knights was not to the Virgin but to the ladies of their choice or fancy. To defend or possess these, they would break many a lance, and not a few laws of God or man. But the rage for such stories was subsiding when Cervantes wrote. Montaigne and Juan Luis Vives had already ridiculed them, and the Cortes of Castile long ago, in 1538, had complained that much harm was done to men, boys, girls, and others by the romances, and that many were seduced by them from the true Christian doctrine. One other development led to the summit. In 1553, an author of uncertain identity had written, in Lazarillo de Tormes, the first novel in the gusto picaresco, the roguish style that made a hero of some jolly rascal, or picaro, who redeemed his poverty with lawlessness and his lawlessness with wit. In 1599, Mateo Aleman published a rollicking Vita del Picaro Guzman de Alfarache. 5 years later, Cervantes took the two moods, the fading dream of the chivalrous knight and the humorous wisdom of the common man, and brought them together, soul to soul, in the most famous of all novels and the best. 2. Cervantes, 1547 to 1616. According to Spanish custom, which tended to name each child for the saint commemorated on the day of its birth, the creator of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza was baptized Miguel de Cervantes at Alcalá, October 9, 1547. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, concluded. According to Spanish custom, which tended to name each child for the saint commemorated on the day of its birth, the creator of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza was baptized Miguel de Cervantes at Alcalá, October 9, 1547. He, and perhaps his father, added the name Saavedra, from the Castilian family with which his Galician ancestors had intermarried in the 15th century. The father was an unlicensed physician, hard of hearing and short of funds, who traveled from town to town setting bones and alleviating minor injuries. Apparently young Miguel accompanied him to Valladolid, Madrid, and Seville. Nothing is known of the boy's education. Though born in a university town, he seems to have had no college training. He remained unchastened and uncluttered by classics, and had to pick his knowledge of life from living. The first fact that we have of him after his baptismal record is that in 1569 a Madrid schoolmaster published a volume that included 6 poems by our dear and beloved pupil Cervantes. In September of that year, a Miguel de Cervantes was arrested for dueling and was banished from Spain for 10 years on penalty of losing his right hand. In December we find our Miguel serving in the household of a high ecclesiastic in Rome. On September 16, 1571, the same Miguel, probably, like Camões, choosing military service to escape jail, sailed from Messina on the ship Marquesa in the armada of Don Juan of Austria. When that fleet encountered the Turks at Lepanto, Cervantes lay ill with fever in the hold. But as he insisted on playing his part, he was put in charge of 12 men in a boat by the ship's side. He received 3 gunshot wounds, 2 in the chest and another that permanently maimed his left hand. For the glory of the right, he said. He was returned to a hospital in Messina and was paid 82 ducats by the Spanish government. He took part in other military actions, at Navarino, Tunis, and Goleta. Finally, he was allowed to return to Spain, but on the voyage homeward he and his brother Rodrigo were captured by Barbary corsairs, this on September 26, 1575, and were sold into slavery in Algiers. The letters that he carried from Don Juan and others persuaded his captors that Miguel was a man of some worth. They placed a high ransom on his head, and although his brother was released in 1577, Miguel was kept in bondage for 5 years. Repeatedly he tried to escape, only to have the severity of his treatment increased. The Dey, the local ruler, declared that if he could keep that lame Spaniard well guarded, he should consider his capital, his slaves, and his galleys safe. His mother struggled to raise the 500 crowns demanded for his release. His sisters sacrificed their marriage dowries for the same cause. At last, on September 19, 1580, he was freed, and after an arduous journey he rejoined his mother's family at Madrid. Penniless and maimed, he found no way of making ends meet except to re-enlist in the army. There are indications that he saw service in Portugal and the Azores. He fell in love with a lady 18 years his junior and rich only in names, Catalina de Palacio Salazar y Vos Mediano, of Esquivias. Goaded by love and penury, Cervantes wrote a pastoral romance, Galatea, which he sold for 1,336 reales, or about $668. The lady now married him in 1584, after which he introduced to her and persuaded her to rear as her own an illegitimate daughter who had been born to him by a transient belle a year before. Catalina herself bore him no children. She berated him periodically for his poverty, but remained apparently loyal to him, survived him, and, dying, asked to be buried at his side. The Galatea brought no further reales. Its shepherds proved too eloquent, except in their poetry, and though Cervantes had planned a continuation, and to the end thought it his masterpiece, he never found time or spur to complete it. For 25 years he tried his hand at playwriting, and he composed some 30 plays. He considered them excellent, and assures us that they were all acted without any offering of cucumbers. But none of them touched the public fancy or a vein of gold. He resigned himself to a modest place in the commissary of the Army and Navy in 1587, and in that capacity he traveled to a score of towns, leaving his wife at home. He helped to provision the Invincible Armada. In 1594 he was appointed tax-gatherer for Granada. He was imprisoned at Seville for irregularities in his accounts, was released after 3 months, but was dismissed from the government service. He remained for several years in obscure poverty in Seville, trying to live on pen and ink. Then, wandering through Spain, he was arrested again at Argamasilla. There, in jail and in misery, says tradition, he continued writing one of the most cheerful books in the world. Back in Madrid, he sold to Francisco de Robles the manuscript of The Life and Adventures of the Renowned Don Quixote de la Mancha. It was published in 1605, and now at last, after 58 years of struggling, Cervantes touched success. Everyone except the critics hailed the book as a feast of humor and philosophy. Philip III, says an old tale, standing one day on the balcony of the palace at Madrid, observed a student with a book in his hand on the opposite bank of the Manzanares. He was reading, but every now and then he interrupted his reading and gave himself violent blows upon the forehead, accompanied with innumerable motions of ecstasy and mirthfulness. "That student," said the king, "is either out of his wits or reading Don Quixote." As in every masterpiece, there are some flaws in these 800 pages. The plot is not very ingenious, a string of episodes thickened with irrelevant interpolated tales and as planless as the knight who rode on, leaving it to his horse's discretion to go which way it pleased. Some threads of the plot are left at loose ends or get tangled up, like the loss and unexplained reappearance of Sancho's ass. Now and then the lively narrative grows dull, the grammar lax, and the language coarse, and geographers pronounce the geography impossible. But what does it matter? More and more, as we read on, carried by a genial pull through sense and nonsense, the wonder mounts that Cervantes, amid all his tribulations, could have put together such a panorama of idealism and humor, and could have brought the two distant poles of human character into such illuminating apposition. The style is as it should be in a long narrative, not a fatiguing torrent of eloquence, but a clear and flowing stream, sparkling now and then with a pretty phrase. He had a face like a blessing. The inventiveness of incident continues to the end. The well of Sancho's proverbs is never exhausted, and the last bit of humor or pathos is as good as the first. Here, in what Cervantes calls his most grave, high-sounding, minute, soft, and humorous history, are the life and the people of Spain, described with a love that survives impartiality, and through 1,000 trivial details that create and vitalize the revealing whole. Adapting an old device, Cervantes pretends that his history is taken from the manuscript of an Arabian author, Cid Hamet Benengeli. The preface declares his purpose clearly, to describe in a satire of knight-errantry the fall and destruction of that monstrous heap of ill-contrived romances which have so strangely infatuated the greater part of mankind. Chaucer had done something like this in the Canterbury Tales, the rhyme of Sir Topas, Rabelais in Gargantua, Pulci in Il Morgante Maggiore. Teofilo Folengo and other macaronic poets had burlesqued the knights, and Ariosto in Orlando Furioso had made fun of his heroes and heroines. Cervantes does not reject the romances outright. Some, like Amadis de Gaula and his own Galatea, he saves from the fire. And he inserts a few chivalric romances into his story. In the end, his chivalrous Don, after 100 defeats and ignominious catapults, is seen to have been the secret hero of the tale. Cervantes pictures him as an imaginative country gentleman, ingenioso hidalgo, so bemused by the fiction that he has accumulated in his library that he arms himself cap a pie in knightly costume and sallies forth on his Rocinante to defend the oppressed, to right iniquities, and to protect virginity and innocence. He hates injustice and dreams of a golden past when there was no gold, when those two fatal words, thine and mine, were distinctions unknown. All things were in common in that holy age. All then was union, all love and friendship in the world. As chivalric custom requires, he dedicates his arms, nay, his life, to a lady, la Dulcinea del Toboso. Never having seen her, he can picture her as the perfection of demure purity and gentle grace. Her neck is alabaster, her breasts are marble, her hands are ivory, and snow would lose its whiteness near her bosom. Hardened with this marble and warmed with this snow, Don Quixote moves to attack a world of wrongs. In this battle against great odds he does not feel outnumbered, for I alone am worth 100. As Cervantes keeps him company through inns and windmills, filthy ditches and stampeding swine, he comes to love the Knight of the Woeful Figure as a saint as well as a madman. In all those misadventures and painful falls, the Don remains the soul of courtesy, compassion, and generosity. At last the somber lunatic is transformed by his author into a philosopher who, even in the mud, talks kindly good sense and forgives the world that he cannot understand. And we begin to take offense when, to hew to his charted line, Cervantes continues to dash him to the ground. We feel for the disillusioned knight when Sancho assures him that the only Dulcinea del Toboso known to her town is a strapping wench, a sizable, sturdy, manly lass of lowly stock. The knight answers him with a golden phrase, "Virtue ennobles the blood." Every man, he tells Sancho, is the son of his own works. What the Don lacks is humor, which is the better half of philosophy. Therefore Cervantes gives him, as an attendant squire, a sturdy town laborer and son of the soil, Sancho Panza. The knight secures his services by promising him food and drink, and the governorship of some province in the realms they are to conquer. Sancho is a man of simple sense and hearty appetite, who, though always on the verge of starvation, remains fat to the last page. A kindly fellow who loves his mule as his alter ego and values its sweet company. He is not a typical Spanish peasant, for he is long on humor and short on dignity, but like any Spaniard free from theological rabies, he is good-hearted and charitable, wise without letters, and faithful to his master this side of flagellation. He soon concludes that the Don is mad, but he too comes to love him. "I have stuck close to my good master and kept him company this many a month," he says toward the end, "and now he and I are all one." It is true, for they are two sides of one humanity. The knight in his turn comes to respect the wisdom of his squire as better rooted, if not as noble, as his own. Sancho expresses his philosophy through proverbs, which he strings end to end almost to the suffocation of his thought. "A hen and a woman are lost by rambling. Between a woman's yea and nay I would not engage to put a pin's point, so close they be to one another. A doctor gives his advice by the pulse of your pocket. Every one is as God made him, and often worse." Cervantes probably used an anthology of such proverbs, which he defined as short sentences framed on long experience. Sancho excuses his adagiria on the ground that these saws clog his windpipe and must fly out, first come, first served. The Don resigns himself to the flood. "In faith," he says, "it would seem that thou art no saner than I am. I pronounce thee non compos. I pardon thee and have done." The success of Don Quixote brought Cervantes two patrons, the Count of Lemos and the Cardinal of Toledo, who gave him a small pension. Now he could support his wife, his natural daughter, his widowed sister, and a niece. A few months after the publication of his book, he and his whole family were arrested for possible complicity in the murder of Gaspar de Espeleta at Cervantes's door. Gossip said that Gaspar had loved the daughter, but inquiry proved nothing, and all were released. Leisurely, Cervantes proceeded with Part II of Don Quixote. In 1613 he interrupted this fond labor by publishing 12 novelas ejemplares. "I have given these stories the title of exemplary," said the preface, "and if you look closely there is not one of them that does not offer a useful example." The first is a gang of thieves operating in exemplary unison with the Constable of Seville. Another, Colloquy of the Dogs, describes the manners and morals of that city. In the prologue to the novelas, Cervantes pictured himself. "The man you see here with the aquiline countenance, the chestnut hair, the smooth, untroubled brow, the bright eyes, the hooked yet well-proportioned nose, the silvery beard that less than a score of years ago was golden, the big mustache, the teeth that are scarcely worth counting, the body of medium height, the slightly stooping shoulders, the somewhat heavy build. This, I may tell you, is the author of Galatea and Don Quixote de la Mancha." He was surprised in 1614 by the appearance of Part II of Don Quixote, not by himself, but by an unidentified poacher who took the name of Avellaneda. The preface made fun of Cervantes's wounds and rejoiced at the neat trick that would ruin Cervantes's own Part II. The harassed author hurried to finish his continuation and published it in 1615. Literate Spain was delighted to find this extension of remarks quite up to the first part in imagination, vigor, and humor. Through these additional 1,000 pages, the interest was kept up to the sad, if not bitter, end. And the mishaps of the Don and his squire at the court of the Duke, the reign of Sancho over his province, and the painful tale of his beaten buttocks, seem to some to make the second the better half. When Sancho is made governor of Barataria, everyone expects him to pass all records of gubernatorial fatuity. On the contrary, his good heart and common sense, his simple and just regulations and reforms, and his wise decision in a case of rape, put to shame the actualities of contemporary government. But the forces of heartless evil are too strong for him. Finally, they harass him to the point where he surrenders his office and returns with relief to his life as squire to the Don. It remains only for the knight to make a similar escape from dreams to fact. He sets out for new adventures, but meets with a culminating defeat in which the victor exacts from him a pledge that he will go home and live for a year in unknightly peace. The tired warrior consents, but his disillusionment dries up the sources of his life. He calls his friends to his bedside, distributes gifts, makes his will, disavows knight-errantry, and lets his spirit doubly ebb away. Sancho goes back to his family and cultivates his garden in the content of a man who has seen enough of the world to appreciate his home. In the end, his good-natured realism appears to triumph over the generous but fanciful idealism of his master. But it is not quite so. The soul of the knight has the last word in the epitaph that he left for his tomb. If I did not accomplish great things, I died in their pursuit. The realist survives till his death, but the idealist then begins to live. In the year that remained to him, Cervantes published 8 plays. Time has not confirmed his estimate of them, but has given high rank to his La Numancia, a dramatic poem of power and beauty, celebrating the resistance of that Spanish city to Roman siege in 133 B.C. Like his knight, he had his sustaining delusion. He thought that posterity would honor him above all for his dramas, and he spoke with unbecoming but forgivable jealousy of the incredibly successful Lope de Vega. And with almost his last breath, after ridiculing most romances, he wrote another of his own, Persiles y Sigismunda. 4 days before his death, he dedicated it to the Count of Lemos. Yesterday I received extreme unction, and today I pen this dedication. The time is short, my agony increases, hopes diminish. And so farewell to jesting, farewell my merry humours, farewell my gay friends, for I feel that I am dying, and have no desire but to see you happy in the other life. He died April 23, 1616. In his characteristic quixotic way, he had predicted a sale of 30 million copies of his Don Quixote. The world smiled at his naivete and bought 30 million copies. The great story has been translated into more languages than any book except the Bible. In Spain, the simplest villagers know about Don Quixote, and generally, again outside of the Bible, he is the most living, the most endearing, and the best-known character in all literature, more real than 1,000 proud notables of history. By making his story a picture of manners, Cervantes established the modern novel and opened the way for Lesage, Fielding, Smollett, and Sterne. And he raised the new form to philosophy by making it reveal and illuminate the moral gamut of mankind. 3. The Poets. The masculine resonance of the Castilian tongue, like the melodious grace of Tuscan Italian, lent itself willingly to music and rhyme, and the spirit of the people responded more congenially to poetry than to prose. Poets were as plentiful as priests. In his Laurel of Apollo in 1630, Lope de Vega described a feast and joust of poetry, where in his fancy the 300 poets of contemporary Spain fought for the laurel crown. Such poetical contests were almost as popular with the people as the burning of heretics. There were soporific didactic poems, homilies in verse, romances in rhyme, pastoral poetry, mock-heroic poetry, ballads, lyrics, epics. And not all authors had the courage of Francisco de Figueroa, who condemned his verses to an auto da fe. The best of the epics was La Araucana, 1569 to 1589, describing the revolt of an Indian tribe in South America. It was written by Alonso de Ercilla y Zuniga, who fought with distinction as a Spanish soldier in that war. Perhaps the finest of the lyric poets was an Augustinian monk, Luis Ponce de Leon, whose partly Jewish ancestry did not prevent him from expressing the tenderest aspects of Christian piety. More remarkable was the union in him of belovedly. At 34 he was appointed professor of divinity at Salamanca, and he never ceased to be attached to that university. Yet his scholarly pursuits and austere life did not stop his lyric flights. The Inquisition haled him before its tribunal in 1572 for translating the Song of Songs into the form of a pastoral eclogue. For 5 years he suffered imprisonment. Released, he resumed his lectures at the university with wry words, as we remarked when we last met. He agreed with his superiors that poetry did not become a theologian. He left his verses unpublished, and they did not reach print till 40 years after his death. They are, by common consent, the most nearly perfect productions of the Castilian tongue. Luis de Góngora and Francisco Gómez de Quevedo y Villegas were still more famous, for they stirred the air with controversy as well as rhymes, and left behind them the warring schools of Gongorismo and Conceptismo as philosophies of style. Cervantes, who had a good word to say for all his rivals except Lope and Avellaneda, called Góngora a rare and lively genius, without a second. We catch a distant echo of the poet's cry of hate in this stanza from his Ode to the Armada. O island, once so Catholic, so strong, fortress of faith, now heresy's foul shrine, camp of trained war and wisdom's sacred school. The time hath been, such majesty was thine, the lustre of thy crown was first in song. Now the dull weeds that spring by Stygian pool were fitting wreath for thee. Land of the rule of Arthurs, Edwards, Henrys, where are they? Their mother where, rejoicing in their sway, firm in the strength of faith? To lasting shame condemned, thou guilty blame of her who rules thee now, O hateful queen, so hard of heart and brow, wanton by turns, and cruel, fierce, and lewd, thou distaff on the throne, true virtue's bane, wolf-like in every mood, may heaven's just flame on thy false tresses rain. Here was a pen worth wooing. No wonder Philip IV made the fiery poet, now become a priest, his royal chaplain, binding his talons to the throne. Góngora labored to acquire polish of style and subtlety of phrase. He declared war upon such hasty writing as Lope de Vega's, and insisted that every line should be filed and purified into a gem. In his fervor he carried art to artificiality, burdened his lines with extravagant metaphors, epithets, inversions, and antitheses, outdoing the euphuism of Lilly and the affectations of Marini. So of a lass's entrancing charms, her twin-born sun-bright eyes might turn to summer Norway's wintry skies, and the white wonder of her snowy hand blench with surprise the sun of Ethiopian land. Spanish poets now divided into 3 camps, those who followed Gongorismo, or Cultismo, those who adopted the Conceptismo of Quevedo, and those who, like Lope de Vega, resisted both plagues. At Alcalá, Quevedo took honors in law, theology, Latin, Greek, French, Arabic, Hebrew, and dueling. Though he was short-sighted and club-footed, he was a peril with both rapier and pen, and his satires were as cutting as his sword. After killing several opponents, he fled to Sicily and Naples. At 35, he served there as finance minister. He shared in Osuna's plot against Venice in 1618. When it failed, he was imprisoned for 3 years. Back in Madrid, he was not silenced by a sinecure as secretary to Philip IV. His verses scalded the king, the pope, Olivares, women, and monks. His scandalous little book, El Perro y la Calentura, The Dog and the Fever, from 1625, barked at all things, poured upon them a storm of proverbs thicker than Sancho Panza's and sourer, and his final advice, which he never took, was to stand aside from the battle and let the swill pass. Greedy for enemies and butts, Quevedo attacked the cultismo of the Gongoristas and countered it with conceptismo. Instead of hunting for fanciful phrases and words, the poet should seek ideas, and not obvious notions staled with time or soiled by common use, but concepts of subtlety, grandeur, dignity, and depth. He was wrongly charged with writing letters that warned the king to cease extravagance and dismiss incompetent ministers. He was imprisoned for 4 years in a damp cell. When he was freed, his health was ruined, and 3 years later he died in 1645. This was no peaceful literary career, but a life in which ink was blood and poetry was war. Ending it, he warned his country that it too was dying. I saw the ramparts of my native land, one time so strong, now dropping in decay, their strength destroyed by this new age's way that has worn out and rotted what was grand. I went into the fields. There I could see the sun drink up the waters newly thawed, and on the hills the moaning cattle pawed. Their miseries robbed the light of day from me. I went into my house and saw how spotted decaying things made that old home their prize. My withered walking-staff had come to bend. I felt the age had won. My sword was rotted, and there was nothing on which to set my eyes that was not a reminder of the end. 4. Lope de Vega, 1562 to 1635. The dramatists in that lively age were as numerous as the poets. Heretofore, as in contemporary England, the stage had been an impromptu contraption. Strolling players peddled their art impecuniously in the towns, and the Inquisition, struggling to control the coarseness of their comedies, placed an interdict upon all plays in 1520. When Madrid became the royal residence in 1561, 2 troops of actors asked the king's permission to establish themselves permanently there. Permission was given, the ecclesiastical ban was lifted in 1572, and 2 theatres were built, the Teatro de la Cruz and the Teatro del Príncipe, the 2 names expressing the main loyalties and powers of Spain. By 1602 there were theatres also in Valencia, Seville, Barcelona, Granada, Toledo, and Valladolid. By 1632 there were 1,000 actors in Madrid and 76 dramatists in Castile. Tailors, tradesmen, and shepherds were writing dramas. By 1800 Spain had heard nearly 30,000 different plays. No other country in history, not even Elizabethan England, had such a theatrical ecstasy. The form of the theatre evolved from the courtyards, surrounded by houses and temporary stands, in which the earlier plays were performed. So the permanent theatres were designed as tiers of seats and boxes surrounding a corral. Costumes were Spanish, whatever the place or period of the piece. The audiences were of all classes. Women came, but sat in a special section and wore heavy veils. The actors lived in a demoralizing insecurity between famines and feasts, consoling their poverty and rootlessness with promiscuity and hopes. A few male stars rose to wealth and head-turning fame. They paraded the main avenues of Madrid, adjusting their swords and mustaches, and some prima donnas slept with kings. The monarch of the Spanish stage was Lope Feliz de Vega Carpio. In 1647 the Inquisition had to suppress a published credo which began, "I believe in Lope de Vega the Almighty, the poet of heaven and earth." Probably no other writer in history ever enjoyed such contemporary fame. Only the difficulty of translating rhymed poetry has confined that fame mostly to Spain. Even so, during his lifetime his plays were performed in Spanish in Naples, Rome, and Milan, and in France and Italy his name was prefixed to plays not his in order to lure an audience. He was born in Madrid 2 years before Shakespeare, of a poor but, we are assured, noble family. At 14 he ran away from home and college, enlisted in the army, and saw some bloody action in the Azores. He fell in love, but extricated himself with some minor wounds. He penned mean epigrams on the lady, was arrested for libel, was banished from Madrid. Re-entering the city secretly, he eloped with Isabel de Urbina, married her, was pursued, and to escape the law joined the Armada. He shared in its defeat, and his brother, killed in the battle, died in Lope's arms. The death of his wife released him for other entanglements. He begot 2 children by the actress Micaela de Luján, married again, became an official of the Inquisition in 1609, lost his second wife, was ordained a priest about 1614, and fell into new amours. Spain forgave him his mistresses for his plays. He wrote some 1,800 in addition to 400 short autos sacramentales, sacramental acts, for performance in religious festivals. He was reputed to have composed 10 plays in 1 week, and 1 before breakfast. Cervantes gave up before this avalanche and called his rival a monster of nature. Lope was a commedia dell'arte in himself, composing as he improvised. Breeding with such careless fertility, he made no pretense to art or philosophy. In his new art of making plays, he confessed amiably that he wrote to butter his bread and so catered to public taste. He might not have printed his plays except for piratical publishers who sent to his performances men of miraculous memory. After 3 hearings, these men could recite a play by heart and provide a garbled text to printers who paid the author nothing. Once Lope's cast refused to go on with the play until one such mnemonic marvel had been thrown out. Publication might lessen attendance. But Lope published with loving care his poetic romances, Arcadia, San Isidro, Jerusalén Conquistada, La Hermosura de Angelica, La Dorotea, all melodious and mediocre. The plot in his plays is everything. The characters are seldom studied intimately, and one might say of these dramas what Thoreau said of newspapers, that if you merely change the names and dates, the contents are always the same. Nearly always the story turns on two hinges, the point of honor and the question who shall sleep with the lady. The public never tired of variations on the latter theme, not being allowed any of its own. Meanwhile it enjoyed the incidental humor, the lively dialogue, the lyric verses that fell trippingly from the tongues of fair women and brave men. The spirit of the romances, never extinct, took new life on the Spanish stage. The most famous of Lope's plays is The Star of Seville, La Estrella de Sevilla. Sancho the Bold, King of Castile, comes to Seville, praises the splendor of its streets, but asks his counselor Arias to tell him more particularly about its women. King. And its ladies divinely fair, why do you not mention them? Tell me, are you not aflame in the light of such glories? Arias. Doña Leonor de Ribera seemed heaven itself, for in her countenance shone the light of the springtime sun. King. She is too pale. I want a burning sun, not freezing. Arias. The one who threw roses to you is Doña Mencia Coronel. King. A handsome dame, but I saw others lovelier. One I saw there full of grace, whom you have left unmentioned. Who was she who on her balcony drew my attention, and to whom I doffed my hat? Who was she whose two eyes flashed lightning like Jove's thunderbolts, and sent their deadly rays into my heart? Arias. Her name is Doña Stella Tabera, and Seville in homage calls her its star. King. And it might call her its sun. My guiding star brought me to Seville. What means, Don Arias, will you find for me to see her and speak with her? O vision that inflames my inmost soul! Stella, however, is in love with Don Sancho Ortiz, and she indignantly repels Arias's proposal to let the king enjoy the droit du seigneur. Arias bribes the maid to admit the king to her mistress's room. Stella's devoted brother Bustos enters on the very point of honor, stops the king, and is about to kill him, but awed by royalty he lets him pass, scorned but intact. An hour later the king sees hanging on his palace wall the corpse of the maid who had accepted the bribe. He sends for Ortiz, asks if his loyalty to his king knows no bounds, receives a proud and satisfactory answer, and bids him kill Bustos. Ortiz meets Bustos, receives from him Stella's message that she returns his love and accepts his suit. He thanks him, kills him, and almost goes insane. Fearing public revolt, the king hides the fact that the assassination was by his command. Ortiz is arrested and is about to be executed when Stella finds means to free him. But there is no happy ending. The lovers agree that the murder has poisoned their love forever. After producing 1,000 such plays, Lope became the idol of Madrid. Nobles and commoners showered him with admiration. The Pope sent him the Cross of Malta and the degree of Doctor of Theology. When he appeared on the streets, he was surrounded by eager crowds. Women and children kissed his hands and begged his blessing. His name was given to any object supreme in its kind. There were Lope horses, Lope melons, Lope cigars. A critic who had found fault with him lived in daily fear of death from the poet's devotees. Even so, Lope was not happy. He had been paid reasonably well for his plays, but he had spent or given away his earnings as fast as they had come. After so many successes he was poor and had to appeal for aid to Philip IV, who, out of his bankruptcy, sent him a generous dowry. But bereavements cut more deeply than poverty. His daughter Marcella entered a convent. His son Lope joined the navy and was drowned. His daughter Antonia eloped with Cristobal Tenorio, taking with her a considerable quantity of paternal valuables. Lope disowned her. Cristobal deserted her. Thinking these tribulations to be divine punishments for his sins, Lope locked himself in a room and macerated his flesh till the walls were stained with his blood. On August 23, 1635, he composed his last poem, El Siglo de Oro. He died 4 days later, aged 73. Half of Madrid joined the funeral procession, which turned aside to pass the convent where his daughter could bid him farewell from the window of her cell. His apotheosis was enacted on a public stage. We cannot, like Voltaire, place him beside Shakespeare, but we may say of him that by his abounding genius, his effervescent verse, his lovable character shining through 1,000 plays, he rose to the literary pinnacle of that golden age where only Cervantes and Calderón could reach him. 5. Calderón, 1600 to 1681. Others briefly challenged Lope's supremacy. Guillén de Castro composed in 1591 Les Mocedades del Cid, the Youth of the Cid, which some have preferred to Corneille's more famous imitation. Luis Vélez de Guevara absented himself from his law practice long enough to write 400 plays, including El Diablo Cojuelo, source of Lesage's Le Diable Boiteux, the Lame Devil. And Tirso de Molina staged at Barcelona in 1630 El Burlador de Sevilla y Convidado de Pietra, The Mocker of Seville and the Stone Guest, which established Don Juan as a sensual blasphemer, provided the plot for Molière's Le Festin de Pierre and Mozart's Don Giovanni, and suggested Byron's Don Juan. In these few lines are some hints of the immense influence of Spanish drama abroad. And in 1803, August Wilhelm von Schlegel startled Germany by announcing that in modern drama, Pedro Calderón de la Barca was second only to Shakespeare. Calderón, like Murillo, concluded and outlived the Golden Age. Son of a finance minister under Philip II and III, he received at Salamanca all the education that the Jesuits could give and allow. The religious emphasis in his training strongly colored his work and his life. He studied law at Salamanca, but abandoned it on discovering that he could write successfully for the stage. One piece contained too clear a reference to gongoristic verbiage in the sermons of an influential preacher. Calderón was jailed for a time, but his reputation was made. A volume of his plays, containing La Vida es Sueño, was published in 1636 and won him at once the leadership of the Spanish theater. Philip appointed him in that year to succeed Lope de Vega as court dramatist. In 1640 he joined a company of mounted cuirassiers and won distinction by his gallant courage at Tarragona. In Spain, as in Islam, the man of letters has often realized his secret dream of being a man of deeds. Calderón's health failing after 2 years of war, he was retired on a military pension. Bereavements turned him to religion. He became a lay member of the Franciscan order, was ordained a priest in 1651, and for 10 years served a parish in Toledo while continuing to write occasionally for the stage. After receiving all the honors of this world, he died at the age of 81 in high hopes of some reward for having composed hundreds of autos sacramentales and having had only one mistress. His religious dramas are the finest of their kind, for there his lyric power was sustained by sincere devotion. His secular dramas had for a long time a wider international repute than Lope's, being equally beautiful as poetry and superior in thought. He lacked some of Lope's incredible vitality and variety, yet he too turned out cloak and sword plays, comedias de capa y espada, with verve and skill. Only one familiar with the Castilian tongue can appreciate him fully, but we note that 2 English poets felt his genius and struggled to evoke it from its linguistic crucible. Shelley, who agreed with Schlegel about Calderón, freely translated parts of El Mágico Prodigioso, and Edward Fitzgerald, in 6 dramas of Calderón, 1853, tried and failed to do for the Spanish dramatist what 6 years later he did so well for Omar Khayyam. The monstrous magician is a variant of the Faust legend. Cyprian, renowned scholar of Antioch, interrupts a duel between 2 of his students, who both desire Justina. He sheathes their swords by agreeing to go to her and ascertain her preference. He goes, and he falls in love with her at sight. She dismisses him scornfully, and then longs for him. The students, also rejected, console themselves with her sister Livia, but Cyprian cannot exorcise his memory of Justina's loveliness. So beautiful she was, and I, between my love and jealousy, am so convulsed with hope and fear, unworthy as it may appear, so bitter is the life I live, that, hear me, hell, I now would give to thy most detested spirit my soul, forever to inherit, to suffer punishment and pine, so that this woman may be mine. I accept it, says the devil, but he finds Justina difficult. Finally he brings her to Cyprian, but as the scholar seeks to embrace her, Justina's veil opens and reveals nothing but a skull. Lucifer confesses that only the power of Christ could have played such a trick upon him. In the end, as both Cyprian and Justina are carried away to Christian martyrdom, she confesses her love. Among the plays translated by Fitzgerald, El Alcalde de Zalamea, the mayor of Zalamea, has won high praise for its technical excellence. But La Vida es Sueño, Life is a Dream, has deeper undertones. It puts aside the old themes of honor and love and boldly brings to the stage an almost oriental problem. How permanent and real are the vicissitudes and victories of life? Or are they surface illusions, Maya, part of the veil that hides the basic lasting reality? Basilius, king of Poland, imprisons his recently born son, of whom the stars prognosticate rebellion against his father. Sigismund is brought up in chains among forest animals and grows to manhood more savage than any unharassed beast. The king, aging, relents and invites his son to come and share the throne. But Sigismund, ill-trained for rule, lays about him with such thoughtless violence that he has to be drugged into submission. When he recovers his senses, he finds himself back in his woodland den in chains. He is told that his recent royalty was but a disordered dream, and believing it, he talks like Shakespeare's defeated Richard II. "'Tis plain, in this world's uncertain gleam, that to live is but to dream. Man dreams what he is, and wakes only when upon him breaks death's mysterious morning beam. The king dreams he is a king, and in this delusive way lives and rules with sovereign sway. All the cheers that round him ring, born of air on air, take wing, and in ashes, mournful fate, death dissolves his pride and state. Who would wish a crown to take, seeing that he must awake in the dream beyond death's great? And in fine, throughout the earth all men dream, whatever their birth. What is life? A thing that seems, a mirage that falsely gleams. Phantom joy, delusive rest, since is life a dream at best, and even dreams themselves are dreams." Then, by another transformation very inadequately explained, Sigismund grows out of his savagery into reason. And when a revolution gives him the throne, he becomes a good king, humbly conscious that this exaltation is again a dream, an insubstantial bubble in the froth of life. The speeches are painfully long, and a gongerism of fanciful phrases waters the poetic wine. But it is a powerful play nevertheless, mingling action with thought and sustaining dramatic suspense to the end. If we had been differently domiciled and indoctrinated and could understand Castilian well, we should probably consider this one of the world's great plays. It is impossible for us now to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps of imagination out of the prison of our time and place, and realize how lively a role the drama played in 17th-century Spain, and what influence it enjoyed. In Italy, it almost drove the native tragic drama from the boards. In France, it provided plots for Hardy, Corneille, Molière, and a dozen others. It molded the form of French tragedy before Racine, stressing honor and spilling rhetoric. When we recall also the influence of Cervantes and other Spanish novelists upon Lesage, Defoe, Fielding, and Smollett, and through them upon Dickens and Thackeray, and when we compare the art of Elizabethan England, or even that of contemporary France, with the architecture, the sculpture, and the painting of Spain in that heyday, we may begin to understand why the Spanish-speaking peoples of the world yield to none in the pride of their heritage and their blood. This concludes the reading of The Age of Reason Begins by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Part 2 continues the story and is available through Books on Tape service. Additional titles by Will Durant in the Books on Tape library include Our Oriental Heritage and Caesar and Christ. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. If you have enjoyed these tapes, you may want to consider buying this audiobook and donating it to your local library so that others in your community can enjoy it too. The donation will qualify as a tax write-off. Books on Tape produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them, or to arrange a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay, call our customer service department. Will you please wind or rewind this tape as appropriate, so the book will be in order for the next person to enjoy. Thank you. Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2. Copyright 1961 by Will and Ariel Durant. Copyright renewed 1989 by Simon & Schuster. This recording of the full-length reading of The Age of Reason Begins, Part 2, was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethelby Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1997 by Books on Tape, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape, Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2. This part consists of chapters 12 through 23. Chapter 12. The Golden Age of Spanish Art, 1556 to 1682. 1. Ars Una, Species Mille. How shall we explain that in this period, when Spain lost command of the seas to England and of the land to France, and when all her material enterprises seemed to collapse in failure and bankruptcy, she could build the Cathedral of Segovia, guide the sculpture of Hernandez and Montañez, and inspire the painting of El Greco, Zurbarán, Velázquez, and Murillo. Was it because the Spanish church was still rich, the Spanish court was still extravagant, American gold still entered Seville, and Spanish artists, nourished by faith and fees, still felt the glow of a glory not yet quite gone? The splendor was least in architecture, for there the triumphs of the past met all the needs of piety. At Seville, the church certified its victory over the Moors by topping a Moslem minaret with a Christian belfry that perfected the grace of the Giralda in 1567. And a year later, Bartolomé Morel crowned the whole with a figure of La Fe, the faith, weighing a ton, yet so lightly poised that it turns with every breath of wind to survey its worshipful domain. At Valladolid, Juan de Herrera, architect of the Escorial, began in 1585 the austere Cathedral of the Assumption, on so vast a scale that it is still unfurnished. On a hill dominating Segovia, 2 centuries of architects and craftsmen began in 1522 the monumental cathedral that proudly symbolizes the dominant and immovable devotion of Spain. At Salamanca, Juan Gómez de Mora designed for the Jesuits in Palladian Doric plus dome the immense Seminario Conciliar, 1617 to 1755. But even Spain was becoming secular, and palaces as well as churches were calling for art. At Aranjuez, Philip II built in 1575 a summer residence whose cool gardens could rescue him from the heat and solemnity of the Escorial. Philip III, as a center for his haunts, added the Palace of El Pardo, whose ornate Hall of Ambassadors is famous for its chandeliers. Philip IV and Olivares almost anticipated Versailles by building at the eastern gate of Madrid a pleasure garden, Buen Retiro, 1631 to 1633. In its court theater, many plays of Lope and Calderón were staged. Stately town halls, ayuntamientos, were raised in this age at León and Astorga, and one at Toledo was designed by El Greco. Sculpture was almost wholly ecclesiastical in form and mood. The Gothic style was modified by Italian influence and Baroque ornament, but the portrait bust so popular in Italy was discountenanced in Spain with an almost Mohammedan taboo. Painters, even masters like Zurbarán and Murillo, lent their art to make sculpture impress the worshipper with the realism of crucifixions and martyrdoms. Nearly all statues were in polychrome wood. Sir William Sterling Maxwell, the erudite Scot who so loved and annulled Spanish art, thought Juan de Juni the best sculptor of Spain. Juan earned his renown by an altar in the church of Nuestra Señora de la Antigua at Valladolid, and in another church there, the Mater Dolorosa, a statue so cherished by the people that, in the pathetic depth of their faith, they pleaded to be allowed to clothe it in costly raiment. Spain usually ranks still higher Gregorio Hernandez. He too carved at Valladolid a Mater Dolorosa. With characteristic realism, he painted bloodstains on her robe and set tears of glass into her face. This sorrowful mother, with the dead Christ lying in her lap, may be the supreme work of Spanish sculpture in this age. The greatest of these sculptors was Juan Martínez Montañez. He was only 18 when he and his wife came in 1582 to the monastery of Dulce Nombre de Jesus at Seville, presented to it a figure of the Virgin, and received in grateful exchange free residence there for life. He pleased the Jesuits with statues of Ignatius and Xavier, and delighted the Hieronymite monks with his St. Jerome. The Cathedral of Seville still shows his crucifix, ranked by one historian of art as perhaps the supreme rendering of the divine victim. When Pope Paul V, responding to popular demand, made belief in the Immaculate Conception obligatory on all Catholics, Spain was especially happy since, like France, it had concentrated its piety upon the Virgin. Montañez rose to the occasion by carving his chef-d'œuvre, now in the Seville Cathedral. The young Mother of God meditating on the mystery of her freedom from original sin. This, too, has been ranked among the masterpieces of the world's sculpture, but the Andalusian maiden seems too calm and satisfied, though weighed down with drapery. The picture of Spanish art, to be fair in spite of brevity, would have to enumerate and celebrate its minor glories. the gratings, screens, and gates in iron or bronze, the woodwork on many a reredos, and such choir stalls as those carved by Pedro de Mena for the Cathedral of Malaga, the lamps, crosses, chalices, pyxes, and tabernacles wrought in silver or gold, like the world-famous Custodius of Juan de Arfe, the figures in wood, ivory, alabaster, or bronze, the embroideries and brocades that graced altars and women, the enameled glass of Barcelona, and Talavera's tin-glazed wares. In painting, before Velázquez, the Church was almost the sole patron and arbiter. The somber passion of Spanish theology and piety, reflecting perhaps the gloomy crags and the burning heat of the terrain, allowed little humor, lightness, or elegance in treating themes, banished the nude, frowned upon portraits and landscapes, and encouraged a harsh realism that stressed the frightening rather than the comforting phases of the faith. Pictures were to instill the creed and burn it into the soul with flaming imagery and monastic severity. At last the painters themselves saw visions and claimed divine inspiration. Philip II rivaled the Church as a patron of painters, but the subjects remained religious. When nobles commissioned paintings, they usually obeyed the same rule. Only with Velázquez and Philip IV did secularization begin. Some foreign influences entered to modify this ecclesiastical influence. Carducci and Zuccaro and some 18 other Italians brought a softer mood into Spanish art. Antonis More came from Flanders in 1572. Spanish painters visiting the Low Countries were touched by the spirit of Van Dyck, and the exuberant Rubens himself, sweeping down upon Madrid in 1603, begged the native artists to look at life rather than death. Besides the four masters who dominated Hispanic painting in this age, there were many of milder fire. Alonso Sanchez Coello, who made portraits in Flemish style of Philip II's Infante Don Carlos and Infanta Isabel. Coello's pupil, Juan Pantoja de la Cruz, who left us a somber Felipe II and a powerful St. Augustine. Francisco de Ribalta, whose tenebroso style of light surrounded by darkness appears in the sixth St. Francis comforted by an angel. And Francisco Pacheco, who taught Velázquez, gave him a daughter in marriage, and expounded the principles of Spanish painting in his Arte de la Pintura in 1649. The chief end of art, he wrote, is to persuade men to piety and incline them to God. In 1611 he visited El Greco in Toledo and condemned the Greek's pictures as crueles borrones, rough sketches. Let us see. 2. El Greco, approximately 1548 to 1614. In Crete, where he was born, he called himself Kyriakos Theotokopoulos, that is, the Lord's divine son. In Italy he was called Domenico Theotokopoulo, in Spain Domingo Theotokopouli. He signed himself in Greek letters Domenicos Theotokopoulos. Time has shortened him to El Greco, the nickname given him in Spain. We know nothing of his life in Crete. His ancestors may have emigrated to Crete from Constantinople after the Moslem conquest of that Greek city in 1453. In any case, he could feel in Crete, as later in Venice, the austere influence of Byzantine mosaics. In his day, Crete belonged to Venice. Not unnaturally, the young artist, hearing of painting's heyday there, took ship in excited hopefulness to the lagoons, and probably joined the large colony of Greeks in that cosmopolitan capital. He studied under Titian for 2 or more years, admired Tintoretto's art of grouping figures in a crowded picture, and may have caught Veronese's flair for rich and colorful robes. He copied famous paintings with patient humility in Venice, Reggio Emilia, Parma, and Florence, and he arrived in Rome not long after Michelangelo's death in 1564. The first definite notice we have of him is in a letter written at Rome, November 16, 1570, by Giulio Clovio to Cardinal Alessandro Farnese. There has arrived in Rome a young man from Candia, a pupil of Titian, who is, I think, a painter of rare talent. He has painted a portrait of himself which is admired by all the painters in Rome. I should like him to be under the patronage of your revered lordship, without any other contribution to his living than a room in the Farnese Palace. The cardinal consented, and El Greco rewarded Clovio with a masterly portrait. When talk arose about the nudes in Michelangelo's Last Judgment, Domenico offered, if the whole picture were taken down, to replace it with another just as good and better clothed. His standing with Roman artists fell. Some Spanish prelates in Rome told him that Philip II was looking for painters to decorate the Escorial. In 1572 he moved to Spain, shaking the dust of Rome from his shoes, but taking on his brush something of the distortions of Italian mannerism. We have no record of him thereafter till 1575, when we find him both designing and adorning the church of Santo Domingo el Antiguo in Toledo, the ecclesiastical capital of Spain. For its altar he painted the magnificent Assumption of the Virgin that now holds so prominent a place in the Chicago Art Institute, partly modeled on Titian's Assunzione in the Frari at Venice, and still in the Italian style of healthy, youthful forms and majestic old heads. For the cathedral at Toledo he painted in 1577 a famous Espolio de las Vestiduras del Señor, the spoiling of the garments of the Lord. A commission appointed to judge the picture complained that the tunic of Jesus was too glaringly red, and that the women at the lower left, the three Marys, were out of place there, since the Scriptures said they had looked on from afar. Nevertheless, the judges prophetically pronounced the painting inestimable, so great is its value. One of the Marys was the painter's mistress, Doña Jerónima de las Cuevas, whose sad and lovely face appears in most of El Greco's virgins. Despite his loyalty to her and the church, he never married her. This was not an old Spanish custom, but one long sanctified in artists' studios. A writer of the next generation, José Martínez, described Domenico as already confident of immortality. He settled in Toledo, introducing such an extravagant style that to this day nothing has been seen to equal it. Attempting to discuss it would confuse the soundest minds. He gave it to be understood that there was nothing superior to his works. His nature was extravagant like his painting. He used to say no price was high enough for his works, and so he gave them in pledge to their owners, who willingly advanced him what he asked for them. He was a famous architect and very eloquent in his speeches. He had few disciples, as no one cared to follow his capricious and extravagant style, which was only suitable to himself. Toward 1580, Philip II sent for El Greco and asked him to paint St. Maurice and the Theban Legion. After 4 years of labor, the artist presented the result to the king. Philip found the grouping of the figures too confused. The picture was paid for, but not accepted, and El Greco returned grieving to Toledo, which, so far as we know, he never left again. It was just as well, for now he was free to be his mystic self. As if in revenge, he painted for the church of Santo Tomé, in 1586, his most famous picture, one of the high points of pictorial art. The contract stipulated that he should show the clergy commemorating the tradition that saints had descended from heaven to bury Don Gonzalo Ruiz, Count Orgaz. St. Stephen and St. Augustine, in episcopal vestments, were to be shown lowering the body to the tomb amid a reverent assemblage of notables. And over these figures the heavens, opening, were to reveal the Son of God in glory. All this was done to the letter, and much more, for almost every head is a finished portrait. The robes are a marvel of gold and green and white. The damascened armor of the Count gleams with light, and for good measure, behind St. Stephen, may be seen El Greco himself. The masterpiece of this masterpiece is the bearded, mitred head of St. Augustine. Or should we prefer the handsome corpse, or the lovely face of St. Stephen, or the bald priest reading the burial service, or El Greco's 8-year-old son, Jorge Manuel, proudly holding a torch and letting a handkerchief emerge from his pocket to display El Greco's signature? In Francisco de Pisa's History of Toledo, in 1612, we read what we should have surmised. This burial of Count Orgaz is one of the very finest paintings in all Spain. Men come from foreign lands to see it with especial admiration, and the people of Toledo, far from tiring of it, continually find in it new matter to gaze at. In it may be seen realistically portrayed many of the illustrious men of our time. However, the parish council haggled over the fee. The hot-tempered Greek took the matter to court, won his case, and received 2,000 crowns. He had no dearth of commissions now. He had found himself. He no longer thought of Titian or Tintoretto, and he could experiment with the elongation of forms, not because he suffered any defect of eyesight, but probably because he felt that he might in this way symbolize the spiritual exaltation of his figures, bodies stretched out by heaven-seeking souls. In the St. Andrew and St. Francis of the Prado, this emaciation seems unintelligible, unless we consider such symbolism and recall Gothic statuary slenderized for architectural limitations. All is forgiven when we come to the St. Ildefonso painted for the Caridad Hospital at Illescas. Here, in the reverent spirit, the absorbed mind, the ascetic face, the thin white hairs, and the delicate hands of the medieval archbishop, is one of El Greco's profoundest conceptions. This one picture would repay the journey to Spain. We do not gather, from the little we know about El Greco's life, that he was Hispanically pious. He seems to have inclined to pleasure rather than sanctity. When he painted the Holy Family for the Tavera Hospital, he endowed the Virgin with sensual beauty, not maternal dedication. The crucifixion is anatomically erudite, but emotionally cold. Grunewald felt that tragedy far more deeply. In his religious pictures, El Greco is at his best in the incidental portraits, as of himself with white beard and bald head in the Pentecost. In a city crowded with ecclesiastics, he had no difficulty in getting powerful personalities to sit for him. His friend, the Trinitarian Paravicino, with a face half scholar, half inquisitor, or the Grand Inquisitor himself, Cardinal Niño de Guevara, not quite as good as Velázquez's imitation portrait of Innocent X. El Greco himself surpassed it in the Cardinal of Tavera, whose gaunt face, all bones and somber eyes, express again the artist's conception of ecclesiastical consecration. But the best of all the portraits are of the brothers Covarrubias. One, Antonio, secular, grizzled, disillusioned, weary, forgiving. The other, Diego, in priestly garb, but looking much more worldly, more humorous, quite well adjusted. Only a few Rembrandts and Titians and Raphael's Julius II excel these profound studies. They are among the treasures gathered in the Casa del Greco Museum at Toledo. There, too, is the plan of Toledo, in which the artist surveys as from a cloud the whole city and its encompassing hills. He represented it again late in his life in the view of Toledo under stormy skies, an impressionist picture utterly disdaining realistic accuracy. By 1600, the Greek had become one of the town's most famous citizens, known to all for his proud and capricious spirit. A mystic with a taste for money, occupying 24 rooms in an old palace, hiring musicians to play for him at his meals, gathering about him the intellectuals of Toledo, and honored as an eminent philosopher. About 1605, he painted what is presumed to be his self-portrait, bald, gray, almost haggard. In 1611, Pacheco found him too weak to walk. Though he still kept his 24 rooms, he could not pay his debts. The city council repeatedly voted him substantial sums. He died in 1614, age 73. His standing in the world of art has been a posthumous adventure. Góngora wrote a sonnet eulogy, and Velázquez recognized his genius, but his strange art inspired no imitation, founded no school. By 1650 he was lost in the glare of Velázquez's fame. For 2 centuries he was almost forgotten. Then Delacroix rediscovered him. Degas, Manet, and Cézanne took a lead from his rendering of moods. Van Gogh and Gauguin saw in him their own progenitor. In 1907, Julius Mayer-Greffe's Spanish Journey raised El Greco far above Velázquez to the highest place in Spanish painting. Such oscillations of fame are precarious, being subject to the wild vicissitudes of taste. But El Greco will remain for many centuries to come a stimulating example of an artist who reached beyond objects to ideas and feelings, and beyond bodies to souls. 3. Zurbarán, 1598 to 1664. After El Greco, for a generation, Spanish painting marked time with lesser men who did their best and disappeared. Then, almost simultaneously, Francisco de Zurbarán and Diego Velázquez flooded Spain with great art. During 30 years, these two served as complements to each other. Zurbarán painting like a monk frightened into adoration and near to God, Velázquez prospering in the world and close to his king. Zurbarán was baptized at Fuente de Cantos in southwestern Spain, November 7, 1598. Son of a shopkeeper, successful enough to send him to develop his talent in Seville. After 2 years of study, he signed his first dated picture in 1616, an immaculate conception which should have ruined his career. A year later, he moved to Lerema, 15 miles from his birthplace. The neighborhood was dotted with convents, churches, and hermitages, from which Francisco took his modest commissions and his inspirations. There he married Maria Perez, 9 years his senior, in order to legitimize his child. She died after giving him 2 more. In 1625 he married a widow 10 years his senior, but with a charming dowry. By her he had 6 children, of whom 5 died in childhood. After her death he married a prosperous widow. She gave him 6 children, of whom 5 died in childhood. Love labored to keep a step ahead of death. In art, his creative period began with a contract to paint, in 6 months, 21 pictures for the Dominican monastery of San Pablo el Real at Seville in 1626. Having completed this assignment, Zurbarán appears to have visited Madrid and felt the influence of Velázquez. Heretofore his paintings had reflected the dark and massive style of Caravaggio, and perhaps of Ribera. Now he added to his rugged naturalism a new subtlety of shadows and a refinement of finish. Soon thereafter we find him in Seville, painting 22 immense canvases for the Mercedarian monks, the Order of Our Lady of Mercy, devoted to ransoming captive Christians. The 4 pictures that remain from this group are not masterpieces, but memorable is a boyish face in one of them, perhaps the artist's son Juan. Seville must have liked these paintings, for in 1629 it officially asked Francisco to make his home there. Seville would be honored, considering that the art of painting is one of the major embellishments of the state. Zurbarán consented. In 1630, for the Franciscan church of San Buenaventura, he painted some of his greatest works. One is of St. Bonaventura pointing St. Thomas Aquinas to the crucifix. The great theologian, unfortunately a Dominican, is gently admonished that religion consists not in philosophical theory, but in the contemplation of Christ. This, the theme picture of Zurbarán's art, was stolen from Spain by Marshal Soult in 1810, found its way into the Kaiser Friedrich Museum in Berlin, and was destroyed in the Second World War. Another in the series, St. Bonaventura on his bier, also taken by Soult, was sold to the Louvre in 1858 and is still there. The 4 figures at the left are masterly. Still finer is the apotheosis of St. Thomas Aquinas, which Zurbarán painted for a Dominican college in Seville. The mind passes in astonishment from one profound face to another. Ambrose, Gregory, Jerome, Augustine, Charles V. However, Jerónimo Velázquez was paid 6 times as much for the frame as Zurbarán for the picture. Moving on to the Carmelite church of San Alberto in 1630, the busy painter showed St. Francis absorbed in humble devotion, and St. Peter Thomas, a monk wrinkled and haggard with waiting for paradise. Returning to the Mercedarian monastery in 1631, he painted some of its most revered monks. Among these portraits is the magnificent Fray Pedro Machado. The year 1633 was hectic with commissions: 12 apostles for a church in Lisbon, 3 pictures for the Carthusians at Seville, and 10 for the chapel of St. Peter in the great cathedral. One of these, St. Peter Repentant, still in its original place, is a striking essay in realism, perhaps remembering Ribera. Zurbarán was now in such wide demand that he delegated much of his work to his aides. For the monastery of Guadalupe in Estremadura, he painted the Temptation of St. Jerome, in which the head and the hands of the saint are technical wonders, and the gentle ladies playing music hardly deserve to have their temptations resisted. Even from Peru and Guatemala orders came. One series of apostles went to Lima, another to Antigua, and to Mexico City went Christ at Emmaus, picturing the risen Christ as a hale and happy peasant at a meal. Some of these canvases were done in haste or by proxy, and Zurbarán had to sue Lima for his fee. From 1645, his ascendancy at Seville was challenged by the young Murillo, who supplied churches and convents with such tender illustrations of the Christian story that the demand for Zurbarán's disconcerting realism sharply declined. The older artist tried to soften his terrors, and for a time he strove to rival Murillo in pious and domestic sentiment, as in The Virgin and Child with St. John. But this new style was uncongenial to his art and mood. He moved to Madrid in 1658 to repair his fortunes, but Philip IV, himself penniless, found nothing better for him to do than to decorate a hunting lodge. Velázquez was kind to him, but suddenly Velázquez died. Zurbarán outlived his friend and his fame. His reputation hardly surmounted the Pyrenees until Napoleon's generals took a fancy to Zurbarán's monumental monks and somber saints and kidnapped some of them to France. When the Spanish monasteries were secularized in 1835, more of his work came to Paris, and in 1838 King Louis Philippe opened in the Louvre a Spanish gallery with 400 paintings, of which 80 were ascribed to Zurbarán. Our present taste finds his range too narrow and monastic, his spirit too gloomy and entranced. We miss in him the ragamuffins of Murillo and the philosophers and pretty princesses of Velázquez. And yet there is in his work a solid sincerity, a depth of dedication, a power of color and form that lift him beyond the realm of transient preferences and ensure his place in the remembrance of men. 4. Velázquez, 1599 to 1660. His paternal grandfather was a Portuguese noble who, all fortune lost, moved with his wife from Oporto to Seville. To their son Juan de Silva and to Doña Jerónima Velázquez, the artist was born in the same year as Van Dyck, 1 year after Zurbarán and Bernini, 18 before Murillo. He was named Diego Rodriguez de Silva y Velázquez. Usually he called himself by his mother's name, a practice common in southern Spain. He received a good education, learned some Latin and philosophy, and for a while tried science. Then he turned to painting, studied briefly with Juan de Herrera, longer with Pacheco. "I married him to my daughter," Pacheco tells us, "induced by his youth, integrity, and good qualities, and the prospects of his great natural genius." Velázquez set up his own studio, and soon attracted attention by his predilection for profane subjects. He mingled with the lowly, and delighted to put their thoughts and biographies into their faces. When he was still a lad of 20, he painted a great picture, The Water Carrier of Seville. Here, in rags and patience, is the dignity of honest poverty. And at 23 he portrayed with already mature insight the poet Góngora, eyes and nose piercing the world. Presumably this was done during Velázquez's first visit to Madrid in 1622. Seville and its ecclesiastics were too narrow a field for him. Some heat of ambition drove him to the capital with his water carrier under his arm. There he courted the court unsuccessfully, for Philip IV and Olivares were busy with politics, marriages, and wars, and a dozen other artists were climbing the same stairs. Diego returned to Seville. A year passed. Prince Charles Stuart came to Madrid, wooed an infanta, and showed a taste for art. Now Olivares sent for Velázquez. The black-eyed, black-haired youth rode up again to the capital, was made court painter, and took the fancy of the king by picturing him as an intrepid horseman on a prancing charger. Philip not only posed for Velázquez a dozen times, but encouraged the royal family, brothers, wives, children, and the court, ministers, generals, poets, jesters, dwarfs, to take their turn before that immortalizing brush. Diego was given a studio in the royal palace, and there or near it he spent nearly all the remaining 37 years of his life. It was a magnificent opportunity and a narrowing imprisonment. Two major influences broadened him. Rubens, then the most famous artist in the world, visited Madrid again in 1628, a master of light and shade, a reckless painter of pagan deities and voluptuous nudes. Velázquez was stirred. Rubens advised him to go to Italy, especially to Venice, and study those geniuses of coloring. Diego pleaded with Philip and was granted congé and 400 precious ducats for the trip. We get a sample of maritime speeds in that age when we learn that Velázquez left Barcelona August 10, 1629, and reached Genoa August 20th. He crossed Italy to Venice and sat for days before the great canvases of Tintoretto and Veronese, the portraits and the mythologies of Titian. He passed on to Ferrara and Rome, copied the ancient marbles in the Forum, and envied the drawing in the frescoes of Michelangelo on the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Those majestic forms helped Velázquez to pass from the dark shadows of Caravaggio to a sharper rendering of figures in clear light. Then he moved south to Naples to visit Ribera, and from Naples he sailed back to Spain in January 1631. Was it vanity, the sustaining shadow of every self, that prompted Philip to sit so often for an artist of such penetrating vision and meticulous veracity? Or was it to give his portrait to soliciting friends? Sad is the change from the fine, tall youth of the early pictures to the later revelations of color gone from the face and painted into the hair, of somber autocracy persisting, through years and defeats, in the cold blue eyes and the prehensile Habsburg chin. If there is something superficial in these royal portraits, it may be because there was nothing beneath the visible surface. When there was something there, as in the portraits of Góngora and Olivares, it came out on the canvas. Between the king's pictures came Queen Isabel, then Queen Mariana, and Philip's sister Queen Maria of Hungary, sitting to no great result. Philip's younger brother, the Cardinal Infante Ferdinand, posed as a hunter, with a dog all muscle, nerve, and alert devotion. Olivares mounted a black charger for his picture in the Prado, and a white charger for the same pose in the painting in the Metropolitan Museum of Art at New York, leaving no doubts as to who was in the saddle in Spain. The most pleasing of these court portraits are those of the young Don Baltasar Carlos, in whom all the hopes of the dynasty rested. Velázquez painted this lovely child again and again, with transparent delight. In 1631, with an attendant dwarf. In 1632, as already the charm of the court. In 1634, as swinging a marshal's baton and, aged 5, proudly bestriding a tremendous horse. In 1635, as a hunter, carefully grasping his gun, but clearly too gentle to kill or rule. That guileless face answers those who thought that Velázquez rendered only surfaces. And so the series progressed from Carlos's second to his 16th year, when the beloved prince fell into a fever and died. The dwarf seen in one of these pictures was among several who gave the failures at Philip's court a comforting sense of superiority and magnitude. The custom had come down from imperial Rome and the still more ancient East. Even the papal court had dwarfs. Cardinal Vitelli collected 44 to wait upon his guests. The first Duke of Buckingham presented Queen Henrietta Maria with a pie that contained a dwarf 18 inches tall. For their own satisfaction and the general amusement, Philip IV's dwarfs were dressed in sumptuous raiment, flashing jewelry, and gold. Velázquez painted them with sympathy and humor. One, called Antonio el Inglés, the Englishman, proudly taller than his dog, though not half so handsome. Another, Sebastián de Mora, scowling in his massive beard and clenching his fists against his fate. There were jesters, too, at the court. Velázquez painted 5 of them. One, whose portrait is called the geographer because he points to a globe, looks more rational than Olivares. A second, Barbarossa, draws a ferocious sword. A third has dressed himself as Don Juan of Austria. A fourth struggles with an enormous book. A fifth, portrayed in The Idiot, is harmlessly, almost ingratiatingly insane. Though always a courtier and unmistakably a gentleman, Velázquez found relief from protocol by studying the life of those stately commoners who still adorn the Spanish scene. Early in his career, in 1629, he persuaded 2 handsome youths and half a dozen peasants to pose for Los Borrachos, the drinkers. A nearly naked Bacchus, sitting on a barrel, crowns with vines a kneeling figure, while about them gather rough devotees of the grape, some worn with work, some grizzled with age. This is perhaps the only memorable bacchanal in Spanish art of the Golden Century. Even more remarkable than these topers are the 2 strange paintings that Velázquez labeled Aesopus, the portrait of an old sad author, destitute and half-blind, carrying his fables down the years, and Menippus, that of a cynic philosopher of the 3rd century B.C. These are unforgettable faces. And not least in the world that Velázquez has left us are the animals. Horses that now seem to us ungainly stout, but redeemed by proud heads and flashing eyes, a stag's head with philosophic countenance resigned to human ferocity, and dogs on the qui-vive for action or alertly asleep. These were the byplays of Velázquez's brush, perhaps a relief from the perils of painting without compliment the dignitaries of the court. Our estimate of the 17th century Spaniards rises when we see these nobles, unassumingly robed, yet confronting with proud faith a world in which their beloved country seemed palsied with decay. Don Diego del Corral y Arellano, Cardinal Gaspar de Borja y Velasco, the sturdy sculptor Montañez, the supercilious Knight of Santiago, the handsome and diffident Francesco II d'Este, the magnificent lordly Don Juan Francisco Pimental. These are portraits that reach the soul. And if the portrait of a man in the Capitoline Gallery of Rome is really of Velázquez himself, it is impossible not to love him. The carelessly curly hair, the modest dress, the soft and meditative eyes. It is remarkable how, in Velázquez, the court crowded out the church and the hallowed religious themes. He could not rival El Greco or Zurbarán in picturing wrinkled old apostles and saints. Only the coronation of the Virgin among his religious paintings evoked all his powers. He was much happier in secular scenes. In Las Lanzas, which we know better as the surrender of Breda, he spread himself out lavishly, making it one of the largest, 120 by 144 inches, but also one of the most detailed canvases in the history of art. In the long war of Spain against the rebels in the Netherlands, Ambrosio de Spinola had captured for Spain in 1625 the strategic city of Breda in northern Brabant. Velázquez had met Spinola in 1629 on the voyage from Italy. He had been struck by the knightly nobility of the great general. Now he signalized this in a masterpiece that showed the victorious Spanish lancers raising their pikes aloft, the captured city burning, the defeated and surrendering general, Justin of Nassau, offering the keys of the town to Spinola, and the chivalrous victor complimenting the loser on the bravery of his defense. In the striking contrasts of colors and the individualization of the attendant figures, Velázquez achieved a triumph which Philip IV was happy to display in the palace of Buen Retiro. In 1649, as reward for 26 years of work, Philip financed Velázquez's second visit to Italy and commissioned the artist to secure castings of classic statuary and to purchase paintings by the Italian masters. Velázquez found prices already awesome. Hardly any major work by the great Venetians could be bought at any price. For 5 pictures, he had to pay 12,000 crowns, or about $150,000. Were millionaires and others already using art as a hedge against inflation? The best painting done in Italy in that year, 1650, was Velázquez's portrait of Innocent X. When the Pope consented to sit for him, the artist, feeling out of practice, prepared his hand and eye by making a portrait of his mulatto slave, Juan de Pareja. This picture met with universal acclaim among the artists of Rome, who had once elected Velázquez to their Academy of St. Luke. The Pope gave him only a few sittings. Velázquez made preliminary studies of the head, and one of these, in the National Gallery at Washington, is almost indistinguishable from the finished portrait that passed down as an heirloom in the Doria family to which the Pope belonged. It was preserved in the Palazzo Doria Pamphili, where Reynolds, viewing it, judged it the most beautiful picture in Rome. Coming upon it there today, one feels in it a power, both of character and of art, that places it alongside Raphael's Julius II and Titian's Paul III, among the most impressive portraits of all time. Innocent X was 76 when he posed for this picture. He died 5 years later. But for his pontifical dress and ring, one could mistake him for one of the bandit leaders who had troubled so many popes. But then, studying those hard and resolute features, we realize that Innocent was what he had to be, a ruler governing a state of unruly Italians, a pontiff guiding a church of unchristian Christians reaching from Rome to the Philippines, from Rome to Paraguay. He had to have iron in his blood, steel in his eyes, mastery in his face. And Velázquez saw and placed them there. Seeing the portrait, the Pope made one wry comment: "Too true." Roman artists admired the compact composition, the striking harmony of red, white, and gold, the suspicious, searching, sidelong glance of the blue-gray eyes, the hands themselves announcing character. When Velázquez left Italy in June 1651, it was not as a pupil seeking old masters, but as himself, the acknowledged master of the age. For Rubens now was dead, and no one dreamed that an obscure Dutchman, struggling with debts and soon to retire to an Amsterdam ghetto, would rise from the grave after centuries to challenge that supremacy. Returning to Madrid, Velázquez made the outstanding blunder of his life. He applied for and obtained appointment as Aposentador del Rey, manager of the royal palace. Perhaps he was tired of painting, or felt that he had reached the limit of his possibilities in that field. The post was no sinecure. It involved personal supervision of the palace, of its furniture and decoration, heating and sanitation. Moreover, he was expected to make arrangements for court plays, balls, and tournaments, and to provide quarters for the court on royal tours. He had to accompany the king on all major journeys, for pleasure or politics or war. Could anything be more absurd for a man who had painted Innocent X? The pride of place had surmounted in Velázquez the consciousness of genius. In the 9 years that remained to him, he gave to painting only such time as could be spared from his official chores. he resumed the portrayal of the royal family, of distinguished courtiers, and of the king himself. He made 3 lovely pictures of the Infanta Margarita, and painted her again as the center of one of his masterpieces, Las Meninas, the Maids of Honor. Servants, dwarf, and dog gather around the princess, and Velázquez himself is seen in the background, putting them all on canvas. He portrayed her again in the great blue skirt that made her legs thenceforth a sacred and inscrutable mystery. And shortly before his death he pictured her as a miracle of innocence in lace. In 1657 he digressed from the court to paint Las Hilanderas, the tapestry weavers, magnificent figures caught in the turmoil and dignity of work. In that same year he dared the Inquisition and scandalized and delighted Spain by painting the shapely back and buttocks of the Roque Venus, so called from its long stay in the home of an English family that bought it for £500 and sold it to the London National Gallery for £45,000. A suffragette, angry at such an exposure of trade secrets, slashed that rosy back in 6 places, but it was sewed up again alluringly. In Las Meninas we see Velázquez as he saw himself in his final years, hair abounding, proud mustache, slightly somber eyes. The mouth seems sensual, yet we hear nothing in his record of those sexual diversions and personal conflicts that use up so much of so many artists. He had a high standing at the court for his fine manners, his sense of humor, his decent family life. He has left us portraits of his wife Juana and his daughter Francisca. Perhaps the subject of The Lady with the Fan is again Francisca. Her husband, Juan Bautista del Mazo, painted the family of the artist, showing Velázquez in a studio background and 5 children who helped to keep the family one. His death resulted from his office. In the spring of 1660, he arranged the complex ceremonies and festivities that were to accompany, on an island in the boundary river Bidasoa, the signing of the Treaty of the Pyrenees and the betrothal of the Infanta Maria Teresa to Louis XIV. Velázquez had to provide for the transit of the court halfway across Spain to San Sebastián, and for 4,000 pack mules, carrying furniture, pictures, tapestry, and other decoration. The painter, now lost in the official, returned to the capital, tired with traveling by night and working by day, as he reported to a friend. On July 31st he was put to bed with tertian fever. On August 6th, or in the words of his first biographer, on the feast of the Lord's Transfiguration, he resigned his soul to God, who had created it to be a wonder of the world. 8 days later his wife was laid beside him in the earth. Those of us who do not know the technique of painting can only enjoy Velázquez's works, not judging their quality, but letting them show us an age, a court, a roi fainéant, and the proud but gentle soul. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. Those of us who do not know the technique of painting can only enjoy Velázquez's works, not judging their quality, but letting them show us an age, a court, a roi fainéant, and a proud but gentle soul. Even so, we may relish the classic clarity, simplicity, dignity, and truth of these pictures. We can surmise the labor and the skill that underlay their triumphs, the tentative sketches, the experimental distribution of figures, the apposition, depth, and transparency of colors, the molding play of light and shade. Critics, tired of hackneyed adulation, have pointed out the defects of the Spanish master, minor faults like the silly headdresses of his infantas, the barrel bellies of his horses, the disproportionate mirrored face in the Roque Venus, and major blemishes like his lack of emotion, imagination, idealism, or sentiment, his almost feminine absorption in personalities rather than ideas, his apparent blindness to anything unseen by his eyes. Even in Velázquez's days, one of his rivals, Vincenzo Carducci, accused him of a myopic naturalism that mistook the conscientious representation of external reality as the highest function of pictorial art.
Who shall reply for Velázquez, who would never have replied, that he was not responsible for those headdresses and those equine bellies, that controlled emotion is more moving than emotion expressed, that the portraits of Balthasar Carlos and the princesses, the pictures of the maids of honor, and the surrender of Breda show a delicate sentiment, that Aesopus and Menippus are studies in philosophy, that the portraits of Góngora, Olivares, and Innocent X are not imitations of surfaces, but evocations of souls. There is no obvious pursuit of beauty in Velázquez, but rather a quest for the revealing type. Few females smoothed with loveliness, but many men lined and charactered with life. Always honored in Spain as her greatest painter, Velázquez was hardly known north of the Pyrenees, perhaps because so much of him was in the Prado, until Raphael Mengs proclaimed him to Germany in 1761, and the Napoleonic Wars in Spain revealed him to England and France. Manet and the Impressionists hailed him as their precursor in the study and representation of light and atmosphere, and for half a century Velázquez was ranked with the highest. Whistler called him the painter's painter, as the teacher of them all. Ruskin declared ex cathedra that everything that Velázquez does may be regarded as absolutely right. Then Meyer Greffe went to Spain to seek Velázquez in the Prado, found El Greco in Toledo, and announced that Velázquez stopped where El Greco began, and always remained in the antechamber of art. Suddenly half the world believed Velázquez to be second-rate. Fame is a fashion. We tire of wearing old admirations on our pens and find it exhilarating to discard worn idols from our fancy, to take down the dead mighty from their seats, and to put on the praises of new gods, blown up by our originality or exhumed by some fresh renown. There is no telling how great Velázquez will seem when the veins of taste veer again. 5. Murillo, 1617 to 1682. There was a time in our believing youth when Murillo's Immaculate Conception of the Virgin stood as high in repute as Raphael's Sistine Madonna. Now none so poor to do it reverence. The decline of Christian faith in Europe and America has taken half their beauty from pictures that we thought inherently beautiful. Murillo is one victim of that denudation. But first, a courtesy to Alonso Cano. A strange man, priest, duelist, painter, sculptor, architect. Born in Granada, he migrated to Seville, studied painting, beside Velázquez, with Pacheco and sculpture with Montañez. He designed, carved, and painted retibles for the College of San Alberto and the Church of Santa Paula, where he competed successfully against Zurbarán. For the Church of Lebrija, he carved religious statuary that drew students from foreign lands to admire and imitate. He fought a duel, severely wounded his adversary, fled to Madrid, and won the protection of Olivares through the intercession of Velázquez. His paintings in and near the capital earned him a court appointment. In 1644 his wife was found murdered in bed. He accused his servant, but was himself charged with the crime. Again he fled from success. He hid in a remote monastery, was found, arrested, tortured, bore all pains without admitting guilt, was freed, and began again. In 1651, aged 50, he returned to Granada, where he became a priest and a canon of the cathedral, and made for it statues, paintings, a lectern, and a portal of such excellence that his arrogance found pardon. Commissioned by the royal auditor in Granada to model a statue of St. Anthony of Padua, he finished it to the satisfaction of the official, who, however, haggled about the price. Cano asked 100 doubloons, or about $3,200. "How many days has it taken you?" the official asked. 25, said Cano. "Then," said the auditor, "you esteem your labor at 4 doubloons a day?" "You are a bad accountant, for I have been 50 years learning to make such a statue as this in 25 days. "And I have spent my youth and my patrimony on my university studies, and now, being auditor of Granada, a far nobler profession than yours, I earn each day a bare doubloon." "Yours a nobler profession than mine," cried the sculptor. "Know that the king can make auditors of the dust of the earth, but that God reserves to himself the creation of an Alonso Cano." And at once, in a fury, he smashed the statue to bits. For a time it was thought that the Inquisition would imprison him, but Philip IV protected him, and Cano continued to paint pictures and carve statues, nearly all religious, that moved admirers of his multiple genius to call him the Michelangelo of Spain. He spent his earnings as fast as they came, usually in charities, and grew old in such poverty that the cathedral chapter had to vote funds for his relief. On his deathbed he rejected the crucifix offered him because he said it was badly carved. Bartolomé Esteban Murillo was quite another man, modest, gentle, pious, the idol of his pupils, the beloved of his competitors, the cornucopia of charity. Seville, then the metropolis of Spanish art, saw his birth in 1617, the last of 14 children. He studied painting under Juan de Castillo, but as his parents died poor when he was 14, the orphan earned his bread by painting coarse and hasty pictures for a weekly fare. Hearing that Philip IV was kind to artists, he made his way to Madrid, where, according to an uncertain tradition, Velázquez befriended him, lodged him in his own home, secured his admission to the royal galleries, and encouraged him to study the works of Ribera, Van Dyck, and Velázquez. However, we find him in 1645 again at Seville. A Franciscan monastery there had offered a resistible sum for 7 large pictures. Established artists scorned the fee. Murillo agreed to it and produced his first masterpiece, The Angel's Kitchen, showing angels coming from heaven, bringing food, cooking it, laying tables, and feeding the pious in a famine. Murillo, though he tried to follow the masculine style of Ribera and Zurbarán, told the story with his own turn for tender sentiment. This picture and the death of Santa Clara made the artist's fame. Half of literate Seville came to admire, and commissions mounted. As these were nearly all ecclesiastical, Murillo poured out virgins, holy families, and saints in happy profusion, peopling the Christian legends with such fair women, handsome men, charming gamins, rosy colors, and mystic atmosphere that Catholic Europe warmed to him as the most lovable expositor of the most lovable creed. So fed, Murillo, aged 30, ventured into marriage, filled his home with the noise, quarrels, and delight of 9 children, and labored for them contentedly till his death. The cathedral chapter paid him 10,000 reals for the St. Anthony of Padua that still hangs there. A story, suspiciously recalling a legend told of Zeuxis, but printed 11 years before Murillo's death, assures us that birds flying into the cathedral tried to perch on the lilies in the picture and pecked at the fruit. Though his subjects were nearly all religious, he made them human rather than ecclesiastical. If all Roman Catholic Europe took to its heart the many copies he sent out of his Immaculate Conception of the Virgin, it was not only because they celebrated a theme especially dear to Spain in that age, but because it enthroned womanhood in a cloud of idealism and sanctity. The lovely and modestly sensual women of Andalusia inspired the Madonna of the Rosary, the Gypsy Madonna, and the darkly beautiful Holy Family with the Bird. And who has painted children better? The Prado Annunciation shows us a girl just entering her teens, diffident and delicate, the very chef-d'oeuvre of life. For the many forms in which Murillo pictured Christ as a child, he found models in the pretty children around him in his home and his street. Probably it was they who interested him rather than the set theme, and he painted them as charmingly as any bambini of the Italian Renaissance. If he could not squeeze children into his religious pictures, he painted them independently. The Haus der Kunst in Munich has a wall full of them, boys throwing dice, boys eating melons as a bearable way of washing their faces, a boy munching bread while his mother picks lice from his hair. A boy leaning out of a window makes it plain that money and happiness have quarreled and parted. Let him be a boy with a dog, and the world is his oyster. In The Beggar Boy of the Louvre, the idealist painter takes leave of the supernatural, looks at life on earth, and finds it lovable even in rags. In his realism, Murillo is still the idealist. He lived as he painted without tragedy, except at the very end. Climbing a scaffold to finish a painting in a church at Cadiz, he lost his footing, fell, and ruptured himself so severely that poisoning set in, and soon the favorite son of all Andalusia died in 1682, so suddenly that he could not complete his will. Over his tomb, by his instructions, were inscribed his name, a skeleton, and 2 words, Vive moriturus, live as though about to die. Through 2 centuries his reputation remained high for those who cared more for what a picture said than for how it said it. Napoleon's generals spread his fame by stealing his works and selling them as legitimate loot. Incompetent copyists multiplied his paintings and stirred criticism to question his art. He knew the technique of his trade, but his range was too restricted by his success with the church. He lent himself too readily to the feminine and sentimental side of life. And what began by being beautiful became, through stereotyped repetition, unimpressively pretty. His saints looked up to heaven so persistently that when Europe turned from heaven, it lost sight of Murillo. For the same reason it lost sight of Spanish painting in general after 1680. While Europe debated Christianity, Spain clung to her medieval heritage, and not till Goya would her art startle the world again. During Murillo's life, 100 fatal factors ended the century of gold. Gold itself and its foreign quest were factors. The youth and vigor of Spain broke from the prison of the peninsula to explore and exploit the Americas, and the gold they sent back corrupted Spanish life, encouraged sloth, raised prices, or fell into Dutch or Genoese bottoms carrying Spanish trade. The government hoarded the precious metals, debased the currency, expelled the productive Moriscos, multiplied and sold offices, taxed everything to the point of economic apathy, and squandered wealth in martial expeditions and court extravagance, while industry languished, unemployment spread, commerce dwindled, population shrank, and cities decayed. The narrowly aristocratic government lost all dignity, put collection boxes in the streets, and solicited money from door to door to finance its domestic incompetence and its foreign defeats. Spanish armies garrisoning Sicily, Naples, and Milan, forcing their way through New World jungles and wilderness, wasting themselves in the 30 Years' War, fighting a losing battle against the incredible pertinacity of the Netherlands, drained away the human and material resources of a small, half-arid and mountainous state shackled by its boundaries in a sea controlled by commercial competitors and naval enemies. Only the monasteries and the churches remained, clinging to their enormous, inalienable, untaxable properties, and multiplying monks in costly idleness. While religion appeased poverty with promissory notes on paradise, stifled thought, and invited Spain to live on its past, France and England rewarded industry, captured commerce, and entered the future. Adjustment to a changing environment is the essence of life and its price. Chapter 13. The Duel for France, 1559 to 1574. 1. The rival forces. As long as he fears or remembers insecurity, man is a competitive animal. Groups, classes, nations, and races, similarly insecure, compete as covetously as their constituent individuals, and more violently, as knowing less law and having less protection. Nature calls all living things to the fray. In the broil of Europe between the Reformation, 1517, and the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, this collective competition used religion as a cloak and a weapon for economic or political ends. When, after a century of struggle, the combatants laid down their arms, Christianity barely survived among the ruins. France suffered first and recovered first. Her religious wars of 1562 to 1594 were to her what the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, was to be to Germany, and the Civil Wars, 1642 to 1648, to England. When Henry II died in a tragic joust in 1559, and his 15-year-old son succeeded him as Francis II, the nation had been led to bankruptcy by the long contest between the Habsburgs and the Valois kings. The gross annual revenue of the government was then 12 million livres. The public debt was 43 million. Many magistrates had been unpaid for 4 years past. The French people could not be persuaded to pay taxes. A financial crash threw Lyon into economic chaos in 1559. The flow of American silver and gold through Spain and Portugal into France depreciated the currency, inflated prices, and set on foot an angry race between wages and prices, in which no one gained but the informed and speculative financiers. In 1567 and 1577, the government tried by edict to fix maxima for prices and wages, but the economic scramble overrode the laws, and inflation went on, perhaps as an impious way to pay for pious wars. The only prosperous organization in the country was the Catholic Church, with its 94,000 ecclesiastics in 1600, its 80,000 nuns, its 70,000 monks or friars, its 2,500 Jesuits, its august cathedrals and stately episcopal sees, its extensive and well-cultivated lands. A third, some said two-thirds, of the riches of France belonged to the Church. Behind the religious wars lay the desire to retain or obtain this ecclesiastical wealth. Fortunately for the Church, Charles de Guise, who had been made Cardinal of Lorraine at 35, was now chief minister to Francis II. The ducal family of the Guises took its name from their castle near Laon, but had its main seat in Lorraine, which had only recently been absorbed into France. The cardinal was handsome, of alert intelligence and decent life, a good administrator, eloquent in Latin, French, and Italian. But his taste for wealth and power, his suave duplicity, his readiness to persecute dissent and avenge opposition, his courageous retrenchment of governmental outlays, made him enemies in almost every class. His older brother, Francis, Duke of Guise, had already earned renown in strategy and battle and was now Minister of War. But as the national bankruptcy counseled peace, Francis had to nurse his ambitions in a galling idleness. He loved glory, fine raiment, and cavalier display, but his courtly manners and grace of person and carriage made him the idol of Catholic France. He was intolerant of heresy and proposed to exterminate it by force. He and his brother were convinced that if France, like Germany and England, adopted Protestantism, the Church would be near its end, and France would lose the religious ardor that had supported its social order and its national unity. In defense of their faith and their power, the Guises braved many perils, suffered premature death, and shared responsibility for the harrowing of France. The Huguenots were no longer a small and helpless minority of French Protestants led and inspired by Calvin from Geneva, but a spreading doctrinal and social revolt against the Church. Calvin reckoned them to be 10% of the French people in 1559. Michelet estimated their numbers to have doubled by 1572. They had centers in every province, from Dauphiné to Brittany, above all in southwest France, where, 3 centuries back, the Albigensian heresy had met with apparent extermination. Despite the repressive legislation of Francis I and Henry II, they held their prayer meetings, fed on solemn sermons preaching predestination, issued a fire of pamphlets on the abuses of the Church and the tyranny of the Guises, and held a general synod in Paris on May 26, 1559, under the very nose of the king. They professed loyalty to the French monarchy, but they organized on republican lines the regions where they prevailed. Like any persecuted minority, they formulated a temporary ideology of liberty, but they agreed with the Catholics that the state should enforce the true religion throughout France. Their ethical theory was stricter than the time-relaxed code of their enemies. They avoided dancing, fancy dress, and the theater, and they denounced with indignation the morals of the court, where, as Jeanne d'Albret told her son, "It is not the men who invite the women, but the women who invite the men." The Queen Mother, Catherine de Médicis, thought that in both parties religion is a cover which serves merely to mask ill will, and yet they have nothing less than religion in their hearts. She may have put it too strongly, but unquestionably social and economic factors underlay the religious strife. The peasantry remained Catholic. It had no material stake in the contest, and saw no substitute in a stern predestinarian Protestantism for the comforting myths and festival alleviations provided by the ancient faith. The proletariat, small numerically but big with revolt, denounced its employers and gave a sympathetic hearing to the reform as promising some change. And as in the England of the Lollards and the Puritans, and the Germany of the Peasants' War, the gospel became a textbook of revolution. The middle classes, too, gave ear to the courageous preachers that Geneva trained and sent to France. The businessmen, who at the great fairs met prosperous Germans, Englishmen, and Swiss, noted the successful alliance of these merchants with Protestant rulers and ideas. They had long suffered contumely under bishops and barons disdainful of commerce and tied to feudal ways. They learned with pleasure and envy that Calvin was well disposed toward business and finance, and that he gave a share to the laity in the control of morals and the Church. They resented ecclesiastical wealth and tithes, and feudal tolls on trade. They could not forgive the monarchy for subjecting to the central government the municipal communes that had for centuries been their political preserve. Even bankers smiled on the Huguenots, who raised no eyebrows at the taking of interest, upon which the Church had immemorially frowned, though lately winking a solemn theological eye. Many nobles were taking up the rebel cause. They, too, were unreconciled to the centralization of power in a unified state. They must have heard of territorial German princes who, in league with Protestantism, had been able to defy emperors and popes and had enriched themselves with the spoils of the Church. What if these doughty Huguenots could serve as a timely tool for chastening and subordinating the king? The nobles controlled the fields, the crops, and the peasantry of France. They organized and led her regiments. They held her fortresses. They governed her provinces. If the reform won the aristocracy, it would have a nationwide power at its back. Already in 1553, the Cardinal of Lorraine had warned Henry II that the nobility were defecting to the Huguenots. In Normandy, Brittany, Poitou, Anjou, Maine, Saintonge, by 1559, nobles were openly leading the Huguenot revolt. Proud Bourbon families had not forgiven the ruling Valois dynasty for driving Charles, Duke of Bourbon, to treason and an early death in 1527. Nor did they relish their exclusion from the French government by the clannish Guises, whom they looked upon as foreigners from a Lorraine that was far more German than French. Louis I de Bourbon, Prince of Condé, descended from King Louis XI, was of royal blood, far superior in rank to the Guises. He joined the Huguenots and died in the attempt to rise to power on the wave of their faith. His brother, Antoine de Bourbon, titular King of Navarre, but actually ruling only the province of Béarn in southwest France, played on the Huguenot side for a while, largely under the influence of his wife, Jeanne d'Albret. Jeanne was the aggressive daughter of the gentle Marguerite of Navarre, who had remained outwardly orthodox in deference to her brother, Francis I, but had protected many a heretic and Huguenot. As the mother had represented the Renaissance in love of life and poetry, so Jeanne exemplified the role and the character of women in the French Reformation. Fervent in their religion to the point of intolerance, rearing and dedicating their children to carry on the holy war to death or victory. She brought up her famous son, the future Henri IV, to every Spartan and Puritan virtue, and did not live to see him revert to the lax gaiety of the Renaissance. She must have admired intensely Gaspard de Coligny, for he was all that she idealized. A nobleman in title and character, a prudent but loyal leader of the Huguenot cause, a stern soldier-statesman whose blameless morals shamed the gilded infidelities of the court. Calvin had cautioned his Huguenot followers against violent resistance to the government, but their patience withered in the heat of persecution. Henry II had ordered all judges to issue the death penalty against persistent Protestants in June 1559. Francis II, urged on by the Guises, renewed this edict and added that all buildings in which Reformed assemblies met should be demolished, that all persons, even relatives, who sheltered a condemned heretic or failed to report him to the magistrates, should also suffer death. In the last 5 months of 1559, 18 persons were burned alive for unrepentant heresy or for refusing to attend Mass or receive Catholic communion. Hundreds of French Huguenots fled to Geneva, where Calvin succored them. Those who remained in France began to organize themselves for civil war. On December 23, 1559, Anne du Bourg, who had dared in the Parlement of Paris to condemn persecution for heresy, was burned at the stake. Soon thereafter, Gaspard de Eu was strangled in the Château de Vincennes by the order of the Guises. His brother-in-law, Godefroy de Barry, Seigneur de la Renaudie, conspired with nobles and others to capture and depose the Guises in a coup de main to be effected at Amboise. The Cardinal of Lorraine discovered the plot, mobilized troops, overcame and arrested the conspirators, hanged some, beheaded some, flung others into the Loire in sacks. For a whole month, said a contemporary chronicle, there was nothing but hanging or drowning folks. The Loire was covered with corpses. This in March 1560. Condé was summoned to the royal court to answer charges of complicity. He came, denied them, and challenged any accuser to trial by combat. No evidence was adduced against him, and he was left free. Disturbed by this tumult of Amboise, the high rank of the conspirators, the ferocity of the suppression, and the fever of revenge that agitated Huguenots and nobles, Catherine persuaded the weakling king and the reluctant Guises to allow a trial of toleration. She called Michel de l'Hôpital to the post of chancellor in May 1560 and bade him pacify France. As a student in Italy, Michel had learned to be a humanist rather than a dogmatist. As a magistrate in France, he had treated Catholics and Protestants with equal mercy and consideration. Now he proposed to the Parlement the views which had led Dubourg to the stake. "Every man hath made a religion for himself. Some desire that their religion should be accepted and the faith of the rest hunted down. We must try to deal gently with one another, to invent a modus vivendi." Following his lead, Catherine summoned an assembly of notables, consisting of both Catholics and Protestants, which met at Fontainebleau on August 21, 1560. Coligny there presented to the king a petition from the Huguenots, affirming their loyalty but asking for full freedom of worship. Some bishops called for moderation on both sides and urged the clergy to reform their morals. The assembly decided that the problems involved required a convocation of delegates from all sections and classes of France. The king ordered such a States General to meet on December 10th, and meanwhile forbade any trials for heresy till the new gathering could pass upon the basic issues that were dividing the country. The Huguenot Bourbons, fearing arrest, had refused to attend the assembly of notables. Skeptical of conciliation, the Prince of Condé and Antoine de Bourbon plotted to raise an army and set up an independent state with Lyon as its capital. One of Condé's couriers was intercepted by the government. The papers found on him revealed the conspiracy. Condé was arrested, tried, and condemned to be executed on December 10th. The Guises resumed dictatorial power. Suddenly the situation was changed by the death of Francis II on December 5th, aged 16. His brother, Charles IX, succeeded to his formal power, but being only 10 years old, he accepted the regency of his mother, who now joined Elizabeth of England and Philip II of Spain in guiding the chaos of Europe to their rival ends. 2. Catherine de Médicis. She is still a puzzle, after 4 centuries of conflicting interpretations. Descended from Lorenzo the Magnificent, grand-niece of Pope Leo X, she was a typical Medici, with government in her heritage and subtlety in her blood. Born in Florence in 1519 of parents who both died of syphilis before she was a month old, she remained a helpless and movable pawn in the diplomacy of her embattled relatives until her uncle, Pope Clement VII, gave her, aged 14, in marriage to the future Henry II of France. For 10 years she remained barren while her sombre mate devoted himself to Diane de Poitiers. Then children emerged from her almost annually, 10 in all. She hoped and schemed to get them thrones. 3 of them died in childhood, 3 became kings of France, 2 became queens. Nearly all of them tasted tragedy, but herself most of all, who lived through the deaths of her husband and 3 successive royal sons. Queen or queen mother, she bore the vicissitudes of 4 reigns and survived them by prudence, self-control, and unscrupulous duplicity. A contemporary described her as a beautiful woman when her face is veiled. That is, she had a fine figure, and Brantôme assures us that her bosom was white and full, her thigh very beautiful, and her hands and fingers exquisite. But her features were rugged, her eyes too big, her lips too thick, her mouth too large. If she seduced men, it was by proxy. Rumor accused her of keeping about her an escadron volant, or flying squadron of pretty women who might bring men around to her purposes. But this was apparently a fiction. Wounded by Diane's dominance in policy as in love, she found revenge, after Henry's death, by making herself for 30 years the power behind the throne. Her finesse had to atone for the incompetence of her sons. They resented her interference, but their failure as kings compelled it. Cast into the maelstrom of a religious revolution, surrounded by aggressive nobles and intolerant dogmatisms, she fought with the only weapons she had: Medicean money, Italian acumen, Machiavellian diplomacy. Machiavelli had dedicated the prince to her father. Catherine hardly needed its instruction, for she had seen its principles practiced everywhere in Italy and France. Like Elizabeth of England, she outplayed all the statesmen around her, beat them at lying, had more wiles than all the council of the king. She worked hard and ably at administration. "Nothing is done without her knowing it," said an Italian observer. "Scarcely has she time to eat." though somehow she achieved obesity. Her personal morals were above her time. She seems to have been faithful to her unfaithful husband and to his memory. After his death, she wore mourning to the end of her life. Her greatest successor, Henry IV, judged her leniently. I ask you, what could a woman do, left by the death of her husband with 5 little children on her arms, and 2 families in France who were thinking of grasping the crown? Ours, the Bourbons, and the Guises. Was she not compelled to play strange parts, to deceive first one and then the other, in order to guard, as she did, her sons, who successively reigned through the wise conduct of that shrewd woman? I am surprised that she never did worse. We may accept this as a fair appraisal of Catherine's behavior before 1570. Surrounded by these rival families and forces, she played them off against each other. God willing, she wrote, I shall not let myself be governed either by one party or the other, having learned only too well that they all love God, the king, and myself less than their profit, and the satisfaction of their ambition. She was too much of a Renaissance Italian to savor the predestinarian severity of the Huguenots. Besides, she was asking the Church for a loan to stave off state bankruptcy. Nevertheless, she was ready, for France's sake, to marry her daughter Marguerite to the Huguenot Henry of Navarre, and her son Henry to the excommunicated Elizabeth. She saw the situation in dynastic and political rather than in religious or economic terms. She had to protect her divided country against the Habsburg Union of Spain and Austria. The Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis had left the Spanish power supreme in Flanders and encroaching dangerously upon northeastern France. At any moment the old War of Valois and Habsburg might flame again, and then France would need Huguenot as well as Catholic blood and arms. External danger demanded internal peace. In this frame of mind, she and her chancellor, L'Hôpital, prepared to meet the States General at Orléans. The states were not regions but classes, the nobility, the clergy, and as the tiers-état, the remainder of France. Principally the bourgeoisie or middle classes of the towns or boroughs, but also, in some modest representation, the peasantry and the incipient proletariat. Chosen by local and class powers rather than by any wide suffrage, the delegates had in theory no legislative authority, but only the right to advise the monarch. However, his need for funds gave the advice some force. L'Hôpital opened the session, on December 13, 1560, with an idealistic appeal for mutual toleration. It was the function of government, he urged, to maintain peace, order, and justice among all citizens impartially, without regard to their religious opinions. It was desirable that all Frenchmen should have the same religion, for this would favor national unity and strength. But if such a general agreement could not be peacefully reached, toleration became advisable. Who, after all, he asked, knows what is heresy and what is truth? You say your religion is the better. I say mine is. Is it any more reasonable that I should adopt your opinion than that you should adopt mine? Let us end these diabolical names, these partisan tags and factions and seditions. Lutherans, Huguenots, Catholics, let us change our name to Christians. The response was not cordial. A doctor of the Sorbonne, then the Faculty of Theology in the University of Paris, demanded the death penalty for all heretics, and the papal nuncio advised Catherine to begin by burning all the Huguenot delegates, then all the Huguenots in Orléans. The Huguenot delegates proposed to the Queen Mother a variety of reforms, that all pastors should be chosen by their congregations, that bishops should be chosen by the pastors and the nobles of the diocese, that a third of ecclesiastical revenues should go to relief of the poor, and another third to the building of churches, hospitals, and schools, and that the doctrine of the Church should be limited to Scripture. This was a bit too advanced for Catherine, who needed church money desperately. She appeased the Huguenots by freeing the imprisoned Condé and urging Pius IV to allow the removal of religious images from churches and the administration of the sacrament in wine as well as bread. On January 28, 1561, she released all persons arrested for religious offenses and ordered an end till further notice of all prosecutions for religion. On the 31st, she prorogued the States General to reassemble in May and meet her needs for funds. The Huguenots expanded in this sunshine. On March 2nd, they held at Poitiers their second national synod. Protestant ministers preached freely in the apartments of Condé and Coligny at the court of Fontainebleau. At Castres, in South France, a municipal election, on January 1st, 1561, gave all offices to Protestants. Soon thereafter, all citizens were ordered to attend Protestant services. Catholic services were forbidden. Religious images were officially condemned to be destroyed. At Agen and Montauban, the Huguenots took over unused Catholic churches. The old Constable Anne de Montmorency formed with the Duke of Guise and Marshal de Saint-André a triumvirate to protect the Catholic interest on April 6, 1561. Riots flared up at Paris, Rouen, Beauvais, and elsewhere. The Queen issued an Edict of July in 1561 forbidding violence in public Huguenot services. The Huguenots ignored the edict. In various towns they attacked Catholic processions, entered Catholic churches, burned relics, and smashed images. At Montpellier, in the autumn of 1561, all the 60 churches and convents were sacked, and many priests were killed. At Montauban, the convent of the Poor Clares was burned down, and the nuns were dispersed with the advice to get themselves husbands. At Carcassonne, the Catholics slaughtered all available Protestants. At Nîmes, the Huguenots expelled all priests, appropriated or destroyed all Catholic churches, burned down the cathedral, and trampled the consecrated host underfoot. This in February 1562. Generally, in Languedoc and Guyenne, the Huguenots, when they gained the upper hand, seized Catholic churches and property and expelled the Catholic clergy. Huguenot ministers, though more exemplary in their personal morals than the Catholic priests, quite equaled them in intolerance. They excommunicated Huguenots who were married by Catholic priests or who allowed their children to marry Catholics. Neither side saw any sense in toleration. The States General resumed its sittings on August 1, 1561, this time at Pontoise. It offered funds to the government on condition that its consent should thereafter be prerequisite to any levy of new taxes or any declaration of war. The Third Estate, now chief provider of funds, added a bold request that the entire property of the Catholic Church in France should be nationalized, that the clergy should be paid by the state, and that out of the surplus of 72 million livres thus obtained, 42 million should go to the liquidation of the public debt. The Catholic clergy, frightened, made a hurried peace with Catherine by offering her 16,600,000 livres to be paid cautiously in 10 annual installments. She accepted, and the States General was dissolved. Meanwhile, L'Hôpital, with Catherine's consent and over the protest of the Pope, had invited Catholic and Protestant clergymen to meet and seek some formula for pacification. 6 cardinals, 40 bishops, 12 doctors of the Sorbonne, 12 canonists, 10 Protestant ministers from France, 1 from England, Théodore de Bèze from Geneva, and 20 Protestant laymen met at Poissy, 11 miles west of Paris, for the famous Colloquy of Poissy on September 9, 1561. The king, the queen mother, the princes of the blood, and the council of state attended in all their dignity. Bèze, representing the aged Calvin, was received with almost royal honors. He held a reformed service and preached in Catherine's palace. He spoke at first moderately and charmed all with his perfect French, but when he remarked that in the Eucharist the body of Christ is as far removed from the consecrated bread as heaven is from earth, the Catholic delegates cried out in protest, and turmoil ensued. The bishops urged the banishment of all preachers who questioned the real presence, and the colloquy broke up with the conflict of dogmas embittered and unappeased. It was the merry wont of the Huguenots to hold their meetings in a public square confronting the Catholic Church, and to disturb the Mass with lusty psalms. The Catholics in turn drowned out the psalmody by ringing the steeple bell. At Paris, a Protestant assemblage before the church of Saint-Médard was nullified by a mighty clangor from the campanile. A Protestant who entered the church to protest was killed. In fury, the Protestants sacked the building and smashed the statues and the crucifix. In the resultant battle, 80 worshippers were wounded, this on December 27, 1561. Catherine thought to mollify the Catholics by her Edict of January in 1562, which required the Huguenots to surrender all ecclesiastical buildings to their former owners and to hold their assemblies only outside the town walls. The Catholic leaders agreed with Bèze that this was in effect an Edict of Toleration, which recognized Protestantism as a legal religion in France. Parlement leaders told Catherine to her face that they would die rather than register the edict. When Montmorency and Saint-André condemned her policy, Catherine dismissed them from the court, and when Cardinal de Tournon fulminated against her, she retired him to his diocese. Catholic preachers denounced her as a Jezebel, the same term that Protestant Knox was then applying to the Catholic Queen of Scots. On Sunday, March 1st, 1562, Francis, Duke of Guise, passing with a band of 200 armed retainers through the village of VIII, some 40 miles northwest of Dijon, stopped in a church there to hear Mass. The psalm-singing of Huguenots meeting in a nearby barn disturbed the service. He sent a messenger to ask them to defer their songs for 15 minutes till the Mass should be finished. They found this too inconvenient. While Guise continued his worship, some of his retainers exchanged sectarian compliments with the Huguenots. The retainers drew their swords. The Huguenots threw stones. One stone struck Guise as he left the church and drew ducal blood. His followers dashed into the assemblage of 500 men, women, and children, killed 23 and wounded 100. The massacre of VIII roused the Protestants of France to martial fever. The Catholics, especially in Paris, hailed it as a timely chastening of a troublesome minority. Catherine ordered Guise to come to her at Fontainebleau. He refused and went on to Paris. Montmorency and Saint-André joined him on the way with 2,000 men. Condé ordered his Protestant levies to assemble in arms at Meaux. The Catholic triumvirate marched in force to Fontainebleau, captured the Queen Mother and the royal family, and compelled them to stay at Melun, 27 miles from Paris. They formed a new privy council, chiefly of Guise's men and excluding L'Hôpital. Condé led his 1,600 warriors to Orléans and called upon all reformed congregations to send him troops. The first of the religious wars began in April 1562. 3. Arbitrament of blood, 1562 to 1570. Both sides sought and received foreign aid, the Catholics from Spain, the Protestants from England and Germany. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. Both sides sought and received foreign aid, the Catholics from Spain, the Protestants from England and Germany. Elizabeth, bribed by the promise of Calais, sent 6,000 men. 2,000 of these took Rouen, but Guise captured and sacked the city on October 26, 1562, and his spoils-hungry soldiers pillaged and slaughtered Catholic and Protestant inhabitants impartially. In these actions, Antoine de Bourbon, who had joined the Catholic faith and forces, was mortally wounded. The Huguenots took control of most towns in South France, sacking churches and smashing images religiously. Their main body of 17,000 men, under Condé and Coligny, marched toward Normandy to unite with the English reinforcements. At Dreux they were intercepted by a Catholic army of 17,000 under the triumvirs. On December 19th a furious battle was fought, which left 6,000 dead on the field. Saint-André was killed, Montmorency was wounded and captured by the Huguenots, Condé was wounded and captured by the Catholics. For a time French courtesy prevailed. Montmorency was treated as a hero, who, though commander-in-chief of the king's armies, had always fought in the ranks and had been wounded in 7 battles. And the Duke of Guise used Condé as an honored guest, dined with him, and shared with him the only bed available in the camp. The indecisive victory went to the Catholics, but Paris and the royal family for a time believed that the Huguenots had won. Catherine took the news calmly, saying, "Very well, then, we shall pray to God in French." Guise himself met death in the aftermath of victory. While deploying his army to besiege Orléans, he was shot in ambush by Jean Poltrot de Marais on February 18, 1563. Marais was a 19-year-old Huguenot. The Duke died after 6 days of pain. Poltrot, brought before Catherine, asserted that Coligny had hired him for a large sum to murder Guise, and that Bèze had promised him paradise if he succeeded. Catherine wrote to Coligny asking for his answer to the charge. He denied any part in the assassination plan. He had often warned the Duke to beware of assassins. He admitted that he had heard Poltrot declare his intentions and had done nothing to deter him. He had given Poltrot 100 crowns, but for other purposes. However, he was not sorry that the plot had succeeded. "For fortune can deal no better stroke for the good of the kingdom and the Church of God, and most especially it is good for myself and my house." Poltrot was torn apart by horses on March 18th. In his dying agony he renewed his accusation of Coligny. Henry, now third Duke of Guise, swore to avenge his father's death. Catherine continued to work for peace. It was quite clear that either faction, if decisively victorious, would set her aside and possibly depose her son. She called L'Hôpital back to her council, arranged a meeting of Montmorency and Condé, and persuaded them to sign the Edict of Amboise, ending the First Religious War, on March 19, 1563. The terms were a victory for the Huguenot nobles only. Liberty of conscience and practice of the religion called Reformed were granted for all barons and lords, high justiciary in their houses, with their families and dependents, and for nobles having fiefs without vassals and living on the king's lands, but for them and their families personally. The Huguenot worship was to be allowed in towns where it had been practiced before March 8, 1563. Otherwise it was to be confined to the outskirts of a single town in any seneschalty or bailiwick. In Paris it was altogether forbidden. Coligny charged Condé with having sacrificed the Huguenot rank and file to protect his class. On September 15th, Charles IX, who was not yet 14, was declared of age. Catherine surrendered her regency, but not her leadership. In March 1564 she led the king and the court on a progress through France, partly to show the nation its new monarch, partly to consolidate the fragile peace. At Roussillon she issued an edict of partial toleration, calling upon each faith to respect the liberty of the other. After 14 months of royal touring, the party reached Bayonne on June 3, 1565, where Catherine greeted with joy her daughter Elizabeth, now Queen of Spain, and conferred with the Duke of Alva in secret parleys that alarmed the Huguenots. They rightly suspected that Alva counselled full forcible measures against them, but his extant letters to Philip make it clear that Catherine rejected his proposals, refused to dismiss L'Hôpital, and still clung to her policy of peace. Soon after her return to Paris, in December 1565, she used all her influence to reconcile Coligny, Montmorency, Condé, and the Guises. In 1564 the Jesuits entered France. Their sermons roused the ardor of the Catholics, and in Paris especially they converted a number of Huguenots. In the provinces, a strong Catholic reaction nullified many Protestant gains. The edicts of toleration were repeatedly violated, and barbarity flourished under both dispensations. It was not unusual for Catholic magistrates to hang citizens merely for being Huguenots. At Nîmes, the Protestants massacred 80 Catholics in 1567. Between 1561 and 1572 there were 18 massacres of Protestants, 5 of Catholics, and there were over 30 assassinations. Catherine imported mercenaries from Switzerland and gave no satisfactory answer when Condé asked for what she intended to use them. Believing that their own lives were in danger, Condé and Coligny, with armed followers, tried to seize the king and the queen mother at Meaux in September 1567, but Montmorency foiled the attempt. Catherine now feared Coligny as once she had feared Guise. Coligny and Condé felt that a second war was needed to restore even the limited rights of the Huguenots. They, in their turn, imported mercenaries, chiefly from Germany, to reinforce their depleted armies. They captured Orléans and La Rochelle and marched on Paris. Catherine asked Alva for reinforcements. He sent them at once, and at Saint-Denis, just outside the capital, Montmorency led 16,000 men against Condé's troops in one of the bloodiest and least decisive battles of these wars. Montmorency died of his wounds. France again wondered what religion was this that led men to such slaughter, and L'Hôpital seized the opportunity to arrange the Peace of Longjumeau on March 23, 1568, which restored the modest toleration granted in the Edict of Amboise. The Catholics denounced the treaty and refused to carry out its terms. Coligny protested to Catherine. She pleaded impotence. In May 1568, the Spanish ambassador at Rome, Juan de Zúñiga, reported that he had heard from Pope Pius V that the French government was considering the assassination of Coligny and Condé. The two Huguenot leaders may have had similar information. They fled to La Rochelle, where they were joined by Jeanne d'Albret and her son, now 15 years old and itching for action. A new Huguenot army was formed, a fleet was collected, the walls were fortified, and all attempts of government forces to enter the city were repulsed. English private vessels accepted Condé's commission, flew his flag, and made prey of any Catholic property they could seize. Condé was now virtually sovereign south of the Loire. Catherine looked upon this third religious war as a revolution, as an attempt to divide France into two nations, one Catholic, the other Protestant. She reproached L'Hôpital for the failure of his conciliation policies. He resigned. She replaced him as chancellor with an uncompromising partisan of the Guises. On September 28, 1568, the government repealed the Edicts of Toleration and outlawed the Reformed faith from France. All that winter the rival forces prepared for a decisive engagement. On March 3, 1569, they met at Jarnac, near Angoulême. The Huguenots were defeated. Condé, exhausted with wounds, surrendered but was shot from the rear and died. Coligny took command and reorganized the troops for an orderly retreat. At Moncontour, the Huguenots were again defeated, but Coligny recovered by strategy what had been lost in battle, and without victories, almost without food, the undiscourageable Huguenots advanced to within a few hours' march of Paris in 1570. Despite subsidies from Rome and Spain, the government found it difficult both to finance its armies and to keep the Catholic nobles in the field for more than a month or two at a time. Meanwhile, hordes of mercenaries devastated the country, pillaging Catholics and Protestants indiscriminately and killing all who dared resist. Catherine offered Coligny a renewal of the Treaty of Longjumeau. He refused it as inadequate and continued his advance. At this point, the youthful Charles IX suddenly asserted his authority and signed at Saint-Germain, on August 8, 1570, a peace that gave the oft-defeated Huguenots more than they had ever gained before: freedom of worship except in Paris or near the court, full eligibility to public office, and as a guarantee that these terms would be honored in practice, the right to hold 4 cities under their independent rule for 2 years. The Catholics fumed and wondered why such a surrender followed so many victories. Philip and the Pope protested. Catherine turned them off with the assurance that she was only biding her time. Nevertheless, she proceeded to strengthen the new peace by offering to marry her daughter, Marguerite of Valois, to Henry, King of Navarre, now, since Condé's death, the titular head of the Huguenots. It was Catherine's last and boldest stroke. No matter that she and Jeanne d'Albret were sworn foes, no matter that Henry had already slain his quota of Catholics in war, he was young and malleable. Perhaps the magic of a beautiful and vivacious princess would woo him from his heresies. There would be a magnificent wedding feast at Paris. Men and women of either faith would be invited. The gay Renaissance would revive amid the bitter Reformation. There would be a moratorium on theology and war and massacre. 4. Massacre. But would Henry's mother consent? Jeanne d'Albret was Huguenot in body and soul. Coming to the court in 1561, she declared that she would not go to Mass if they killed her. She would sooner throw her son and her kingdom into the sea than yield. On the contrary, she had her Huguenot chaplain preach to her with all doors open, and defiantly ignored the recriminations of the Parisian populace. When her husband was converted to Catholicism, she left him and the court in 1562, returned to Béarn, and raised money and troops for Condé. After her husband's death, she made Protestantism compulsory in Béarn, which included the cities of Pau, Nérac, Tarbes, Orthez, and Lourdes. Catholic clergymen were dispossessed and were replaced by Huguenot ministers. For 50 years thereafter, no Mass was heard in Béarn. Pope Pius IV excommunicated her and wished to depose her, but Catherine dissuaded him. When Jeanne accepted the offer to bind Valois and Bourbon in marriage, she may have remembered this and Catherine's long struggle for peace. Besides, Catherine's sons were sickly. Might they not all die and leave the throne of France to Henry of Navarre? Had not the soothsayer Nostradamus prophesied that the Valois dynasty would end soon? The sickliest of the sons, Charles IX, might have been a lovable youth, except for occasional fits of cruelty and temper that blazed out at times into a passion verging on insanity. Between such storms he was a reed in the wind, seldom having a mind of his own. Perhaps he weakened himself by sensual indulgence. He was married to Elizabeth, daughter of the Emperor Maximilian II, but his illicit and lasting love was for his Huguenot mistress, Marie Touchet. He was sensitive to art, poetry, and music. He loved to recite Ronsard's lyrics, and he wrote in Ronsard's honor verses as pretty as Ronsard's own. We both wear diadems, but I my crown receive as king, you, poet, made your own. Your lyre, which charms with concourse of sweet sounds, subdues the soul, while flesh my empire bounds. It softens hearts, holds loveliness in fee. I can give death, you immortality. When Coligny joined the court at Blois in September 1571, Charles took to him as weakness welcomes strength. Here was a man all the world away from so many who had been pirouetting around the throne. A gentleman, an aristocrat, but quiet and sober, carrying half of France in the power of his word. The young king called the aging commander mon père, appointed him commander of the fleet, gave him from the royal purse a grant of 100,000 livres to reimburse him for his losses during the wars. Coligny joined the council and presided over it in the absence of the king. Charles had always been jealous and fearful of Philip II. He resented the dependence of Catholic France upon Spain. Coligny proposed to him that a war with Spain would give France a unifying cause and would rectify that northeastern boundary upon which Spain was encroaching. Now was the time, for William of Orange was leading a revolt of the Netherlands against their Spanish overlord. One good push and Flanders would be French. Charles listened sympathetically. On April 27th he wrote to Count Louis of Nassau, who was leading the Protestant rebellion in Hainaut, that he was determined to employ the powers which God had put into his hands for the deliverance of the Low Countries from the oppression under which they were groaning. Louis and his brother William of Orange offered to surrender Flanders and Artois to France in return for decisive aid against Spain. In the fall of that year, Charles negotiated with the Elector Augustus of Saxony for a defensive alliance of France and Protestant Germany. Catherine condemned Coligny's proposals as fantastically impracticable. Now that she had the peace that France so needed, it would be folly to unleash the hounds of war so soon again. Spain was as bankrupt as France, but she was still the strongest power in Christendom. She had just covered herself with glory in the defeat of the Turks at Lepanto. She would have all Catholic Europe and most of Catholic France to support her if France entered a Protestant league. In such a war, Coligny would be commander-in-chief, and through his influence on the impressionable Charles, he would in effect be king. Catherine would be relegated to Chenonceau, if not to Italy. Henry of Guise and Henry of Anjou, brother of the king, learned with dismay that Charles was allowing Coligny to send Huguenot troops to join Louis of Nassau. Alva, forewarned by his friends at the French court, overwhelmed this force on July 10, 1572. A full meeting of the King's Council heard Coligny defend his proposals for war with Spain from August 6 to 9, 1572. They were unanimously rejected. Coligny persisted. "I have promised on my own account," he said, "my assistance to the Prince of Orange. I hope the King will not take it ill if, by means of my friends and perhaps in person, I fulfill my promise." He said to the Queen Mother, "Madam, the King is today shunning a war which would promise him great advantages. God forbid that there should break out another which he cannot shun." The council broke up in excited resentment of what seemed a threat of another civil war. "Let the Queen beware," warned Marshal de Tavennes, "of the King her son's secret counsels, designs, and sayings. If she do not look out, the Huguenots will have him." Catherine took Charles aside and reproached him for having surrendered his mind to Coligny. If he persisted in the plan for war against Spain, she would ask his leave to withdraw with her other son to Florence. He asked her forgiveness and promised filial obedience, but he remained Coligny's devoted friend. It was in this atmosphere that Jeanne d'Albret came to Blois to prepare for the marriage that was to unite Catholic and Protestant France. She insisted that Cardinal de Bourbon should perform the ceremony not as a priest but as a prince, not in a church but outside it, and that Henry should not accompany his wife into the church to hear Mass. Catherine agreed, though this would raise more trouble with the Pope, who would refuse dispensation for Marguerite to marry the Protestant son of an excommunicated Protestant. Then Jeanne went on to Paris to shop, fell sick of pleurisy, and died on June 9, 1572. The Huguenots suspected that she had been poisoned, but this hypothesis is no longer entertained. Despite his own suspicions and grief, Henry of Navarre came from Blois to Paris in August, accompanied by Coligny and 800 Huguenots. 4,000 armed Huguenots followed them into the capital, partly to see the festivities, partly to protect their young king. Catholic Paris, aroused by this influx and 100 inflammatory sermons, denounced the marriage as a surrender of the government to Protestant force. Nevertheless, the ceremony took place on August 18th, without papal dispensation. Catherine took measures to prevent the post from bringing a papal prohibition. Henry led his wife to the portals of Notre Dame, but did not enter with her. Paris was not yet worth a mass. Provisionally, he lodged with Marguerite in the Louvre. Seldom had Paris seethed with such excitement. Coligny, still pressing for open aid by France to the revolting Netherlands, was believed ready to leave for the front. Some Catholics warned Catherine that Huguenots were planning another attempt to kidnap her and the king. The hammering of anvils throughout the city revealed the hurried forging of weapons. At this juncture, according to her son Henry, Catherine gave her consent to the murder of the admiral. On August 22nd, as Coligny was walking from the Louvre to his house, 2 shots from a window cut off the first finger of his left hand and ripped his arm to the elbow. His companions rushed into the building, but found only a smoking arquebus. The assailant had escaped by the rear. Coligny was carried to his rooms. The king, informed, cried out angrily, "Am I never to have any peace?" He sent his personal physician, the Huguenot Ambroise Paré, to treat the wounds, assigned royal guards to Coligny's house, commanded the Catholics to leave the adjoining premises, and allowed Huguenots to move in. The Queen, the King, and his brother Henry came to comfort the wounded man, and Charles swore the most terrible oath to revenge the attack. Coligny again urged Charles to enter the war for the acquisition of Flanders. Taking him aside, he whispered some secret. As the royal family returned to the Louvre, Catherine insisted that the king reveal the secret. "Very well, then, by the death of God," he answered, "since you will know, this is what the admiral said to me, that all power has gone to pieces in your hands, and that evil for me would come of it." In a state of frenzy, the king shut himself up in his private apartment. Catherine brooded in fearful resentment. Henry of Navarre came to Coligny and discussed measures of defense. Some members of the admiral's retinue wished to go at once and assassinate the Guise leaders. He forbade them. "If ample justice be not done," said the Huguenots, "they would certainly do it themselves." All that day Huguenots moved about the Louvre. One of them told the Queen that if justice were not soon executed, they would take the law into their own hands. Bands of armed Huguenots passed repeatedly by the Hôtel de Lorraine, where the Guises were staying, and shouted threats of death. The Guises appealed to the king for protection and barricaded themselves in their house. Charles, suspecting them of having hired the assassin, arrested several of their servants and menaced the Duke of Guise. Henry and his brother, the Duke of Aumale, asked permission to leave Paris. It was granted. They went as far as the Porte Saint-Antoine, then they turned back and secretly made their way to the Hôtel de Lorraine. On August 23rd, the council met to inquire into the crime. They learned that the house from which the shots had been fired was owned, though not occupied, by the Dowager Duchess of Guise, who had vowed to avenge the murder of her husband, Francis, that the assassin had escaped on a horse taken from the stables of the Guises, that the weapon had belonged to one of the Duke of Anjou's guardsmen. The assassin was never apprehended. According to Anjou's later account, he and Henry of Guise now decided that Coligny and some other Huguenots must be killed. While Catherine and some members of the council were assembled in the Tuileries, Anjou's agent, Bouchavan, rushed in with the announcement that the Huguenots in Coligny's lodgings were planning violent revolt, probably for the next evening. To Catherine's dislike of the admiral, her anger at what seemed to her his seduction of the king from her guidance, her conviction that the policy of war with Spain would be disastrous for France and her dynasty, there was now added the fear that her life was in immediate danger, and that all power might soon pass into the hands of Coligny and his friends. She agreed that the leading Huguenots should be killed. But the consent of the king was desirable, if not necessary, and he was still demanding the prosecution of all concerned in the attack upon Coligny. About 10 o'clock in this evening of August 23rd, the Queen-Mother sent Count de Retz to warn Charles of the supposed insurrection. Soon Catherine and her councillors surrounded the young ruler, whose excitement now brought him close to insanity. Catherine assured him that 30,000 Huguenots were planning to seize him on the morrow and carry him off to some Protestant stronghold, where he would be captive and impotent. Had they not twice before attempted such a stroke? If victorious, they would kill her on suspicion of having ordered or allowed the attack upon the admiral. The boy of 23 was told to choose between his mother's life and the lives of 6 Huguenots. If he refused consent, and Catholic Paris should overcome the revolt, he would be set aside as a coward and a fool. He resisted these arguments. He asked why it would not suffice to arrest the Huguenot leaders and try them legally. The councillors answered that it was too late to avert revolt by such action. Catherine threatened to withdraw to Italy and leave him to his fate. Finally, toward midnight, in a fit of nervous breakdown and rage, Charles shouted, "By the death of God, since you choose to kill the admiral, I consent. But then you must kill all the Huguenots in France, so that not one shall be left to reproach me. Kill them all! Kill them all!" Uttering blasphemies, he fled from his counselors and shut himself up in his room. If the conspirators had plotted to kill only a few, they now took advantage of the king's mad order to make the slaughter of the Huguenots as thorough as possible. Catherine insisted on protecting Henry of Navarre. The young Prince of Condé, Henry I, and the Montmorencys were accepted as too noble for slaughter. The surgeon Ambroise Paré was saved by the king, but word was sent out to the district captains of Paris to arm their men and be ready for action at the tolling of church bells at 3 o'clock in the morning, August 24th, St. Bartholomew's Day. Carte blanche was given the Guises to execute their long-delayed revenge upon the admiral. Henry of Guise sent word to the officers of the militia that at the tocsin sound their men were to slay every Huguenot they could find. The gates of the city were to be closed to prevent escapes. While it was yet night, Guise himself led 300 soldiers to the building where Coligny lay asleep. Near him were Paré, his physician, Merlin, his secretary, Nicolas, his servant. They were awakened by the clatter of soldiers approaching. They heard shots and cries. Coligny's guards were being killed. A friend burst into the room crying, "We are lost." The admiral replied, "I have long been prepared for death. Save yourselves. I do not wish those who hold you dear to be able to reproach me with your death. I commend my soul to the mercy of God." They fled. Guise's soldiers broke in the door. They found Coligny kneeling in prayer. A soldier ran him through and slashed his face. Others stabbed him. Still alive, he was tossed through the window to fall upon the pavement below at Guise's feet. After making sure that Coligny was dead, the Duke ordered his men to scatter through Paris and spread the word, "Tuez, tuez, kill, kill, the king commands it." The head of the admiral was severed from his body and sent to the Louvre, some said to Rome. The body was given up to the multitude, which mangled it ferociously, cut off the hands and the genitals to offer them for sale, and strung up the rest by the heels. Meanwhile, the Queen, feeling some remorse or fear, sent orders to the Guises to halt the massacre. They answered that it was too late. Coligny being dead, the Huguenots must be killed, or they would surely revolt. Catherine yielded and ordered the tocsin to be rung. There followed such slaughter as cities have seldom known, even in the frenzy of war. The populace rejoiced at the freedom given to its suppressed impulses to strike, to inflict pain, and to kill. It hunted out and slew from 2,000 to 5,000 Huguenots and others. Murders previously meditated could now be perpetrated with impunity. Harassed or ambitious wives or husbands took the opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted mates. Merchants were slain by competitors. Relatives too slow to die were pointed out as Huguenots by prospective heirs. Ramus, the philosopher, was killed at the urging of a jealous professor. Every house suspected of harboring Huguenots was invaded and searched. Huguenots and their children were dragged into the streets and slain. Embryos were torn from dead mothers and smashed. Soon corpses littered the pavement. Urchins played games on them. The Catholic Swiss guards of the king entered the fray and slew indiscriminately out of pure joy of slaughter. The Duke de la Rochefoucauld, who had played tennis with the king the day before, was killed by masked men who, he supposed, had come to invite him to some royal frolic. Huguenot nobles and officers who had been lodged in the Louvre as the King of Navarre's retinue were called into the courtyard and were shot one by one as they came. Henry himself, rising at dawn, went off to play tennis. Charles sent for him and Condé and gave them a choice of the Mass or death. Condé chose death, but was saved by the Queen. Navarre promised compliance and was allowed to live. His bride, Marguerite, sleeping fretfully, was awakened by a wounded Huguenot who rushed into her room and her bed. She persuaded his pursuers to spare him. "As I write," reported the Spanish ambassador, "they are killing them all. They are stripping them naked, sparing not even the children. Blessed be God." Now that the law itself had become lawless, pillage ran free, and the king was informed that members of his court had joined in the sack of the capital. Toward midday, some horrified citizens pleaded with him to have the slaughter stopped, and a party of the town police offered to help restore order. He issued commands to halt the massacre. He bade the police imprison Protestants for their own protection. Some of these he saved. Others, at his bidding, were drowned in the Seine. For a while the carnage abated. But on Monday the 25th the hawthorn blossomed, quite out of season, in the cemetery of the Innocents. The clergy hailed this as a miracle. The church bells of Paris rang out to acclaim it. The populace mistook the clangor as a call to renew the slaughter. murder took on new life. On the 26th, the king went in state with his court through the streets, still littered with corpses, to the Palace of Justice, and proudly certified to the Parlement of Paris that he had ordered the massacre. The president replied with a long address of congratulation. Parlement voted that Coligny's heirs should be outlawed, his home at Châtillon demolished, the remainder of his property confiscated by the Duke of Anjou. On the 28th, the king, the queen mother, and the court visited several churches in a religious festival of thanksgiving for the redemption of France from heresy and the escape of the royal family from death. The provinces imitated Paris in their amateur way. Inspired by news from the capital, Lyon, Dijon, Orléans, Blois, Tours, Troyes, Meaux, Bourges, Angers, Rouen, Toulouse, staged ecstatic massacres between August 24th and 26th. Jacques de Thou reckoned 800 victims at Lyon, 1,000 at Orléans. The king encouraged and then discouraged these holocausts. On the 26th, he sent verbal instructions to provincial governors to kill all leading Huguenots. On the 27th, he sent them written orders to protect peaceful and law-abiding Protestants. At the same time, he wrote his agent at Brussels to invite the Duke of Alva's cooperation. The Duke has many of my rebellious subjects in his hands, and the means of taking Mons and punishing those besieged in it. If he answers you that this is tacitly to require him to kill these prisoners and to cut to pieces those in Mons, you are to say that this is what he must do. Alva rejected the invitation. When he captured Mons, he allowed the French garrison to depart unharmed. Privately, he scorned the massacre of St. Bartholomew as a base means of waging war. Publicly, he ordered a celebration of the massacre as a triumph for the only true Christianity. Some provincial governors kept their populace under civilized control. There were no killings in Champagne, Picardy, or Brittany, and few in Auvergne, Languedoc, Burgundy, or Dauphiné. At Lyon, many Catholics denounced the slaughter, and the soldiers refused to take part in it. At Vienne, the bishop took the Protestants under his protection, and Catholic families gave hiding to endangered Huguenots. But at Troyes and Orléans, the bishops gave full rein to the massacre. At Bordeaux, a Jesuit announced that the Archangel Michael had ordered the killings, and he condemned the tardiness of the magistrates in ordering the executions. Probably the provinces contributed 5,000 victims, and Paris some 2,000, but estimates of the total ranged from 5,000 to 30,000. Catholics generally condoned the massacre as an explosion of resentment and revenge after years of Huguenot persecution of Catholics. Philip II laughed beyond his dour wont when he heard the news. Now there would be no danger of France's interfering in the Netherlands. The papal nuncio at Paris wrote to Rome, "I congratulate His Holiness from the depths of my heart that it has pleased the Divine Majesty, at the beginning of his pontificate, to direct the affairs of this kingdom so felicitously and so honorably, and to have so protected the King and Queen Mother that they would destroy this pestiferous root with such prudence, and at such an opportune moment when all their rebels were locked in the cage." When the tidings reached Rome, the Cardinal of Lorraine, out of ungovernable happiness, gave the bearer 1,000 crowns. Soon all Rome was illuminated. Salvos were fired from the Castel Sant'Angelo. Bells rang joyously. Gregory XIII and his cardinals attended a solemn mass of thanksgiving to God for this signal favor shown to Christian people, which had saved France and the Holy See from great peril. The Pope ordered a special medal struck to commemorate Huguenotorum Strages, the defeat or slaughter of the Huguenots, and he engaged Vasari to paint in the Sala Regia of the Vatican a picture of the massacre, bearing the words Pontifex Colignii necem probat. The Pope approves the killing of Coligny. Protestant Europe branded the massacres as dastardly barbarism. William of Orange told the French envoy that Charles IX would never be able to wash the blood from his hands. In England, Elizabeth was beset with demands for revenge, and bishops advised her that the only way to quiet the public fury was to put to death at once all Catholics who were in prison for having refused to take the oath of allegiance. At least the Queen of Scots should be executed at once. Elizabeth kept her head. She robed herself in deep mourning to receive the French ambassador and met with visible unbelief his protestations that the massacre had been necessitated by imminent Huguenot conspiracy. But she continued to play France against Spain and to dally with Alençon's suit for her hand, and in November she consented to act as godmother to the daughter of Charles IX. Catherine emerged from the shambles cheerful and refreshed. The king was now again her vassal, and the Huguenot problem seemed solved. She was mistaken. Though many French Protestants had accepted conversion as an alternative to death, these recantations proved transitory. Within 2 months of the massacre, the Huguenots opened the Fourth Religious War. La Rochelle and several other towns closed their gates to royalist troops and successfully resisted siege. On July 6, 1573, Charles signed the Peace of La Rochelle, guaranteeing the Huguenots religious liberty. Politically, the massacre had accomplished nothing. And now the Huguenot intellectuals, who had heretofore professed loyalty to the king, turned in horror from Charles IX and questioned not only the divine right of kings, but the institution of monarchy itself. François Hautemont, a Huguenot jurist, had fled to Switzerland after the massacre. A year later he published a passionate attack upon Charles, De Furoribus Gallicis. The crimes of that king had released his people from their oath of loyalty. He was a felon and should be deposed. Before the year was out, Hautemont sent forth from Geneva his Franco-Gallia, the first modern attempt at constitutional history. The Gallo-French monarchy, he argued, had been elective. The king had been, till Louis XI, subject to a national assembly of one kind or another. The now abject parlements and the long-neglected States General were the weakened remnants of that elective power, and that power had been delegated to these bodies by the people. To the people alone belongs the right to elect and depose kings. He demanded the periodic assembly of the States General. This body alone should have the authority to issue laws and make war or peace, to appoint to major offices, to regulate the succession, and to depose bad kings. Here already was the thunder of 1789. Life itself soon deposed Charles IX. Good and evil in him had struggled to the point where a constitution congenitally botched had broken down from the strain. Sometimes he gloated over the hardihood and the extremity of his crime. At other times he accused himself of having consented to the massacre, and the cries of butchered Huguenots kept ringing in his ears, murdering sleep. He began to reproach his mother. "Who but you is the cause of all this? God's blood, you are the cause of it all." She complained that she had a lunatic for a son. He became melancholy and somber, thin and pale. He had always tended to tuberculosis. Now, his resistance weakened. It destroyed him. By 1574 he was spitting blood. In the spring his hemorrhages grew more violent, and he again had visions of his victims. "What bloodshed, what murders!" he cried to his nurse. "What evil counsel have I followed? Oh, my God, forgive me. I am lost." On his dying day, May 30th, 1574, he called for Henry of Navarre, whom he embraced affectionately. "Brother," he said, "you are losing a good friend. Had I believed all that I was told, you would not be alive. But I always loved you. I trust in you alone to look after my wife and daughter. Pray God for me. Farewell." Soon afterward he died. He was not yet 24. Chapter 14. Henry IV, 1553 to 1610. 1. Love and Marriage. Henry's grandmother was Marguerite of Angoulême, Valois, and Navarre, the lovable, sensitive, pious sister of the amorous, gallant, dashing Francis I. His mother was the rebellious, unmanageable, heretical Jean d'Albret. His father, Antoine de Bourbon, a descendant of St. Louis, was handsome, brave, debonair, vain, with a tendency to fluctuate from creed to creed. When Henry struggled into the world, on December 14, 1553, at Pau, in Béarn, he may have carried in him all these ancestral qualities except piety. His happy grandfather, sure that it would be a fine omen, persuaded Jeanne in her pains to sing a song to the Virgin, and as a baptism into Béarn, he rubbed the lips of the babe with garlic and made him drink wine. The hero sucked 8 nurses dry. He did not relish education. He disliked writing, fled from grammar, and learned to write a fascinating style. He read Plutarch as his Bible of heroism. He was brought up almost wholly out of doors, majored in running, romping, wrestling, riding, pummeling, ate black bread, cheese, and onions, enjoyed summer and winter with a relish that laughed pessimism out of face. He was reared as a Huguenot, but he never allowed religion to hobble life. Summoned at the age of 9 to live at the court and learn its graces and morals, he readily adopted Catholicism. Returning to Béarn at 13, he resumed the Huguenot faith as if he were adjusting his clothes to the climate. With greater facility he passed from love to love. La Petite Tignonville, Mademoiselle de Montagu, Arnaudine, La Garce, or the Wench, Catherine de Luc, and de Camfort. He moulted creeds and mistresses without distressing his conscience or shifting his aim. His aim was to be King of France. At 19, his father having died, Henry became King of Navarre, but that was only a teasing taste of royalty. When he went to Paris to marry Marguerite of Valois, he was received as next only to the Duke of Anjou and the Duke of Alençon in line for the throne. When massacre followed on marriage, he kept and saved his head by timely apostasy. His bride, Margot, was the most fascinating and accommodating woman in France. No one questioned her beauty. Ronsard sang it. Brantôme intoned ecstasies about her fine cosmetic skin, her waving hair or varied wigs, her eyes darting humor, anger, or deviltry, her figure shapely as a courtesan's and stately as a queen's, her lively feet leading the dances of the court, her contagion of vivacity in an age of strife and gloom. All these magnets drew a dozen lovers to her lair, and gossip credited her with tactful, even incestuous capitulations. Henry could hardly complain, having himself a roving eye, but when Margot, who had married him against her will, resumed her fluctuations after a brief obeisance to monogamy, he began to wonder who would be the father of his children. He took a mistress, he fell ill, Margot generously nursed him, though she ascribed his disorder to excess with women. But soon their mutual suspicion so estranged them that she wrote, "We neither slept nor spoke with each other any more." For 3 years he remained unwillingly at the court. One night in 1575, while hunting, he galloped out of bounds. Then he fled in disguise across France, found his way through a dozen perils to Nérac, and governed Béarn and Guyenne with justice and wit. He abandoned Catholicism, restored the Protestants to power in Béarn, and protected them in Guyenne. 3 years later Margot joined him, and the young king, when not following the hunt or fighting Catholics, helped her to make the festivities of her little court outface their infidelities. In 1582, tired of helping his mistresses in their confinements, she returned to Paris. But there her escapades were so flagrant that her brother, Henry III, bade her hurry back to her husband. After 2 years more in Béarn, she retired to Agen. The two kings, now two Henrys, agreed to her practical imprisonment in the Château d'Usson, and allowed her a fair pension from 1587 to 1605. She turned her prison into a salon, entertained poets, artists, scholars, and lovers, and composed her gossipy memoirs. Richelieu commended her style, Montaigne dedicated essays to her, preachers praised her charity. After substantial inducements, she consented to an annulment of her marriage, and was allowed to return to Paris and the court in 1605. There she resumed her romances and her salon, became fat and penitent, took Vincent de Paul as her chaplain, founded a convent, and died in peace and piety in 1615 at the age of 62. So ended, said a contemporary, Marguerite, sole remains of the race of the Valois, a princess full of good intentions who did no harm to anyone but herself. 2. Henry III, 1574 to 1589. The Duke of Anjou, after a brief tenure of the Polish throne, returned, aged 24, to be Henry III, the last Valois king of France. An anonymous portrait in the Louvre shows him tall, lank, pale, wistful, a man of good will confused by bad heredity. He was physically weak, emotionally unstable, easily fatigued. He had to avoid riding and hunting, and a few minutes of active love left him bedded for days. His skin itched incurably, his head and stomach ached, his ear ran. Before he was 36, his hair was white and his teeth were gone. His apparent haughtiness was really diffidence, his cruelty was fear. Normally he was gentle and cautious. Unfortunately, he had a passion for feminine raiment. He appeared at a ball in a low-necked dress, with a circlet of pearls around his throat. He wore jewels in his ears and bracelets on his arms. He gathered about him a dozen mignons, youths who frizzed their long hair, painted their faces, adorned themselves with fancy garb, and sprinkled themselves with perfumes that scented their trail. With these uncertain men he would, on occasion, disguised as a woman, romp through the streets at night, playing pranks upon the citizens. In a country nearing bankruptcy and anarchy, he emptied the treasury upon his male favorites, spending 11 million francs on the wedding of one, and doubling the price of judgeships to buy a marriage gift for another. Some of his people's money he spent to good purpose, building the Pont Neuf, improving the Louvre, and raising parts of Paris out of squalor into architecture and cleanliness. He supported literature and the theater. He labored fretfully at administration. To square all his accounts, he made pilgrimages on foot to Chartres and Cléry. In Paris, he walked from church to church, fingering large rosaries, zealously accumulating paternosters and Ave Marias. He marched in the ghostly nocturnal processions of the Blue Penitents, his body enclosed in a sack with holes for feet and eyes. He had no children. His mother, who had brought the seeds of degeneracy to him from diseased parents, looked with sorrow on the decadence and the imminent extinction of her stock. The political situation was confused beyond Henry's understanding. He was not made for war, and Catherine, aging, longed for peace. But the Huguenots, desperate yet unsubdued, were still in revolt. His brother, the Duke of Alençon, was flirting with a Protestant queen in England, with Protestant rebels in the Netherlands, and with Henry of Navarre in Béarn. A minority of Catholic leaders, called politique by their critics, took up the ideas of L'Hôpital, who had died in grief in 1573, proposed mutual toleration between the warring faiths, and defended the idea, so unpopular in both camps, that a nation could survive without unity of religious belief. If, they argued, the popes forbade such a compromise, France should sever its religious bonds with Rome. Frightened by the cooperation of politique and Huguenots, and by the inroads of German troops coming to reinforce the Protestants, Henry ended in 1576 the Fifth Religious War by signing the Peace of Monsieur at Beaulieu and issuing an Edict of Pacification, the Edict of Beaulieu, which gave the Huguenots full freedom of worship everywhere in France, made them eligible to all offices, and allowed them 8 cities in which they were to have complete political and military dominance. Most French Catholics, and above all the ardently orthodox populace of Paris, were shocked by these concessions to a party supposedly destroyed. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. Most French Catholics, and above all the ardently orthodox populace of Paris, were shocked by these concessions to a party supposedly destroyed. In 1562, the Cardinal of Lorraine had proposed a Ligue Sainte, whose members should swear to defend the Church by whatever means and at whatever cost. Henry of Guise had organized such a band in Champagne in 1568. Now similar associations were formed in many provinces. In 1576, the Duke openly proclaimed the Holy League and took the field with a vow to crush the Huguenots once and for all. We must not follow the trajectories of the 6th, 7th, and 8th religious wars, except as they affected the flow of ideas or the character of France. Now again philosophy entered the fray. In 1579, an unidentified author, perhaps Philippe Duplessis Mornay, one of Navarre's counselors, sent out from Basel a stirring pronunciamento entitled Vindiciae contra Tyrannos, a vindication of public rights against tyrants. It was written in Latin, but was soon translated into vernaculars. Its influence lasted for a century. It was used by the Huguenots in France, by the Dutch against Philip, by the Puritans against Charles I, by the Whigs to justify the dethroning of James II. The old theory of an implicit social contract between a nation and its ruler here took definite form. We shall see it again in Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. Government is, first of all, a covenant between God, the people, and the king to uphold and obey the true religion, in this case Protestantism. Any king failing to do this may be deposed. Secondly, government is a pact between king and people, the one to rule justly, the other to obey peaceably. King and people alike are subject to natural law, that is, a law of reason and natural justice, conformable to the divine moral code and superior to all positive or man-made law. The function of the king is to maintain the law, positive, natural, and divine. He is the instrument, not the dictator of the law. Subjects considered in a body ought to be esteemed absolute lords and owners of the kingdom. But who shall determine whether the king is a tyrant? Not the people as a multitude, that monster with countless heads. Rather let the magistrates decide, or some such assembly as the States General of France. It will not do for each private individual to follow his own conscience. He would mistake his desires for his conscience, and chaos would ensue. But if the magistrate summons him to armed rebellion, he must obey the call. If, however, the tyrant is a usurper, he may be justly killed by anyone. The conflict of force and ideas was sharpened when the Duke of Alençon died in 1584 and Henry III recognized Henry of Navarre as heir presumptive to the throne. Overnight, the Huguenots ceased to talk of tyranny and deposition and became ardent supporters of legitimacy, expecting the fragile Valois king to collapse soon and yield France to their Bourbon Protestant. The Vindicii, so recently a Huguenot manifesto, was frowned upon, and Hautmont himself proclaimed that resistance to Henry of Navarre was a sin. But most of France shuddered at the thought of a Huguenot king. How could a Protestant be anointed at Rheims by the Church? And could anyone without such unction ever be a rightful monarch of France? The Orthodox clergy, led by fervent Jesuits, denounced the succession and called all Catholics to the League. Henry III, swept away by the tide, joined the League and ordered all Huguenots to accept Catholicism or leave France. Henry of Navarre appealed to Europe to recognize the justice of his cause, but Pope Sixtus V excommunicated him and declared that as a persistent heretic he could not inherit the throne. Charles, Cardinal de Bourbon, now declared himself heir presumptive. Catherine again tried for peace, offering to support Navarre if he would renounce Protestantism. He refused. He took the field with an army partly Catholic, captured half a dozen cities in as many months, and defeated at Coutras a League army twice as large as his own. This in 1587. The Huguenots, numbering about a twelfth of the population, now held half the major towns of France. But Paris was the heart of France, and Paris was passionately for the League. Dissatisfied with Henry III's half-hearted support, the League set up in the capital a revolutionary government composed of representatives from the 16 wards. The 16 negotiated with Spain for a Spanish invasion of England and France, and planned to seize the person of the king. Henry sent for Swiss guards. The 16 called upon the Duke of Guise to take control of Paris. The king forbade it. The Duke came and was hailed by the populace as head of the Catholic cause in France. Henry III, humiliated and vowing vengeance, fled to Chartres. Then, again losing his nerve, he disowned Henry of Navarre, appointed Henry of Guise commander-in-chief of the royal armies, and summoned the States General to meet at Blois. When the delegates assembled, the king noted with anger the almost royal honors paid to Guise. In a day of frenzied resolution, he persuaded some of his aides to kill the Duke. He invited him to a private conference. As the young noble approached the king's room, 9 assailants stabbed him to death, and the king, opening a door, gazed in excited satisfaction upon his accomplished aim. This on December 24, 1588. He ordered the imprisonment of the League leaders and the death of the Duke's brother, the Cardinal of Guise. In pride and terror he reported his vicarious exploits to his mother. She wrung her hands in despair. "You have ruined the kingdom," she told him. 12 days later she died, aged 69, worn out with responsibilities, anxieties, intrigues, and probably remorse. Hardly anyone paused to mourn her. She was buried in a common grave at Blois, for when a proposal was made to let her remains occupy the tomb she had prepared in Saint-Denis, the 16 announced that if her body were brought to Paris, they would throw it into the Seine. Half of France denounced Henry III as a murderer. Students paraded the streets demanding his dethronement. The theologians of the Sorbonne, supported by the Pope, absolved the people from allegiance to the king, and priests called for armed resistance to him everywhere. Supporters of the king were arrested. Men and women crowded the churches for fear of being taken as royalists. The pamphleteers of the League took over the political ideology of the Huguenots. The people were declared sovereign, with the right through the Parlement or the magistrates to depose a tyrant. Any future king should be subject to constitutional limitations, and his prime duty should be to enforce the true religion, in this case Catholicism. Henry III, now at Tours with some nobles and soldiers, found himself between two terrors. The army of the League under the Duke of Mayenne was advancing upon him from the north. The army of Navarre, taking town after town, was advancing from the south. One or the other force must capture him. Henry the Huguenot seized his opportunity. He sent to Plessis-Mornay to offer the king alliance, protection, and support. At Plessis-les-Tours, the two Henrys met and pledged mutual fidelity, this on April 30th, 1589. Together their armies defeated Mayenne and marched upon Paris. In the frenzied capital, a Dominican monk, Jacques Clément, listened fervently to denunciations of Henry III as an assassin. He was assured that a great deed in a divine cause would clear away all the guilt of his sins, and the grief and beauty of Catherine, Duchess of Montpensier, sister of the slain Guises, agitated him. He bought a dagger, found his way into the royal camp, stabbed the king in the stomach, was killed by the guards, and died in the confidence of paradise. Henry of Valois died on the morrow, on August 2nd, 1589, beseeching his followers to cleave to his cousin of Navarre. Chaos swept through the besieging army. Much of it melted away. The proposed attack on Paris was postponed. Within the city, the joy of the League and its followers reached delirium. Some churches placed the monk's picture on the altar. Devotees hailed the assassination as the noblest act of God since the incarnation of Jesus Christ. Clément's mother was brought from the provinces, preached in the churches, and was hailed with a sacred chant, "Blessed be the womb that bore thee, and the paps that gave thee suck." 3. The Road to Paris, 1589 to 1594. Henry of Navarre was at the crisis of his life. Suddenly he was, in law and by tradition, King of France, but almost as suddenly half his troops deserted him. The nobles who had clung to Henry III rode off to their estates. Most of the Catholics in his army disappeared. 2/3 of France rejected forcibly the notion of a Protestant king. The politique had for the time been silenced by the two assassinations. The Parlement of Paris recognized Cardinal de Bourbon as King of France. Philip of Spain pledged to the League the gold of the Americas to keep France Catholic. Meanwhile, not quite to Philip's chagrin, the disruption of French production and trade had brought the country to such desolation that no comfort was left it but the consuming ecstasy of hate. It was out of the question for Navarre to attack a city so overwhelmingly hostile as Paris, with an army so disorganized and reduced. Cautiously, and with a generalship impeded more by his mistresses than by the enemy, he withdrew his forces northward to receive help from England, and Mayenne followed as rapidly as his corpulence would permit. At Arques, just south of Dieppe, the two armies met, Henry with 7,000 men, Mayenne with 23,000, on September 21st, 1589. We may gather the result from Henry's message to his comrade-at-arms. "Hang yourself, brave Crillon, we have fought at Arques, and you were not there." The victory heartened Henry's secret supporters everywhere. Several towns opened their gates to him cheerfully. The Republic of Venice recognized him as king. Elizabeth, as anxious as Venice to keep Spain from dominating France, sent him 4,000 troops, 22,000 pounds in gold, 70,000 pounds of gunpowder, and cargoes of shoes, food, wine, and beer. Philip retaliated by sending a detachment from Flanders to Mayenne. The reinforced armies fought at Ivry on the Eure, March 14, 1590. Henry stuck a white plume, hardly to be termed a white feather, in his helmet, and told his soldiers, "If the heat of battle disperse you for a while, rally under those pear trees you see up yonder to my right, and if you lose your standards, do not lose sight of my white plume. You will always find it in the path of honor, and, I hope, of victory too." As usual, he fought in the fore of the fray. His right arm was swollen and his sword beaten out of shape with the blows they gave. His reputation for mercy served him well, for thousands of unpaid Swiss in Mayenne's service surrendered. Henry's victory left the League without an army. Almost unhindered, he advanced to besiege Paris again. From May to September 1590, his hungry and penniless soldiers camped around the capital, eager to assault and plunder it, but checked by Henry's refusal to sanction a slaughter that might have been worse than the St. Bartholomew. After a month of siege, the Parisians were eating horses, cats, dogs, and grass. Henry relented and let provisions enter the city. The Duke of Parma, Philip's governor in the Netherlands, came to the relief of Paris with a well-equipped army of Spanish veterans. Henry, outmaneuvered, retreated to Rouen. Parma followed him in a duel of strategy. Sickness disabled the Duke, and Henry's army once more sat down before the capital. Now he faced the decisive question. Could he, as a Protestant, win and keep the throne of a country 90% Catholic? Even his army was predominantly Catholic. Doubtless it was no small item in his thoughts that he was running out of funds and could no longer pay his troops. He called in his aides and confessed that he was thinking of conversion to Catholicism. Some approved the plan as the only road to peace. Some condemned it as a cruel and scandalous desertion of Huguenots who had given him blood and money in the hope of having a Protestant king. To these Henry replied, "If I were to follow your advice, in a little while there would be neither king nor kingdom in France. I wish to give peace to my subjects and rest to my soul. Take counsel among you as to what you need for your security. I shall always be ready to satisfy you." He added, "Perhaps between the two religions the difference is great only through the animosity of those who preach it. Some day, by my authority, I shall try to arrange all that." And he defined his own essential faith. "Those who unswervingly follow their conscience are of my religion, and I am of the religion of all who are brave and good." Duplessis Mornay, Agrippa d'Aubigny, and many other Protestant leaders abandoned the king, but Henry's most trusted adviser, the Duke of Sully, while himself remaining staunchly Protestant, agreed with his master's decision. Paris is well worth a mass. On May 18, 1593, Henry sent word to the Pope and the Paris hierarchy that he desired instruction in the Catholic faith. Gregory XIV had renewed his excommunication, but the French hierarchy, never obsequious to Rome, prepared to groom the new penitent to be a pious king. He was no easy pupil. He would give no pledge to make war against heresy, and refused to sign or believe rubbish which he was quite sure that the majority of them did not believe themselves. He graciously agreed to the doctrine of purgatory because it is the best part of your revenues. On July 25th he wrote to his current mistress, "I'm going to make the perilous leap." He went to the Abbey Church of Saint-Denis, confessed, received absolution, and heard Mass. Thousands of voices in both camps denounced him as a hypocrite. The Jesuits repudiated his conversion, and the League leaders continued to resist. But the deaths of the Duke of Parma and the Cardinal de Bourbon had weakened the League, and the 16 had lost standing with French patriots by supporting Philip's plan to have his daughter made Queen of France. Many of the nobility inclined to Henry as a general who could keep Philip in check, and as a humane ruler who could restore health to a land disordered to the verge of dismemberment. A clever periodical, Satire Minipe, 1593 to 1594, voiced the sentiments of the politique and the bourgeoisie, ridiculed with wit and irony the Jesuits and the League, and declared, "There is no peace so unjust that it is not worth more than the most just war." Even fanatical Paris was crying for peace. Minor hostilities continued for 8 months more, but on March 22, 1594, Henry marched into Paris, and hardly a man hindered him. Such crowds acclaimed him that when he wished to enter Notre Dame, he had to be lifted over the heads of the multitude. Established as king in the same Louvre where, 22 years before, he had been a prisoner and near death, he surrendered himself to joy, and issued, in his buoyant way, an amnesty to all, even to the Guises and the 16. Some enemies he brought over by ready forgiveness and gallant courtesy. Some he bribed with borrowed funds. Not all were won over. At Lyons, Pierre Barrière bought a knife, had it sharpened, and started out for Paris, proclaiming his intent to assassinate the king. He was arrested at Milan and summarily strangled. "Alas," said Henry, "if I had known it, I would have pardoned him." Pope Clement VIII sent the king absolution, but the Jesuits continued to preach against him. On December 27th, Jean Châtel, aged 19, struck at the king with a dagger, but inflicted only a cut lip and a broken tooth. Again Henry proposed to pardon the fanatic, but the authorities subjected Châtel to all the tortures required by the law against regicides. He proudly admitted his desire to kill the king as a dangerous heretic, and professed his readiness to make another attempt for his own salvation's sake. He confessed that he was a pupil of the Jesuits, but would not further implicate them in his enterprise. The Spanish Jesuit, Juan de Mariana, whom we shall meet again, was quoted as having approved the assassination of bad kings, of Henry III especially, and the French Jesuit, Jean Guignard, was found to have written that Henry IV should have been killed in the massacre of St. Bartholomew, and that he ought now to be got rid of at any price and in any way whatsoever. Early in 1595, the Parlement of Paris, on petition of the secular clergy of the Sorbonne, ordered the Jesuits to leave France. 4. The Creative King, 1594 to 1610. Henry found the task of reconstruction more arduous than the conquest of power. 32 years of religious wars had left France almost as devastated and chaotic as after the 100 Years' War the century before. The French merchant marine had practically vanished from the seas. 300,000 homes had been destroyed. Hatred had declared a moratorium on morals and had poisoned France with the lust for revenge. Demobilized soldiers harried the roads and villages with robbery and murder. The nobles plotted to exact, as the price of their loyalty, a return to feudal seigneurial sovereignties. The provinces, long left to their own resources, were dividing France into autonomous states, and the Huguenots were clamoring for political independence as well as religious liberty. The League still had a hostile army in the field. Henry brought its leader, Mayenne, to truce, and finally to peace in January 1596. The terms having been signed, Henry walked the fat duke into panting exhaustion, and then assured him that this was the only revenge he would take. When one of his own generals, Charles de Gontaut, Duke of Durant, led a conspiracy against him, Henry offered him pardon for a confession. This being refused, Henry had him tried, convicted, and beheaded in 1602. By this time, France realized that Navarre was king. The people of France, tired of anarchy, allowed him, the business classes begged him, to make the new Bourbon monarchy absolute. Royal absolutism, which was the cause of civil war in England, was the effect of civil war in France. Since the first necessity of government is money, Henry collected taxes. The existing Council of Finance emitted more than the normal odor of corruption. Henry made the fearless Sully superintendent of finance and gave him a free hand to clear the air and the road between taxes paid and those received. Maximilien de Béthune, Baron of Rosny, Duke of Sully, had been Henry's faithful friend for a quarter of a century, had fought at his side for 14 years. Now, in 1597, still only 37, he attacked embezzlers and incompetents with such uncompromising energy that he became the most valuable and unpopular member of the Royal Council. His portrait by Dumonstier hangs in the Louvre. Large head, massive brow, sharp, suspicious eyes. Here was the practical genius needed to check the romantic spirit of a king who was too busy as Casanova to be quite Charlemagne. Sully made himself the watchdog of the administration. As superintendent of finance, highways, communications, public buildings, fortifications, and artillery, as governor of the Bastille and surveyor general of Paris, he was everywhere, supervised everything, insisted on efficiency, economy, and integrity. He worked through every waking hour, lived austerely in a simple room bearing pictures of Luther and Calvin on the walls. He guarded the interests of his fellow Huguenots. He stabilized the currency, reorganized and disciplined the bureaucracy, and forced thieving officials to disgorge. He reclaimed for the state all property and revenues that had been appropriated by individuals during the wars. He compelled 40,000 tax dodgers to pay their taxes. He had found the national treasury in debt by 296 million livres. He paid off these obligations, balanced the budget, and gathered a surplus of 13 million livres. He protected and encouraged all phases of economic life, built roads and bridges, planned the great canals that were to join the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, the Seine and the Loire. He declared all navigable rivers to be part of the royal domain, forbade obstructions in them, and renewed the flow of goods through the land. With the help of such wisely chosen ministers, Henry proceeded to recreate France. He restored to the courts and the Parlement their lawful functions and authority. And if he allowed the bureaucratic officials for a price to transmit their positions to their sons, it was not merely to raise money, but to ensure stability of administration and to raise up the middle classes, in particular the legal fraternity or noblesse de la robe, as offsets and balances to the hostile aristocracy. Usually too eager for life and work to read a book, the king studied carefully Olivier de Serres' Les Théâtres d'Agriculture from 1600, which suggested more scientific methods of farming. He established these improvements on the crown lands as examples and prods to the vegetative peasantry. He longed, as he said, to see la poule au pot, a chicken in every pot on Sunday. He forbade nobles to ride over vineyards or cornfields on their hunts. He suppressed the ravages of troops on peasant lands. He cancelled 20 million livres of tax arrears owed by the peasants, perhaps because he knew he could never collect them, and lowered the poll tax from 20 to 14 million livres. Anticipating Colbert, he protected existing industries with tariffs, and introduced new industries like the making of fine pottery and glass and the culture of silk. He planted mulberry trees in the gardens of the Tuileries and Fontainebleau, and required that 10,000 should be planted in every diocese. He helped and enlarged the tapestry works of the Gobelins. To evade the restrictive policies of the masters in the guilds, he reorganized French industry on a corporative basis. Employers and employees united in each craft and subject to regulation by the state. Poverty continued, partly because of war, pestilence, and taxes, partly because the natural inequality of ability amid the general equality of greed ensures in each generation that the majority of goods will be absorbed by a minority of men. The king himself lived economically, extravagant only with his mistresses. To occupy the unemployed and clear the countryside of idle and voracious veterans, he financed a large variety of public works. Streets were broadened and paved, canals were dug, trees were planted along the highways, parks and squares, like the Place Royale, now the Place des Vosges, and the Place Dauphine, were opened to let Paris breathe. For the disabled destitute, the king founded the Hôpital de la Charité. Not all these reforms matured before his sudden death, but by the end of his reign the country was enjoying such prosperity as it had not known since Francis I. Above all, Henry ended the religious wars and taught Catholics and Protestants to live in peace, not in amity, for no thoroughgoing Catholic would admit the right of a Huguenot to exist, and no fervent Huguenot could view the Catholic worship as anything but pagan idolatry. Taking his life in his hands, Henry issued on April 13, 1598, the historic Edict of Nantes, authorizing the full exercise of the Protestant faith and freedom of the Protestant press in all of the 800 towns of France except 17, in which, as in Paris, Catholicism was overwhelmingly predominant. The eligibility of Huguenots to public offices was confirmed. 2 were already in the Council of State, and the Huguenot Turenne was to be a Marshal of France. The government was to pay the salaries of Protestant ministers and of the rectors of Protestant schools. Protestant children were to be admitted on an equality with Catholics to all schools, colleges, universities, and hospitals. Towns already controlled by the Huguenots, such as La Rochelle, Montpellier, and Montauban, were to remain so, and their garrisons and forts were to be maintained by the state. The religious liberty so granted was still imperfect. It included only Catholics and Protestants, but it constituted the most advanced religious toleration in Europe. It took a man of doubtful faith to turn his most Christian majesty into a Christian. Catholics throughout France cried out against the edict as a betrayal of Henry's promise to support their creed. Pope Clement VIII condemned it as the most accursed that can be imagined, whereby liberty of conscience is granted to everybody, which is the worst thing in the world. Catholic writers proclaimed anew that a heretic king might justly be deposed or slain, and Protestant authors like Hautmont, who under Henry III had defended popular sovereignty, now praised the virtues of absolutism in a Protestant king. The Parliament of Paris long refused to give the edict that official registration without which, according to custom, no royal decree could become accepted law. Henry summoned the members and explained that what he had done was indispensable to peace and the reconstruction of France. The Parliament yielded, and it received 6 Huguenots into its membership. Perhaps to quiet the Catholic opposition and placate the Pope, Henry allowed the Jesuits to return to France in 1603. Sully argued stoutly against the move. The Jesuits, he urged, were men of genius, but full of cunning and artifice. They were committed to the cause of the Habsburgs, therefore of France's enemies, Spain and Austria. They were pledged and inclined to unconditionally obey the Pope, who was a geographical prisoner and financial dependent of the Habsburgs. They would sooner or later dictate Henry's policies, or, failing therein, they would persuade some fanatic to take away your life by poison or other means. Henry replied that the support of the Jesuits would be a great help to him in unifying France, and their continued exile and hostility would be more dangerous to his life and policies than their re-entry into France. He accepted the Jesuit Pierre Coton as his confessor, found him likable and faithful, and devoted himself to the administration of France and the turbulence of love. 5. The Satyr. In the Condé Museum at Chantilly there is a delectable portrait, by Franz Pourbus the Younger, showing Henry in full maturity of power and pride. Lithe of build, simply dressed in baggy breeches and black doublet and hose, left arm akimbo, a ruff under his grey beard, a majestic nose, a firm mouth, eyes alert, skeptical, and humane. His many years of campaigning had given him the bearing, morals, and odor of a soldier, strong, active, tireless, too busy to indulge in cleanliness or to duly change his clothes. Sometimes, said a friend, he stank like a corpse. After a day of marching or fighting, he would alarm his aides by organizing a hunt. He was a paragon of courage, but he had a tendency to diarrhea when battle neared, and in his final 7 years he suffered from dysentery, dysuria, and gout. His mind was as mettlesome and resilient as his body. He saw through bunkum readily, seized the essence of matters at once, wrote letters still quick with life, and brightened France and history with his wit. When he named La Vieuville to an office, and the grateful recipient said, biblically, "Lord, I am not worthy," Henry replied, "I know it quite well, but my nephew asked me to appoint you." Once, on his way to dinner, he was stopped by a petitioner who began pompously, "Sire, Agesilaus, king of Lacedaemon." "Ventre Saint Gris," moaned Henry. "I have heard of him, but he had dined and I haven't." He was, says a French historian, the most intelligent of French kings. He was also the most beloved, not yet the most popular. Half of France still accepted him grudgingly, but those who knew him closely were ready to go to the stake for him, some inclusively. He was the most approachable of rulers, unpretentious, natural, good-natured, not quick to take offense, never tardy to forgive. His court complained of his unwillingness to put on the majesty of a king. He allowed poets and playwrights to make fun of him, though he liked it better when Malherbe made him a god of virtue and charm. He went to see the farces that satirized him, and he dulled their barbs with his laughter. He took no revenge on those who had opposed him by deed or speech. "All the forests in my kingdom would not provide enough gibbets if all who have written or preached against me were to be hanged." He was as sensitive as a poet, and felt the poverty of the people almost as keenly as the beauty of women. He was no stoic. Control of his emotions was not among his virtues. He had many faults. He could be thoughtlessly rude and gaily coarse. He had a Rabelais in him. He enjoyed risque stories and told them beyond compare. He gambled too much at cards, lost heavily, cheated often, but always restored his lawless gains. He neglected the pursuit of a retreating enemy to pursue a retreating woman. We must not list all his loves. 3 women in particular marked his road to the throne. To La Belle Corisande he wrote burning billets. "I devour your hands and kiss your feet 1,000,000 times. It would be a desolate spot indeed, where we two would be bored together." By 1589 he was bored, and he discovered Esther Imbert de Bois-Lambert. A year later, aged 37 and undeterred by gonorrhea, he lost his heart to Gabrielle d'Estrées, then a girl of 17, whom a poet endued with golden hair, starry eyes, lily throat, pearly fingers, and alabaster breasts. Her lover, Bellegarde, recklessly described her beauty to the king. Henry galloped 12 miles in disguise through enemy terrain to see her. She laughed at his long nose. He fell at her feet. Bellegarde withdrew. She yielded to the charms of Franks and royalty, and bore Henry 3 children. He took her to court and on his hunts, caressed her in public, thought of marrying her if Margot would give him a divorce. Huguenot and Catholic preachers joined in condemning him as an errant adulterer, and brave Sully reproached him for wasting state funds on courtesans. He begged forgiveness on the plea that, having labored so arduously in war and government, and having fared so ill in marriage, he was entitled, like a good soldier, to some recreation. For 8 years he loved Gabrielle as uxoriously as was possible to a spirit so ondoyant et divers. But Gabrielle became fat and acquisitive. She intrigued against Sully, called him valet. Henry raged, told her that he valued such a minister above 10 such mistresses. He relented and again talked of marrying her, but on April 10, 1599, she died in giving birth to a dead child. He mourned her bitterly and wrote, "The plant of love within me is dead." It revived 2 months later when he met Henriette d'Entragues, daughter of that Marie Touchet who had served Charles IX. Mother, father, and half-brother forbade her to capitulate except for a wedding ring. Henry wrote her a promise of marriage, conditional on her bearing him a son. Sully tore it up before his face. Henry wrote another and delivered it with 20,000 crowns. The lady's conscience cleared, and she became the royal mistress. Some of the king's diplomats thought it time for him to settle down. They persuaded Margot to consent to a divorce, provided Henry would not marry his mistress. Clement VIII agreed to grant a divorce on the same terms, and offered as a bride Maria de' Medici, daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. The Florentine bankers proposed to cancel the huge debt France owed them if Henry made Maria his queen. The marriage was celebrated by proxy at Florence on October 5, 1600. Henry tore himself away from a battlefield to go as far as Lyons to greet his wife. He found her tall and fat and imperious, gave her every royal courtesy, begot Louis XIII, and returned to Mademoiselle d'Entragues. Periodically, however, he performed his marital duties. Marie de Médicis, as France called her, bore him 7 children in 10 years. Henry brought them up, together with his offspring by Gabrielle and Henriette, at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Henriette was presented to the Queen and was lodged in a palace near the Louvre, but having borne a son to the King, she insisted that she, not Marie, was the rightful Queen. Her father and half-brother plotted to kidnap her and her son to Spain and to have Philip III acknowledge him as the true Dauphin of France in 1604. The plot was discovered, the brother was arrested, the father was released on returning Henry's promise of marriage. Henry continued to pursue Henriette like a famished satyr. She returned his caresses with disgust and hatred, and accepted bribes from Philip III to serve as a spy for Spain. 6. Assassination. Amid these incredible absurdities, the king schemed to break the cordon with which the Habsburgs had imprisoned France. The iron circle of the Spanish Netherlands, Luxembourg, Lorraine, Franche-Comté, Austria, the Valteline passes, Savoy, Italy, and Spain. Sully, in writing his memoirs, claimed to have proposed to Henry and to James I of England a grand design. France, England, Scotland, Denmark, Sweden, the United Provinces, or Holland, Protestant Germany, Switzerland, and Venice were to unite against the Habsburgs, wrest America from Spain, free Germany from the Emperor, and drive the Spaniards from the Netherlands. Then the victors were to divide all Europe except Russia, Turkey, Italy, and Spain into a federated Christian republic of 15 autonomous states trading with one another without tariffs and submitting their foreign policies to a federal council armed with supreme military force. Henry himself seems never to have entertained this grandiose conception. Probably the limit of his hope was to extend France to natural boundaries at the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the sea, and to liberate her from fear of Spain and Austria. For these ends he resorted to any available means. He sought alliances with the Protestant powers, he helped the Dutch in their revolt against Spain, he planned to support an uprising of Moriscos in Valencia, he encouraged the Turks to attack Austria. A trivial dispute offered to spark this Bourbon-Habsburg enmity into a European war. On March 25, 1609, there died, without issue, Duke John William of the little triune principality of Jülich-Cleves-Berg, near Cologne. The Emperor Rudolph, as its suzerain, claimed the right to name a Catholic to this petty throne. Henry protested that the further subjection of the duchy to the Habsburgs would endanger the eastern boundary of France. He joined Brandenburg, the Palatinate, and the United Provinces in determination to appoint a Protestant successor to John William, and when Archduke Leopold of Austria occupied Jülich with imperial troops, Henry prepared for war. His final romance harmonized fetchingly with this call to Armageddon. Though he was now 56 and looked older, he developed in 1609 an uncontrollable longing for Charlotte de Montmorency, then 16. She rejected his advances, but consented at his behest to marry the new Prince of Condé. "Are you not very wicked," his mistress Henriette is said to have taunted him, "to want to bed with the wife of your son? For you well know that you have told me that he, the prince, was your offspring." Condé fled with his bride to Brussels. Henry itched to pursue her, and Malherbe stitched the royal itches into rhyme. Villeroy, Henry's foreign minister, begged Archduke Albert of the Netherlands to extradite the princess to Paris. The Archduke, encouraged by Philip III of Spain, refused. Villeroy threatened a war that may set fire to the four corners of Christendom. It seemed providential to Henry that Brussels was on the way to Jülich. He would conquer the lady and the Spanish Netherlands as a prelude to shattering the empire and humbling Spain. He hired Swiss mercenaries and prepared to raise an army of 30,000 men. James I of England promised 4,000 more. Catholic France was alarmed. It gave too much credit to the gossip that the charms of the princess were the real casus belli. It noted with dismay that the king's allies and generals were mostly Protestants. It wondered what the fate of Catholicism and the papacy would be in a Europe where the Catholic South had been conquered by the Protestant North and a so recently Huguenot king. The taxes levied to finance the dreaded war lowered Henry's always precarious popularity. Even the court turned away from him as a man too foolish to realize that he could no longer be Lothario and Alexander in one. Prophecies were bandied about, perhaps as hopeful provocations to the suggestible that he would soon be killed. François Ravaillac of Angoulême heard the prophecies. Arrested for a crime that he had not committed, he brooded in his prison, had visions, studied theology, read tracts defending tyrannicide. Strong of arm, weak of mind, he dallied with the idea that God had chosen him to fulfill the prophecies, to save France from Protestant doom. Released, he went to Paris in 1609, lodged with Madame d'Escoumont, a friend of Henriette d'Entragues, and confessed to her that he had thoughts of killing the king. A warning was sent to Henry, but he was so accustomed to such alarms that he took no notice of it. As Henry passed through the streets, Ravaillac tried to approach him. Soldiers stopped him. He said he wished to ask the king if it was true that he was planning war against the Pope, and that the Huguenots were preparing to massacre the Catholics. He tried to enter a monastery and to join the Jesuits. He was rejected. He went back to Angoulême to perform his Easter duty. He received the sacrament and, from a monk, a little bag containing, he was told, a fragment of the cross on which Christ had died. He bought a knife and returned to Paris. Madame d'Escoumont sent a warning to Sully, who transmitted it to the king. Henry was preparing to join his army at Châlons. On May 13, 1610, he appointed the queen as regent during his absence. On the 14th, the Duke of Vendôme, his natural son, begged him to stay at home, for predictions of his assassination had named this as the fatal day. In the afternoon, he decided to take a carriage ride, visit the sick Sully, and get a breath of air. To avoid being noticed, he dismissed his guards, but he was accompanied by 7 members of the court. Ravaillac, who had been watching the Louvre, followed the carriage. At a point in the Rue de la Ferronnerie, it was stopped by a traffic tangle. Ravaillac leaped upon the step and struck the king so powerfully that the blade pierced the heart. Henry died almost instantly. Ravaillac, put to the torture, took full responsibility for his action, denied that he had any abettors or accomplices, mourned the violence of his act, but professed confidence that God would forgive it, as in a sacred cause. His limbs were torn from his body by 4 horses. His trunk was burned in a public square. Many accused the Jesuits of having inflamed the assassin's mind. It was pointed out that Mariana's De Rege, justifying tyrannicide, had been openly sold in Paris shops. The Jesuits replied that this book had been explicitly condemned by an assembly of Jesuits held in Paris in 1606. The Sorbonne judged the Jesuits guilty of dangerous doctrines and officially burned Mariana's book. Marie de Médicis, as regent, protected the Jesuits from harm and accepted their guidance in faith and policy. France was confused and divided by Henry's final enterprise and sudden death. A minority accepted the assassination as an act of God in defense of the Church, but the great majority, Catholic as well as Protestant, mourned the passing of a king whose labors for his people far outweighed his errors, follies, and sins. Frenchmen had not forgotten the poverty and desolation, the religious turmoil, the official corruption and incompetence that he had inherited with the throne, and they saw now a nation cleansed and orderly, prosperous despite high taxation, and powerful enough to challenge the long ascendancy of Spain. They remembered fondly Henry's simplicity of dress and conduct and speech, his good humor and kindly nature, his gay courage in war, his tact in friendship and diplomacy. And their own moral laxity condoned those amorous escapades in which he had but shown himself a man after their own desires. He had with Warrant called himself a loyal king, faithful and true. He was also the most human and humane of French kings, and he was the savior of France. His plan to extend France to natural boundaries may have seemed impracticable, but Richelieu, 20 years later, followed it, and Louis XIV carried it through. Soon after his death, Europe agreed in calling him Henry the Great. In the French Revolution, all the French kings who succeeded him were condemned, but Henry IV remained supreme in the affections of the people. Chapter 15. Richelieu, 1585 to 1642. 1. Between Two Kings, 1610 to 1624. The sudden death of Henry IV left France in a renewed disorder, many rooted in the struggle of the nobles against the monarchy, of the middle classes against the aristocracy, of the Catholics against the Huguenots, of the clergy against the state, of the young King Louis XIII against his mother, and of France against Austria and Spain. The fascinating and demonic genius who resolved all this chaos into order, defeated the feudal reaction, pacified the Huguenots, subordinated the Church to the state, saved Protestant Germany from collapse, broke the power of the encompassing Habsburgs, and raised the French monarchy to domestic omnipotence and European supremacy, was a Catholic priest, the greatest, subtlest, and most ruthless statesman in the history of France. It was part of Henry's tragedy that at his death his heir, Louis XIII, was a helpless boy of 8, and that the widow to whom he had left the regency was a woman of more courage than intelligence, willing to surrender the government to Italian favorites, provided she might enjoy the sweets of life in swelling amplitude. She abandoned Henry's plan of a war to the death against the Habsburgs. On the contrary, she allied France with Spain by marrying her children to those of Philip III, her son Louis to Anne of Austria, her daughter Elizabeth to the future Philip IV. The will of Richelieu was to prove stronger than this mingled blood. Henry and Sully had left 41,345,000 livres in the treasury. Concino Concini, his wife Leonora Galagai, the Duke of Épernon, and other thirsty courtiers gathered around this hoard and prepared to consume it. Sully protested but was overruled. He resigned in disgust, retired to his estates, and wrote memoirs of his beloved king. The nobles saw in the corrupt incompetence of the central government a chance to restore their old feudal sovereignties. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 3, Side 1. The nobles saw in the corrupt incompetence of the central government a chance to restore their old feudal sovereignties. They demanded and obtained a convocation of the States General, assuming that it would be, as usually in the past, their voice and weapon against the monarchy. But when it met at Paris in October 1614, they were disconcerted by the strength and the proposals of the Third Estate, the untitled, untonsured mass of the people, represented then as now by lawyers, and expressing the power and the wishes of the middle class. Nobles and clergy, rating birth and ointment above wealth and law, challenged the new heritability of judicial offices, which was creating a rival nobility of the robe. The tiers-état retaliated by asking for an investigation of the spacious gifts and pensions recently received by nobles from the government. It called for the correction of abuses in the Church. It objected to the application, in France, of the rigorous decrees of the Council of Trent. It demanded that the clergy be subject to the same laws and courts as the laity, that a check be put upon the further acquisition of realty by the untaxable Church, and that the clergy baptize, marry, and bury the people without charge. Finally, it defended the absolute authority and divine right of the king over the claims of nobles to rule him and of the popes to depose him. This was an unexpected revolution. The troublesome delegates were placated with promises, and the assembly was dissolved in March 1615. The promises were for the most part forgotten, peculation and mismanagement were resumed, and no further States General was called until monarchy, nobility, and clergy alike collapsed in 1789. Nevertheless, the French Catholic clergy now honored itself with sincere and effective self-reform. It was not always responsible for the abuses that disordered the Church, since many of these stemmed from the appointment of bishops and abbots by kings or nobles half pagan in life and sometimes skeptical in creed. Henry IV gave Huguenot Sully 4 monasteries for his private support, and made his mistress Corisande abbess of Châtillon-sur-Seine. Noble lords bestowed episcopacies, abbacies, and nunneries upon their younger sons, their illegitimate children, their brave soldiers, their favorite women. As the reform decrees of the Council of Trent were not yet accepted in France, there were few seminaries for the training of priests. Any tonsured youth who could read the Latin Missal and acquire the elements of liturgy was eligible for the sacerdotal office. and many bishops, who had been easy living men of the world before being rewarded with sees, appointed to pastorates men of little education and less holiness. The name of priest, said a priest, has become the synonym for ignorance and debauchery. The worst enemies of the Church, said St. Vincent de Paul, are her unworthy priests. Père Bourdoise attacked the moral side of the problem by establishing in 1610 the Communauté des Prêtres, which required all the priests of a parish to live together in simplicity and fidelity to their vows. In 1611, Père de Bérulle founded the Congregation of the Oratory on the model of a similar foundation by St. Philip Neri in Italy. It became a seminary for training young priests to better education and dedication. In 1641, Père Jean-Jacques Ollier organized the Sulpician order to prepare men for the priesthood, and in 1646 he opened the seminary and church of Saint-Sulpice in Paris. In 1643, Père Jean, or Saint John, Eudes, formed the Congregation of Jesus and Mary to fit men for the priesthood and missions. So were formed Bossuet, Bourdaloue, and Malebranche of the next generations, and the power and splendor of the Church under Louis XIV. New religious orders revealed and revived the piety of the people. The Ursuline nuns entered France toward 1600 and undertook the education of girls. Within a century they had 1,000 houses and 350 congregations. The Order of the Brothers of Mercy, founded in 1540 in Spain by Juan de Dios, or St. John of God, was welcomed into France by Marie de Médicis and soon provided 30 hospitals. In 1610, Jeanne Frémiot, Baroness of Chantal, helped by François de Sales, or St. Francis of Sales, established the Congregation of the Visitation of Our Lady for the care of the sick and the poor. By 1640 it had 100 convents. By 1700, one branch alone had 400 nunneries. All in all, there were in France, in 1600, some 80,000 nuns. Two men stand out with special prominence in this Catholic revival of the 17th century. François de Sales took part of his name from the town of his birth, near Annecy, in Savoy. He studied law at Padua and became an official of the Savoy Senate. But religion was in his blood. He was ordained a priest and undertook in 1594 the difficult task of winning back to Catholicism the Chablais region, south of Lake Geneva, which had been Calvinist since 1535. In 5 years the mission was accomplished, partly by exiling the unconverted, but mostly by François's persuasive piety, patience, and tact. Raised to a bishopric, he gave himself to teaching children and adults. When he visited Paris, high-born women fell reverently in love with him, and for a time piety became fashionable. The career of Vincent de Paul followed less traditional grooves. He began as a swineherd, but somehow found his way to a Franciscan college in Gascony. His father, longing, like every Catholic parent, to get his family into paradise by dedicating a child to the Church, sold a yoke of oxen to send his boy to study theology at the University of Toulouse. There Vincent was ordained priest in 1600. On a voyage in the Mediterranean, he was captured by pirates, and he was sold as a slave in Tunis. He escaped, went to Paris, served King Henry's divorced Margot as chaplain, and then became spiritual director to Madame de Gondi. With funds provided by this lady, he organized missions among the peasantry. After nearly every mission, he established a conférence de charité for the relief of the local poor. And to provide for the continuance of these foundations, he organized the Congregation of the Priests of the Mission, often called the Lazarists, from the Priory of St. Lazarus that served as their headquarters in Paris. As Monsieur de Gondi was commandant of the French galleys, Vincent took to preaching to the galley convicts. Shocked by their hardships and diseases, he opened hospitals for them at Paris and Marseille, and aroused the conscience of France to better treatment of the prisoners. He persuaded well-to-do women to give periodic service in the hospitals. He raised large sums for charitable distribution, and to administer these and help his ladies of charity, he organized in 1633 the Sisters, whom he preferred to call the Daughters, of Charity, now serving humanity and their church in many quarters of the world. Physically unattractive, poorly garbed, resembling some wrinkled, bearded rabbi, Monsieur Vincent, by his labors for the poor, the sick, the criminal, won the hearts of nearly all who knew him. He collected great sums, established hospitals, asylums, seminaries, homes for the aged, retreats for laymen and priests. Volumes have swollen with accounts of his benefactions. During the Fronde of 1648 to 1653 and the blockade of Paris, he supervised the feeding of 15,000 destitute persons. Here, however, dogma overcame charity, and he required a confession of Catholic faith as a condition of receiving food. He joined in the campaign against Port Royal, but tried to soften the persecution of its nuns. When he died, half of Paris mourned him, and satisfaction was universal when the Church in 1737 enrolled him among her saints. Through him and François de Sales, and the undiscourageable Jesuits, and the ardent service of innumerable women, French Catholicism experienced under Louis XIII the rebirth of vigor and devotion. Old monastic orders returned to their rules. Nunneries reformed themselves. Now began Port Royal and its Jansenist saints. Mysticism found new advocates and practitioners of absorption in direct contemplation of God. The young king, caught in the fervor of the age, solemnly placed France under the protection of the Virgin Mary, in order, said the royal edict, that all his loyal subjects might be received into paradise, such being his good will and pleasure. Watchmen continued, as in medieval France, to awaken the Parisians each morning with a call to prayer for the departed dead. Réveillez-vous, gens qui dormez, priez Dieu pour les trépassés. But the conflict of creeds continued bitterly. Marie de Médicis adhered faithfully, despite her piety, to the Edict of Nantes, but neither Catholics nor Huguenots were disposed to tolerance. The Pope, his nuncio, and the Catholic clergy denounced the government for permitting heresy. Where Catholics dominated, they disrupted Protestant services, destroyed Protestant churches, homes, sometimes lives. Children were forcibly taken from Huguenot parents on the ground that the parents prevented them from fulfilling their desire to become Catholics. Where Protestants dominated, they retaliated in kind. They excluded the Mass from some 250 towns under their rule. They demanded that the government prohibit Catholic processions in Protestant territory. They ridiculed, disturbed, sometimes attacked such processions. They forbade Protestants to attend Catholic baptisms, marriages, or funerals. And their ministers declared that they would withhold the sacrament from parents whose children married Catholics. Said a famous freethinker, while the Catholics were theoretically more bigoted than the Protestants became more bigoted than the Catholics. The preachers rivaled the Catholic clergy in suppressing heresy and criticism. They excommunicated and delivered up to Satan, but did not burn, Jérémie Ferrier for having made fun of ecclesiastical assemblies. And their writings attacked Catholicism in works which, for bitterness of feeling, have hardly ever been equaled, and which it would certainly be impossible to surpass. Fearing repeal of the Edict of Nantes and resenting the alliance of France with Spain, the Huguenots strove to make their part of France politically independent and militarily secure, with its own army and its own laws. When Louis XIII visited Pau in 1620, he was shocked to find not one Catholic church in which to perform his devotions. The young king looked with alarmed resentment upon a faith that threatened to divide not merely the soul, but also the body of France. He searched anxiously amid his court for a man with enough iron in his blood to transform this sundering chaos of creeds and powers into a strong and united nation. 2. Louis XIII. He knew that he himself lacked the physical health and mental force needed to meet these challenges. Begotten in the 48th year of a father perhaps weakened by sexual exuberance, he suffered from tuberculosis, intestinal inflammation, and an embarrassing impediment in his speech. Through long periods he was too weak to indulge in sports. He played and composed music, grew peas for the market, put up preserves, and helped in the kitchen. Heredity and disease left him no charms of figure or face. He was precariously thin, his head and nose were oversized, his pendulous underlip left his mouth always partly open, and his long, livid countenance harmonized with his deliberately drab costume. He suffered no more from nature than from his physicians, who in a single year bled him 47 times, gave him 215 enemas, and poured 212 drugs down his throat. He survived by engaging in sports when he could, hunting, joining his army, sleeping in the open air, and eating the soldiers' simple food. Beaten repeatedly by his teachers, he abominated education, and seems never to have read a book except for prayer. He read the canonical hours every day, accepted without question the faith taught him in his growing years, and always joined and accompanied to its end any procession that bore the consecrated host. A neurotic tendency to occasional cruelty tarnished a disposition basically kind. He was shy, secretive, and morose, not much loving a life that had not loved him. His mother considered him feeble-minded, neglected him, and openly preferred his younger brother, Gaston. He responded by hating her and worshipping the memory of his father. He developed an aversion to women, and after some timid contemplation of Mademoiselle de Hautefort's beauty, he gave his affections to young men. Married politically to Anne of Austria, he had to be prodded into her bed. When she miscarried, he left her intact for 13 years. The court advised him to take a mistress, but he had other tastes. Then at 37, yielding to the demands of all France for a dauphin, he tried again, and grateful Anne gave the world Louis XIV in 1638. 2 years later, she bore Philippe I of Orléans, who continued his father's appreciation of male charms. Louis was some inches a king. Suddenly, still a lad of 16, tired of Concini's impudence and peculations, he gave secret orders for his assassination in 1617. And when the Queen-Mother protested against this termination of her favorite, he banished her to Blois and chose as his chief minister Charles d'Albert, who had suggested the stroke and who was now made Duke of Luynes. Pressed by the Duke and Pope Paul V, Louis ordered the Huguenots to restore all property that they had appropriated from the Church. When Béarn ignored the decree, he marched into the province, compelled obedience, and brought Béarn and Navarre, once his father's personal realm, under the direct rule of the king. The Huguenots made no immediate resistance, but in 1620 their General Assembly, meeting in their strongest city, La Rochelle, demanded the return of the restored property as belonging to the people rather than to the Church. Moreover, it apportioned France into 8 circles, and appointed for each of them a chief administrator and a council to levy taxes and raise troops. Louis declared that France could not tolerate such a state within a state. In April 1621 he led one army, and his generals led 3 others, against the Protestant citadels. Several of these were taken, but Montauban, under Henri, Duke of Rohan, held out successfully. Incompetent generals allowed the war to drag on for a year and a half. The peace treaty of October 9, 1622, forbade Protestant assemblies, but left Montauban and La Rochelle in Huguenot hands. During these campaigns, Luynes died in 1621, and Richelieu climbed to power. 3. The Cardinal and the Huguenots. How does a man make his way to the top? In those days it helped to be well born. Armand Jean Duplessis de Richelieu had for a mother the daughter of an advocate in the Parlement of Paris, and for his father the Seigneur de Richelieu, Grand Provost of the royal household under Henry IV. The ancient Poitou family inherited the right to recommend to the king a candidate for the bishopric of Luçon. Armand, 21, was so nominated by Henry in 1606. 2 years too young for episcopacy, he hastened to Rome, lied about his age, and delivered before Paul V so handsome a Latin harangue that the Pope surrendered the see. This fait being accompli, Richelieu confessed his lie and asked for absolution. The Pope complied, remarking, "Questo Giovanni sarà un gran furbo." This youth will be a great knave. The young bishop described his bishopric as the poorest and nastiest see in France, but there was some money in the family, and he soon had his coach and his silver plate. He did not take his office as a lazy sinecure. He devoted himself assiduously to his duties, but he found time to flatter every influence and pull every wire. When the clergy of Poitou chose a delegate to the States General in 1614, Armand was their man. In that assembly, his grave face, his tall, slim figure, his almost legal ability to grasp an issue clearly and present it persuasively, impressed everyone, especially Marie de Médicis. Through her and Concini he was made Secretary of State in 1616. A year later Concini was killed, and Richelieu lost his post. After a brief service with the banished Queen-Mother at Blois, he returned to Luçon. Marie plotted to escape. Richelieu was suspected of complicity. He was exiled to Avignon in 1618. His political career seemed finished. But even his enemies recognized his abilities, and when Marie let herself out by night from a window of her castle at Blois and joined a force of rebel aristocrats, Luynes recalled the young bishop and commissioned him to win the Queen Mother back to reason and the king. He succeeded. Louis secured a cardinal's hat for him and appointed him to the Council of State. Soon Richelieu's superiority of mind and will made itself evident, and in August 1624, aged 39, he became prime minister. The king found in him precisely the objective intelligence, the clear purpose, the tenacity of ends, and the flexibility of means wherein he himself was wanting. And he had the wisdom to accept the cardinal's guidance in the triple task of subduing the Huguenots, the nobles, and Spain. In his memoirs, Richelieu remarked appreciatively, "The ability to let himself be served, to delegate authority, is not among the least qualities of a great king." Louis did not always agree with his minister. Sometimes he rebuked him. Always he was jealous of him. Now and then he thought of dismissing him. But how could he reject a man who was making him absolute in France and supreme in Europe, and who was bringing in more taxes than even Sully had gleaned? The spirit of the cardinal showed itself first in his treatment of religion. He accepted without discussion the doctrines of the Church, and added a few superstitions, surprising in so powerful a mind. But he ignored the claim of the ultramontanist party that the popes had full dominion over kings. He preserved the Gallican liberties of the French Church as against Rome, and in things temporal he subordinated the Church to the state as resolutely as any Englishman. He banished Father Cossin, who, as the royal confessor, had intervened in politics. No religion, in his view, should mingle with affairs of state. The alliances he formed for France were made with Protestant and Catholic powers indifferently. He applied his principles firmly to Huguenots playing politics. Despite the peace of 1622, they had made La Rochelle a virtually sovereign city, under the control of its merchants, ministers, and generals. From that strategic port the merchants plied their trade with the world, and pirates sailed out to seize any booty or any ship, even those of France. Through this port, given Huguenot permission, any enemy of France might enter. Louis, too, had violated the treaty. He had promised to demolish Fort Louis, which was a standing threat to the city. Instead, he strengthened it, and assembled a small fleet in the nearby harbor of Le Blavet. Benjamin, brother to Henri de Rohan, seigneur de Soubise, commanding a Huguenot squadron, captured this royal fleet and towed it in triumph to La Rochelle in 1625. Richelieu built another fleet, organized an army, and accompanied the king to the siege of the Huguenot stronghold. Soubise persuaded the Duke of Buckingham to send an armada of 120 vessels to protect the city. It came, but suffered so sorely from the artillery of the royal forts on the island of Ré that it crept back to England in disgrace, this in 1627. Meanwhile, Richelieu, acting as general for his sick king, had captured all the land approaches to La Rochelle. It remained only to blockade it by sea. He ordered his engineers and his soldiers to build a mole of masonry 1,700 yards long across the entrance to the harbor, leaving an opening for the movement of the tides. These were so strong, rising and falling 12 feet, that the enterprise seemed impracticable. Every day half the stones laid that day were washed away. The king grew weary of this bloodless warfare and went off to Paris. Many courtiers expected him to dismiss Richelieu for failing to take the city by assault. But at last the mole was complete and began its scheduled work. Half the population of La Rochelle died of hunger. Only the richest could get a little meat. They paid 45 livres for a cat, 2,000 for a cow. Jean Guiton, the mayor, threatened to kill with his own dagger anyone who spoke of yielding. Nevertheless, after 13 months of famine and disease, the city capitulated in despair on October 30th, 1628. Richelieu entered on horseback, followed by soldiers mercifully distributing bread. Half of France clamored for the total extinction of the Huguenots. Exhausted, they could only pray. Richelieu surprised them with peace terms that seemed to the Catholics outrageously lenient. La Rochelle lost its municipal independence, its forts, and its walls, but the persons and property of the inhabitants were spared, the surviving Huguenot troops were allowed to depart with their arms, and the free exercise of both the Protestant and the Catholic worship in the city was guaranteed. Other Huguenot towns, surrendering, received similar terms. Catholic property expropriated by Protestants had to be restored, but the temporarily homeless Huguenot ministers were compensated by a state subsidy of 200,000 livres, and, like the Catholic clergy, they were exempted from the head tax, or taille. A general amnesty was granted to all who had shared in the rebellion. Henry IV's Edict of Nantes was confirmed in every essential by Richelieu's Edict of Grace, June 28, 1629. Positions in the army, navy, and civil service were kept open to all without question of creed. Europe was startled to see French Catholics following and honoring Protestant generals like Turenne, Schomberg, and Henri de Rohan. From that time, said Richelieu, differences in religion never prevented me from rendering to the Huguenots all sorts of good offices. With a wisdom tragically lacking in Louis XIV, the great cardinal recognized, as Colbert was to do, the immense economic value of the Huguenots to France. They abandoned revolt, gave themselves peacefully to commerce and industry, and prospered as never before. 4. The Cardinal and the Nobles. He proceeded with equal resolution and less lenience against the nobles who still held France to be many and not one. Feudalism was by no means dead. It had fought in the religious wars for control of the central government. The great nobles still had their fortified castles, their armed forces, their private wars, their private courts, their officers of law. They still had the peasantry at their mercy and charged obstructive tolls on commerce traversing their domains. France, dismembered by feudalism and religion, was not yet a nation. It was an unstable and agitated assemblage of proud and semi-independent barons, capable at any moment of disrupting the peace and the economy of the state. Most of the provinces were ruled by dukes or counts, who claimed their governorships for life and handed them on to their sons. It seemed to Richelieu that the only practicable alternative to this enfeebling chaos was to centralize authority and power in the king. Conceivably, he might have labored to balance this by restoring some measure of municipal autonomy. But he could not restore the medieval commune, which had rested on the guilds and a protected local economy. The passage from a city to a national market had undermined the guilds and the communes and required central rather than local legislation. To minds frozen in the perspective of today, the royal absolutism desired by Richelieu seems but a reactionary despotism. In the view of history and of the great majority of Frenchmen in the 17th century, it was a liberating progress from feudal tyranny to unified rule. France was not ripe for democracy. Most of its population were ill-fed, ill-clothed, illiterate, darkened with superstitions and murderous with certainties. The towns were controlled by businessmen who could think in no other terms than their own profit or loss. And these men, hampered at every step by feudal privileges, were not disposed to unite with the lesser nobles, as in England, to establish a parliament checking the royal power. The French parlements were not representative and legislative parliaments. They were superior courts, nurtured and mortised in precedent. They were not chosen by the people, and they became citadels of conservatism. The middle classes, the artisans, and the peasants approved the absolutism of the king as the only protection they could see from the absolutism of the lords. In 1626, in the name of the king, Richelieu issued an edict that struck at the very base of feudalism. He ordered the destruction of all fortresses except on the frontiers, and forbade in future the fortification of private dwellings. In the same year, his older brother having been killed in a duel, he made dueling a capital crime, and when Montmorency Bouteville and the Count de Chapelle duelled nevertheless, he had them put to death. He confessed himself much troubled in spirit by this procedure, but he told his master, "It is a question of breaking the neck of duels or of your Majesty's edicts." The nobles vowed vengeance and plotted the minister's fall. They found an eager ally in the Queen Mother. Once the patron of Richelieu, she came to hate him when she saw him opposing her policies. When Louis fell gravely ill in July 1630, she and the Queen nursed him back to semi-health and asked, as their reward, the cardinal's head. In her own palace, the Luxembourg, Marie de Médicis, thinking Richelieu far away, repeated the demand with passionate urgency and offered, as a willing replacement, Michel de Marillac, keeper of the seals. Richelieu, coming by a secret passage, entered the room unannounced and confronted the Queen Mother. She confessed that she had told the king that either she or he, Richelieu, must go. The harassed king withdrew and rode off to his hunting lodge at Versailles. Courtiers flocked around Marie, rejoicing in her expected victory. But Louis sent for Richelieu, confirmed him as prime minister, assured him of the royal support, and signed an order for Marillac's arrest. The plotting nobles were thrown into angry confusion by that day of dupes, November 10, 1630. Marillac was allowed to live, but his younger brother, a marshal of France, was later indicted on a charge of peculation and was rather summarily put to death in 1632. Louis ordered his mother to retire to her chateau at Moulins and to withdraw from politics. Instead, she fled to Flanders in 1631, formed a court in exile at Brussels, and continued to work for Richelieu's fall. She never saw the king again. Her other son, Monsieur Gaston, Duke of Orléans, raised an army in Lorraine and led it in open rebellion against his brother in 1632. He was joined by several nobles, among them the highest in France, Henri, Duke of Montmorency, governor of Languedoc. Thousands of the aristocracy rallied to the revolt. Near Castelnaudary, on September 1st, the 37-year-old Montmorency engaged the forces sent against him by Richelieu. He fought till brought down by 17 wounds. His and Gaston's army, rich in titles but poor in discipline, fell to pieces under attack, and Montmorency was captured. Gaston surrendered and, as the price of pardon, named his accomplices. Louis ordered the Parlement of Toulouse to try Montmorency for treason. Its verdict was death. The last of the ducal Montmorencys died without fear or complaint, saying, "I hold this decree of the king's justice for a decree of God's mercy." Most of France condemned the cardinal and the king for unfeeling severity. Louis replied, "I should not be king if I had the feelings of private persons." And Richelieu defended the execution as a necessary notice to the aristocracy that they too were subject to the laws. "Nothing so upholds the laws," he said, "as the punishment of persons whose rank is as great as their crime." Two further obstacles remained to Richelieu's supremacy, the governors and the Parlement. Resenting the loss of provincial revenue through malversation and incompetence in noble governors and in bourgeois or petty noble magistrates, the cardinal sent to each district intendants to supervise the administration of finance and justice and the enforcement of the laws. These royal appointees took precedence over local officials of whatever rank. Local autonomy declined, efficiency and tax collectors rose. Anticipated in some measure by Henry IV, suppressed by the nobles in the Fronde, consolidated by Louis XIV, adapted by Napoleon, this system of intendants became a major feature of the centrally controlled bureaucracy that henceforth administered the laws of France. The Parlement of Paris thought it opportune, under a weak monarchy, to extend its functions from the registration and interpretation of the laws to the role of an advisory council to the king. Richelieu would not brook such rivalry to his Council of State. Probably under his prodding and with his sharp phrasing, Louis summoned the leaders of the Parlement and told them, "You are constituted only to judge between Master Peter and Master John. If you go on as at present, I will pare your nails so close that you will be sorry." The Paris Parlement yielded, and the provincial Parlements followed suit. Even their traditional functions were curtailed. Richelieu set up extraordinary commissions to try special cases. France became a police state. The cardinal's spies were everywhere, even in the salons. Lettres de cachet, or orders in secret, became a frequent instrument of government. Richelieu was now, in effect, King of France. 5. The Cardinal Supreme. With this concentrated power in his hands, he did everything for France, little for the people. He thought of France as a power, not as a sum of living individuals. He did not idealize the common man, and he probably thought it dulce et decorum that such men should die for their country. He would sacrifice them to make the future France secure from Habsburg encirclement. He labored far into the night at the business of the state, but almost always on foreign policy. He had no time to improve the economy, except to ferret out tax evaders and bring revenue and intelligence to Paris with less leakage on the way. In 1627 he organized a public post. Taxes were still collected by financiers to whom they had been farmed. These men had exacted twice, sometimes thrice the amount they transmitted to the government. The nobility and the clergy were exempt from the major taxes. Clever businessmen and the hordes of officials found ways of avoiding or appeasing the collectors. Towns paid a small composition to escape the poll tax. The brunt of the burden fell upon the peasantry. Richelieu bled it to destitution to make France the strongest power in Christendom. Like Henry IV, he preferred to conquer enemies with money rather than with blood. Many of the treaties with which he waged war included subsidies to allies and douceur to potential foes. At times, desperate for funds, he advanced his own money to the treasury. Once he hired an alchemist to make gold. Taxation and the state corvée, unpaid labor on the roads, cooperated with drought, famine, pestilence, and ravages by soldiery to bring peasants near to suicide. Several killed their families and themselves. Starving mothers killed and ate their infants. This in 1639. In 1634, according to a probably exaggerated report, a fourth of the population of Paris begged. Periodically and sporadically, the poor rose in revolts that were mercilessly suppressed. Richelieu used the taxes to build armies and a navy. Right would not be heard unless it spoke with guns. Having purchased the office of Grand Admiral, he fulfilled its functions resolutely. He repaired and fortified harbors, established arsenals and provision depots at the ports, built 85 ships, founded pilot schools, trained marine regiments. He raised 100 regiments of infantry, 300 troops of cavalry. He restored discipline in the army. He failed only in his efforts to banish its prostitutes. With his revitalized armament, he faced the chaos of foreign relations bequeathed by the regency of Marie de Médicis, returned to the policy of Henry IV, and directed all his forces to one goal, the liberation of France from the cordon of Habsburg power in the Netherlands, Austria, Italy, and Spain. Marie had allied France to Spain, that is, in Richelieu's view, she had submitted to the enemy, and she had alienated those on whom Henry IV had relied as friends, the English, the Dutch, and the Protestants of Germany. With the quick strategic eye of a general, Richelieu saw in the Valteline passes that connected Austria and Spanish Italy the key to the united power of Spain and the Empire to exchange supplies and troops. For 12 years he struggled to win those passes. His wars against the Huguenots and the nobles distracted and defeated him, but he retrieved with diplomacy far more than he had lost in war. He had won to his faithful service François Leclerc du Tremblay, who had taken the name Joseph on becoming a Capuchin monk. Father Joseph was sent everywhere on delicate diplomatic missions and performed them skillfully, and France began to pair the gray-garbed monk as Eminence Grise, his gray eminence, with the red-robed Richelieu as Eminence Rouge. So aided, the cardinal vowed that he would prove to the world that the age of Spain is passing and the age of France has come. In 1629, the epical conflict in Germany seemed about to end in the complete triumph of the Catholic Habsburg emperor over the Protestant princes. Richelieu turned the tables with money. He signed with Gustavus Adolphus in 1631 a treaty by which the virile King of Sweden, aided by 1,000,000 livres a year from France, was to invade Germany and rescue the Protestant states. The Ultramontanists of France denounced the minister as a traitor to the faith. He retorted that neutrality was treason to France. When Gustavus died in victory at Lützen in 1632, and most German princes yielded to the emperor, Richelieu actively entered the war. He expanded the French armies from 12,000 in 1621 to 150,000 in 1638. He helped the revolt of the Catalans in Spain. His diplomacy gave him control of Trier, Koblenz, Colmar, Mannheim, and Basel. His troops took Lorraine and forced their way through Savoy to Milan, the center of Spanish power in North Italy. Then the pendulum of fortune veered, and all these victories seemed meaningless. In July and August 1636, a strong force of Spanish and imperial troops crossed the Netherlands into France, took Aix-la-Chapelle, or Aachen, and Corbie, advanced to Amiens, laid waste the green valleys of the Somme and the Oise. Richelieu's armies were far away. The road to Paris lay open and defenseless to the enemy. The Queen Mother in Brussels, the Queen in Saint-Germain, and her pro-Spanish party in France rejoiced and counted the days before the cardinal's expected fall. In Paris, angry multitudes pullulated in the streets, calling for his death. But when he appeared among them, outwardly calm on his stately horse, no one dared touch him, and many prayed God to give him strength to save France. Then appeared not only his courage, but his foresight and industry. He had long ago organized the citizens of Paris into a reserve militia. He had stored up arms and materials for them. Now he inspired them with fervor, and they responded to his call. The Parlement of Paris, the corporations, and the guilds voted funds. In a few days a new army was on the march, and it laid siege to Corbie. Gaston of Orléans, in command, dilly-dallied. Richelieu came up, took charge, ordered assault. On November 14th, Corbie was taken, and the Habsburg troops retreated into the Netherlands. In 1638, Bernard of Saxe-Weimar, leading a German army financed by Richelieu, took Alsace. Dying a year later, he bequeathed it to France. Alsace and Lothringen became Alsace-Lorraine and began to be French. In 1640, Arras was taken. In 1642, a force under the command of the king and the cardinal captured Perpignan, and the surrounding province of Roussillon was detached from Spain. Everywhere Richelieu seemed now the organizer of victory. The unreconciled nobles, the Spanish faction at the court, the high-born ladies palpitating with intrigue, made a last effort to unseat the minister. In 1632, after long serving the cardinal in diplomacy and war, the Marquis of Effiat died, leaving a widow and a handsome 12-year-old son, Henri Coiffier de Rouzet, Marquis of Cinq-Mars. Richelieu took the lad under his protection and introduced him to the king. Perhaps he thought with this toy to distract Louis from Mademoiselle de Hautefort, who was among the intrigantes. It so transpired. The king was charmed by the youth's looks and wit and insolence, made him master of the horse, begged him to share the royal bed. But Cinq-Mars, maturing to 21, preferred the pretty courtesan Marion de Lorme and the exalted Marie de Gonzague, future Queen of Poland, now one of the cardinal's loveliest enemies. Probably at her suggestion, and inflamed by her strategic retreats, the youth importuned Louis for admission to the royal council and for a command in the army. When Richelieu discountenanced these proposals, Cinq-Mars begged the king to dismiss the minister. Refused, he joined Gaston of Orléans, the Duke of Bouillon, and others, in a plot to surrender Sedan to a Spanish army. With this army at their back, the conspirators were to enter Paris and take possession of the king, and Gaston pledged himself to arrange the assassination of the cardinal on the way to Perpignan. Cinq-Mars' friend, Jacques-Auguste Tout, solicited the cooperation of the queen. But Anne of Austria, expecting Louis's early death and her elevation to power as regent, sent a hint of the scheme to Richelieu. He pretended to have a copy of the agreement with Spain. Gaston, believing it, confessed and, as usual, betrayed his associates. Cinq-Mars, de Tout, and Bouillon were arrested. Bouillon, as the price of pardon, confirmed Gaston's confession. The two youths were tried by a court at Lyons. They were unanimously condemned, and they dignified their treason with a stoic death. The king hurried back to Paris to protect his power. Richelieu, mortally ill, was carried in a litter through a France dying of victories and crying out for peace. 6. Epitaph. What was he like, this cardinal who was hardly a Christian, this great man who felt that he could not afford to be good? Philippe de Champagne sent him down the ages in one of the most famous paintings in the Louvre, the tall figure saved from absurdity by raiment, given authority by red robe and hat, posing as if in some forensic plea, proclaiming his nobility in his clear-cut features and delicate hands, challenging his enemies with his sharp eyes, but pale with exhausting years and saddened with the consciousness of inexorable time. Here is the worldliness of power crossed with the asceticism of dedication. He had to be strong to keep his faults from defeating his purposes. He began his career at court with an ingratiating humility, which he later avenged with a pride that admitted only one superior. Once, when the queen visited him, he remained seated, a discourtesy permitted only to the king. He was, like most of us, vain of his appearance, avid of titles, resentful of criticism, eager for popularity. Jealous of Corneille, he wished to be known also as a dramatist and a poet. Actually, he wrote excellent prose, as his memoirs show. As readily as Wolsey, he reconciled the following of Christ with a cautious attention to mammon. He refused bribes and took no salary, but he appropriated the income of many benefices, alleging his need to finance his policies. Like Wolsey, he built himself so splendid a palace that before he died he thought it wise to present it to the Dauphin. So the Palais Cardinal became the Palais Royal. We may suppose that it was built for an administrative staff and diplomatic show, rather than for personal extravagance. He was no miser. He enriched his relatives and could be generous with the money of the state. He bequeathed half of his personal hoard to the king, advising him to use it on occasions which cannot abide the tardiness of financial forms. What appears as his unfeeling cruelty was to him a necessity of rule. He took it for granted that men, certainly states, could not be managed by kindness. They had to be intimidated by severity. He loved France, but Frenchmen left him cold. He agreed with Cosimo de' Medici that a state cannot be governed with paternosters, and with Machiavelli that the ethics of Christ cannot be safely followed in ruling or preserving a nation. A Christian, he wrote, cannot too soon forgive an injury, but a ruler cannot too soon punish it when it is a crime against the state. Without this virtue of severity, which becomes mercy in so far as the punishment of one culprit prevents 1,000 from forgetting it, states cannot survive. It was Richelieu who gave currency to the phrase raison d'état, that is, the ethical code must give way to reasons of state. He seems never to have questioned the identification of his policies with the needs of France. Hence he persecuted his personal enemies as firmly as he punished the foes of the king. Within his castle and his diplomatic front, he was human, longed for friendship, and felt the loneliness of the exalted. Talleyrand's gossipy historiette would have us believe that Richelieu tried to make a mistress of Marie de Médicis, who was 20 years older than he. It is highly improbable. There are other legends of the cardinal's secret amours, even with Ninon de l'Enclos, and it would not have violated the mores of the time if the harassed statesman had consoled himself with contours. All that we know clearly of his affections is that he was profoundly attached to his niece, Marie-Madeleine de Combalet. Widowed soon after marriage, she wished to enter a convent, but Richelieu persuaded the Pope to forbid it. He kept her near him to manage his household, and he received from her a devotion intenser than most loves. She dressed like a nun and concealed her hair. Richelieu conducted himself toward her with all due propriety, but the queens refused her the benefit of any doubt, and gave a lead to gossip that added another sting to the cardinal's tale. He loved not man nor woman neither, and both took their revenge. What he had, above all, was will. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins. By Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. What he had, above all, was will. Few lives in all history have been so unified in their aim, so undeviating in its pursuit. The laws of motion could not be more constant. We must admire his devotion to his tasks, his wearing himself out in them through years of labor and nights without sleep. He dedicated those labors to those who could sleep without fear under cover of his sleepless care. We must concede him a surpassing courage, which faced powerful nobles and scheming women, stood them off, killed them off, dauntlessly, amid repeated plots against his life. He risked his head time and again on the issue of his policies. He was seldom well. Having contracted a fever from the marshes of Poitou, he was subject to repeated headaches, which sometimes lasted for days on end. Probably his nervous system was genetically weak or congenitally injured. One sister was feeble-minded, one brother was for a while insane, and court rumor said that the cardinal himself had fits of epilepsy and mad hallucinations. He suffered from hemorrhoids, boils, and a disease of the bladder. As in Napoleon's case, his political crises were occasionally complicated by inability to urinate. More than once his illnesses led him to think of retiring. Then, imprisoned in his will, he took hold again and fought on. We cannot judge him fairly unless we see him wholly, including features that will take form as we proceed. He was a pioneer of religious toleration. He was a man of wide and sensitive culture, a connoisseur of music, a discerning collector of art, a lover of drama and poetry, a helpful friend of men of letters, the founder of the French Academy. But history properly remembers him above all as the man who freed France from that Spanish dominance which had resulted from the religious wars and which, in the League, had made France a pensioner, almost a dependency of Spain. He achieved what Francis I and Henry IV had longed and failed to do. He broke the cordon strangulaire with which Habsburg powers had encircled France. Later pages must detail the far-seeing strategy whereby he decided the 30 Years' War, saved German Protestantism as the ally of Catholic France, and made it possible for Mazarin to mold the constructive Peace of Westphalia. For France itself, he created unity and strength at the cost of a dictatorship and a royal absolutism that in time generated the Revolution. If it is a statesman's prime duty to make his people happy and free, Richelieu fell far short. Cardinal de Retz, a shrewd but not impartial judge, condemned him as having established the most scandalous and dangerous tyranny that perhaps ever enslaved a state. Richelieu would have replied that the statesman is required to consider the happiness and freedom of future generations as well as of his own, that he must make his country strong to guard it against alien invasion or domination, and that for this purpose he may justly sacrifice a present generation for the security of its successors. In this sense, Richelieu's Spanish rival, Olivares, rated him the ablest minister that Christendom has possessed these last 1,000 years. Chesterfield ranked him as the ablest statesman of his time and perhaps of any other. His return from his final victory at Roussillon was the funeral procession of a still living man. From Tarascon to Lyon he took a barge on the Rhone. At Lyon he remained till Cinq-Mars and de Thou were tried and dead. Then, weak from the pain of an anal fistula, he had himself carried to Paris in a litter borne by 24 men of his bodyguard, and large enough to contain a bed for the dying man, a table, a chair, and a secretary to take dictation of army orders and diplomatic messages. 6 weeks that death march took, and along the road people gathered to get a glimpse of the man to whom they could give not love, but fear, respect, and reverence, as the awesome embodiment of both church and state, the vicar of God and king. Arrived in Paris, he was moved into his palace without leaving his couch. He sent in his resignation to his master, who refused to accept it. Louis came to his bedside, nursed him, fed him, wondered what he would do if this incarnate will should cease. The cardinal's confessor, giving him the last sacrament, asked him if he had forgiven his enemies. He answered that he had never had any, except the enemies of France. After a day of coma, he died December 4th, 1642, aged 57. The king decreed an entire week of funeral ceremonies. Through a day and a half, sightseers filed by his corpse. But in many provinces people kindled bonfires in gratitude that the Iron Cardinal was dead. He continued for a time to rule France. He had recommended Giulio Mazarini as successor to his ministry. Louis complied. He left 10 volumes of memoirs, recording the actions of the state as if they had been not his but the king's. In his final years he had dedicated to Louis a Testament politique, to serve after my death for the administration and conduct of your realm. Here, amid some platitudes, are precise and pithy maxims of government, in a style rivaling any other prose of the time. He advises the king to avoid war, as something for which his majesty was by nature unfit. It is more profitable and more glorious to reconcile a dozen enemies than to ruin one. Besides, he confided, the French are not constituted for war. At the start they are all ardor and bravery, but they lack the patience and phlegm to await the propitious moment. As time goes on, they lose interest and become soft to the point where they are less than women. A king, like a general, must have a masculine courage capable of resisting emotional inclinations. He should give women no voice in government, for they follow their moods and passions rather than their reason. However, intellect in a woman is unbecoming. I have never seen a woman of much learning who was not marred by her knowledge. Women cannot keep secrets, and secrecy is the soul of statesmanship. A prudent statesman will talk little and listen much. He will watch lest he give offense by some careless word. He will never speak ill of anyone unless the interest of the state requires it. The king should get a general knowledge of the history and constitution of all states, especially his own. And the author asks some understanding for his ministry and his character. Great men who are appointed to govern states are like those condemned to torture, with only this difference, that the latter receive the punishment of their crimes, the former of their merits. The king survived him by 5 months. Louis's brief rule was gratefully remembered, for he released political prisoners, suffered exiles to return, and allowed France to breathe. He complained that the cardinal had not permitted him to act as he wished. His mother had died a few months before Richelieu. He had her remains brought from Cologne and gave them stately burial, and in his last moments he repeatedly prayed that God and man would pardon the harshness he had shown to her. He saw himself failing, but rejoiced in the vigor and beauty of his 4-year-old son. "What is your name?" he asked playfully. "Louis XIV," answered the boy. "Not yet, my son, not yet," said the king, smiling. He bade the court accept the regency of the queen until his son should come of age. When he was told that death was near, he said, Then, my God, I consent with all my heart. He died on May 14, 1643, aged 41. People went to his funeral as to a wedding, Talmont reported, and appeared before the Queen as at a tourney. The terrible cardinal had made everything ready for Le Grand Monarque and Le Grand Siècle. Chapter 16. France Beneath the Wars, 1559 to 1643. 1. Morals. The religion, whose varieties gave specious excuses for so many years, was beginning to suffer from its political employment. There was a growing number of men who questioned the divinity of doctrines that argued by the competitive shedding of blood. And in the upper classes, doubts of the Christian ethic began to mingle with skepticism of the creed. It was a sign of the times when a good priest, Pierre Charon, explained the respectability of sex and its absurd apparatus. The peasants retained their faith and honored the Christian code even when violating it. They might kill one another in passing ecstasy, they might diverge from monogamy when opportunity called and surveillance slept, but otherwise they led a tolerably decent life, heard Mass regularly, and at least once a year consumed the body and the blood of the Lord. The middle classes, Catholic or Huguenot, gave the best example of Christian morality. They dressed modestly, married once, attended to their business and their children, went to church and gave the state its priests, physicians, lawyers, magistrates, and stability. Even in the aristocracy there were exemplary women. Charles IX called his wife, Elizabeth of Austria, the most virtuous woman in the world. But generally, in the leisure classes of the capital and in the artisans of the towns, erotic matters were getting out of hand. It was an age of frankly physical drive. Something of the platonic love that had amused Bembo and Castiglione in Italy and Marguerite of Navarre in France survived in the circle of Madame de Rambouillet, herself an Italian, but it was mostly a feminine device, a resistance in depth to glorify the citadel. So far as we know, Catherine de Médicis was a faithful wife and solicitous mother, but gossip accused her of training pretty women to seduce her enemies into obedience, and Jeanne d'Albret, something of a prude, described Catherine's court as the most corrupt and accursed society that ever was. Brantôme was a scandal-monger, but his testimony should enter the picture. As for our fair women of France, they have in the last 50 years learned so much gentleness and delicacy, so much attraction and charm in their clothes, in their fair looks and wanton ways, that now none can deny that they surpass all other women in every respect. Moreover, the wanton language of love is in France more wanton, more exciting and sweeter sounding than in other tongues. And more than all, this blessed liberty which we have in France renders our women more desirable and captivating, more tractable and easy of access than all others. And further, adultery is not so generally punished as in other lands. In a word, it is good to make love in France. The kings set the fashion. Francis II died too soon for sinning. Charles IX had his Marie Touchet. Henry III passed from mignonette to mignon. Henry IV was faithfully heterosexual. Neither he nor his mistress Gabrielle d'Estrées seems to have objected to her being portrayed naked to the waist. When his daughter Henrietta Maria of France, aged 17, married Charles I, she had had so many liaisons that her confessor advised her to take the Magdalene as her model and England as her penance. Even so, the complacence of the women lagged behind the eagerness of the men, and prostitutes labored to meet the swelling demand. Paris recognized 3 types: the chèvre coiffée, she-goat with a hairdo, for the court, the pétrelle, or chattering bird, for the bourgeoisie, and the pierreuse, who served the poor and lived in a stone basement. There were educated tarts for aristocrats, like Marion Delorme, who, dying, confessed 10 times, since after each shriving she reminded herself of untold sins. Charles IX and Henry III issued edicts outlawing brothels, and an ordinance of Louis XIII in 1635 required that all detected prostitutes should be whipped, shaved, and banished, and that all men concerned in the traffic should be sent to the galleys for life. Several men, including Montaigne and a Huguenot clergyman, protested against such measures and advocated the legalization of brothels in the interest of public morals. These laws remained on the statute books till the late 18th century, but were seldom enforced. Other decrees fought in vain against nature's perversions and vagaries. Montaigne tells of a girl who at 22 was changed into a man. Obscene literature found a ready market, and print shop windows displayed erotic pictures without incurring any now known interference. Social and political morality suffered from the wars. The sale of public offices was extended to a nearly universal venality. The financial administration, before Sully cleansed it, was corrupt to the point of chaos. War was not as indiscriminately devastating as it was soon to be under Louis XIV, yet we hear of armies, Huguenot as well as Catholic, engaging in wholesale massacre, pillage, and rape, stringing citizens up by the thumbs or kindling a fire under their feet to extort hidden gold. Dueling became more frequent in the 16th century, perhaps because the sword became a regular part of male dress. It was forbidden by Charles IX, under the urging of Michel de l'Hôpital, but it became almost an epidemic under Henry III. Seconds as well as principals were expected to fight. Duels, said Montaigne, were now battles. Richelieu's edict against dueling differed from its predecessors in being vigorously and impartially enforced. After his death, the practice revived. Crime was frequent. Nocturnal Paris was mostly unlit. Robbery and murder flourished. Violent brawls disordered the streets, and travel in the countryside endangered life as well as limb. Penalties were barbarous. We are not sure that they were effective deterrents, but probably crime would have been still worse without them. Imprisonment was genteel for gentlemen. Aristocrats sent to the Bastille could pay for comfortable quarters equipped with their own furniture and wives. Common criminals might be sent to stifling dungeons or be deported to colonies or condemned to the galleys. Traces of this last penalty go back to 1532, but its earliest known enactment in French law belongs to 1561. The galériens were usually sentenced for 10 years. The letters GAL were branded on their backs. In winter they remained in their docked galleys or were herded into prisons, chiefly at Toulon or Marseille. During the religious wars, many captured Huguenots were sentenced to the galleys, where they received such brutal treatment that death must have seemed a boon. Epidemics of suicide broke out in those bitter decades, above all among the women of Lyon and Marseille. 2. Manners. Manners improved while morals declined. Catherine de Médicis had brought Italian politeness with her, a sense of beauty, a taste for elegance, a refinement in appointments and dress. Brantôme thought her court the finest that had ever been, a veritable earthly paradise, sparkling with at least 300 ladies and damoiselles, dressed to the height of taxation. French court ceremonial, established by Francis I, now displaced the Italian as the model of Europe. Henry III created the office of Grand Master of the Ceremonies of France and issued an edict detailing the ritual and protocol of court behavior, specifying the persons who were to be admitted to the king's presence, the manner of addressing him, of serving him at his rising, his toilette, his meals, and his retiring, who might accompany him on his walks or hunts, who might attend the court balls. Henry III, timid and finicky, insisted on these rules. Henry IV violated them freely. Louis XIII ignored them. Louis XIV expanded them into a liturgy rivaling high mass. Court dress became increasingly costly and ornate. Marshal de Bassompierre wore a coat made of cloth of gold, laden with pearls, weighing 50 pounds and costing 14,000 écus. Marie de Médicis, at the baptism of her son, wore a robe covered with 3,000 diamonds and 32,000 other precious stones. A courtier considered himself poor unless he had 25 costumes of divers styles. Sumptuary laws were numerous and soon ignored. One, issued by Henry IV, forbade all inhabitants of this kingdom to wear either gold or silver on their clothes, except prostitutes and thieves. But even this clever correlation failed. Preachers complained about the calculated risk that ladies took in only partly covering their curves. If we may believe Montaigne, who was not often guilty of wishful thinking, our ladies, dainty nice though they be, are many times seen to go open-breasted as low as the navel. To accentuate white skin or rosy cheeks, women began in the 17th century to adorn them with spots or patches, which the prosaic called mouches, or flies. They stiffened stays with whalebone and spread their hoop-skirts with wire. They tossed their hair up in a dozen tempting shapes. Men wore theirs in long and flowing curls, and crowned themselves with broad hats gaily plumed. Louis XIII, becoming prematurely bald, made the wig fashionable. The sexes rivaled each other in vanity. Their fine manners did not deter them from eating with their fingers. Even in the nobility, forks did not replace fingers before 1600, hardly before 1700 in other ranks. A fashionable restaurant, La Tour d'Argent, where Henry III dined on his way back from the hunt, achieved fame by supplying forks. Already in the 17th century the French were eating frogs and snails. Wine was their favorite drink. Coffee was coming into use, but it was not yet indispensable. Chocolate had come in through Spain from Mexico. Some physicians condemned it as an inopportune laxative. Others prescribed it for venereal disease. Madame de Sévigné told of a pregnant lady who indulged in it so immoderately that she gave birth to a charming little blackamoor, un petit garçon noir comme le diable. The improvement in manners was reflected in transportation and amusements. Public coaches were now common in Western Europe, and in France the well-to-do began to move about in splendid carrosses, equipped with curtains and glass. Tennis was the rage, and dancing claimed all classes. The stately pavane came in from Spain, taking its name from the Spanish for peacock, pavo. Its proud and graceful evolutions gave it an aristocratic flair, and the kissing that was part of it helped to circulate the blood. Under Catherine de Médicis, the ballet became the crown of court entertainments, combining music and the dance to tell a tale in verse or pantomime. Her loveliest ladies took part in costumes and settings artistically designed. One such ballet was performed in the Tuileries on the day after the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Musicians were the heroes of the passing hour. They exercised such fascination on the French that one courtier, at a concert in 1581, clapped his hand on his sword and swore that he must challenge the first man he met. Thereupon the conductor led his orchestra into a gentle strain that soothed the savage breast. The lute was still the favorite instrument, but in 1555 Balthazar de Beaujoyeux, the first famous violinist in history, brought a band of violins to Catherine's court and made violin music popular. In 1600, Ottavio Rinuccini followed Marie de Médicis into France and introduced there the idea of opera. Singing was still the favorite music, and Père Mersenne rightly judged that no other sound in nature could match the beauty of a woman's voice. Music, literature, fine manners, and cultured conversation now came together in one of the most basic contributions of France to civilization, the salon. Italy, alma mater of modern arts, had shown the way in such urbane gatherings as those ascribed to Urbino in Castiglione's courtier. It was from Italy that the salon, like the violin, the chateau, ballet, opera, and syphilis, came to France. Its founder in France was born in Rome in 1588 to Jean de Vivonne, the French ambassador to the papacy, and Giulia Savelli, an Orsini heiress. Catherine de Vivonne received an education exceptional for a girl of the 16th century. At 12 she was married to Charles d'Angennes, who, as Marquis of Rambouillet, held high office under Henry IV and Louis XIII. The young Marquise complained that French speech and manners fell short of the Italian in correctness and courtesy, and she noted with disapproval the separation between the intellectual classes, poets, scholars, scientists, savants, and the nobility. In 1618 she designed for her family the Hôtel de Rambouillet in the Rue Saint-Thomas du Louvre in Paris. One room was hung with panels of blue velvet bordered with silver and gold. In this spacious Salon Bleu, the Marquise received her guests in what became the most celebrated salon in history. She took care to invite men and women of congenial manners but diverse interests, nobles like the great Condé and La Rochefoucauld, ecclesiastics like Richelieu and Huet, generals like Montausier and Bassompierre, high-born dames like the Princess of Conti, the Duchesses of Longueville and Rohan, lettered ladies like Mesdames de Lafayette and de Sévigné and Mademoiselle de Scudéry, poets like Malherbe, Chapelain, and Guise de Balzac, scholars like Conrart and Vaugelas, wits like Voiture and Scarron. Here Bossuet preached a sermon at the age of 12, and Corneille read his plays. Here aristocrats learned to take interest in language, science, scholarship, poetry, music, and art. Men learned from women the graces of courtesy. Authors learned to hide their vanity, savants to humanize their erudition. Wit rubbed elbows with pedigrees, correct speech was debated and acquired, and conversation became an art. The Marquise managed these lions and tigers with a tact that painlessly trimmed their claws. Despite bearing 7 children, she kept her beauty long enough to inspire passion in Voiture and Malherbe, who, being poets, kindled into flame at every smile. Despite these fires, she was respected by all for her fidelity to her dull husband. Despite ill health, she gave her guests an example of good cheer and sprightly intelligence. Despite losing 2 sons to death and 3 daughters to religion, she silenced her melancholy till she wrote her epitaph. In an age of sexual license and untamed speech, she spread about her a contagion of manners and decency. Good taste, bon ton, good tone, became a passport to her salon. Marshals and poets left their swords and shafts in the vestibule. Politeness turned the edge of difference. Discussion flourished. Dispute was banned. At last the refinement was carried to excess. The Marquise drew up a code of correctness in speech and deed. Those who practiced it too precisely were called précieux or précieuses. And in 1659, when the Marquise was retired and solitary, Molière pounced upon these fanciful residues of her art and finished them off with ridicule. But even the excess had its use. The précieuses helped to clear the meaning and connotations of words and phrases, to cleanse the language of provincialisms, bad grammar, and pedantry. Here, in germ, was the French Academy. In the Hôtel de Rambouillet, Malherbe, Conrart, and Vaugelas developed those principles of literary taste that led to Boileau and the Classic Age. The précieuses contributed to that analysis of the passions which elongated the romances and lured Descartes and Spinoza. They helped to embroider the relations of the sexes with that strategy of retreat and consequent idealization of the elusive treasure which made for romantic love. Through this and the later salons, French history became more than ever bisexual. The status of women rose, their influence increased in literature, language, politics, and art. The respect for knowledge and intellect increased, and the sense of beauty spread. But would the salons in the Academy have made Rabelais impossible? Would they have closed the French mind to the gay physiology, the easy ethic, the proliferating pedantry of Montaigne? Or would they have forced and raised these geniuses to a subtler and higher art? We have gone too far forward. Montaigne was 26 years dead when Madame de Rambouillet opened her salon. Let us turn back in our course and listen for an hour to the greatest writer and thinker of France in this age. 3. Michel de Montaigne, 1533 to 1592. 1. Education. Joseph Scaliger described Montaigne's father as a seller of herring. The great scholar skipped a generation. It was the grandfather, Grimont Équem, who exported wines and dried fish from Bordeaux. Grimont inherited the business from Michel's great-grandfather, Ramon Équem, who made the family fortune so, and bought in 1447 the mansion and estate known as Montaigne, on a hill outside the city. Grimont expanded his patrimony with a judicious marriage. His son, Pierre Équem, preferred war to herring. He joined the French army, soldiered in Italy with Francis I, returned with scars and a rubbing of the Renaissance, and rose to be mayor of Bordeaux. In 1528 he married Antoinette, daughter of a wealthy merchant of Toulouse who was Jewish by birth, Christian by baptism, and Spanish by cultural background. Michel Équem, who became the Sieur de Montaigne, was born to Pierre and Antoinette with Gascon and Jewish blood in his brain. To further broaden his outlook, his father was a pious Catholic, his mother was probably a Protestant, and a sister and a brother were Calvinists. Pierre had ideas on education. That good father, Michel tells us, even from my cradle sent me to be brought up in a poor village of his, where he kept me so long as I sucked, and somewhat longer, breeding me after the meanest and simplest common fashion. While the boy was still nursing, he was given a German attendant who spoke to him only in Latin. I was 6 years old before I understood more of French than of Arabic. When he went to the Collège de Guyenne, his teachers, except George Buchanan, were loath to talk Latin to him, he spoke it so glibly. Such mastery he had acquired without books, rules, or grammar, without whipping or whining. Perhaps the father had read Rabelais on occasion. He tried to rear his son on libertarian principles, substituting affection for compulsion. Montaigne relished this regimen and recommended it in a long letter on education, professedly written for Lady Diane de Foix. But in a later essay he recanted it and recommended the rod as a convincing supplement to reason. Nor did he follow his father in giving priority to Latin or the classics. Though his own memory bubbled over with classical quotations and instances, he deprecated a merely classical education, scorned book learning and bookworms, and stressed rather the training of the body to health and vigor, and of the character to prudence and virtue. We have need of little learning to have a good mind, and a game of tennis may be more instructive than a diatribe against Catiline. A boy should be made hardy and brave, able to bear heat and cold without whimpering, and to relish the inevitable risks of life. Montaigne quoted Athenian authors, but preferred Spartan ways. His ideal was a manly virtue, almost in the Roman sense that made such a phrase redundant, to which he added the Greek ideal of nothing in excess. Temperance in everything, even in temperance. A man should drink moderately, but be able, if occasion should require, to drink abundantly without becoming stupefied. Travel can form a vital part of education if we leave our prejudices at home. It was told to Socrates that a certain man had been no whit improved by travel. "I believe it well," said he, "for he carried himself with him." If we can keep our minds and eyes open, the world will be our best textbook, for so many strange humors, sundry sects, diverse opinions, different laws, and fantastical customs teach us to judge rightly of ours. Next to travel, the best education is history, which is travel extended into the past. The student shall, by the help of histories, inform himself of the worthiest minds that were in the best ages. What profit shall he not reap reading the lives of our Plutarch? Finally, the student should get some philosophy, not the thorny quiddities of logic, but such philosophy as teaches us how to live, what it is to know and not to know, what valor, temperance, and justice are, what difference there is between ambition and avarice, bondage and freedom, by what marks a man may distinguish true and perfect contentment, and how far one ought to fear death, pain, or disgrace. A child coming from nurse is more capable of them, such lessons, than he is to learn to read or write. After 7 years at the Collège de Guyenne, Montaigne proceeded to university and the study of law. No subject could have been less congenial to his discursive mind and limpid speech. He never tired of praising custom and berating law. He noted with joy that Ferdinand II of Spain had sent no lawyers to Spanish America, lest they should multiply disputes among the Indians, and he wished that physicians too had been forbidden there, lest they make new ailments with their cures. He thought those countries worst off that had most laws, and he reckoned that France had more than the rest of the world besides. He saw no progress in the humaneness of the law, and doubted if any such savagery could be found among barbarians as togaed judges and tonsured ecclesiastics practiced in the torture chambers of European states. He gloried that, "To this day I am a virgin from all suits of law." 2. Friendship and marriage. Nevertheless, we find him in 1557 councillor in the Court of Aids at Périgueux, and in 1561 a member of the Bordeaux Parlement, the municipal court. There he met and loved Etienne de la Boétie. We have seen elsewhere how, about the age of 18, this young aristocrat wrote, but did not publish, a passionate Discours sur la servitude volontaire, which came to be called contre un, that is, against one-man rule. With all the eloquence of Danton, it called upon the people to rise against absolutism. Perhaps Montaigne himself felt some republican ardor in his youth. In any case, he was drawn to the noble rebel, who, 3 years older, seemed a paragon of wisdom and integrity. We sought one another before we had seen one another, and by the reports we heard of one another, I think by some secret ordinance of the heavens we embraced one another by our names. And at our first meeting, which was by chance at a great feast and solemn meeting of a whole township, we found ourselves so surprised, so acquainted, and so bound together, that from thenceforward nothing was so near to us as one unto another. Why this profound attachment? Montaigne answered, because it was he, because it was I, because they were so different that they completed each other. For La Boétie was all idealism, warm devotion, tenderness. Montaigne was too intellectual, prudent, impartial to be so dedicated. This very friend described him as equally inclined to both outstanding vices and virtues. Perhaps the deepest experience of Montaigne's life was watching his friend die. In 1563, during a plague at Bordeaux, La Boétie fell suddenly ill with fever and dysentery. He bore his lingering death with a stoic fortitude and a Christian patience never forgotten by his friend, who stayed at his bedside during those final days. Montaigne inherited the manuscript of the dangerous essay and concealed it for 13 years. A copy was printed in a pirated edition in 1576. Thereupon he published the original and explained that it was the rhetorical exercise of a boy of 16. That friendship made every later human relationship seem insipid to Montaigne. He wrote again and again that half of him had died with La Boétie. I was so accustomed to be ever two, and so inured to be never single, that methinks I am but half myself. In the warmth of that memory he placed friendship above the love between father and son, maid and youth, husband and wife. He himself seems to have had no romantic passion for any woman. In my youth I opposed myself to the notions of love which I felt to usurp upon me, and I labored to diminish its enjoyment, lest in the end it might captivate me to its mercy. Not that he lacked erotic hours. On the contrary, he acknowledges premarital relations of proud scope and frequency. He described sexual love as no other than a tickling delight of emptying one's seminary vessels, as is the pleasure which nature giveth us to discharge other parts. And he thought it absurd that nature hath pell-mell lodged our joys and filths together. He agreed with most philosophers that the itch to detumesce is no reason for marriage. I see no marriages fail sooner or more troubled than such as are concluded for beauty's sake or huddled up for amorous desires. Marriage should be arranged by a third hand. It should reject the company and conditions of sexual love, and should try to imitate those of friendship. Marriage must become friendship to survive. He inclined to the view of Greek thinkers that a man should not marry before 30. He avoided the tie as long as he could. Still single at 28, he traveled to Paris, fell in love with it, enjoyed the life of the court for a while, this in 1562, saw some American Indians at Rouen, hesitated between the rival charms of civilization and savagery, returned to Bordeaux, and married in 1565 Françoise de Chassaigne. He seems to have married for strictly rational reasons, to have a home and a family, to transmit his estate and his name. Amid all his 1,500 pages, he says almost nothing of his wife, but that may have been good manners. He claims to have been faithful to her. Licentious as the world reputes me, I had in good faith more strictly observed the laws of wedlock than either I had promised or hoped. She made allowances for the self-absorption of genius. She took competent care of the household, the land, even the accounts, for he had no mind for business. For his part, he gave her full respect, and now and then a sign or word of love, as when he responded gratefully to her quick aid after his fall from a horse, and when he dedicated to her his edition of La Boétie's translation of Plutarch's Letter of Consolation. It was a successful marriage, and we must not take very seriously the quips against women in the essays. They were a fashion among philosophers. Françoise bore him 6 children, all girls. All died in childhood but one, of whom he speaks tenderly. When he was 54, he adopted into the family a 20-year-old girl, Marie de Gournay, truly of me beloved with more than a fatherly love, and as one of the best parts of my being, and fiefed in my home and solitariness. He was not above the common feelings of humanity. 3. The Essays. In 1568 his father died, and Michel, as the oldest son, inherited the estate. 3 or 4 years later he resigned from the Parliament of Bordeaux and retired from the bedlam of the city to the boredom of the countryside. Even there peace was precarious, for religious war was dividing France, its cities, and its families. Soldiers raided villages, entered homes, stole, raped, and killed. I have 1,000 times gone to bed imagining I should, the very same night, have been either betrayed or slain in my bed. As a dissuasion to violence, he left his doors unlocked and gave orders that if marauders came, they were to be received without resistance. They stayed away, and Montaigne was free to live in his corner of philosophy amid the clatter of creeds and arms. While Paris and some provinces murdered Protestants in the massacre of St. Bartholomew, Montaigne wrote the supreme work of French prose. His favorite retreat was the library on the 3rd floor of the tower that rose in the facade of his chateau. The chateau was destroyed by fire in 1885, but the tower survived. He loved his library as himself, his alter ego. The form of it is round, and hath no flat side but what serveth for my table and chair, in which manner at one look it offers me the full sight of all my books. There is my seat, there is my throne. I endeavor to make my rule therein absolute, and to sequester that only corner from the community of wife, of children, and of acquaintance. Seldom has a man so relished solitude, which is almost our direst dread. A man must sequester and recover himself from himself. We should reserve a storehouse for ourselves, altogether ours, wherein we may hoard up and establish our true liberty. The greatest thing in the world is for a man to know how to be his own. In that library he had 1,000 books, most of them bound in tooled leather. He called them meas delicias, my delights. In them he could choose his company and live with the wisest and the best. In Plutarch alone, since he spoke French, through Amiot, he could find 100 great men to sit and talk with him, and in Seneca's epistles he could savor a pleasant stoicism melodiously phrased. These two, including Plutarch's Moralia, were his favorite authors, from whom, like the Danaides, I draw my water, incessantly filling as fast as emptying. The familiarity I have with them, and the aid they afford me in my old age, and my book, merely framed of their spoils, binds me to maintain their honor. He never quotes the Bible, perhaps as too well known, though he frequently cites St. Augustine. For the most part he prefers the ancients to the moderns, the pagan philosophers to the Christian fathers. He was a humanist insofar as he loved the literature and the history of old Greece and Rome. But he was no indiscriminate idolater of classics and manuscripts. He thought Aristotle superficial and Cicero a windbag. He was not quite at home with the Greeks. He quoted the Latin poets with roaming erudition, even one of Martial's most privy epigrams. He admired Virgil, but preferred Lucretius. He read Erasmus's Adagia predaciously. In the early essays he was a pedant, adorning himself with classical tags. Such excerpts were in the manner of the age. Readers who had no competence for the originals relished these samples as little windows glimpsing antiquity, and some complained that there were not more. From all his pilfering Montaigne emerged uniquely himself, laughing at pedantry and making up his own mind and speech. He looks like scissors and paste, and tastes like ambrosia. So, leisurely, page by page and day by day, after 1570, he wrote his essay. He seems to have invented the term, almost the type, for though there had been discorsi and discours, they were formidably formal, not the informal, meandering conversations of Montaigne. And this easy-going, buttonholing style has tended to characterize the essay since his death, making it a predominantly modern genre. I speak to paper, he said, as I do to the first person I meet. The style is the man, natural, intimate, confidential. It is a comfort to be spoken to so familiarly by a seigneur of the mind. Open him at any page, and you are caught by the arm and swept along, never knowing and seldom caring where you will go. He wrote piecemeal on any subject that struck his thought or matched his mood, and he diverged anarchically from the initial topic as he rambled on. So the essay on coaches rattles off into ancient Rome and New America. Of the 3 volumes, 3 consist of digressions. Montaigne was lazy, and nothing is so arduous as producing and maintaining order in ideas or men. He confessed himself divers et ondoyant, wavering and diverse. He made no fetish of consistency. He changed his opinions with his years. Only the final composite picture is Montaigne. Amid the confused flux of his notions, his style is as clear as the soul of simplicity. Yet it sparkles with metaphors as surprising as Shakespeare's, and with illuminating anecdotes that instantaneously transform the abstract into the real. His probing curiosity snatches at such instances anywhere, admitting no moral hindrance. He carefully hands down to us the remark of the Toulouse woman who, having been handled by several soldiers, thanked God that once in my life I have had my belly full without sin. Nihil naturae alienum putat. 4. The philosopher. He claims to have only one subject, himself. I look within myself, I have no business but with myself. I incessantly consider and taste myself. He proposes to study human nature at first hand, through his own impulses, habits, likes, dislikes, ailments, feelings, prejudices, fears, and ideas. He does not offer us an autobiography. He says almost nothing in the essays about his career as a counselor or mayor, about his travels, his visits to the court. He does not wear his religion or his politics on his sleeve. He gives us something more precious, a frank and penetrating analysis of his body, mind, and character. He expounds his faults and vices with pleasure and at length. To accomplish his purpose, he asks permission to speak freely. He will violate good taste to exhibit a man naked in body and soul. He talks with noisy candor about his natural functions, quotes St. Augustine and Vives on melodic flatulence, and meditates on coitus. Each one avoideth to see a man born, but all run hastily to see him die. To destroy him we seek a spacious field and full light, but to construct him we hide ourselves in some dark corner, and work as close as we may. Even so, he claims to have practiced some reticence. I speak truth, not my belly full, but as much as I dare. He tells us a great deal about his physical self, and he nurses his health from page to page. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. He tells us a great deal about his physical self, and he nurses his health from page to page. Health is the summum bonum. Renown or glory is overdearly bought by a man of my humor in God's name. He records the vicissitudes of his bowels in affectionate detail. He sought the philosopher's stone and found it lodged in his bladder. He hoped to pass these pebbles in some amorous ecstasy, but found instead that they do strangely diswench me, threatening him with inopportune disablement. He consoled himself with his proud capacity to hold my water full 10 hours, and to be in the saddle long hours without exhausting fatigue. He was stout and strong, and he ate so avidly that he almost bit his fingers in his greed. He loved himself with indefatigable virtuosity. He was vain of his genealogy, his coat of arms, his fine dress, and his distinction as a Chevalier of St. Michael, and wrote an essay of vanity. He pretends to most of the vices, and assures us that if there is any virtue in him, it entered by stealth. He had many, nevertheless: honesty, geniality, humor, equanimity, pity, moderation, tolerance. He tossed explosive ideas into the air, but caught and extinguished them before they fell. In an age of dogmatic slaughter, he begged his fellow men to moderate their certainties this side of murder, and he gave the modern world one of its first examples of a tolerant mind. We forgive his faults because we share them, and we find his self-analysis fascinating because we know that it is about us that the tale is told. To understand himself better, he studied the philosophers. He loved them despite their vain pretensions to analyze the universe and chart man's destiny beyond the grave. He quoted Cicero as remarking that nothing can be said so absurd but that it has been said by one of the philosophers. He praised Socrates for bringing human wisdom down from heaven, where for a long time it had been lost, to restore it to man again. And he echoed Socrates' advice to study natural science less and human conduct more. He had no system of his own. His ideas were in such restless evolution that no label could pin down his philosophic flight. In the brave morning of his thought, he adopted Stoicism. Since Christianity, splitting into fratricidal sects and bloodying itself with war and massacre, had apparently failed to give man a moral code capable of controlling his instincts, Montaigne turned to philosophy for a natural ethic, a morality not tied to the rise and fall of religious creeds. Stoicism seemed to have approached this ideal. At least it had molded some of the finest men of antiquity. For a time, Montaigne made it his ideal. He would train his will to self-mastery. He would shun all passions that might disturb the decency of his conduct or the tranquility of his mind. He would face all vicissitudes with an even temper and take death itself as a natural and forgivable fulfillment. Some Stoic strain continued in him to the end, but his effervescent spirit soon found another philosophy to justify itself. He rebelled against a Stoicism that preached the following of nature, and yet strove to suppress nature in man. He interpreted nature through his own nature, and decided to follow his natural desires whenever they did no perceivable harm. He was pleased to find Epicurus no coarse sensualist, but a sane defender of sane delights, and he was astonished to discover so much wisdom and grandeur in Lucretius. Now he proclaimed with enthusiasm the legitimacy of pleasure. The only sin that he recognized was excess. Intemperance is the pestilence which killeth pleasure. Temperance is not the flail of pleasure, it is the seasoning thereof. From the oscillation of his views and the degradation of contemporary Christianity in France, he came to the skepticism that thereafter colored most of his philosophy. His father had been impressed by the Theologia Naturalis of the Toulouse theologian Raymond of Sebund, who died approximately 1437, and who had continued the noble effort of the scholastics to prove the reasonableness of Christianity. The father asked his son to translate the treatise. Montaigne did, and published his translation in 1569. Orthodox France was edified, but some critics objected to Raymond's reasoning. In 1580, Montaigne inserted into the second book of his Essai a 200-page Apologie de, or defense of, Raymond Sebond, in which he proposed to answer the objections. But he did so only by abandoning his author's enterprise, arguing that reason is a limited and untrustworthy instrument, and that it is better to rest religion on faith in the Scriptures and in Holy Mother Church. In effect, Montaigne demolished Raymond while purporting to uphold him. Some, like Sainte-Beuve, have judged this apology as a tongue-in-cheek argument for unbelief. In any case, it is the most destructive of Montaigne's compositions, perhaps the most thoroughgoing exposition of skepticism in modern literature. Long before Locke, Montaigne affirms that all knowledge is addressed to us by the senses, and that reason depends upon the senses. But the senses are deceptive in their reports and severely limited in their range. Therefore, reason is unreliable. Both the inward and the outward parts of man are full of weakness and falsehood. Here, at the very outset of the age of reason, a generation before Bacon and Descartes, Montaigne asks the question that they would not stop to ask, that Pascal would ask 80 years later, that the philosophers would not face till Hume and Kant. Why should we trust reason? Even instinct is a safer guide than reason. See how well the animals get along by instinct, sometimes more wisely than men. There is a greater difference between many a man and many another man than between many a man and many an animal. Man is no more the center of life than the earth is the center of the universe. It is presumptuous of man to think that God resembles him, or that human affairs are the center of God's interest, or that the world exists to serve man, and it is ridiculous to suppose that the mind of man can fathom the nature of God. O senseless man, who cannot make a worm and yet will make gods by the dozen. Montaigne arrives at skepticism by another route, by contemplating the variety and fluctuation of beliefs in laws and morals, in science, philosophy, and religion. Which of these truths is truth? He prefers the Copernican to the Ptolemaic astronomy, but who knows whether 1,000 years hence a third opinion will rise, which haply may overthrow these two, and whether it be not more likely that this huge body which we call the world is another manner of thing than we judge it. There is no science, only the proud hypotheses of immodest minds. Of all the philosophies, the best is Pyrrho's, that we know nothing. The greatest part of what we know is the least part of what we know not. Nothing is so firmly believed as that which is least known, and a persuasion of certainty is a manifest testimony of foolishness. In few words, there is no constant existence, neither of our being nor of the objects, and we and our judgment and all mortal things else do incessantly roll, turn, and pass away. Thus can nothing be certainly established. We have no communication with being. Then, to heal all wounds, Montaigne ends by reaffirming his Christian faith and singing a pantheistic paean to the unknowable God. Thereafter he applied his skepticism to everything, always with an obeisance to the Church. Que sais-je? What do I know? Became his motto, engraved on his seal and inscribed on his library ceiling. Other mottos adorned the rafters. The for and against are both possible. It may be and it may not be. I determine nothing. I do not comprehend things. I suspend judgment. I examine. Something of this attitude he took from Socrates' auden oida, I know nothing, something from Pyrrho, something from Cornelius Agrippa, much from Sextus Empiricus. Henceforth, he said, I fasten myself on that which I see and hold, and go not far from the shore. Now he saw relativity everywhere, and nowhere absolutes, least of all in standards of beauty, and our lusty philosopher revels in noting the diverse opinions among diverse peoples as to what constitutes beauty in a woman's breasts. He believes that many beasts surpass us in beauty, and thinks we were wise to clothe ourselves. He perceives that a man's religion and his moral ideas are usually determined by his environment. The taste of good or evil greatly depends upon the opinion we have of them, as Shakespeare was to say, and men are tormented by the opinions they have of things, not by the things themselves. The laws of conscience proceed not from God, but from custom. Conscience is the discomfort we feel when violating the mores of our tribe. Montaigne had better sense than to suppose that because morals are relative, they may therefore be ignored. On the contrary, he would be the last to disturb their stability. He talks boldly about sex, and claims much freedom for men, but when you cross-examine him, you find him suddenly orthodox. He recommends chastity to youth on the ground that energy spent in sex comes from the common store of force in the body. He notes that athletes training for the Olympic Games abstain from all Venerian acts and touching of women. It was part of his humor to extend his skepticism to civilization itself and to anticipate Rousseau and Chateaubriand. The Indians he had seen at Rouen inspired him to read the reports of travelers. From these accounts he composed his essay of Cannibals. Eating dead people, he thought, was less barbarous than torturing live ones. I find nothing in that nation, Indian America, which is either barbarous or savage, unless men call that barbarism which is not common among themselves. He imagined these natives as rarely sick, as nearly always happy, and as living peaceably without laws. He praised Aztec art and Inca roads. He put into the mouth of his Rouen Indians an indictment of European wealth and poverty. They had perceived there were men amongst us full gorged with all sorts of commodities, and others that were dying of hunger, and they marveled that the needy ones could endure such an injustice, and took not the others by the throat. He compared the morals of the Indians with those of their conquerors, and charged that the pretended Christians brought the contagion of vice to innocent souls eager to learn and by nature well disposed. For a moment Montaigne forgot his geniality and burst into noble indignation. So many goodly cities ransacked and razed, so many nations destroyed or made desolate, so infinite millions of harmless people of all sexes, status, and ages, massacred, ravaged, and put to the sword, and the richest, the fairest, the best part of the world topsy-turvied, ruined, and defaced for the traffic of pearls and peppers. O mechanical victories! O base conquest! Was his obeisance to religion sincere? Obviously, his classical foraging had long since weaned him from the doctrines of the Church. He retained a vague belief in God, conceived sometimes as nature, sometimes as a cosmic soul, the incomprehensible intelligence of the world. At times he presages Shakespeare's Lear. The gods play at handball with us and toss us up and down. But he ridicules atheism as unnatural and monstrous, and rejects agnosticism as another dogmatism. How do we know that we shall never know? He waves aside as pretentious futilities all attempts to define the soul or to explain its relation to the body. He is willing to accept the immortality of the soul on faith, but finds no evidence for it in experience or reason. And the idea of external existence appalls him. Except for faith, I believe not miracles. And he anticipates Hume's famous argument. How much more natural and likely do I find it that two men should lie than that one man in 12 hours should be carried by the winds from east to west? He might seek another example today. He steals a march on Voltaire by telling of the pilgrim who judged that Christianity must be divine to have maintained itself so long despite the corruption of its administrators. He notes that he is a Christian by geographical accident. Otherwise, I should rather have taken part with those who worship the sun. So far as one reader can recall, he mentions Christ but once. The lovely saga of the mother of Christ made only a moderate appeal to his unsentimental soul. However, he crossed Italy to lay 4 votive figures before her shrine at Loreto. He lacked those marks of the religious spirit. humility, a sense of sin, remorse and penance, a longing for divine forgiveness and redeeming grace. He was a freethinker with an allergy for martyrdom. He remained a Catholic long after he had ceased to be a Christian. Like some sensible early Christian bowing transiently to a pagan deity, Montaigne, the most pagan of Christians, turned aside now and then from his selected Greeks and Romans to honor the cross of Christ or even to kiss the foot of a pope. He did not, like Pascal, pass from skepticism to faith, but from skepticism to observance, and not merely through caution. He probably realized that his own philosophy, paralyzed with hesitations, contradictions, and doubt, could safely be the luxury only of a spirit already formed to civilization by religion, and that France, even while bathing its creeds in blood, would never exchange them for an intellectual labyrinth in which death could be the only certainty. He thought a wise philosophy would make its peace with religion. Simple minds, less curious, less well instructed, are made good Christians, and through reverence and obedience hold their simple belief and abide by the laws. In intellects of moderate vigor and capacity is engendered the error of opinions. The best, most settled, and clearest-seeing spirits make another sort of well-believers, who by long and religious investigation penetrate to a more profound and abstruse meaning in the Scriptures and discover the mysterious and divine secrets of our ecclesiastical polity. The simple peasants are honest folk, and so are the philosophers. So, after all his barbs at Christianity, and because all faiths alike are cloaks to cover our shivering ignorance, he advises us to accept the religion of our time and place. He himself, true to his geography, returned to the ritual of his fathers. He liked a sensory, fragrant ceremonial religion, and so he preferred Catholicism to Protestantism. He was repelled by the Calvinist emphasis on predestination. Being of Erasmian lineage, he liked the genial and worldly cardinals of Rome more than the Loyola of Geneva or the Lion of Wittenberg. He regretted particularly that the new creeds were imitating the intolerance of the old. Though he laughed at heretics as fools who raised a fuss over competitive mythologies, he saw no sense in burning such mavericks. After all, it is setting a high value on our opinions to roast people alive on account of them, or to let people roast us. In politics, too, he ended as a comfortable conservative. There's no use changing forms of government. The new one will be as bad as the old because it will be administered by men. Society is so vast a frame, so complex a mechanism of instinct, custom, myth, and law, slowly fashioned by the trial and error wisdom of time, that no individual intellect, however powerful and brilliant, can take it apart and put it together again without incalculable confusion and suffering. Better submit to current rulers, bad as they are, unless they attempt to chain thought itself. Then Montaigne might screw his courage up to revolt, for my reason is not framed to bend or stoop, my knees are. A wise man will avoid public office while respecting it. The greatest vocation is to save the commonwealth and be profitable to many. But as for me, I depart from it. However, he served his terms. He mourned that half his life had been lived during the ruination of France, in an age so corrupt and times so ignorant. Read all ancient stories, be they never so tragical, you shall find none to equal those we daily see practiced. He was not neutral in the duel for France, but my interest has not made me forget either the commendable qualities of our adversaries or the reproachful qualities of those whom I have supported. He would not shoulder a gun, but his pen was with the politique, those peace-preferring Catholics who advocated some compromise with the Huguenots. He lauded Michel de l'Hôpital for far-sighted humanitarian moderation, and he rejoiced when his friend Henry of Navarre moved to victory on the policies of l'Hôpital. Montaigne was the most civilized of Frenchmen in that savage age. 5. The Rolling Stone. The stones in his bladder bothered him more than the wars of France. In June 1580, shortly after the first publication of the Essays, he set out on an extended tour of Western Europe, partly to see the world, partly to visit medicinal springs in the hope of alleviating the colic, as he called it, that repeatedly incapacitated him with pain. He left his wife behind to take care of the estate, but he took with him a younger brother, a brother-in-law, the Baron of Estissac, and a secretary to whom he dictated part of his travel diary. Add a retinue of servants and muleteers, and we no longer wonder that these memoirs are intellectually thin. They were meant rather for remembrance than for publication. Montaigne, returning, hid them in a chest, where they were discovered 178 years after his death. The party went first to Paris, where the proud author presented a copy of his essays to Henry III. Then by easy stages to Plomières, where Montaigne for 9 days drank 2 quarts of medicinal waters daily and succeeded in passing some small stones with great pain. Then through Lorraine to Switzerland. He had infinite pleasure, says the third-person diary, in observing the freedom and good government of this nation. He took the waters at Baden-Baden and advanced into Germany. He attended Calvinist and Lutheran as well as Catholic services, and discussed theology with Protestant clergymen. He tells of one Lutheran minister who vowed that he would rather hear 1,000 masses than partake of one Calvinist communion, for the Calvinists denied the physical presence of Christ in the Eucharist. Moving into the Tyrol, he felt the grandeur of the Alps long before Rousseau. From Innsbruck, the party mounted to the Brenner Pass, Montaigne passing on the way a stone of middling size. Then through Trent to Verona, Vicenza, Padua, and Venice, where he contributed 2 big stones to the Grand Canal. He thought the city not so wonderful as he had expected, nor the prostitutes as beautiful. On to Ferrara, where, according to the essays, not the diary, he visited the insane Tasso, to Bologna and Florence, where the Arno received 2 stones and a quantity of gravel, and through Siena to Rome, where he passed a stone as big as a pine kernel. All in all, these recorded accretion excretions would have built a pretty pyramid. In Rome, he visited a Jewish synagogue, witnessed a circumcision, and discussed with the rabbis their religious rites. He exchanged philosophies with the Roman courtesans. He was not, as Stendhal thought, insensitive to the art in Rome. He wandered day after day among the classic remains, never ceasing to marvel at their grandeur. But the great event was a visit to Gregory XIII. Like any son of the Church, Montaigne knelt to kiss the papal shoe, which the Pope kindly raised to ease the operation. Meanwhile, the customs officials had found a copy of the essays, which they turned over to the Inquisition. Montaigne was summoned to the Holy Office and was gently admonished that some passages smelled of heresy. Would he not change or delete them in future editions? He promised. I thought I left them very well satisfied with me. Indeed, they invited him to come and live in Rome. He kept his promise indifferently, and in 1676 his book was placed on the index. Perhaps to reassure them and himself, he journeyed across Italy to the shrine of the Virgin at Loreto and dedicated a votive tablet to her. Then he recrossed the Apennines to take the waters at Lucca. There, on September 7, 1581, a message came, saying that he had been chosen mayor of Bordeaux. He asked to be excused, but Henry III bade him accept, and the tradition of public service left him by his father could not be ignored. He took his time getting back to France. He did not sight his chateau till November 30th, 17 months after beginning the tour. The duties of the mayoralty were light. The emoluments were honors without pay. He functioned sufficiently well, for he was re-elected in August 1583 for another 2 years. In December 1584, Henry of Navarre, with a mistress and 40 followers, visited him, and the future King of France slept in the philosopher's bed. Toward the end of the second term, plague struck Bordeaux, and Montaigne, like nearly all public officials, left the city for rural retreats. On July 30th, 1585, he turned over the insignia of his office to his successor and retired to his home. He was only 52, but his stones periodically disabled him, sometimes preventing him for days from passing water. Early in 1588, he was strong enough to make a 3rd trip to Paris. While there, he was arrested as an adherent of Henry III by the League then dominating the capital. He was lodged in the Bastille on July 10, 1588, but was released the same evening through the intercession of Catherine de Médicis. In October, he attended the States General at Blois, but he returned to Bordeaux just in time to escape involvement in the vicissitudes of Henry III after the assassination of the Duke of Guise. In his final and finest essay, Of Experience, he included a description of his physical decay. His teeth, for example, seemed to have reached the natural term of their continuance. He endured his going hence without bitterness. He had lived his life very much as he had planned it, and he could write with pride, "View all antiquity over, and you shall find it a hard matter to choose out a dozen men that have directed their lives unto one certain settled course, which is the sweetest drift of wisdom." Told that his end was near, he gathered his household and his legatees about him, and gave them in person the sums or objects he had bequeathed them in his will. He received the sacraments of the Church as piously as if he had never written a doubting word. He died September 13, 1592, aged 59. His influence pervaded 3 centuries and 4 continents. Richelieu accepted with pleasure the dedication of Mademoiselle de Gournay's final edition of the Essays. His friend and disciple, Charron, as early as 1603, developed them into a formal and orderly philosophy. Florio made them into an English classic in 1603, but overlaid his author's brief simplicity with erudite verbosity. Shakespeare may have seen that translation and been helped to form and phrase the skepticism of his greatest tragedies. We have noted his specific debts. Perhaps Ben Jonson had Shakespeare in mind when he accused English writers of stealing from Montaigne. Bacon felt that influence, and Descartes may have found in the essays the stimulus to his initial universal doubt. Pascal went almost insane trying to salvage his faith from Montaigne's questionings. From Montaigne stemmed Bayle, Vauvenargues, Rousseau, Diderot, Voltaire, Rousseau from Montaigne's Confessions and his essays of education and of cannibals, Voltaire from all the rest. Montaigne was the grandfather, as Bayle was the father of the Enlightenment. Madame du Deffand, the least deceived woman of her brilliant age, wished to throw into the fire all the immense volumes of the philosophers except Montaigne, who is the father of them all. Through Montaigne, the psychological analysis of mind and character entered into French literature, from Corneille and Molière, La Rochefoucauld and La Bruyère, to Anatole France. Thoreau took much at this fountainhead, and Emerson bathed himself in it before writing his own essays. Of Montaigne, as of few authors before the 18th century, it may be said that he is read today as if he had written yesterday. The world has long since recognized and forgiven his faults. He admitted so many that he almost depleted the armory of his critics. He knew quite well that he was garrulous and vain. We tire now and then of his classical quotations, and for a moment fall into Malebranche's unjust judgment of the essays as nothing but a tissue of historical anecdotes, little stories, bon mots, verses, and apothegms, proving nothing. Unquestionably, Montaigne jumbles his wares into a lazy disarray, so lessening their impact and point. He contradicts himself in 100 subjects. He is bound to be right, since he says everything and its opposite. There is something paralyzing in universal skepticism. It preserves us from theological homicide, but it takes the wind out of our sails and drains us of fortitude. We are more deeply moved by Pascal's desperate attempt to save his faith from Montaigne than by Montaigne's willingness to have no faith at all. We cannot put our hearts into such criticism. It interrupts only passingly our joy in the gaia scientia, the laughing learning, the allegro penseroso of this unsilenceable gossiper. Where again shall we find so animated a synthesis of wisdom and humor? There is a subtle similarity between these two qualities, since both may come from seeing things in perspective. In Montaigne they make one man. His loquacity is redeemed by quaintness and clarity. There are no shop-worn phrases here, no pompous absurdity. We are so weary of language used to conceal thought or its absence that we can overlook the egoism in these self-revelations. We are surprised to see how well this amiable causeur knows our hearts. We are relieved to find our faults shared by so wise a man and by him so readily absolved. It is comforting to see that he too hesitates and does not know. We are delighted to be told that our ignorance, if realized, becomes philosophy. And what a relief it is after St. Bartholomew to come upon a man who is not sure enough to kill. Finally, and despite his onslaught upon reason, we perceive that Montaigne begins in France, as Bacon in England, the age of reason. Montaigne, the critic of reason, was nothing if not reason itself. With all his curtsies to the church, this irrationalist was a rationalist. He consented to conform only after he had sown the seeds of reason in the mind of France. And if, like Bacon, he tried to do this without disturbing the consolatory faith of the poor, we must not hold this caution or tenderness against him. He was not made for burning. He knew that he too might be wrong. He was the apostle of moderation as well as of reason, and he was too much of a gentleman to set his neighbor's house on fire before he had any other shelter to give him. He was profounder than Voltaire because he sympathized with that which he destroyed. Gibbon reckoned in those bigoted times but 2 men of liberality, of free and generous ideas, in France, Henry IV and Montaigne. And Sainte-Beuve, after viewing Montaigne unsympathetically through the eyes of Pascal, ended by pronouncing him, in a rare burst of enthusiasm, the wisest Frenchman that ever lived. 4. Immortals for a Day. After Montaigne, French literature rested on his oars for a generation. He had almost succeeded in escaping the religious wars, hiding himself in himself till they passed by. Elsewhere, the martial theologic fever blighted letters in France. Between Montaigne and Corneille, she fell behind England and Spain in literature, just as England fell behind France after the Civil War. A succession of gaseous comets crossed the firmament, leaving no fixed stars. Richelieu tried to nurse genius with pensions, but he hampered it with censorship and suborned it to his praise. When he died, the pensions were cancelled by Louis XIII with a shrug of the pen. We're not going to be troubled with that any more. More stimulating to literature were the literary soirees of the Hôtel de Rambouillet and Richelieu's establishment of the French Academy. The Academy began in gatherings of scholars and authors in a private home, that of Valentin Conrart, a secretary to the king in 1627. Richelieu, alert to letters as well as war, envying the academies of Italy and the literature of Spain, offered to constitute the group as a public body recognized by the state. Some members opposed the plan as a bribe to orthodoxy. But the poet Chapelain, who was enjoying a pension from the cardinal, reminded them that they had to do with a man who willed in no half-hearted way whatever he willed. Chapelain's caution prevailed. The group unanimously resolved to accede to the pleasure of His Eminence, and was incorporated in 1635 as the Académie Française. Its statutes declared that it seems that naught was wanting to the happiness of the kingdom but to take this language, which we speak, out of the list of barbarous tongues, that, already more perfect than any other living language, it might at length fairly succeed to the Latin as the Latin had to the Greek, if more care were taken than hitherto. That the functions of the academicians should be to purify the language from the defilements which it had contracted, whether in the mouths of the people or in the crowds of the law courts, or by the bad habits of ignorant courtiers. One of the original 30 members, Claude Vaugelas, was charged with compiling a dictionary. 56 years were to elapse before its first publication in 1694. Meanwhile, the Academy raised significantly the status of literary men. To be one of the, by 1637, 40 immortals became as great an honor as to stand high in the government. No nation has so honored letters as France. Frequently, the Academy, composed mostly of old men, acted as a conservative brake upon literary developments or linguistic growth. Now and then it closed its doors to genius, Molière, Rousseau, but it kept its head above the factions and taught its members a courteous tolerance of diverse ideas. And France rewarded it with a permanence that stood the shocks of change while so much else gave way. Having corralled the poets and the scholars, Richelieu cast his watchful eye upon the journalists. In May 1631, Théophraste Renaudot, aided by the cardinal, began publication of the first French newspaper, afterward called the Gazette de France. Appearing weekly as a sheet folded into 8 pages, it gave such official news as Richelieu permitted or supplied, and it added some pages of Nouvelles Ordinaires. Louis XIII was a frequent contributor. In the Gazette he answered the critics of the government and defended his banishment of his mother. Sometimes he took his paragraphs in person to supervise their graduation into type. Even a king is fascinated when he finds himself in print. From its beginning, the French press was an agent of propaganda, in this case a means of explaining to the literary minority the policies of the state. The people soon distrusted the Gazette and bought, rather, the scurrilous sheets sold on the streets by the pensioners of the cardinal's foes. The most widely read production of the age was a romance. The chivalric romance was going out of fashion, not merely because Cervantes and others ridiculed it, but because feudalism, now subordinated to royalty, was losing more and more of its privileges and prestige. Tales of when knighthood was in flower were replaced by agonizing romances of impeded desire. Every possessor of letters and leisure under Louis XIII read the Astray, 1610 to 1619, of Honoré d'Urfé. The author's genius grew from a wound in love. His wife, well named Diana, preferred the venery of the hunt to the venery of marriage. She had her dogs eat at table with her and share her bed. She was delivered of an abortion annually. Honoré retired to his estate and disguised his plaintive autobiography as a pastoral romance. He found this cure by expression so satisfactory that he stretched it out to 5,500 pages in 5 volumes issued at intervals from 1610 to 1627. In the story of the shepherd Céladon's love for the shepherdess Astrée, we hear an interminable echo of Montemayor's Diana Enamorada and Sanazaro's and Sidney's Arcadias. But the echo was melodious. The shepherds and shepherdesses had all the grace and lace of the French court. The language met all the demands of the Rambouillet Hotel. The varieties of amorous experience rivaled Henry IV's, and the adoration of woman pleased the goddesses of the salons, who made the book a code of manners for platonic love. Here was the gushing spring from which streamed the sentimental romances of Mademoiselle de Scudéry, Abbé Prévost, Antoine Prévost d'Exilles, Samuel Richardson, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who professed to have read the book once a year through most of his life. For nearly a century, the lords and ladies of the French, German, and Polish courts took the names and played the parts of l'Astrée, and half the prose written in France cultivated romance. The other half contained some memorable prose. Jean-Louis Gueuze de Balzac's Lettres, from 1624 on, were really essays designed to impress the précieuses, sharing with Vaugelas and Malherbe in purifying the language and helping to give French prose the form and logic of the classic age. Pierre de Bourdet de Brantôme, after a gay life in the army and at the court, left at his death in 1614 a bundle of memoirs retailing with gusto the amours of the French ladies, the virtues of Catherine de Médicis, the beauty of Mary Stuart, and the wit of Marguerite of Valois. It is a pity that his most fascinating stories are unverifiable. It is not good, he thought, to grow old in the same hole, and no man of spirit ever did so. One must adventure boldly in all directions, in love as in war. In a more judicious moment he acknowledged that the greatest blessing God can grant us in our marriage is fair issue, not concubinage. Jacques-Auguste de Thou, magistrate and councillor of state under his friend Henry IV, helped to draft and negotiate the Edict of Nantes, and devoted half his life to writing Historia Sui Temporis, or History of His Own Time, 1604 to 1608, a book distinguished by its scholarship, its impartiality, and its courage in branding the massacre of St. Bartholomew as an outburst of fury unexampled in the annals of any nation. The Duke of Sully, in his old age and with the help of secretaries, composed the famous Mémoire des sages et royales économies domestiques, politiques et militaires de Henri le Grand, which he dedicated to France, to all good soldiers, and to all the French people. In the final year of Louis XIII, a group of Flemish Jesuits, led by Jean de Boulogne, began to publish the Acta Sanctorum, giving with cautious criticism the lives of the saints in the order of their commemoration by the Catholic Church. Despite the vicissitudes of the society, the labor was zealously pursued, until in 1910 it ran to 65 volumes. Some mythmongers protested, but the work stands as a credit to the scholarship of the most scholarly of religious orders. Finally, we must list again the ubiquitous and incredible Richelieu, who dipped his pen into every literary well and left us his Memoir, a bit prejudiced in favor of the Cardinal, but standing high in that remarkable sequence of French memoirs which has no rival in any other tongue. Minor poets were never so plentiful. Théophile de Viau, Vincent Voiture, and Honorat de Bouillé, Marquis of Racan, are still read by loyal Frenchmen, if only in school. Théophile's libertine loves and scandalous doubts made him the Villon of the age, condemned to the stake and then let off with banishment. Voiture's breezy wit made him the bel esprit, we had almost dared to say the prime ribber, of the Hôtel de Rambouillet. When Bossuet, aged 12, preached at midnight in that salon, Voiture said he had never heard a sermon delivered so early and so late. 2 major poets honored these reigns. François de Malherbe illustrated the principle that each age, to relish itself, must denounce and reverse the past. The great Ronsard was still singing in Malherbe's youth. He and his Pléiade had chastened French verse by directing it to classic models and themes. But their successors were now sonneteering France and their mistresses to sleep with archaic terms, fanciful phrases, Italian concetti, clumsy inversions, obscure allusions, recondite mythology. Malherbe decided that there had been enough of this. Born at Caen in 1555, he studied at Basel and Heidelberg, spent years in travel, and was already 50 when he reached the court of France. Despite his impudence and impieties, he made his way and became the favorite poet of Henry the Great, who, however, gave him more compliments than money. He lived by selling his verses to the highest bidder, and he promoted his wares by eviscerating his predecessors. Like the précieuses of the Salon Rambouillet, he declared war on words that smacked of rural coarseness or the less poetical operations of the human bag. He banished inversions, ambiguities, colloquialisms, provincialisms, Gasconisms, which was hard on the king, padding, cacophony, solecisms, importations, Latinisms, technicalities, poetic license, imperfect rhymes. Now there should be dignity of ideas, simplicity and clarity of expression, harmony of rhythm, consistency of metaphors, order and exposition, logic and phrase. Good writing must breathe well and must be welcome to the ear. Hiatus, a historian, is an auditory offense, a respiratory disease. Malherbe tried his verses on his butler's ears. Let Us Breathe, in English, one of his poems, a consolation addressed to a friend who mourned the passing of a daughter. But she was of the world, where the loveliest things have the saddest destiny. Herself arose, she lived as lives the rose, a morning's hour. Death has compulsions nowhere paralleled. We pray to it in vain. Cruelly it closes its ears and lets us cry. The poor man in his cabin under a thatched roof is subject to its laws, and the watch that guards the Louvre's gates cannot keep him from our kings. Malherbe's practice was less effective than his principles. His verses suffered a chill from his rules, and Guez de Balzac, who was at this time reforming prose, saw only good prose in Malherbe's poetry. But the Hôtel de Rambouillet took him to its bosoms, the Academy adopted his precepts, and Boileau inherited them as the foundation of the classic style. They became for 2 centuries a stoic saintly shirt of hair and mail for the lyric bards of France. In old age, Malherbe swelled into a very pontiff of poetry, an oracle on questions of language and style. Some of his admirers saluted him as the most eloquent man of all time, and he agreed that what Malherbe writes will last eternally. On his deathbed in 1628, he roused himself from his final stupor to reprove his nurse for using incorrect French. Mathurin-Régnier thought him a bore, ignored his rules, and, like Villon, sent up poetry steaming from the stews. Tonsured and destined for the priesthood, he so lost himself in Venusberg that he became old and gray while young. At 31 he was infirm with gout and syphilis. He still found that every woman is to my taste, but they were more discriminating. He wrote some of the most vigorous verse in the language, recklessly venereal, savagely satirical, rivaling Horace in form and Juvenal in vinegar, and alive with persons and places felt or seen. He laughed at the linguistic purism of the précieuses and the classic rigor of Malherbe. Impassioned ardor from an inner flame seemed to him more vital to poetry than grammatical, rhetorical, prosodical orthodoxy. Here, at the dawn of the classic age, romanticism stirred. Even science and philosophy got their comeuppance for their vaunts. Dreaming philosophers prattle loftily, without budging from the earth leap to the stars. Make the whole firmament dance to your tune, and weigh your discourses in the scale of the sky. Carry a lantern into the recesses of nature. Know who gives the flowers their lovable hues. Decipher the secrets of heaven and earth. Your reason deceives you as well as your eyes. In 1609 he became court poet to Henry IV. 4 years later, aged 39, he died, worn out with melodious lechery. He had composed his epitaph. I have lived without a thought, letting myself go sweetly by nature's good law. And I know not why death should think of me, who never deigned to think of her. 5. Pierre Corneille, 1606 to 1684. The literary star in Richelieu's firmament was Pierre Corneille, for with him French drama became literature, and French literature for a century became predominantly drama. Many experiments had prepared for him. Etienne Jodelle had staged the first French tragedy in 1552. Similar imitations of Seneca followed, all based on the Senecan scheme of tales of violence, psychological studies, and bursts of rhetoric, shorn of the classic chorus, but cramped into the supposedly Aristotelian unities of one action, represented as occurring in one place, in one day's time. Aristotle, as we have seen in discussing the Elizabethan drama, had required unity of action or plot. He had not asked for unity of place. He had not insisted on unity of time. But the Poetices Libri Septem of 1561, by the learned Julius Caesar Scaliger, required of all dramatists adherence to Greek and Latin forms. Jean Chapelain repeated the demand in 1630. The arguments that in England had fallen before the wild genius of a man who had small Latin and less Greek won a complete victory in a France inheriting the Latin language and culture. And after 1640, the Senecan form of three unities held the French tragic stage through Corneille and Racine, through Voltaire and the 18th century, through the Revolution, the Empire, and the Restoration, till in Hugo's Hernani, in 1830, the romantic drama won its historic tardy victory. The French drama had no regular home in the 16th century, but had to nurse itself in colleges and had to wander from court to court, from hall to hall. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 4, Side 2. The French drama had no regular home in the 16th century, but had to nurse itself in colleges and had to wander from court to court, from hall to hall. In 1598, the first permanent French theatre was established at the Hôtel de Bourgogne, in the Rue Mauconseil, and in 1600, the Théâtre des Marais was opened in the present Rue Vieille du Temple. In both cases, the form was a long central parterre, or pit, where the less opulent classes stood, ate, drank, gambled, quarreled, and watched the performance in their purses, while along the walls ran two tiers of boxes in which the moneyed gentry sat. Before the reign of Richelieu, only a few women with nothing to lose attended the plays. The stage, raised at one end of the rectangle, was so far from half the audience that the representation of thought or feeling by facial expression was almost useless to the actors, and a premium was placed upon rhetoric that could reach the farthest ear. Performances were given in the afternoon, usually from 5 to 7. The law required them to end before dark, for both theatres were in dangerous quarters of the town. The actors, before Molière, were generally imported from Italy and Spain. Female parts were taken by women, and in the comedies the need for revenue laid a bold emphasis on sex. Church and Parlement tried in vain to cleanse or suppress the comic theatre. Richelieu raised the moral level of the French drama by taking some of the dramatists under his patronage and surveillance, by attending performances himself, and by collaborating with Rotrou, Scarron, and others in the composition of plays. Gradually, under his all-seeing eye, the predecessors of Corneille, Garnier, Hardy, and Rotrou, prepared the way for the epical success of Le Cid. Corneille had the usual vicissitudes en route to mastery. Born in Rouen in 1606, he had the handicap of growing up in a provincial capital distant from the literary stimulations and opportunities of Paris. But his father was a distinguished magistrate able to give Pierre the best available education in the local college of the Jesuits. These zealous educators used drama as a tool of instruction. The students were taught to act in Latin, classical, and other plays, and this Jesuit practice influenced the French drama in theme, technique, and style. Of course, no one intended Pierre to become a dramatist. He was trained for the law, and he practiced it for a time, and the art and habit of forensic eloquence may have shared in molding the oratory that resounds in his tragedies. At 21, almost simultaneously, he fell into love and poetry. The lady rejected him, and he found refuge in rhymes. Wounded into lasting melancholy and timidity, he acted in ink the dramas forbidden to his blood. 11 years passed before he found a wife, this in 1640, and then only through Richelieu's aid. But meanwhile he conceived a dozen tragedies or comedies of amorous or heroic gallantry. In 1629 he took to Paris his first piece, Mille. It was performed at the Hôtel de Bourgogne. It was an absurd quadrangle of love and intrigue, but its lively dialogue carried it to success, and Corneille warmed himself before a blaze of fame. Richelieu engaged him, along with 4 others, to write plays on topics and lines suggested by the cardinal. Corneille transformed too independently a sketch so submitted to him. His Red Eminence frowned. Corneille withdrew in a huff to Rouen, but continued to receive from Richelieu a pension of 500 crowns a year. Stirred and piqued by the success of Méret's tragedy Sophonisbe, he abandoned comedy, studied Seneca, and took to Paris in 1635 his Médée. Here for the first time appeared his basic qualities, power of thought and nobility of speech. Henceforth, with some lapses, he would people his stage with men and women of high station, dower them with lofty sentiments, and express these in splendid language and forceful reasoning. The contemporary English poet Waller, hearing Médée, hailed a new master. The others, he said, make verses, but Corneille is the only one who can think. The highest art is art impregnated with philosophy. From the heroic drama of Rome and Greece, from his Jesuit teachers, from his own somber and solitary meditations, stately Alexandrines marching in his dreams, Corneille achieved a plane of thought and style never before known in French drama, and seldom since. There was another dramatic literature that drew and formed him. He could derive little from the Elizabethan stage, for that was too negligent of classic rules to fit a classic mold. But Spain in this age was mad with theatre, showering honors upon Lope de Vega and Tirso de Molina and Calderón de la Barca as the only worthy heirs of Sophocles and Euripides, Terence and Seneca. And in the Spanish drama, Corneille found a naturally dramatic theme, that code of honor which required a death for every insult or seduction. He learned Spanish, read Guillén de Castro's Las Mocedades del Cid, possibly from 1599, borrowed the plot with no more apology than Shakespeare, and wrote the most famous play in French literature. The Cid was performed in 1636. The audience felt that nothing so powerful as this had yet appeared on Gallic boards. "It is so fine," said a contemporary, "that it has inspired even the coldest ladies with love, so that their passion has sometimes broken out in the public theatre. People have been seen in the boxes who seldom leave their gilded halls and fleur-de-lis-covered armchairs." Not many knew that the plot had been borrowed, though Corneille frankly confessed it. All marveled at its entangled subtlety. High-born Chimène and noble Rodrigue are tremblingly in love. But Chimène's father, Don Gomez, quarrels with and insults Rodrigue's old and ailing father, Don Diego. Rodrigue feels bound in honor to avenge his father. He challenges Gomez and kills him. Chimène, still loving Rodrigue, feels bound in honor to beg King Fernand to behead or banish him. The conflict in her between the point of honor and the call of the mate gives the story and her divergent passions an extraordinary force and intensity. Rodrigue offers Chimène his sword and invites her to kill him, but she cannot make up her mind. He goes off to fight the Moors, returns to Seville, trailing captured kings and clouds of glory. All Seville sings his name, but Chimène still demands his death. As Fernand refuses, she pledges her hand to anyone who will challenge and kill the man she loves. Sancho takes the task. Rodrigue proposes to let Sancho kill him. Chimène repents of her revenge, begs him to defend himself. He overcomes Sancho, but spares him. At last the code of honor is satisfied. Chimène accepts her lover, and all is well. For half a season, Paris celebrated the beauty and debated the sanity of Chimène. Political overtones were heard. Richelieu had forbidden duels, and in this play duels seemed part of the highest law. The nobles, hating Richelieu, gloried in the representation of an aristocracy that still took the law into its own hands. Nor was the cardinal quite pleased with the success of one who had balked at receiving his literary directives. He asked his newborn academy to issue a judicial critique of the play, and hardly concealed his hope that the judgment would be adverse. The academy prolonged its discussions to let tempers cool. Finally, after 5 months, it published its sentiments. All in all, the verdict was moderate and just. It objected to the apparent exaltation of romantic love. It thought the denouement lacking in verisimilitude, and it saw something indecent and absurdly vain in Chimène's final words to Rodrigue as he went to fight Sancho. "Come victor from a combat of which Chimène is the prize." This criticism was handsomely salved with the Academy's conclusion that even learned men must grant some indulgence to the irregularities of a work which would not have had the good fortune to please the community so much if it had not possessed uncommon beauties, and that the naturalness and vehemence of its passions, the force and delicacy of many of its thoughts, and the indescribable charm which mingles with all of its defects, have gained for it a high rank among French poems of the same character. The Academy never again assumed the office of literary judge. Corneille eased the situation by dedicating the published Cid to the cardinal's beloved niece, and to the cardinal himself his next masterpiece, Horace, in 1640. Livy had told the legend in his History. On the same day, in separate cities, twin sisters give birth to male triplets. One set fathered by Horatius at Rome, the other by Curiatus at Alba Longa. A generation later, the two families were further allied by the marriage of Sabina, daughter of Curiatus, to Horace, a son of Horatius, and by the love of Camilla, daughter of Horatius, for one of the Curiati triplets. But then the two cities stumble into war. Their armies come face to face. Sabina and Camilla tremble in the Roman camp, and Sabina sets the feminine theme of the composition. I am a Roman, alas, since Horace is a Roman. I took that title in receiving his hand, but this bond would hold me a chained slave if it closed my eyes to the place of my birth. Alba, where I first breathed the day, Alba, my dear land and my first love, when I see war declared between you and ourselves, I dread our victory as much as our defeat. If, Rome, you complain that this is to betray you, give yourself such foes as I may hate. When I see from your walls their army and ours, my three brothers in the one and my husband in the other, how can I form my prayers, and without impiety importune heaven for your felicity? So Corneille displays as his subject no mere battle of arms and men, but the conflict of passionate loyalties, the tragedy of right contending with right. And thus inspired, his pen strikes off phrases of compact power and lines that march with martial step and resounding harmonies. The Alban commander reminds the Romans that they and the Albans, did Corneille have Catholics and Huguenots in mind, are of one blood and land, and that it is criminal to dismember Italy, or France, with civil strife, and he proposes to settle the war by a combat of 3 Albans and 3 Romans. The offer is accepted, and the women have an hour of fearful happiness. But the Alban chief chooses the Curiati triplets, the Roman chooses the Horatii. The women mourn, and the heroes are for a moment softened by their tears. But Horatius the father, sounding the masculine theme, reproves them for wasting time with women while honor calls. Do your duty and leave the rest to the gods. The gods fumble. The 3 Curiati are slain. Horace alone of the Horatii survives. His sister Camilla reproves him for killing her betrothed and denounces Rome and its code of honor and war. Still drunk with battle, he slays her as unworthy to be a Roman. His wife Sabina upbraids his cruelty, laments her lost brothers, and invites Horace to kill her too. He tries to persuade her that patriotism is higher than love. The plot, of course, is incredible, but hardly more so than in Shakespeare. The dramatic is by definition exceptional. Dramas would be ruined if they impartially described reality. They rise to art if, by ignoring the irrelevant and selecting the significant, they can deepen us with a fuller understanding of life. Corneille inherited the Renaissance exaltation of ancient Rome. He upheld the Stoic conception of duty against those laxities of love that had dominated the French stage before him. His heroes were to be not lovers primarily, but patriots or saints. He took a saint from the Catholic calendar to dominate a still stronger play. All the world knows Polyeucte, knows it by heart, said Sainte-Beuve. Here the construction is severely classical, accepting all the unities, yet building within them a complex tragedy of concentrated power. Only the eloquence of the play reaches us in our studies today. We must hear it rolling from the tongues of French actors moving in stately figures over the stage, or under the stars in the court of the Invalides or the Louvre. And even then we must have the French language and French souls, and we must reclothe ourselves in our youthful faith. The plot centers around the resolve of Polyeucte, a proud and cultured Roman newly converted to Christianity, to smash the altar of the pagan gods. The time is the Decian persecution, from 249 to 251 A.D. The place is Melitene, a Roman outpost in Armenia. The scene of the entire drama is the palace of Felix, the Roman governor. All Christians, on pain of death, have been ordered to join in an empire-wide prayer and sacrifice to the ancient deities for divine support of Roman arms against the invading and compassing barbarians. Burning with the convert's zeal, Polyeucte desires by some dramatic action to encourage Christian resistance to the imperial edict. He is held back by love for his wife, Pauline, daughter of the governor, but like a true Corneillan hero, he sacrifices love to duty. In the presence of Felix himself, he and a friend interrupt the pagan rites. They appeal to the worshippers to turn from the adulterous Jupiter to the God of the Christians, the one and absolute monarch of earth and sky, and to expose the impotent monsters of the Roman pantheon, they mount the altar and dash to the ground the ritual vessels and the statue of Jove. Félix has the violators arrested. Pauline pleads with Polyeucte to repent his sacrilege. Instead, he challenges her to join in his new faith. She appeals to her father to pardon him. He refuses. She announces her conversion and prepares to accompany her husband to death. Félix is so impressed that he resigns his office and becomes a Christian. Suddenly, the persecution ends. Félix is reappointed, but meanwhile Polyeucte has suffered martyrdom. All but the martyrdom and the desecration of the altar is Corneille's embellishment of history. His, too, are the proud insolence of the saint and the violence of the deed. When the author read the play at the Hôtel du Rambouillet, several auditors, including a bishop, condemned Polyeucte as unnecessarily harsh and extreme. Corneille, for a time, thought of suppressing the play. Its success on the stage brought him to the zenith of his career in 1643. He still had 41 years of life left him, which we shall see him spending in rivalry with Racine. But he could not know that he had already written his 3 greatest plays, some would say the best in all the history of the French stage. They are so different from the romantic drama of Elizabethan England or 19th century France that imagination must aid history to explain their hold upon their time and the theatre today. There is romance, too, in Corneille as much as in Shakespeare, and passions studied with more than the care and subtlety of Descartes. But following the classic ideals of the age, the passions, though vigorously expressed, are subjected to reason or to argument. Superabundance of argument is the ballast of these plays, so that they rarely reach the flights so numerous in Racine. Action is kept off the boards. There all is narration, exhortation, eloquence. In Corneille every character is an accomplished raisonneur. For Frenchmen these faults disappear in the splendor of the style and the majesty of the themes. If, in any work of art, we seek nobility, some thought or feeling to lift us above ourselves and the day, we shall find it frequently in Corneille. He wrote as if for statesmen and philosophers. He molded his lines as if composing music. He carved phrases that still haunt the memory of France. Now the classic and aristocratic spirit, of reason-checking passion, of form-dominating matter, merged with stoic self-control, Spanish honor, and French intelligence, to produce a theatre all the world apart from the Elizabethan, and yet, with Racine and Molière, as precious and brilliant in the legacy of mankind. 6. Architecture. Was the victory of the classic mood visible in art as well as literature? It stares at us in almost every French façade of the age. Some Gothic churches were Gothically restored, like the cathedral at Orléans, but more often old churches, like those of Saint-Gervais and Saint-Étienne-du-Mont, were refurbished with Renaissance fronts. New churches might show a neo-Italian style throughout. Sir Jacques Le Mercier designed the church of the Sorbonne on the model of St. Peter's, columns, pediment, and dome. In architecture, as in morals, letters, and philosophy, the pagan revival gave a bold new face to Christianity. Even the Jesuits were caught in the Renaissance current, all the more readily since, as an order, they had no binding medieval roots. In their first generations, under Loyola and Linnaeus, they had been austere and fearless missionaries, devoted defenders of orthodoxy and the popes. But they had saved some measure of humanism at the Council of Trent, and as in their colleges they made the ancient classics the core of their curriculum, so in architecture they chose semi-classic facades for their outstanding shrines. From their brilliant church in Rome, the Jésus, they carried their style of luxuriant decoration across the Alps and over the Pyrenees. They were not uniformly pledged to copious ornament. Their most famous architect, who raised the transept facade of the Orléans Cathedral, designed churches and colleges on lines of severe simplicity congenial to his character and his funds. But when the order prospered, it built with a happy exuberance. In 1627 it began the handsome church familiarly known to Paris as Les Jésuits. The facade Roman, the interior exquisitely carved in capitals, arches, and cornices, the choir vaults meeting harmoniously to support a luminous dome. John Evelyn, touring Paris in 1644, called this church one of the most perfect pieces of architecture in Europe. It was not unpleasantly Baroque. It contained nothing distorted or bizarre. In France, Baroque was sobered by aristocratic taste, as Ronsard and Malherbe chastened the enormities of Rabelais. Religious architecture languished during the religious wars, and in the intervals of peace, civil architecture grew. City halls rose at La Rochelle, Lyon, Troyes, and Reims. In Paris, Catherine de Médicis, wishing to leave the Louvre to Charles IX and his queen, hired Philibert Delorme to build for her and her aides the Tuileries in 1564, which took its name from the tile, or tuile, potteries nearby. The new palace, fronted in Renaissance style with Corinthian pillars, rose west of the Louvre at the present Place du Carrousel, and ran for 807 feet along the Seine. It was burned down in the fury of the Commune in 1871. Only the gardens remain, the delectable Jardin des Tuileries. Civic building recovered rapidly under Henry IV. The Pont Neuf, opened to traffic in 1604, became the most popular of the bridges spanning the Seine. The Hôtel de Ville, finished in Henry's dying year, remained till 1871 the rival of Notre Dame and the Louvre in the pride of the people. Like Francis I and Louis XIV, Henry gathered artists under his wing, understood them, and coordinated their work. For him, they extended the Louvre by the Pavillon de Flore and connected it with the Tuileries by the Grande Galerie. At Fontainebleau, they built the chapel, the Galerie des Cerfs, the Cour and Salon Ovale, the Porte Dauphine, and the Galerie de Diane. Fontainebleau under Henri le Grand was the fulfillment of the French Renaissance. His widow, Marie de Médicis, before running afoul of Richelieu, engaged Salomon de Brosse to design her own Palais de Luxembourg in the Rue Vaugirard, south of the Seine, from 1613 to 1620. When Louis XIII and Richelieu freed themselves from her, they commissioned Le Mercier to again extend the Louvre as the seat of government. Now the Pavillon de l'Horloge was completed, the great wings were extended, and the lordly building took essentially its present form. From Le Mercier's plans, Richelieu built in Paris the sumptuous Palais Cardinal, into which he gathered his collections of painting, sculpture, and other arts. Here were Mantegna's, Da Vinci's, Veronese's, and Michelangelo's slaves. Most of this treasure passed to Louis XIII and XIV, to the Louvre, and to us. In domestic architecture, François Mansart reshaped the skyline of Paris by developing the mansard roof. Having two slopes, the lower one steeper than the other, readily shedding snow and rain, and allowing greater space on the top floor. Many a Paris student or artist has lived in a mansarde, or attic room. Mansart designed several churches in Paris, and many chateaux in France, most successfully at what is now Maison Lafitte, a suburb of the capital. In 1635, Monsieur Gaston d'Orléans commissioned him to rebuild the family chateau at Blois. Mansart finished only the northwest wing. Its Renaissance facade and magnificent stairway remain the chef-d'oeuvre of the most skillful architect France has ever produced. 7. Many arts. In the same mood of classic tradition, softened by French refinement and feeling, the sculptors adorned the churches, mansions, gardens, and tombs of the great. Germain Pilon inherited the Renaissance grace of Cellini, Primaticcio, and Jean Goujon, but he remembered, too, the Gothic merger of tenderness and strength. His masterpieces are three tombs. One, in the Abbey Church of Saint-Denis, reunited in death Catherine de Médicis and her occasional husband, Henry II. The queen dowered with an idealized beauty that would have warmed her solitary heart. Another, now in the Louvre, honored René de Birague, chancellor to Francis II and Charles IX. A picture of pride humbled to piety, a marvel of pliant drapery caught in bronze. Beside this is the tomb of René's wife, Valentine Balbiani. Above, the lady in her prime, glorified with figured robes. Below, the same beauty ruthlessly carved as a corpse, with bony face, hands and legs, corrugated chest, and sunken empty breasts. This is a powerful outcry of anger against time's sardonic desecration of loveliness. These tombs alone would have raised Pilon above any other French sculptor of the age, but he added to them an abundance of statuary, all of arresting merit, and now mostly gathered into France's inexhaustible treasury, the Louvre. There, too, within a few paces, one may see the works of Pilon's successors. A life figure of Henry IV by Barthélemy Tremblay, with a smile as puzzling as Mona Lisa's. the tomb of Anne de Montmorency by Barthélemy Prieur, and a lively renommée, or fame, by Pierre Briard, a nude blowing from puffed cheeks and writing in the air, as if to say, improving on Keats, "Here lies one whose name was writ in wind." In the chapel at Chantilly is a memorable monument to Cardinal de Bérulle by Jacques Sarrazin. Some of these sculptors studied in Rome and brought back from Bernini a Baroque tendency to excessive ornament, movement, and emotion, but these excesses soon vanished under the cold eye of Richelieu and the classic taste of Louis XIV. The smooth perfection of Le Grand Siècle already appears in the medallions of Jean Varin, who came from Liège to live in France, and who reached in his minuscule portraits of Richelieu, Mazarin, and Anne of Austria an excellence no later medalist has ever surpassed. If France had left us no sculpture, architecture, or painting, she would still command our loving homage for her achievements in the lesser arts. Even in this harassed interval between Francis I and Louis XIV, the drawings, engravings, enamels, goldsmithery, gem-cutting, ironwork, woodwork, textiles, tapestries, and garden designs of France rivaled, some would say surpassed, the like products of her contemporaries from Flanders to Italy. Jacques Caillot's drawings of gypsies, beggars, and tramps carry the very odor of life, and his series of etchings, The Miseries of War, stole a march of 2 centuries on Goya. Let the iron artistry of the age be judged from the grille leading to the Galerie d'Apollon in the Louvre. Tapestry was as much a major art as sculpture or painting. Jean Gobelin had opened dye works in Paris in the 15th century. In the 16th, the firm added a tapestry factory. Francis I established another at Fontainebleau, Henry II a third in the capital. When Catherine de Médicis went to meet the Spanish envoys at Bayonne, she took with her 22 tapestries woven for Francis I to display the wealth and art of France. The art craft declined under Henry II, but Henri IV restored it by bringing a new generation of Flemish designers, dyers, and weavers to the Gobelin plant in Paris. 5 distinguished specimens from this reign, the Hunt of Diana, adorn the Morgan Library in New York. Interior decoration felt the Baroque influence seeping in from Italy. Chairs, tables, chests, buffets, cabinets, dressers, bedsteads were curved and carved luxuriantly, often inlaid with ebony, lapis lazuli, jasper, or agate, or adorned with statuettes. In the Louis XIII period, many chairs were upholstered in velvet, needlework, or tapestry. Walls, cornices, and ceilings might be carved or painted with a frolic of plant or animal forms. Fireplaces lost some of their medieval ruggedness and were sometimes embellished with delicate arabesques in polychrome. In pottery, it was the heyday of 2 old men, Léonard Limousin, who continued till 1574 to produce such enamels as had made him famous under Francis I, and Bernard Palissy, who, born in 1510, survived till 1589. Palissy was a man mad about pottery, with a passionate curiosity spilling over into agriculture, chemistry, and religion, interested in everything from the formation of stones to the nature of deity. He studied the chemistry of diverse soils to get the best clay for his kiln, and he experimented for years to produce a white enamel that would take and hold delicate hues. He burned half his belongings to feed his ceramic furnace, and told the story as if challenging Cellini. Too poor to hire help, he did all the work himself. He cut his hands so frequently that, he said, I was forced to eat my soup with my hands bound up in rags. And after working like this for 10 years, I was so thin that no muscles appeared on my arms or legs. My legs were so thin that the garters with which I hold up my stockings no longer held them. When I walked, my stockings fell to my ragged shoes. His neighbors accused him of practicing magic and neglecting his family. Finally, about 1550, he found the mixture he sought, made an enamel of iridescent glaze, and used it to fashion vessels and figurines brilliantly adorned with fishes, lizards, snakes, insects, birds, stones, all the plethora of nature. Catherine de Médicis delighted to place these artificial fossils in her garden and flower beds. She gave the old potter a workshop in the Tuileries, and in his new environment he added naiads and nymphs to his decorations. Though a zealous Huguenot, he was exempted from the massacre of St. Bartholomew, for Catherine and her court were fascinated by his vases, cups, plates, candlesticks, and quaint ideas. But in 1588 the Catholic League ordered a new prosecution of Protestants, and Palissy was sent to the Bastille. A diarist wrote in 1590, "In this year," actually in 1589, "there died in the dungeons of the Bastille Maître Bernard Palissy, a prisoner on account of his religion, aged 80 years. He succumbed to misery, ill-treatment, and want. The aunt of this good man having gone to inquire how he was, the jailer told her that if she wished to see him she would find him a corpse with the dogs along the ramparts, where he had caused him to be thrown like the dog that he was." 8. Poussin and the Painters. French painting was still in bondage to Flanders and Italy. Flemish tapissiers dominated their art in Paris, and Flemish painters prospered in Paris, Lyon, Toulouse, Montpellier, and Bordeaux. The best French portraits of this period were by Flemings in France. The lovely Elizabeth of Austria, by François Clouet, the proud Henry IV, by Franz Pourbus the Younger, and, above all, the Richelieu of Philippe de Champagne. But the mastering influence on French painting in this period was Italian. Art students went to Rome, sometimes at the French government's expense, and came back hesitating between the idealism of the 16th-century Florentines and the dark realism of the 17th-century Bolognese or Neapolitans. Simon Vouet, from the age of 14 in 1604, made such a name for himself as a painter that 3 countries competed for him. Charles I tried to keep him in London, but the Baron of Sancy took him on an embassy to Constantinople, where Simon made a remarkable likeness of Achmet I from a secret study of the Sultan's features in an hour's audience given to the ambassador. Returning through Italy, Vouet fell in love with Venice and Veronese, then with Caravaggio in Rome, whose dukes and cardinals so favored him that he remained in Italy 15 years. In 1627, Louis XIII, who had been paying him an annual pension of 4,000 livres, summoned him to France to be court painter and gave him an apartment in the Louvre. Soon all France wanted him. He decorated the chapel of Richelieu's chateau, made an altarpiece for the church of Saint-Eustache, furnished designs for royal tapestries, and painted portraits for the court. Buried in commissions, he gathered aides into a school which grew into the Royal Academy of Painting and Sculpture. There he trained and employed Lesueur, Mignard, Lenotre, Bourdon, and Lebrun. His surviving works hardly vindicate his fame, but he has in French history the pivotal place of preparing the painters of the culminating age. 3 brothers, Antoine, Louis, and Mathieu Le Nain, varied the canvases of their time by picturing the life of the peasants with somber piety, finding in them the silent poverty and grim strength of 17th-century France. Georges de la Tour, recently exhumed by critical acclaim, also gave his brush to the lowly. His matching portraits, a peasant man and a peasant woman, stand near the top of paintings in these reigns. We may judge his current réclame by the $500,000 or more paid for his fortune-teller by the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art, this in 1960. Akin to this turning from court to cottage was the specific achievement of French painting in this age, the development of landscape as a major element in pictorial art. The father of Nicolas Poussin was a soldier in the army of Henry IV. Quartered in the home of Nicolas de Lesmont after the Battle of Ivry, he married Nicolas' daughter, a peasant woman who could not write her name, and tilled a farm near Les Andelys in Normandy. Their son learned to love fields and woods and to catch some moment of them with pencil or pen. Quentin Vérin came to Les Andelys to decorate a church. Young Nicolas watched him eagerly and coaxed lessons from him in drawing and painting. When Vérin departed, Nicolas, aged 18 in 1612, ran away to Paris to study art. There his months of near starvation were glorified by finding Raimondi's engravings of Raphael's works. Here were 2 revelations for Nicolas, that line, not color, was the tool of art, and that Rome was art's capital. For 8 struggling years he tried to reach that citadel. Once he got as far as Florence, but penniless, despondent, and ill, he returned to Paris. He tried again, but was stopped at Lyon by a creditor. He crept back to pay his debts and butter his bread by some minor painting in the Luxembourg Palace. In 1622, the Italian poet Giovanni Battista Marini, coming to Paris, employed him to illustrate the poem Adonais. Poussin's drawings won Marini's approval and some commissions. Nicolas painted portraits grudgingly and saved his francs reverently, and in 1624 he at last saw Rome. Marini recommended him to Cardinal Francesco Barberini. "You will find here a youth who has demonic fury in him, a young man mad about painting," to vary Hiroshige's self-analysis. He was mad about Italy, too, but not so much about the paintings of the Renaissance masters as about the perfection of fragments in the Roman Forum, and not about the frescoes surviving from antiquity, but about Rome herself, her vistas, fields, trees, hills, her very soil. Like some later enthusiasts, he must have wondered why God had not let him be born in Italy. Cardinal Barberini tested him with a commission to paint the death of Germanicus. The result pleased, and soon Poussin had all he could do to meet the calls on his art. His patrons, lay or churchly, yearned for nudes, and for a time he appeased them with such feminine displays as the Triumph of Flora for Cardinal Omodeo, and a Bacchanalian scene for Richelieu. He settled down in Rome, married at 36 a girl of 17, and spent 10 years of happiness with her and his oils. Then, in 1640, Richelieu and Louis XIII summoned him to Paris. "I shall go," said Poussin, "like one sentenced to be sawn in half." He was given high honors and a pension of 1,000 crowns, but he was ill at ease in the rancorous competition of the Parisian artists. Surrendering rich prospects, he hurried back to Italy in 1643. He bought a house on the Pincian Hill, next to Claude Lorrain's, and there he remained till his death, quiet, domestic, absorbed, content. His life, like his pictures, was a classic composition, a model of order, measure, and self-restraint. He had few marks of the artist except his tools. He was not an avid lover like Raphael, nor a man of the world like Titian, nor, despite Marini, a demonic genius like Michelangelo. He was a bourgeois who took care of his family and paid his debts. Cardinal Massimo, seeing his modest establishment, remarked, "How I pity you for having no servant." To which Poussin replied, "How I pity you for having so many." Every morning he walked on his hill, then all day he painted, relying on labor rather than inspiration. When later someone asked him how he had reached mastery, he answered, "I neglected nothing." Considering his laborious and unaided methods, his production was immense. He must have painted 400 pictures, for we know that some were lost, and 342 remain. Add 1,300 drawings, of which Windsor Castle cherishes 100 for their precision and purity of line. He did not excel in variety. Often his nudes are lifeless statues. We should have relished more sensuality. He was a sculptor using a brush. He tended to look upon women as sculptural figures, though at times he recognized them as the divine originals of art. "The pretty girls whom we see in the streets of Nîmes," he said, "please our eyes and souls no less than the lovely columns of the Maison Carrée, since these are only old copies of those." Nor was he at home in biblical subjects. Some he did well, the Philistine struck down at the gates and the blind man of Jericho. And how lovely yet stately are the women in Eliezer and Rebecca. His forte was classical mythology pictured amid classical ruins against a landscape of classic calm. He drew not from living models, but from an imagination steeped in the love and illusion of an antiquity in which all men were strong and all women beautiful. See the perfection of the one female figure in the Shepherds of Arcady, which Poussin, on Colbert's order, painted for Louis XIV. And note in passing the inscription on the shepherd's tomb, "Et ego in Arcadia." I, too, was once in Arcadia. Was this Poussin dreaming that he, too, had lived in Greece with Orpheus and the gods? The funeral of Phocion is the most powerful of Poussin's mythologies, but Orpheus and Eurydice is the most moving, perhaps because we recall Gluck's despairing strains. The romantic soul is disturbed to find the story so lost in the landscape, for in truth it was not man that Poussin loved, nor woman either. It was the chastening expanse of fields, woods, and sky. All that encompassing panorama in which change is leisurely or shamed by permanence, and human ills are swallowed up in the perspectives of space and time. Therefore his greatest pictures are landscapes, in which man is as minor an incident as in Chinese painting or modern biology. These landscapes are majestic but monotonous. We should hardly distinguish one from another if Poussin had not thrown in some identifying figures or a careless title. He loved line wisely but too well. He neglected the gamut of color, playing too much on brown. No wonder later artists have rebelled against this brown saw stripping from his trees. And yet those softly lighted, softly colored vistas, so unsatisfying to a Ruskin, fascinated by Turner's glare, are a relief after the ideological fermentation of painting in our time. Here is the classic conception of beauty as the harmony of parts in a whole, not the youthful idea of art as expression, which might be a child's daub or a hawker's cry. Amid mannerism and Baroque, and against the force and sentiment of Italian painting in the 17th century, Poussin clung to the classic ideal of nothing in excess. No shouting colors, no tears, no bizarreries, no theatrical contrasts of light and shade. It is a masculine art, resembling Corneille rather than Racine, and Bach more than Beethoven. The self-portrait that he made in 1650 shows his eyes a bit weary, perhaps with painting or reading by scant light. He read much, seeking to know the life of ancient Greece and Rome in sedulous detail. Not since Leonardo had an artist been so learned. As he entered old age, he found his eyes weakening, his hand unsteady. The death of his wife at 51 in 1664 cut a living bond. He survived her but a year. Apelles is dead, wrote a friend. On or near the tomb in the parish church of San Lorenzo, Chateaubriand in 1829 raised a marble monument as one mortal immortal to another. F.A. de Chateaubriand à Nicolas Poussin, pour la gloire des arts et l'honneur de la France. His closest rival as a landscape painter was his neighbor but friend, Claude Gelée, named Laurent from the province of his birth. He, too, felt the urge to Italy, accepting any position, however menial, to get there and live there, where every turn of the seeking eye revealed some monument of Christian art or some inspiring fragment of antiquity. In Rome he apprenticed himself to Agostino Tassi, mixed colors for him, cooked for him, learned from him. He made 1,000 tentative drawings and etchings now prized by connoisseurs. He worked slowly and scrupulously, sometimes a fortnight over one detail. At last he, too, was a painter, fed with commissions from appreciative cardinals and kings. Soon he had his own home on the Pincian Hill, and he shared with Poussin in meeting the new demand for natural scenes. He responded willingly, for he loved the land and sky of Rome so passionately that often he rose before dawn to watch the daily creation of light, to catch the stealthy changes of light and shade made by each emerging inch of the sun. Light was to Claude no mere element in a picture, it was his major subject. And though he did not care, like Turner, to look into the very face of the sun, he was the first to study and convey the spreading integument of light. He grasped the intangible play of air upon fields, foliage, water, clouds. Every moment of the sky was new, and he seemed bent on having each fluid moment still itself in his art. He loved the tremor of sails meeting the wind, the majesty of ships riding the sea. He felt the lure of distance, the logic and magic of perspective, the longing to see, beyond the visible, the infinity of space. Landscapes were his only interest. On Poussin's advice, he inserted classical structures, temples, ruins, pedestals, into his pictures, perhaps to give the dignity of old age to a passing scene. He consented to add some human figures to nature's panorama, but his heart was not in these excrescences. The figures were thrown in for nothing. He sold his landscapes and gave away his figures. The titles and the stories they suggested were concessions to minds that could not feel the miracle of light and the mystery of space without the grace of Christian legend or some tag of classical tales. But in reality there was for Claude only one theme, the world of morning, noon, and eventide. He dowered the galleries of Europe with fond variations, whose names mean nothing, but whose pantheism is a mystic marriage of poetry and philosophy. We may admit to Ruskin that Claude and Poussin show nature deceptively in her gentler moods, missing her grandeur and ignoring her furies of pitiless destructiveness. But through their work a great tradition of landscape painting had been established. Now more and more this would compete with figures and portraits, with biblical and mythical scenes. The way was open for nature's procession from the Ruysdaels to Corot. Richelieu and national unity, Corneille and the Academy, Montaigne and Malherbe, De Brosse and Mansart, Poussin and Laurent. This was no scanty harvest from a land at war. Louis XIV would now stand on that rising heritage and preside over France in her greatest age. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1.